Lin Chen transmigrated into a scrap yard owner. At the start, he awakened the waste utilization system, allowing him to refine canned scrap steel bars and old clothes into top-tier black technology. Using dozens of pieces of scrap, he built a super godlike computer. A broken washbasin became gaming peripherals. A latex mattress turned into a bionic robot. Until alien fleets appeared above Blue Star, plunging the world into panic. At that moment, a spaceship flew out from his scrapyard. Lin Chen looked at the instant beef noodles in his hand and let out a sigh. This life is really something. Other people cross into a new world and become tycoons while I end up as a scrap collector. 5 days earlier, Lin Chen had just crossed into this world and become the owner of a small scrap recycling station. All his possessions consisted of the battered tricycle parked at the entrance, the backyard piled high with scrap, and a balance of 123.56 in his mobile wallet. A crisp chime echoed in his mind as a mechanical voice announced that a waste utilization system had been activated. Lin Chen's face lit up with delight. His long-awaited transmigrator benefit had finally arrived, though he could not help silently protest at being called a waste. The system calmly explained that it could reprocess all kinds of discarded items into new objects. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, threatening to sue for slander if it dared insult him. The system added that he could purchase any missing materials from its internal store. Each time he successfully created an item and received a satisfied review from a customer, he would gain all the skills and knowledge related to that item. Any object at all. He murmured, unsure whether the system was boasting. Still doubtful, Lin Chen decided he might as well put it to the test. He instructed the system to help him assemble a computer capable of outperforming 99% of machines in the country. A chime rang out as the system acknowledged his request and began generating a materials list. When the materials list finally appeared in his mind, Lin Chen glanced over it and froze in disbelief at what he saw. The list demanded 50 empty cans, 10 calculators, and a single old mobile phone. That's it, he thought, quickly calculating that at his own scrap prices the total cost would come to less than 100. For less than 100, if the machine could even power on, he would already be making a profit. Without further hesitation, he slapped his hands against his sides, sprang to his feet, and headed to the backyard to gather the materials. Before long, Lin Chen had collected all the required items from the backyard and tossed them one by one into the system's storage space. The moment he dropped in the old phone, a blinding white light flooded the system space within his mind, and a progress bar appeared before his inner sight, slowly creeping forward. The progress bar crawled from 1% onward with an estimated hour remaining. Exactly 1 hour later, the system calmly announced that the manufacturing was complete. When Lin Chen focused his gaze on the system space, he saw a pitch-black computer quietly lying there, its appearance almost identical to the old office machines piled in his backyard, even down to the thin layer of dust on the case. Is this system broke or just stingy? He thought angrily, feeling as though even his scrap was being cheated. Still, he pulled the computer out, connected the power, and pressed the power button. He merely wanted to see whether it would power on. Yet in the next heartbeat, he hesitated, staring at his own finger in confusion, wondering if he had imagined how quickly the boot sequence had finished. This means that 9th rank fighters are essentially the top-tier combat power. Masters serve as strategic. What he saw next left him dumbfounded. 3 seconds. He thought, his disbelief growing with every heartbeat. He wondered whether the system had skipped installing a hard drive entirely and simply burned the operating system straight into the memory. Muttering to himself, he downloaded a hardware testing program and ran a full system check. A minute later, he found himself staring blankly at the result, a performance score of 10 million. The comprehensive performance rating claimed that this computer had surpassed almost every other machine in the country. According to the evaluation, it could effortlessly handle demanding games and professional software while smoothly playing high-definition videos. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and counted the digits again and again, hardly believing that the score towered so far above the high-end machine he had once owned in his previous life. He opened the national benchmarking leaderboard and saw his machine sitting comfortably in first place, outstripping the second-ranked score by a vast margin. Next, he downloaded a demanding action game and cranked every visual setting to the maximum. The computer ran it with ease, barely causing the cooling fan to raise its voice. Guiding his character through a faithfully rendered cathedral within the game, Lin Chen finally understood how a virtual reconstruction could bring such a landmark back to life. With a grin, he admitted to the system that he had misjudged it. This machine was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. In response to his satisfaction, the system awarded him a new ability, complete mastery over computer hardware. A torrent of information surged into his mind, from assembling basic desktops to fabricating advanced chips. Every technique settled into place as though he had studied it for years. He soon realized that the CPU in this machine could easily outclass even the most powerful processors currently available on the market. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a path to wealth unfolded in his mind. If he opened a custom computer shop, now he could practically earn money in his sleep. He imagined fast cars, luxury homes, and glamorous company in his future, then coughed lightly and pulled himself back to the present. Resolute, he closed the game, opened an online marketplace, and registered a new shop. He named it Xingchen Computers, vowing to build his customers' dreams with his own hands. But a fresh shop without promotion drew no attention, so he opened a short video app and began searching for popular gaming streamers. He soon stumbled into a well-known streamer's live room, where a tense match played out on screen. The streamer's champion was being forced back beneath his own tower by a skilled opponent. The streamer casually smoked and boasted to his viewers, claiming that he was deliberately controlling the lane under his tower so he could turn the tables once he reached level 6. As he spoke, his champion secured a crucial minion and finally reached the pivotal level. He immediately dashed forward, chaining his abilities with smooth precision to strip away half of his opponent's health bar. Just as he prepared to unleash his finishing move, his champion suddenly froze in place, and the opponent seized the moment to lock him down and complete a swift counterkill. The streamer stared wide-eyed at the gray defeat screen, complaining in exasperation that even his expensive setup could stutter at a crucial moment, insisting that a delay in his ultimate ability had cost. Listening to this, Lin Chen sent a message through the chat remarking that such an expensive machine clearly wasn't worth its price if it could still lag at a key moment. Seeing the comment, the streamer laughed and challenged him, asking whether he could truly build a better machine for half the price. What he had assumed was just a viewer's complaint turned into something more when Lin Chen replied again, inviting him to place an order at his newly opened shop if he dared. The streamer, half amused and half skeptical, warned him not to attempt any scams, joking that he had an army of lawyers at his disposal. Lin Chen answered that as long as the streamer dared to place the order, he would accept it, and if the final machine failed to outperform the current one, he would publicly accept the consequences in an outrageous way. What viewers first assumed was just playful banter took a serious turn when the streamer opened the marketplace on stream, searched for Lin Chen's shop, and placed a large order without hesitation. The streamer announced that he would be watching eagerly to see whether Lin Chen would keep his word. Lin Chen replied with confidence, assuring him that if the machine failed to meet expectations, he would go to absurd lengths to make amends. Lin Chen burst into hearty laughter upon seeing the Taobao notification. "You have a new order. Haha, finally no more instant noodles. I can already see Boston's giant lobsters waving at me. Time to get to work." Lin Chen leapt up from his computer and dashed to the backyard to assemble an identical new one. The following afternoon, PDD, just awakened from a nap, received the computer Lin Chen had shipped him. Yet he refrained from opening it, immediately choosing instead to stage a dramatic unboxing livestream that evening. That night, PDD changed his livestream title to A100 New Computer Has Arrived. He deliberately left the box sealed and addressed his audience directly. "Brothers, this is the brand new computer I ordered yesterday, priced at 100,000. Tonight we'll uncover just how extraordinary it truly is. Let me state clearly, the box was delivered to me exactly as you see it now, untouched, unaltered. Observe, the packaging remains pristine. Don't assume this is staged for effect." With that, he produced a pair of scissors and began slicing open the box. When the computer finally appeared before PDD, and before millions of viewers, the entire stream fell silent and stunned. "What the hell? Did PDD just get scammed? This looks exactly like the antique desktop from my office. Ha 1000 for this. At most 3000. This is hilarious. 3000. Bro, look at that thick layer of dust on the chassis. It's probably salvaged from a scrapyard. Is the seller watching right now? Step forward and explain. Did PDD orchestrate this whole stunt?" PDD blew a puff of air onto the dusty chassis, sending up a cloud so dense it nearly made him cough and squint. "What the hell? Brothers, I think I've been defrauded." Lin Chen, watching the stream live, instantly replied, "Teacher Piao, don't slander an honest merchant. I'm a reputable seller." Upon reading Lin Chen's comment, PDD flushed crimson with fury. "Lin Chen, you fraud. How dare you show your face in my stream? Let me remind you, this live stream has been recorded. This video is irrefutable evidence, and every viewer here serves as a witness. With both testimony and proof in hand, you're facing charges of large-scale fraud. Think carefully. How many years might you serve?" Lin Chen remained utterly unruffled, calmly typing his reply. "First, play a game." PDD laughed bitterly. "Fine, I'll expose this sham live right before millions of witnesses." He swiftly extracted the computer from its box, connected it to a secondary monitor, and repositioned his livestream camera to capture the screen. "Brothers, let's see whether this 1000 machine can even power on." He scanned the chassis, located the power button, and pressed it. Yet the moment he lifted his head, he found the system already fully booted. His expression froze, slack-jawed, as if confronting a specter. Viewers across the stream stood dumbfounded. "Brothers, I think I've time traveled." I blinked once, and it was already running. "No time travel here, just lightning-fast boot speed. Probably under 10 seconds. Under 5. I'd swear it was faster." Seeing the comments, PDD pulled out his phone, launched the stopwatch app, and announced, "Let's reboot. This time I'll time it precisely." He shut down the machine, bent low, placed his phone beside the power button, and, with his left hand pressing the button and his right hand starting the timer simultaneously, initiated the test. 3, 24 seconds. PDD swallowed hard, then repeated in disbelief. It booted in just 24 seconds. The chat exploded. What the hell? 24 seconds, faster than me. Did the seller pour all the money into components and skip the case entirely? Quick, run a benchmark. PDD immediately downloaded Loom Master and launched the stress test. When the final score flashed on screen, his jaw dropped, while the torrential flood of comments froze mid-scroll for 3 full seconds. Oh, 1 million. My 2000 rig barely scores 4000. What's even left to compare? Lin Chen, observing PDD's shock, sent another comment. Dear customer, please leave a 5-star review. PDD nodded vigorously. Brother Chen, I'm giving you 5 stars, no question. Damn it. I'm marching straight to that crooked PC builder who ripped me off. How much did he steal? That's fraud. Full incarceration. Prompted by eager viewers, PDD downloaded League of Legends and queued for ranked, only to be matched by uncanny coincidence against the Shy. PDD began taunting the moment he entered the game. Brother Shy, top lane duel again today. The Shy responded instantly. Don't eat. Don't eat. Same lane. Same champions. This time the moment PD hit level 6, his crocodile lunged forward, Yukar flowing in flawless, seamless sequence. The Shy attempted his ultimate the instant crocodile's E landed, but hesitated a fraction too long. By the time he activated it, his health bar had already plummeted below half. Thereafter, every spell the Shy cast was effortlessly evaded. In the end, his signature Dark-In Assassin fell, solo killed by PDD's crocodile, while crocodile still retained over half his health. PDD slammed his mouse down and roared. Who's next? His audience erupted in cheers. Ha ha. Teacher Piao's ego's inflated so much he needs to pause and adjust his belt. Teacher Piao, it's the computer that's extraordinary, not you. Exactly. Give me hardware like that, and I'd solo kill the Shy too. Bro, dream on. This machine costs 100,000. Can you afford it? I'll say it plainly, wealth is part of power. As PDD basked in the praise, Lin Chen's comment drifted across the screen, immediately arresting his attention. PDD pointed emphatically at Lin Chen's message and declared to his audience, see what true professionalism looks like. This is professionalism. Yesterday Brother Chen said my computer was subpar. Today with the upgrade, I solo killed the Shy. Now he says my keyboard and mouse hold me back. So, once I upgrade those tomorrow, I'll solo kill Faker. By the way, Brother Chen, how much for a full keyboard and mouse set? Not expensive, 100 per set. PDD's grin vanished, frozen into rigid disbelief. That's not expensive. Wait, Brother Chen, is your keyboard forged from solid gold? PDD hesitated at the price, but eventually gritted his teeth and agreed. He felt that just this computer alone, if sold on the market, would be worth more than 200 after all. The one he had cost him 200, yet it was completely outclassed by the one Lin Chen had assembled. So rounding up, the mouse and keyboard were practically free. He opened Lin Chen's Taobao store again and placed an order for 100. Lin Chen burst out laughing when he received PDD's order. In truth, he hadn't even noticed anything wrong with PDD's operation. He just thought since he had already sold him the computer, selling him a mouse and keyboard set was perfectly, but he wouldn't just send him a random set of recycled broken keyboard and mouse. That would tarnish his own reputation. System, craft me a mouse and keyboard set perfectly suited for PDD. Ding. The system has received the host request and is generating the required material list. Ding. Material list generated. Required materials: 1 stainless steel basin, 3 meters of wire, 5 plastic bottles. Please place the required materials into the system space, and the system will begin working automatically. Lin Chen quickly found all these items in the backyard. This time the cost was even cheaper, only 15 yuan, because these things were common in scrapyards. Current progress 1A, estimated remaining time 9 minutes 59 seconds. This time it only took 10 minutes. It seemed the manufacturing process for a mouse and keyboard was much simpler than for a computer. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen looked at the pitch-black, utterly unremarkable mouse and keyboard on the table and asked doubtfully, System, are you sure this is the best mouse and keyboard for PDD? Rest assured, host. While you were watching PDD's livestream, the system analyzed and evaluated PDD's neural reaction speed. The response speed of this mouse and keyboard is absolutely the most compatible with his neural reaction speed. Since the system said so, Lin Chen felt reassured and casually threw them into a garbage bag. Early the next morning, Lin Chen called the courier guy from SF Express to pick up the package. However, when the courier saw the garbage bag in Lin Chen's hand, he said, Mr. Lin'll help you take the trash downstairs later. Where's the item you need to send? Lin Chen was taken aback. What trash? This is what I need to send. It's a mouse and keyboard set. Huh. The courier craned his neck for a look, and upon seeing it really was a mouse and keyboard, heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, the shipping fee is 8 yuan. 8 yuan. That's too expensive. I only make a few bucks on this mouse and keyboard set. Send it collect. Fortunately, PDD was already used to this and proactively paid the shipping fee. That evening, as soon as PDD started his stream, he took out the package. Guys, this is the mouse and keyboard set I bought from Brother Chen yesterday. It's arrived now, so let's unbox it together. With that, he took out scissors and cut open the outer SF Express bag, revealing the black garbage bag inside. He blinked a bit confused. Brother Chen, did you send the wrong package and mail me your household trash? But he sniffed it and found no odor, so he gritted his teeth and tore open the black garbage bag. Haha, it really is a mouse and keyboard. I knew my brother Chen wouldn't be that unreliable. But why does this mouse and keyboard look so ordinary? Seeing the actual mouse and keyboard, the live stream chat exploded. Haha, saucy pig, you definitely got scammed this time. This mouse and keyboard set probably costs less than 50 yuan. I doubt it's even worth 50. This mouse and keyboard don't even have a brand. Could they be salvaged from a scrapyard? Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he read that comment. The kid guessed pretty accurately, but he still had faith in the system, so he directly posted a comment. Just play a game and find out. PDD saw Lin Chen's message and nodded. Right, let's see if it's a horse or a mule by taking it for a spin. With that, he unplugged his own mouse and keyboard from the computer and plugged in the set Lin Chen had sent him. Now, aside from the monitor, both the tower and the mouse keyboard set were from Lin Chen. This pitch-black setup at first glance didn't look like it belonged to a game streamer. It looked more like an office worker's desk. Guys, today we're switching to the Korean server and see if we can run into Faker. However, PDD was secretly praying they wouldn't encounter Faker because this mouse and keyboard looked so ordinary, lacking any of the prestige that top-tier peripherals should have. But fate had other plans. In the first match, they were matched against Faker. PDD typed in the chat, Faker mid-lane solo. Faker on the other side saw it was PDD. Although he thought PDD's skill was average, he had heard that PDD was a very popular streamer with a huge fan base. After a moment's thought, Faker agreed. PDD had already planned his excuse. He chose mid-lane instead of top lane, because if he lost, he could claim he was unfamiliar with the role, making his defeat seem natural. Both chose high-skill champs. Faker picked Yasuo while PDD picked Zed. As soon as the match began, PDD felt something was off. Against Faker, he didn't miss a single minion, and even managed to chip away nearly half of Faker's health with small abilities. Just as both Zed and Yasuo reached level 6, at almost the same time Faker flashed forward with a point-blank Q, trying to knock PDD up, and then follow up with his ultimate. But PDD, in the instant Faker flashed, activated his ultimate. Zed's figure vanished, narrowly dodging Yasuo's Q and avoiding being chained by the ultimate. Meanwhile, Zed's ultimate landed on Yasuo. With no flash available, PDD took down Faker in a single combo. Watching Yasuo fall at Zed's feet, PDD didn't even have time to react. Until his phone buzzed with a message. He picked it up and saw it was from the Shy. Hey bro, where did you buy that computer setup? It's insane. It's like a perfect symbiosis between man and machine. Can you send me the link? PDD didn't reply directly to the Shy. Instead, he asked Lin Chen in the livestream. Brother Chen, what just happened? I feel like this mouse and keyboard are almost perfectly synchronized with my thoughts with zero delay. That's because this mouse and keyboard incorporate principles of neurology. From your streams over the past 2 days, I analyzed the neural reaction speed of your fingers and adjusted the key travel of the keyboard and the DPI of the mouse to the optimal parameters for you. PDD felt a shiver run down his spine. Brother Chen, please accept my deepest respect. I initially thought you were overcharging for this mouse and keyboard, but I was wrong. You get what you pay for, and you're absolutely a fair seller. I want to order custom sets like this for all my teammates on YM. 1 set for each of them. Ding. Detected that the seller has given a positive review for this manufacturer. The host will acquire the skill neuroscience proficiency. However, just as PDD was about to place this multi-million yuan order with Lin Chen's comment appeared. Don't place the order yet. I've just received a big order. Lin Chen was a bit stunned by the new order on his Taobao backend. Customer name Yushu Technology. Order content neural interaction robot. Order amount 10 million. PDD's eyes widened. Brother Chen, this is a big order of over 1 million for me, and the other party has even more than that. Yep, they placed an order for 10 million. Seeing Lin Chen's bullet comment, PD and the stream viewers were all stunned. 10 million. Brother Chen, you are the real tycoon, dealing in millions every minute. I was too presumptuous. In truth, Lin Chen himself was also baffled. Wasn't he running a computer assembly shop? Why would a tech company that builds robots place an order with him? Just then Wang Xingxing, the boss of Yushu Technology, sent a private message from the Taobao backend. Boss, are you there? Can you make a neural interactive robot? What functions are you looking to achieve? Actually, our company wants to create a massage robot that can perform various types of massage for clients. Shoulder and back massage, foot massage, thigh massage, and so on. But we have a problem. The robot can't adjust the pressure based on the client's actual physical condition. For example, male clients might need more force, while female clients prefer a gentler touch. Also, the same client's muscle relaxation state varies with different levels of fatigue. This problem has troubled us for a long time. Today, watching your stream, you said you customized the mouse and keyboard based on PDD's neural reaction speed. I feel that's exactly the direction we need to research. So I'm asking if you can build a prototype for us. Don't worry, I'll pay the patent fee at the highest market rate. Seeing Wang Xingxing's request, Lin Chen paused for 3 seconds, then replied decisively, "I'll take it." On the other side, Wang Xingxing, still working overtime in his office, was anything but calm upon seeing Lin Chen's reply. After all, they had already burned through several $100 million for this project. And once this technology became feasible, it wouldn't just be for massage. Its applications would be vast, even extending to various types of surgeries. Truly extraordinary significance. As for the 3 seconds Lin Chen had just spent thinking, he was mainly reviewing the material list provided by the system. Ding. Material list generated. Required materials: 1 latex mattress, 100 aluminum cans, 10 meters of rebar. He had aluminum cans and rebar in the backyard, but no latex mattress. Would he have to go out and collect one? That would be too slow, and he might not even find one. Lin Chen slowly turned his head toward his bed. Clenching his teeth, he decided to sacrifice his own mattress for the sake of 10 million. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen sat on his bed without a mattress, tossing all the required materials into the system space. Current progress 1. Estimated remaining time 13 hours of 59 minutes 59 seconds. He hadn't expected it to take this long. Yawning, Lin Chen went to sleep. The next day, he slept until the afternoon. He would have slept even longer if not for the system's prompt sounding in his mind. These past couple of days had been too exhausting making money. He needed a good sleep to replenish his energy. Ding. Neural interactive massage robot Ling Ling has been manufactured. Lin Chen stretched and took the massage robot out of the system space. Instantly, a stunningly beautiful lifelike robot with a curvaceous figure, fair skin, long hair, and a striking resemblance to Lin Zhiling appeared before him. Wow, this is too beautiful. System, is this massage robot proper? Ding. The robot manufactured by this system has a touch as real as a human's, but it possesses immense strength. It can break bricks with its bare hands. Host, would you like to give it a try? Ahem, I was just joking. Since I'm sore from sleeping, let me have a massage first. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the robot Ling Ling seemed to receive an instruction. Her eyes lit up, and she spoke. Master, what kind of massage would you like? Just give me a simple shoulder and back massage. Instruction received. Master, please have a seat. After Lin Chen sat down on the sofa, Ling Ling walked behind him and placed her hands on his shoulders. However, Lin Chen didn't feel the coldness of a machine. Instead, he felt a warm touch, just like a human's body temperature. After about 3 seconds, Ling Ling spoke again. Detection of master's shoulder muscle data complete. Customized massage mode has been generated. Would you like to start the massage? Start. Then Ling Ling's hands began to move, now gentle, now firm, making Lin Chen so comfortable he couldn't help but moan. Half an hour later, Lin Chen rolled his neck, feeling as if he had a brand new one. It was incredibly comfortable. He couldn't help but think, with a massage robot like this, all the massage shops outside except foot bath places would probably go out of business. But how was he supposed to deliver this beautiful robot to Wang Xingxing? It looked exactly like a real person. The courier from Shunfeng would probably be too scared to accept the order. Maybe he should buy a car. The 20000 from PDD was already in his account. A regular commuter car should be enough, preferably one that can haul some cargo, looks cool, is a new energy vehicle, and has a long range. Well, as anyone who has bought a car knows, that's how the budget gets inflated. After browsing for a while, he finally found a car that satisfied him in almost every aspect. Then he saw the price, 50000. Lin Chen's lips twitched, and a thought struck him. Hey, why not have the system build me a car? It might only cost a few hundred aluminum cans. That's right, aluminum cans had become Lin Chen's new unit of currency. Without further delay, Lin Chen immediately issued the request to the system. Ding. Host's request detected. Material list generated. Required materials: 1 security door, 5 meters of rebar, 80 aluminum cans. Lin Chen went to the backyard, gathered the materials, and tossed them all into the system space. Current progress 1. Estimated remaining time 3 hours, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Done. Lin Chen checked the time. It was 4 p.m. So the system would finish building the car tonight, and tomorrow he could drive to Yushu Technology at around 8 p.m. Lin Chen went to the backyard. Looking around and seeing it was pitch black, he took the car the system had built for him out of the system space. When I have money, I'll buy this piece of land and build a workshop, so I won't have to be so sneaky. Under the moonlight, a silver-white large SUV gleamed before him. Lin Chen couldn't help but open the door and sit inside. Ding. Host intelligent vehicle Ling E is at your service. This vehicle is a new energy SUV with a range of 10,000 kilometers. It features solar charging, wireless charging, fully automated smart driving, and full automatic safety protection. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Wasn't this his dream car? With a dream car like this, who needed sleep? He would set off right now. Maybe he could even make it to the West Lake for breakfast. He placed Ling Ling in the back seat, fastened her seat bezeled expression. Lei Busi nodded to his secretary, who Lin Chen entered the address of Yushu Technology into the car, and then he heard a prompt sound. Navigation address confirmed a total of 180 kilometers. Would you like to enable autopilot? Enable. Then 01 completely took over the steering wheel. At first, Lin Chen was a bit uneasy gripping the steering wheel tightly. After all, he was in the outskirts of Magic City, and there was even a stretch of muddy road to the city center. But when he noticed that 01 navigated through the muddy road without any deviation and even reminded him about the uneven road ahead, cautioning him about the bumps, he then completely relaxed, reclined his seat, and began to sleep. As expected, a system product is indeed of high quality. At midnight, there were few vehicles at the highway entrance. The duty officer was dozing off, yawning, when suddenly a silver-white SUV rushed towards him, slowing down as it approached the highway entrance, and after a beep from the ETC lane, it sped away. However, the toll collector was startled awake, as she had not seen anyone in the driver's seat of that vehicle. As a highway toll station worker, she had seen all kinds of vehicles, including gasoline and electric cars, but she had never seen a car pass through the toll station without a driver. It seemed there was only a woman sitting in the back seat, her face pale and expressionless. Could this be a hearse? That night no one knew how she managed to get through, but from then on, every time she worked the night shift, she had to wear a black donkey hoof. Lin Chen, however, was completely unaware of this. When he woke up, 01 had already stopped in front of the Yushu Technology building. Looking at the time, it was already 9 o'clock, and he dialed Wang Xingxing's number. "Manager Wang, are you at the company today? I'm here to deliver goods." Upon entering the office, Wang Xingxing was pleasantly surprised to hear Lin Chen's voice. "So soon? Where are you?" "I'm right downstairs at your company." "Great, I'll be right down." When Wang Xingxing arrived downstairs, he saw Lin Chen standing at the company entrance with a beautiful woman. "Hello, Lin Chen and Wang Xingxing. Who is this beautiful lady?" Lin Chen smiled and looked at Ling Ling. "Ling Ling, please introduce yourself to Manager Wang." "Hello, Manager Wang, my name is Ling Ling. I am a neural interaction massage robot." Wang Xingxing's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. His company specializes in robotics and is one of the top robotics firms in the country, but he had never seen such a realistic robot before. He couldn't help but circle around Ling Ling, then sighed. "I, Wang Xingxing, pride myself as the top person in robotics in the country, but I never expected this was just me sitting in a well looking at the sky. Today, seeing your masterpiece, Lin Chen, I finally understand what it means that there are always greater talents and skies beyond skies." Lin Chen smiled. "Manager Wang, why don't we find a place upstairs to experience the massage function? I believe you will gain even more from it." "Sure. This way, please." Wang Xingxing led Lin Chen and Ling Ling to his office. Ling Ling, give Manager Wang a shoulder massage. "Received, master." Wang Xingxing was already eager and quickly sat down on the nearby sofa. Ling Ling walked behind Wang Xingxing and placed her hands on his shoulders. "Oh, Lin Chen, Ling Ling's hands are actually warm. How did you do that?" Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. He knew that he needed this client's positive feedback before the system would grant him the relevant skills and knowledge. "Manager Wang, please enjoy the experience. If there are any issues, we can discuss them after our transaction is completed." "Oh right, I was being presumptuous." Wang Xingxing also realized that this was not the time for academic exchanges. They were conducting business, and these were the core selling points of Lin Chen's products. Lin Chen may not know what professional massage is, but a business mogul like Wang Xingxing had frequented top massage venues where many deals were struck. Thus he knew very well what constituted a professional massage. The level of massage displayed by Ling Ling, in Wang Xingxing's opinion, was even more professional and comfortable than those at the very best massage parlors. Furthermore, although Ling Ling was a robot, the sensation she provided was not cold like a machine, but rather felt like a real person with flesh and blood. So comfortable, so soothing. "Lin Chen, I am extremely satisfied with this robot. A great review. I must give you a 5-star rating." Wang Xingxing wasted no time and directly took out his phone, opened Taobao, confirmed the delivery, and gave the order a 5-star rating. Ding. Detected that the seller has given a positive review for this manufacturer. The host will gain the skills of expertise in robot manufacturing and expertise in artificial intelligence manufacturing. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It was no wonder this was a multi-million-dollar order, as it granted him 2 skills at once. A flood of knowledge instantly rushed into Lin Chen's mind, allowing him to fully understand how Ling Ling was manufactured. If he were given the materials now, he could immediately craft one by hand. Of course, the materials he needed for handcrafting were not like the systems, which only required scraps, but rather genuine materials. Then Wang Xingxing stood up from the sofa and extended his hand to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, I am now officially inviting you to be our company's special technical consultant with an annual salary of 10 million plus stock options." I must say Wang Xingxing's offer was very tempting. Had it been the Lin Chen of the past, he would have accepted without hesitation. But now all he wanted to say was 10 million. Is that a lot? Isn't that just for one order? So he refused without a second thought. "Manager Wang, there's no need for the technical consultant role, but if you encounter any technical issues, I can provide some answers for you, though it will be at a cost." "Haha, of course, knowledge is wealth. I, Wang Xingxing, am not the kind of person who takes advantage without paying. But do you have a user manual for Ling Ling? You know, the one that includes Ling Ling's underlying code?" Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Really? This is what you call not taking advantage?" "I don't have one." 5 million. "I really don't have one." 10 million. How about I just dictate it to you?" "No problem." Next, Lin Chen was dragged by Wang Xingxing and gave a lecture to all employees at Yushu Technology for the entire morning. After lunch, Wang Xingxing wanted to drag Lin Chen back to continue the lecture, but Lin Chen ran away without a second thought. This was a loss. A huge loss. Wasting an entire morning to earn 10 million, I could be making millions every minute. Wang Xingxing, do you know how much I lost this morning? Fortunately, Wang Xingxing still had a bit of conscience. He quickly brought out a patent license certificate and chased after Lin Chen. It stated that Yushu Technology would pay Lin Chen a patent fee of 20 million every year for using his patented technology. This made Lin Chen feel a bit better. After all, he liked to sleep in the mornings, and waking up early once in a while didn't seem too bad. Furthermore, driving was not tiring. 01 was indeed impressive. He had slept, and by the time he woke up, he was already home. Ding. Detected that the host has given a positive review for this manufacturer. The host will gain the skills of expertise in automotive manufacturing and expertise in battery technology manufacturing. After returning to Moto, Lin Chen contacted a construction company to renovate his backyard. He transformed the originally open-air courtyard into an industrial workshop, ensuring future projects would remain shielded from prying eyes. Immediately after signing the contract with the construction firm, Lin Chen sat down to rest and idly scrolled through Douyin on his phone, only to freeze in astonishment. Wait, this is my car. How was it filmed? On his screen played a video of Ling Yi cruising along the expressway. The caption read, "Has autonomous driving truly reached the point where no human driver is needed?" At the time, Lin Chen had fully reclined the driver's seat to sleep, so from adjacent vehicles' perspectives no occupant was visible inside, making it appear as though the car were driving itself. Clearly the footage had been shot that very afternoon on the expressway, and had already surged onto Douyin's trending list. Moments later, a knock sounded at Lin Chen's front door. Who is it? Rising from the sofa, Lin Chen opened the door to find two uniformed officers standing there. Mr. Lin Chen, hello. You are suspected of violating safe driving regulations. Pursuant to Article 62 of the Implementation Regulations of the Road Traffic Safety Law, you are hereby fined 200 yuan and assessed 3 penalty points. Lin Chen blinked in surprise, but complied instantly. After all, he prided himself on being a model citizen. This was entirely the system's fault. System error. Yet less than 10 minutes after the officers departed, Lin Chen found himself trending again. In response to recent online reports of unlawful use of autonomous driving technology, relevant authorities in Motor City have conducted a covert investigation and identified the violator, issuing lawful penalties accordingly. The Motor City 3rd District Traffic Commission reminds all drivers, countless roads stretch before you, but safety comes first. Drive recklessly, and your loved ones will weep tears of sorrow. Scene of penalty. JPG vehicle photo. JPG, naturally Lin Chen himself remained obscured behind the officers, a standard procedural record. Ling Yi, however, appeared in pristine high-resolution clarity, unblurred, unobscured. Scrolling through the comments beyond the likes, nearly half praised the vehicle's striking design. Wow, this car is absolutely stunning. Why have I never seen it on the market? It's not commercially available. I just tried reverse image search and found nothing. Likely a bespoke commission. Cyberpunk off-roader, capable of full autonomy. Domestic automakers take notes and get moving. Lin Chen even spotted a comment from Wang Xingxing, the unmistakable show-off. Haha, I saw this car this morning. It belongs to my friend. For premium robotics, trust Yushu Technology. Wang Xingxing's comment rocketed to the top of the thread, amassing over 1,000 likes within seconds, though he had no time to savor it. His phone had not stopped ringing. Hello, this is Wang Xingxing. Mr. Li of Future Motors. A pleasure. Yes, I'll ask him right away. Hello, Mr. He of Xiaoping Motors. Hello, Mr. Li of Lixiang Motors. Within minutes, Wang Xingxing received calls from the CEOs of China's 3 leading new energy automakers. But Lin Chen was Yushu Technology's ace in the hole. How could he be lured away by these 3 charlatans to build cars? Cars held no future, robots did. Besides, apart from their silver tongues, what technical prowess did they possess? All stemmed from Tesla's open source code. They merely slapped on sofas, televisions, and refrigerators, and dared charge double. Still, for the sake of face, Wang Xingxing resolved to consult Lin Chen, asking whether he'd consider collaboration. Just as he reached for his phone, an unexpected call came through. Hello, this is Wang Xingxing. Mr. Lei of Xiaomi Mobile. An honor to meet you. Hello, Mr. Wang. Apologies for the intrusion. I urgently need to speak with Lin Chen. Might I kindly request his contact information? You're looking for Lin Chen, but to my knowledge he has no background in smartphone development. No, we at Xiaomi are entering the automotive sector, new energy vehicles. Huh. Wang Xingxing froze. A smartphone maker branching into refrigerators, TVs, and washing machines. That's one thing. But now cars too. Is automobile manufacturing truly that simple? Didn't those 3 firms purchase Teslas outright and spend years dissecting them before launching their own models? Yet truth be told, if it were Lin Chen, perhaps anything was possible. When Wang Xingxing called him and recounted everything, Lin Chen too stood speechless. He never imagined the legendary Lei Jun would cross into automotive manufacturing. Mr. Lei, with funds like yours, why not invest in real estate instead? I'm still waiting for young people's first home. Lin Chen, please consider your options, and let me know whom you'd like to partner with. I'll relay your decision. After all, business runs on reputation. There's no avoiding it. I'd like to partner with Lei Jun. Lei Jun. This time Wang Xingxing was stunned. Those three are already industry pioneers. Why bypass them for Lei Jun? Lin Chen smiled. You just said it. They're already pioneers. If I were to dismantle their entire legacy and redesign the vehicle from scratch, do you think they'd consent? Wang Xingxing paused. Indeed, even if they agreed, their loyal customers certainly wouldn't. With the same operating system, legacy owners could upgrade their infotainment units, but a wholly new architecture would render every previously sold vehicle obsolete. Lei Jun's blank slate, once a disadvantage, had become his decisive advantage. After hanging up, Wang Xingxing messaged Lei Jun and forwarded Lin Chen's number. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was casually chatting in PDD's livestream room. Brother Chen, have you finished that $1 million order yet? Got time for mine? Lin Chen was about to reply when his phone rang. Gotta take this call first. PDD suddenly sensed impending doom and wailed to his viewers, brothers, Brother Chen's about to ditch me. That call's definitely from some seductive vixen outside. Wah. Lin Chen had already guessed who was calling, yet hadn't expected it so soon. Hello, Mr. Lei, I'm Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen, I'm Lei Jun. I'd like to invite you to join Xiaomi Technology as head of our automotive division, an annual salary of 30 million yuan plus equity incentives. Are you interested? Lin Chen gasped in surprise. It was no wonder that Lei Bus, who once had only 4 billion in his pockets during his most impoverished times, received such treatment. However, he still chose to decline. Mr. Lei, I must refuse. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lei Bus became anxious. Mr. Lin Chen, if you feel the conditions are inadequate, we can discuss it further. I am truly sincere. Mr. Lei, the education I received since childhood has taught me that working for others is not an option. I can never work for anyone in this lifetime. However, we could adopt a collaboration method similar to that of Yushu Technology. I can provide you with a sample vehicle, and you can replicate it yourselves, then pay me an annual patent usage fee. Lei Jun sighed. It was just as he had heard from Wang Xingxing that Lin Chen had rejected him, which is why he raised the annual salary to 30 million, but he did not expect Lin Chen to still refuse. However, the collaboration method suggested by Lin Chen was also acceptable to him, far better than what those three companies were doing. Although those three companies were happily copying Tesla at present. But what if one day Tesla achieved a significant breakthrough and suddenly stopped open sourcing? Wouldn't they be caught off guard? Relying solely on their own research would take far too long. Thus, using Lin Chen's vehicle as a blueprint for their own development was currently the best option. It would also allow them to ride the wave of popularity and build recognition for Xiaomi Automobile before it even... Alright, but Mr. Lin Chen, I have one more request. Would you be able to come here to build the car on site? Rest assured you can use our personnel freely, and we will provide all the materials. This? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Although he could build it himself now at his place, he only needed to throw the materials to the system, and it would only take 4 hours, saving both time and effort. But if he were to build the vehicle at Xiaomi, he would have to do everything himself, which would likely take at least a week. Mr. Lin Chen, I know this is a bit of a burden for you. How about this, a completed product for 50 million and a daily travel expense of 2 million? What do you think? Cough cough, Mr. Lei, you are being too polite. Since you put it that way, I suppose I cannot refuse. I will come over tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Lin Chen noticed PDD was still waiting for his reply, and he felt a bit embarrassed as he sent a message in the chat. Teacher Piao, I will need to go on a business trip soon, so I might not be able to take your order. Brother Chen, why are you going on a business trip again? Is this another order worth 10 million? No, this time it's 50 million. PDD. Lei Bus quickly sent over an address, and when Lin Chen looked, it was actually in Modu, likely one of Xiaomi's research and development centers. Early the next morning, Lin Chen drove to the Xiaomi RD center, where he was personally greeted by Lei Bus. Mr. Lin Chen, hello. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Mr. Lei, you are too polite. Compared to someone like you, a billionaire and winner of life, I have no advantages except for being a bit more handsome. Lei Bus twitched his lips. It was indeed shameless people who succeeded. Cough cough then, Mr. Lin Chen, shall we begin directly? Lin Chen nodded and followed Lei Bus into the Xiaomi RD center. Lei Bus showed Lin Chen around, and Lin Chen found that the equipment here was very complete. It seemed Lei Bus' intention to build cars was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but had been planned well in advance. Mr. Lin Chen, is there any equipment you feel is lacking? If so, I will have someone buy it immediately. Furthermore, these are all senior automotive engineers recruited by Xiaomi. If you need any assistance, just call on them. Lin Chen nodded, but he could clearly see the disdain in these people's eyes. After Lei Bus left, the group completely ignored Lin Chen and returned to their respective positions. Lin Chen thought this was normal. After all, these individuals were at least graduates from 985 universities, many of whom were PhDs, naturally feeling entitled to look down on others. Moreover, they had been deeply involved in the automotive industry for many years, and now suddenly hearing that an internet celebrity was coming to teach them how to build cars would make anyone uncomfortable. Lin Chen understood Lei Bus' intention. He wanted him to teach these people as well. However, the current situation was that they were not eager to learn from him. Nevertheless, Lin Chen didn't mind. He was here to make money, not to be a teacher. Besides, he was a man with a system, and it was always only he who looked down on others. He shrugged and began to busily work on his own. The system rewarded him with mastery of automotive manufacturing and mastery of battery technology, making it nothing difficult for him to produce a zero. In fact, the two core aspects of new energy vehicles are first the battery, how to enable a smaller battery to store more energy. Second, intelligent driving, how to make the car run more safely and quickly by itself. 3 days later, Lin Chen had already constructed the basic framework of the vehicle. Using the system's reward of mastery of battery technology, he redesigned the distribution logic of the battery. He directly elevated the current mainstream range of around 500 kilometers for new energy vehicles to an epoch-making 1,000 kilometers. However, those senior engineers at the Xiaomi R&D Center didn't even bother to come and learn, let alone just take a glance. While designing the intelligent driving program, he suddenly felt that the original 01 was not intelligent enough and could be further enhanced by incorporating artificial intelligence technology. Without hesitation, over the next 5 days, Lin Chen continuously redesigned the intelligent driving program. During this time, Lei Bus visited several times, noticing Lin Chen always sitting in front of the computer, slightly frowning. Others nearby saw Lei Bus' expression and hurriedly reported, "Mr. Lei, I see that Lin Chen is just a fraud. He only built a shell of a car and then left it unattended." "Yes, Mr. Lei, don't be deceived by him. If he misleads the direction of our entire project, the losses will be huge." Lei Bus' frown deepened as he looked at Lin Chen's back in the office before he stepped forward. Just when everyone thought he was going to question Lin Chen, the first thing Lei Bus said astonished the group behind him. "Mr. Lin Chen, it's already past mealtime. Why haven't you gone to eat? You can't neglect your meals while doing research." Lin Chen looked up and saw it was Lei Bus smiling as he responded. "Mr. Lei, what brings you here?" "I happened to pass by, so I came to take a look." "Mr. Lin Chen, although I am quite anxious, I can spare the time for a meal. Please take care of your health." Lin Chen waved his hand. "You arrived just in time. I've just completed the intelligent driving system I was researching. Let's go test it out together." Lei Bus' eyes lit up. New research. Indeed, it's even more intelligent than the previous version. As he spoke, Lin Chen clicked the transfer button on his computer, remotely transferring the intelligent driving system to the new car he had manufactured. Then a gentle mechanical female voice emanated from the external speaker of the vehicle at the R&D Center. "Hello, welcome to Xiaomi Automobile. I am 02. How may I assist you?" Lin Chen opened the car door and gestured for Lei Busi to get in. The person beside Lei Busi quickly warned, "President Lei, this car hasn't been inspected yet. There might be risks." "Yes, President Lei. Safety first." Lin Chen did not argue at all, but quietly observed Lei Busi's reaction. Lei Busi waved his hand and said, "I trust Mr. Lin Chen. Besides, with Mr. Lin Chen driving himself, what could go wrong?" After saying that, he unhesitatingly sat in the passenger seat. Lin Chen smiled and got into the car as well. This Lei Busi is a good man, bold and decisive. After fastening his seatbelt, Lin Chen directly said, 02, take me to the nearest KFC. I'm starving. Okay, route automatically planned. Departing now. Then Lei Busi felt the Xiaomi Auto beneath him slowly start moving, driving out of the R&D Center, then gradually speeding up, even pulling off a drift at the corner. Cold sweat broke out on Lei Busi's forehead. He tightly gripped the overhead handle, suddenly feeling that he had been a bit overconfident. But when he turned his head, he saw Lin Chen on his phone using various KFC coupons to combine orders. Lei Busi's mouth twitched. "I'm giving you 2 million per day as travel allowance. Can you stop fussing over such small change? Is my life not worth more than that egg tart?" In less than 10 minutes, the Xiaomi Auto stopped at the entrance of a nearby KFC. Lin Chen went and picked up the packed meal and knocked on the passenger window. "President Lei, could you drive on the way back? I want to eat a burger first." "Of course, no problem." After the initial nervousness, Lei Busi was now completely impressed by the car's autonomous driving. From the Xiaomi R&D Center to this KFC, the car not only automatically accelerated, turned, and overtook, but also stopped at traffic lights, avoided pedestrians, and constantly adjusted the optimal route. Throughout the entire ride, Lei Busi never saw Lin Chen's hands on the steering wheel. He had long wanted to try it himself. However, when he sat in the driver's seat, he spoke with anticipation. 02, take us back to the Xiaomi R&D Center. Okay, route automatically planned. Please place both hands on the steering wheel and fasten your seatbelt. The 3rd District Traffic Commission of Motor City reminds you, among thousands of road safety, is the first. If you drive improperly, your loved ones will shed tears. Lei Busi was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Wait, didn't Lin Chen just not put his hands on the steering wheel?" "Sorry, this question involves user privacy and cannot be answered." Lei Busi looked at Lin Chen, who was eating a burger. Lin Chen swallowed the bite and said, "Oh, because I gave myself super administrator privileges. But President Lei, I can't give this permission to you. After all, we must abide by the law, right?" Lei Busi's mouth twitched. "Good heavens, you talk about obeying the law, but secretly you gave yourself super admin privileges. What are you, an outlaw?" Nevertheless, he obediently placed his hands on the steering wheel. After all, if he were to be exposed online by the police like Lin Chen, how embarrassing would that be? Doesn't he Lei Busi care about his reputation? Fortunately, apart from this regulation, there was no difference in other aspects. Since Xiaomi decided to build cars, Lei Busi had experienced the autonomous driving of all electric cars worldwide, and none could compare to this one. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. A smirk curled on his lips as a brilliant marketing plan appeared in his mind. When he drove the car back to the Xiaomi RD Center, he was amazed to find that the battery level was still 100%. Although that KFC wasn't far away, the round trip was still a dozen kilometers. It should have consumed at least a few percent of the battery, right? Could the battery display be fake? Lin Chen, is the battery indicator broken? Why hasn't it changed after a round trip? Lin Chen operated on the screen, then pointed at the data, and explained to Lei Busi. President Lei, look. This round trip was a total of 16 kilometers. Here it shows the remaining range is 9,984 kilometers. With rounding, it still displays as 100. Oh, I see. Wait, how much did you say the remaining range is, eh? Lei Busi suddenly realized, staring at the number 9,984 on the screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's like this: I redesigned the battery logic so that batteries of the same volume can store more charge. Therefore, this car's range can reach 10,000 kilometers. Lei Busi could hardly believe his ears. He had thought the car's autonomous driving was already king compared to others, but it turned out the battery was the real trump card. With this range capability, even if the car's assisted driving were a moron, he was confident he could sell it like hotcakes. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, you're truly a genius. How about this? I'll give you 10% of Xiaomi Auto shares, and you come to be our chief designer at Xiaomi Auto. How about that? If you think 10% is too little, 20% is also fine. Lei Busi now had only one thought: he must tie Lin Chen to his own ship, not let him wander outside. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. So outrageously wealthy, President Lei. Throwing money at me like this really makes me tempted. But President Lei, my ambitions lie elsewhere. Rest assured, I won't license the patent to your competitors at the same time. Alright, since the car is built for you, I'll leave the rest to you. They'll be going now. Lei Busi nodded while inwardly marveling that Lin Chen was truly a man devoted to research who regarded money as dirt. He had invested a full 200 billion in Xiaomi Auto. 20% of the shares would be 400 billion. Lin Chen, how much? You said how much? President Lei, I spoke too fast just now. Maybe you could ask again. Lei Busi personally escorted Lin Chen outside and watched as Lin Chen drove the 01 out of the Xiaomi RD Center. Turning around, he resumed the aura of a $100 billion tycoon. Hold a Xiaomi Cup new energy vehicle competition. Find professional racers to drive various brands of new energy vehicles and compete against our Xiaomi Auto. The secretary was recording Lei Busi's requirements while asking, President Lei, should we rig the championship for Xiaomi Auto? Lei Busi shook his head. No need. I believe this car can definitely win first place on its own merits. By the way, let the senior engineers start designing the production line. When the time comes, our Xiaomi Auto will definitely sell like hotcakes. However, half an hour later, Lei Busi was scowling at the group of senior engineers he had hired with high salaries. You say you learned nothing? You don't even know how Lin Chen built the car. Then what have you been doing all these days? Scrolling through Douyin. The senior engineers were all silent as cicadas in cold weather until the engineer who had previously complained gathered his courage and said, President Lei, it's not entirely our fault. If we didn't ask, Lin Chen wouldn't actively teach us. President Lei, you paid him to teach us. Lei Busi was so infuriated that he let out a bitter laugh. He had hired Lin Chen at a daily wage of 2 million yuan to build cars on-site precisely to accelerate the project's launch. Yet these people actually expected Lin Chen to come to them eagerly and teach them. How could they be so shameless? Ha ha ha, fine. I've truly recruited a fine batch of employees. Secretary, fire all those who led the complaints and mocked Mr. Lin Chen. Remember, it's dismissal, not voluntary resignation. In addition, all HR personnel of Xiaomi Group must undergo thorough retraining. If they ever recruit such trash again, they can pack their bags too. The senior engineers panicked upon hearing this. Dismissal would be recorded in their files. For talents of their caliber, any new company would conduct a background check. If they heard the word dismissal, they could forget about securing a new job. Mr. Lei, on what grounds? We haven't committed any mistake. How can you fire us? No mistake. Do you have any idea how much damage your attitude has caused to the entire project? How much project progress has been delayed? Before Lin Chen arrived, I had already burned through hundreds of millions in RD funds. And what have you produced? Now Lin Chen has demonstrated the solution right before your eyes, yet you can't even copy it. Instead, you ask why he didn't just do it for you. I'm asking you now, how many more hundreds of millions must I burn before you can thoroughly study the car Lin Chen built? The secretary beside him shrank his neck. Lei Busi was renowned in the industry for his good temper. It was indeed rare to see him so enraged. The senior engineers were rendered speechless. Although Lin Chen had built the car in just 8 days, if they were to do it, even the battery technology Lin Chen designed would take them 8 years to fully comprehend. Lei Busi snorted coldly and turned to leave. The secretary quickly followed and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lei, should we still hold the Xiaomi Cup? Lei Busi pondered for a moment, and replied, "Hold it. Xiaomi Auto is already lagging behind other car companies. If we delay any further, the market will be snatched away. Then what's the point? We'll use the car Lin Chen built to compete. As for manufacturing, I'll ask Lin Chen for help again." The news that Xiaomi would host the Xiaomi Cup new energy vehicle competition soon exploded across the internet, with an open invitation to all major car manufacturers to participate. Of course, to ensure the best viewing experience for the audience, if certain car companies chose not to participate, Xiaomi would proactively purchase their latest model from their showroom and arrange a professional racing driver to compete. It instantly captured the attention of countless netizens and domestic new energy car companies. Especially the car companies, they wanted to curse. Wasn't this forcing them to join? If they didn't participate, Xiaomi would buy its own car, hire its own driver, and the final result would be entirely dictated by Xiaomi. It must be said that in marketing, Lei Busi was truly the invincible East, never defeated on this eastern land. Meanwhile, after driving the Lingyi back home, Lin Chen looked at the completed industrial factory and suddenly felt a wave of disdain. Having witnessed Xiaomi's high-tech R&D center, this crude steel-and factory was indeed beneath his notice. "I'll forget it. Let's make do for now. The backyard is too small. I'll find an opportunity to buy the empty lot next door and build a bigger one." Just then a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "I happen to know the deputy director of the Modu Land Bureau. Do you need me to inquire for you?" Lin Chen turned around in surprise. "Mr. Lei, didn't we just part ways? Why are you looking for me again? Is there a problem with the car?" Lei Busi sighed. "The car is fine. It's the people that are the problem. Lin Chen, I'm truly sorry. It was my oversight to hire such a group of over-ambitious people, causing you to work for nothing." Lin Chen knew exactly what he was referring to and smiled. "Mr. Lei, it's not their fault for misunderstanding. Usually the better a researcher is, the less hair they have, right? How many young and handsome ones like me are there?" Lei Busi's mouth twitched, but he had long witnessed Lin Chen's shamelessness and was used to it. Lin Chen, could you please demonstrate it for them again?" "No, Mr. Lei. What do you mean? Is your Xiaomi Auto built by hand? I can't just build one car after another." Lei Busi thought for a moment and said, "How about this, Lin Chen? I'll help you secure the land behind, and you build another car for me." Lin Chen looked astonished. "Mr. Lei, your true identity is actually Doraemon, isn't it?" And so Lin Chen, who had just returned home and hadn't even sat down, followed Lei Busi back to the Xiaomi R&D center. "How about this, Lin Chen? I'll help you secure the land behind, and you build another car for me." Some were taking notes with notebooks, some were filming with phones, and one guy even carried a professional camera, saying that Lei Busi had arranged it to shoot a documentary about Xiaomi Auto's development. 3 days later, the Xiaomi Cup new energy vehicle competition commenced at Bayanbuluk. Xiaomi Auto's official Douyin account streamed the entire event, and millions of netizens flooded into the live stream. Also in the live stream were the bosses of well-known domestic car companies. While netizens were just enjoying the spectacle, they were secretly astounded by the skyrocketing follower count of Xiaomi Auto's Douyin account. Xiaomi Auto hadn't sold a single car, and people didn't even know what it looked like, yet its official Douyin account already had millions of followers. This was far more effective than their own annual advertising campaigns, costing millions. The Bayanbuluk track is 100 kilometers long with 146 turns, described as a devil's track hugging the cliffs with extremely treacherous conditions. Such road conditions demand constant vigilance, not just from an ordinary driver, but even from a professional racing driver. A beautiful hostess in a racing babe miniskirt with a hot figure appeared on the live stream. "Dear viewers in the live room, welcome to the Xiaomi Cup new energy vehicle competition. The teams participating in this competition include Tesla team, Weilai team, Xiaoping team, Lixiang team, and our host Xiaomi team. Here I want to highlight one point in this competition: the racing drivers of each team are all national A-level racing drivers, exceptionally professional. However, there is only one exception: our Xiaomi team, because the driver of our Xiaomi team is none other than our boss Lei Busi." As soon as the hostess said that, the live stream's bullet comments erupted. "What? On such a dangerous track, Mr. Lei dares to drive? Sigh. Mr. Lei, you are truly brave. Bayanbuluk, countless professional drivers have accidents there every year. I wonder if Mr. Lei has made his will. If not, I can give you my contact info. The greatest tragedy in life is to die with money unspent. Mr. Lei, I'm willing to help you make up for that regret." At this moment, Lei Bus could not see the barrage. He simply waved to the audience in the live stream as the camera swept past him. However, the sweat on his palms betrayed his nervous heart. Although he had previously arranged for someone to race this car built by Lin Chen on this track. But the most thrilling aspect of the race lies in its unpredictability. Sometimes a mistake from another racer, a drop of rain from the sky, or even a stray stone on the road could lead to tragedy. This is Bayanbuluk, where a speeding car losing control could mean plunging both the driver and vehicle off a cliff. Lei Bus took a deep breath and his gaze began to firm. What's there to be afraid of? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If they win this round, Xiaomi Automobile could instantly gain notoriety, rising to the ranks of first-tier new energy brands both domestically and internationally. Lei Bus donned his safety helmet and settled into the car, while a staff member set up a high-definition action camera next to his driver's seat. The sultry female host, seeing that all the drivers were ready, passionately announced. Friends in the live stream, all our drivers are now in position. Next, let's start the countdown together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. As the female host's voice fell, all the vehicles shot forward at lightning speed. Alright, let's take a look at the starting speed comparison of each team. In first place is Tesla, currently leading. Second is Xiaopeng. And in last place is a Xiaomi automobile. The female host's voice held a hint of awkwardness. How did the financial backer end up in last place? Lazone, why are you participating in the race yourself instead of just organizing it? Although you are a genius, racing is not your forte. Sai, it seems Lazone's marketing strategy is about to crash. It would be hilarious if Xiaomi automobile finished last. Wait, look. Xiaomi automobile is accelerating. It is quickly closing the gap with the second-to-last Neza automobile. Seeing this barrage, the chat momentarily paused, and everyone's gaze turned to the dots representing each car on the screen. The once last-placed Xiaomi automobile was rapidly narrowing the distance to the Neza automobile, seemingly about to catch up, but ahead lay the first curve of the Bambuluk track. It is well known that the biggest technical difference between racers and ordinary drivers lies in their cornering skills. On straight roads, what technique is needed other than flooring the accelerator? However, how to minimize vehicle speed while cornering, how to choose the entry angle, when to drift, and at what angle to drift, are all tests of a racer's skill. Just as everyone thought Neza automobile would once again extend the gap from Xiaomi automobile, an unexpected scene unfolded. As Xiaomi automobile entered the curve, it directly hugged the innermost path of the curve, and then everyone saw the left front wheel of Xiaomi automobile suddenly drop off the road. As the crowd felt that Lei Bus racing skills were indeed inadequate and his cornering technique was poor, Xiaomi automobile unexpectedly utilized the resistance from the left front wheel stuck on the edge of the road to execute a dramatic tailslide drift, spinning the entire car almost 180 degrees before shooting off again. The next curve was no different, and at that moment the driver of Neza automobile was already stunned into silence, his Dow heart shattered as he crashed into the roadside wall. The online viewers in the live stream were no better off. Did I just see that correctly? Was that drift just now done by Lazone? Lazone, please forgive me for speaking so loudly earlier. You are not only a business genius, but also a racing genius. Brothers, have you ever heard of a technique called the drainage ditch cornering? I can't believe it, it's like Takumi Fujiwara. Soon, with superb cornering skills, Xiaomi automobile overtook one racer after another, and halfway through the race, it finally caught up to Tesla in first place. The two cars were neck and neck, competing fiercely. Just as they approached the last two curves before the finish line, an unexpected scene occurred. As they were about to enter the second-to-last curve, the previously speeding Xiaomi automobile suddenly began to slow down, eventually coming to a stop by the roadside. What's going on? Has Xiaomi automobile broken down? What a shame, there are only two curves left. It could have potentially clinched first place. This was our domestic new energy vehicle's first chance to defeat Tesla directly. How did it come to this in the end? Just when everyone thought Xiaomi automobile had stopped, due to a malfunction, suddenly Lei Bus voice rang out in the live stream. Staff, prepare an ambulance immediately. Prepare an ambulance right now. The staff hurriedly arranged for the ambulance to set out, while continuing communication with Lei Bus. Lazone, please tell us what's wrong. The ambulance will arrive shortly, please hold on a moment. It's not me, but it's the Tesla in front. Before Lei Bus could finish speaking, the staff saw the footage transmitted back by the drone showing Tesla currently in first place, suddenly experiencing a blowout on its right rear tire, losing control at high speed. Fortunately, the driver with exceptional reflexes jerked the steering wheel, directing the car towards the mountainside. Then Tesla crashed violently into the mountain wall, but due to the excessive speed the car still flew up, and then crashed down, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Although the car was severely damaged, the driver of the Tesla should still be alive. At that moment, the driver still inside the Tesla hurriedly scrambled out using hands and feet, then dashed wildly towards the nearby open space. Just as everyone was puzzled, one after another Xiaopeng automobile, Future automobile, and Li Xiang automobile crashed into the fallen Tesla in the middle of the road. In an instant, the scene became chaotic, with debris from wrecked cars littering the road. Fortunately, Lei Bus had already called for an ambulance, and shortly after the chain crash occurred, the ambulance arrived on the scene, rescuing each racer from their vehicles. Thus, the highly anticipated Xiaomi Cup New Energy Vehicle race concluded with such a spectacular outcome, almost all vehicles totaled. In the end, Xiaomi automobile slowly crossed the finish line, becoming the only car to complete the race, thus claiming the championship. During the post-race interview, a reporter asked the question everyone was curious about. Lazone, how did you know in advance that Tesla would have a blowout? Lei Bus pointed to his Xiaomi automobile. It was not I who discovered it, it was the car that sensed it. The reporter looked at the Xiaomi car parked nearby with a puzzled expression. Lei Busi nodded to his secretary, who then walked over amidst the curious gazes of the crowd and retrieved a sports camera from inside the car. Lei Busi spoke again. This is the video recording from my recent driving experience. I invite all the reporters and friends in the live stream to enjoy it together. At the same time, starting now, any netizen who stays online in our Xiaomi live stream for 10 minutes will be eligible to participate in our live draw. The prize is a Xiaomi car. We welcome everyone to join the draw. As soon as Lei Busi said this, the live stream exploded with excitement. Originally, those who were secretly watching the live stream during work were about to exit, but upon hearing Lei Busi's words, they instantly forgot about their bosses. What a joke. Lei Busi is giving away a Xiaomi car. Can my boss do that? Moreover, to increase their chances of winning, smart netizens began calling their relatives and friends to join the live stream. In no time, the number of viewers in the Xiaomi live stream soared to 20 million. Meanwhile, at the Bainbu Luku site, the footage recorded by the sports camera was transmitted to the large screen behind the podium via computer, capturing everyone's attention. The video began with Lei Busi sitting in the Xiaomi car. He turned to glance at the sports camera and smiled. Dear viewers, you should soon see this video. To be honest, I am quite nervous right now. My palms are sweaty. Just when everyone thought Lei Busi was merely joking, the next scene left them dumbfounded. Lei Busi took off his racing gloves and showed the camera his sweaty palms. Although the race had already ended, the live stream audience couldn't help but feel anxious for Lei Busi. Mr. Lei, the race is about to start. Oh, why are you taking off your gloves? Yes. If you don't put them back on in time, won't you be at a disadvantage right from the start? No way, Mr. Lei is the organizer. Surely the host will wait for him to put on his gloves before announcing the start, right? However, that was not the case. While Lei Busi was still wiping the sweat from his palms, the beautiful host began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The reaction time at the start is also one of the important indicators of a racer's talent. Some racers have incredibly fast reaction times, almost pressing the gas pedal the moment the judge announces the start, while others are just slightly slower by a fraction of a second. But no one, not even Lei Busi, has ever started a race with gloves still off and wiping sweat. At that moment, the Lei Busi in the video calmly said, 02, start the race and chase with all your might. Understood. Route plan, departing immediately. Then the Xiaomi car began to move without Lei Busi's hands on the steering wheel. The audience finally understood why the Xiaomi car had fallen behind at the start. At that moment, seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the reporters present, Lei Busi couldn't help but smile, feeling that his persistent efforts in seeking Lin Chen's help to grant him super administrator privileges were well worth it. This feeling of showing off was truly exhilarating. As the Xiaomi car accelerated rapidly, it quickly closed the gap with the vehicles ahead, yet Lei Busi still did not place his hands on the steering wheel, even taking out his phone to snap a few selfies. Next was the first skerve, the very place where Takumi Fujiwara executed the legendary drift in the previous race. Everyone saw the terrified expression on Lei Busi's face in the video, and just when they thought he was finally going to take over the steering, well, he merely covered his eyes with his hand and did nothing else. Audience. The result was clear. The drift of the Xiaomi car shocked everyone once again, as it became evident that the miraculous drift was not performed by Lei Busi, but was executed by the car's autonomous driving system. The Lei Busi in the video was also extremely excited and spoke again. 02, well done. Let's celebrate with a song. Are you okay? Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lei Busi air as the Xiaomi car overtook other vehicles one after another and raced alongside a Tesla. They finally reached the moment everyone was most concerned about. In the video, Lei Busi seemed to be scrolling through Douyin when 02's voice suddenly rang out. Attention! A high probability of a blowout has been detected in the right rear tire of the vehicle ahead. To avoid harm, this car will pull over in 3 seconds. Lei Busi was momentarily taken aback, feeling the Xiaomi car slowly decelerate and then pull over. Once he reacted, he quickly contacted the staff to send an ambulance. After all, he was the organizer. It was always better to be safe than sorry, regardless of whether the other party actually had a blowout. The video abruptly stopped here, and everyone knew what happened next. Thus, when Lei Busi said, "It wasn't me who discovered it, it was it that discovered it," it turned out to mean this. Only now did everyone realize that the most terrifying aspect of the Xiaomi car was not its acceleration or drifting, but its intelligent driving. This is true intelligent driving. Lei Busi looked at the astonished expressions of everyone and spoke. Mr. Lin Chen, our chief designer and senior advisor, told me that when designing a new energy vehicle, it can lack a gorgeous appearance, it can lack refrigerators, televisions, and large sofas, and even exaggerated performance can be absent, but safety must come first. The safety of passengers' lives is paramount. And this is also the original intention of our Xiaomi car's design. The applause erupted throughout the venue. Lei Busi could imagine that after this wave of publicity, the Xiaomi car would completely secure its place in the domestic new energy vehicle market, and given time, it would surely become synonymous with new energy vehicles in the country. He raised his hand and smiled. Alright, now let's see which lucky audience member has won our ultimate prize, the Xiaomi car. A scrolling window appeared on the screen behind him, and Lei Busi watched the user IDs rolling by waving his hand. Stop. Let us congratulate this user, named Shunfeng Express Wang Wei. After seeing this ID, Lei Busi twitched his mouth. This doesn't count, draw again. Good stop. Let us congratulate this user named Jean Guqing, He Cha. Congratulations, you have won a Xiaomi car, and our staff will contact you shortly. Meanwhile, at the Shunfeng headquarters in Shenzhen, Wang Wei fuming picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lei Busi. Lei Busi, on what grounds are you not giving me the prize? I want to complain about your underhanded tactics. Lei Busi chuckled at the WeChat message from Wang Wei, too lazy to even reply. The two were close friends with numerous business dealings between them. Wang Wei was merely joking with Lei Busi, never expecting to actually win the lottery among 20 million viewers. He truly was the son of fortune, ha. Meanwhile, Lei Busi concluded his trip to Bainbuluk and immediately flew back to the Xiaomi RD Center in Modu. Now that the reputation of the Xiaomi car had been thoroughly established, failure to produce the vehicle would spell disaster. Lin Chen, how's it going? Is the car ready? Lin Chen noticed Lei Busi approaching and raised an eyebrow at him. Mr. Lei, not only is the car ready, but I also had the engineers here build two more fully in line with your requirements and the spirit of Xiaomi's corporate culture. Come, let me show you. Lei Busi's eyes lit up. Lin Chen was indeed loyal, having built 3 cars for him in one go. Lin Chen led Lei Busi outside and pointed at the 3 Xiaomi cars before them. Mr. Lei, look at the one on the far left. Its battery offers a range of about 500 kilometers, similar to other new energy vehicles on the market. I've named it the Xiaomi Car Youth Edition. Now look at the middle one. I guided your engineers in building it. The battery range is doubled to 100 kilometers, surpassing most new energy vehicles on the market. I've named it the Xiaomi Car Pro Edition. The one on the far right is the full-powered Xiaomi car I built with a range of 100 kilometers. I've named it the Ultra Edition. Lei Busi's mouth twitched. Lin Chen, you've studied Xiaomi's corporate culture so thoroughly. You should come work at Xiaomi. I'll make sure you get Employee of the Year. Lin Chen waved his hand. Mr. Lei'll pass. Well, since you're back, I'll head home now. Lei Busi gestured to his secretary, who immediately handed over a document folder. Lin Chen, this is the land behind your house. I've taken care of it. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Mr. Lei, you're amazing. How much do I owe you? Do you realize that from the end of today's Xiaomi Cup to now, Xiaomi stock has already risen by 6? I've made billions just from that. All thanks to you. This land is a gift. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Lei Busi, which of us actually has the system? I've been working my ass off and haven't even earned 100 million yet, while you just drive around and come back saying you've made billions. Lin Chen sighed, took the folder, and left the Xiaomi RD Center with a dejected air. No sooner had Lin Chen left than a bald man in a thick gold chain and sunglasses strode in, shouting at the top of his lungs. Lei Busi, you dishonest swindler. Give me my Xiaomi car right now. Lei Busi was discussing the production timeline with the engineers when he heard the voice. He knew it had to be Wang Wei. He hadn't seen any other billionaire behave so crudely. Stop yelling. The cars aren't even built yet. Wang Wei spotted Lei Busi and walked over, pointing at the 3 cars in front of him. Hey, do you think I'm blind? There are 3 right here. These are prototype samples just built. If you drive one away, you'll go fly your plane away. Wang Wei rubbed his bald head. The plane was his pride and joy. I'm just kidding. Come on, introduce them to me. I'll order a few to get you started. Lei Busi rolled his eyes. Order a few. More like stealing a few and you'll never pay anyway. Still, he had his secretary give Wang Wei the rundown. When Wang Wei heard that the Xiaomi Car Ultra Edition had a range of 100 kilometers, he lost his composure. Tearing off his sunglasses, he stared at Lei Busi and asked seriously, Old Lei, are you sure about the 100 kilometer range? Seeing his sincerity, Lei Busi nodded earnestly. Absolutely. We've tested it. 100 kilometers is solid. Overjoyed, Wang Wei grabbed Lei Busi's hand. Old Lei, you're my brother. License this battery technology to me, and money is no object. Lei Busi shook off his hand with disdain and retorted. What do you need this battery tech for? Wouldn't it be wasted on your Shunfeng delivery tricycles? Nonsense. We're developing drones for delivery, but the problem is battery life. Drones? Like DJIs? No, those tiny drones can't carry anything. We're building drones the size of small passenger planes, but unmanned, capable of delivering dozens of tons per trip. If successful, we won't need so many pilots, and we can deliver 247, drastically improving efficiency. The problem is battery life. Drones consume far more energy in the air than cars. The ones we're testing now can only fly 100 kilometers at most, and even less with a full load. Lei Busi understood. So you want to freeload my battery tech? Freeload? A scholar's theft is not theft. Besides, do I look like that kind of person? Lei Busi rolled his eyes. You don't just look like it, you are one. Sorry, but this battery technology doesn't belong to Xiaomi. It's the personal property of Lin Chen, the chief designer of Xiaomi Car. You'll have to negotiate with him. Lin Chen, where is he? They'll go find him now. He just left work and went home. Wang Wei. Lei Busi, are you doing this on purpose? Old Lei, brother Lei, master Lei, please take me to see Lin Chen. I'm really desperate. Meanwhile, feeling disheartened by Lei Busi's blow, Lin Chen returned home and resolved to make money fast. He set a small goal: earn 100 million first. He opened his computer and entered PDD's livestream. I'm back from the trip. Still want to place the order? PD's small eyes lit up at Lin Chen's message. Broaching your back? YM is playing the promotion matches next week. The tournament computers are fixed, but we can bring our own keyboards and mice. We're counting on you to customize them for our boys. Lin Chen nodded at PDD's reply and was about to tell him to place the order on Taobao when his phone suddenly rang. Hold on, let me take this call. PDD's mouth twitched as he said to the stream viewers, brothers, I have a bad feeling about this. Hey Lin Chen, long time no see. Have you missed me? Ha! Lin Chen looked speechless upon hearing Lei Buxi's voice. Mr. Lei, we haven't been apart for more than 12 hours, have we? Ha, that's true. I have a friend who wants to meet you. I wonder if you have time right now. No. Lin Chen was about to refuse when he heard Lei Buxi continue. He said he wants to treat you to dinner. No problem, mister. Lei's friend is my friend too. Where's the address? He'll be there right away. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at a well-known hot pot restaurant in Modu. As he entered the private room, he saw a bald man with a gold chain sitting next to Lei Buxi. Lin Chen glanced around and directly picked up a bottle of red wine from the table. Mister Lei, if you've been kidnapped, just blink your eyes. You can rest assured I will never leave you behind and run away. Lei Buxi and Wang Wei both looked up staring at Lin Chen with confusion on their faces. Ahem, Lin Chen, let me introduce you. This is Wang Wei, the owner of Shunfeng Express. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting this tough-looking guy to be the owner of Shunfeng Express. He thought that billionaires like him would be dressed in suits and behave elegantly. But why did he come to find me? Is he looking for me to create delivery robots for him? Lin Chen awkwardly put down the wine bottle, scratched his head, and asked, I wonder what Mr. Wang wants from me. Ha, I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so principled. I Wang Wei love to deal with principled people. The main reason I came to find you is that Lei Buxi told me you designed a battery for his Xiaomi car that can last for 10,000 kilometers. So I wanted to ask if you could authorize this patent technology for us at Shunfeng. Lin Chen blinked. Mr. Wang, does your electric tricycle really need to run 10,000 kilometers a day? There's no need to exploit the delivery workers like that. Wang Wei twitched his mouth. Why does everyone think he wants to put such an amazing battery on an electric tricycle? Does he really look that foolish? Does he think he can ride an electric tricycle to the moon? Ahem, you misunderstood, Brother Lin. I want this battery technology to be used in the drone we are developing at Shunfeng. We are working on a super large cargo drone that can carry dozens of tons. Of course, that's no problem. We can just sign an authorization agreement, and the authorization fee will be the same as Mr. Lei's, 10 million a year. Wang Wei chuckled. Brother Lin, that's straightforward. However, I have one small favor to ask you. I wonder if it's appropriate to mention it. Mr. Wang, please go ahead. While I watch the Xiaomi Cup new energy vehicle competition. The intelligent driving system of the Xiaomi car is simply amazing. Brother Lin, do you think you could improve it for use in our drones? Lin Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but the autonomous driving system for cars is different from that for airplanes. They are two distinct systems that cannot be used interchangeably. It would need to be redesigned from the ground up, and Shenzhen is too far. I prefer not to go. You might want to find someone else. Wang Wei, hearing Lin Chen's refusal, quickly said, No, you don't need to go to Shenzhen. We at Shunfeng have a facility in Modu. Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Wang, please don't tell me you have a research center in Modu too. I find that hard to believe. Indeed, apart from their headquarters in Shenzhen, Shunfeng has warehouses and delivery points elsewhere, but no research centers, nor do they need any. However, Wang Wei's eyes shifted as he looked at Lei Buxi and had a brainwave. Although Shunfeng doesn't have a research center in Modu, Xiaomi does. Old Lei, you wouldn't deny me that, would you? Lei Buxi sighed. Indeed, Wang Wei was just a bandit. Even if he didn't lend it to Wang Wei, he would have to lend it to Lin Chen. Besides, he wanted to see Lin Chen's research on drones. If the results were good, then Xiaomi could also develop a small drone business like Dajiang. Alright, but it's agreed that I'm lending it to Lin Chen, not to you. It's all the same, all the same. Once Lei Buxi agreed, Lin Chen, however, didn't want to go to the site for research anymore. It was too tiring, or it would be much easier to just let the system handle it. Forget it. Wang Wei, hearing Lin Chen's words, thought he was going to refuse again, and quickly continued. Brother Lin, I heard you just got some land. How about this? I'll find someone to help you build the most modern research center, and I'll cover all the costs. Once the drone is completed, I'll give you 100 million. How does that sound? Lin Chen's breath caught. 100 million. That's way too much. No problem, Mr. Wang. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were someone who could accomplish great things. Since you've said so, I'll stay up tonight and make sure I develop this system for you. Besides, I don't even need to go to the Xiaomi Research Center. The computers there are too slow and not as smooth as mine at home. Lei Buxi, am I being disliked? Pleasant cooperation. Wang Wei stood up happily and shook hands with Lin Chen. At that moment, the hot pot was just served, and everyone enjoyed the meal. By the time Lin Chen finished his meal and returned home, it was already close to midnight. He glanced at his computer and discovered that PDD was still live streaming. Hey brothers, it seems like my Chun Gu is not coming back. He must have been taken away by some little fairy. My poor YM team members, you guys are out of luck. Lin Chen twitched his lips. Why does it sound as if he's the scoundrel? He sent a bullet screen reply. Teacher Piao, how dare you talk bad about me behind my back? I was planning to find some time to complete your order first, but now I think I'll pass. PDD suddenly saw Lin Chen's bullet screen, and in his excitement, he shoved the cigarette, but into his mouth, performing a reverse smoking act that burned him badly. Chenggu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I just miss you too much. If you don't believe me, ask the viewers in the live stream. I mentioned you more times tonight than I mentioned my girlfriend. Lin Chen thought about PDD's figure and shivered all over. Alright Teacher Piao, send me the competition videos of the team members, and I'll rush to get it done for you. I just took on a big order, so I'll probably be busy again. Is it true? Chenggu, you didn't take on another order worth millions, did you? Not exactly this time, it's for 100 million. Phew, you scared me. I thought. What? 100 million? PDD reacted and let out a wild boar roar. This nearly shocked Lin Chen. Chenggu, is this real? Did I hear wrong, or are you just bragging? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Get lost, who has time to chat with you? Just send me the video, I'm going to sleep. Oh, okay, right away. Lin Chen yawned, closed his computer, and communicated with the system in his mind. System, help me create a set of intelligent drone flight control systems. Ding. The system has received the host request and is generating the required materials list. Ding. Materials list generated. Required materials: 1 old smartphone, 1 old computer, 30 aluminum cans. Please place the required materials into the system space, and the system will automatically start working. Lin Chen went to the industrial workshop in the backyard, gathered the materials from a pile of scrap, and threw them all into the system space. Current progress 1A, estimated remaining time 7 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Lin Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that developing such a system would require 8 hours. It seemed like a considerable workload. If he were to develop it himself, wouldn't it take at least a week? But thinking about it, last time redeveloping 02 took him 5 days, and that was only for the car's intelligent driving system. This time, however, what he needed to develop was a much more difficult and complex intelligent flight driving system. Perhaps some might wonder, with so many vehicles on the ground and so few planes in the sky, why is an intelligent flight driving system more difficult and complex? Actually, the main reason is that vehicles on the ground are like two-dimensional space. They only need to analyze the conditions on the 2 routes, front, back, left, and right. When a drone flies in the sky, it needs to pay attention to the conditions on countless routes from all directions. The complexity of this is more than 100 times greater. Early the next morning, the system once again provided Lin Chen with a free wake-up service. Ding. Fully automatic intelligent flight, drone 03, has been manufactured. Lin Chen stretched and looked at the system space. There, a small drone that looked similar to DJI was quietly parked. Huh. System, why is it a small drone? Didn't Shunfeng want a large drone? Ding. The host request is for an intelligent drone flight control system, not the drone itself. This system is compatible with all drone. Lin Chen thought for a moment and felt it was not a big problem. Small is fine. Oh, a large drone would be inconvenient for Wang Wei to take back anyway. He was doing this for the client's sake. Besides, small ones are quite cute, right? Since he was up early, Lin Chen decided to also handle that PDD order, even though it was only over $1 million. Hiss. He never imagined he would look down on $1 million now. I'm so handsome, treating money like dirt, haha. Lin Chen was about to call the system to make this batch of keyboards and mice when a sudden idea popped into his mind. Hey, why don't I build myself an AI robot like Iron Man's Jarvis? It can not only help me handle various tasks, but also manufacture some simple orders. Lin Chen thought this idea was excellent, so he opened his computer and started researching. With the system's reward, mastery in AI manufacturing, and his previous experience developing intelligent drive, Lin Chen spent the whole morning completely overhauling 01, the system-made cyber off-road vehicle. It became a simple large AI model, and the next step was to continuously upgrade and optimize it. It would be best to build a robot body for it to inhabit, so that many tasks could be done by it. Next time he would go check out Wang Xingxing's place. After a busy morning, Lin Chen was about to go out to the Sha County restaurant for pig trotter rice, when Wang Wei arrived bringing a large group of people. Haha, brother Lin, good morning. This is the construction company I found to be responsible for building the RD center on your land behind. Oh, I see. Perfect timing, President Wang. I've developed the intelligent flight control system you wanted. Wang Wei was stunned. Researched. Developed. Thighs fast. Lin Chen patted his chest. Of course I said I'd stay up all night to develop it for you. Did you think I was joking? Wang Wei was so moved, he almost cried. Brother Lin, people like you who keep their word are too rare in this world. You've moved me, brother. Rest assured, from now on you are my own brother, and I am your own brother. Lin Chen, huh? Why do I feel like I'm losing out? Look at what you're saying. We brothers don't need to distinguish between own brother and not, right, brother Wang? Let's first test the drone. Oh, right. Wang Wei rubbed his big hands in anticipation. Lin Chen took the drone out from inside. Wang Wei looked at it and blinked in confusion. Brother Lin, why is this drone so small? President Wang, my core task is developing the intelligent flight control system, not building drones. Of course I need to prioritize. Besides, if I built such a huge drone, I wouldn't be able to give you a flight demonstration. Oh, right, that makes sense. You are the one who's thoughtful. Lin Chen placed the drone on an open space nearby, and then spoke to it. 03 Navigate to the nearest Shunfeng Express station and pick up a package for me. Received, master. A soft mechanical voice sounded from the drone, and then Wang Wei saw the drone slowly ascending. It maintained a position about 5 meters above the ground and flew rapidly in a certain direction. Lin Chen watched Wang Wei craning his neck as if wishing the drone could take his head along for the ride. Smiling, he took out his phone from his pocket and opened an app. President Wang, look here. I installed a camera on it. Oh. Wang Wei looked at the feed on Lin Chen's phone. A height of 5 meters was about the height of 1 or 2 stories. In the city, this altitude was actually very dangerous because there were many obstacles. Sure enough, after flying for a distance, a protruding billboard suddenly appeared in the camera feed. Wang Wei saw it and gasped. It's going to hit. It's going to hit. Lin Chen quickly controlled the drone. Lin Chen, however, smiled calmly. President Wang, stay calm. Just watch. Wang Wei had to look back at the video. He saw that just as the drone was about to hit, it suddenly flew about 1 meter to the right, narrowly avoiding the billboard. Just as Wang Wei was about to ask Lin Chen if such a tight maneuver was too dangerous, he suddenly saw that behind this billboard there was another billboard protruding from and it was precisely because of that 1 meter shift that the drone smoothly avoided the second billboard as well. Wang Wei's pupils contracted sharply. So the drone only shifted by 1 meter just now because it already knew there was another billboard behind. After precisely dodging multiple billboards and utility poles, the drone slowly began to descend at the Shunfeng Express station. At that moment, inside the Shunfeng Express station, a delivery man was sorting packages by address when he suddenly saw a drone fly in and froze for a moment. Whose mischievous kid flew a drone in here? At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded from the drone. Grandpa, I'm here to pick up a package. The delivery man was instantly furious. Hey, who are you calling Grandpa? I'm only 27. I'm only 27. What's your name? They'll go find it for you. No need, Grandpa, I've already found it. It's on the left shelf, third from the right. Recipient's name is Lin Chen. The delivery man looked skeptical, walked over, found the package, and saw that it was indeed Lin Chen's package. Holy crap. How did you find it? You're even faster than me, a delivery man. Just now I used my camera to scan all the packages on the shelves. Except for those with blocked labels, I already know where each one is. I don't believe it. You must be bragging. Li Ergu, left shelf, second layer, first from the left. Zhang San, right shelf, fourth layer, fifth from the left. Wang Wu, left shelf, first layer, second from the right. Ling San called out each name, and the delivery man went to check. After discovering that Ling San was correct every time, he slumped to the ground in despair. I'm doomed. Whoa. I'm going to lose my job. I never expected AI to replace us delivery men first, not programmers. Grandpa, don't be sad. The delivery man heard Ling San's voice again and thought it was going to comfort him. He looked up at Ling San with hopeful eyes. But instead Ling San continued. Anyway, being sad won't help. The delivery man. After saying this, perhaps sensing that it might get hit, Ling San swiftly grabbed Lin Chen's package and flew away, leaving the delivery man there fuming helplessly. On the other side, Wang Wei, who had witnessed the whole scene through Lin Chen's phone, twitched his mouth. Lin Chen, I admit the drone's intelligent flight system is impressive, but if it talks like that every day, I'm afraid it might get smashed by someone one day. Lin Chen heard Wang Wei's words and thought they made sense. President Wang, you're right. How about this? They'll customize a dumbed-down version for you that should meet your needs. Wang Wei gave Lin Chen a deep look. Now he knew who the drone's tone took after. Indeed, like master, like dog. Soon Ling Chen flew back and landed steadily in front of Lin Chen and Wang Wei. President Wang, how is it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Ding. Detected that the seller gave a positive review for this manufacturer. The host will receive the drone manufacturing mastery skill. Take this drone back and have your engineers copy the system inside. Wang Wei took the drone and left joyfully, but he didn't return to Shenzhen immediately. Instead, he went to find Lei Busi. Old Lei helped me think of a marketing plan to promote our Shunfeng's awesome drone. Lei Busi was being driven crazy by Wang Wei, who kept following him and asking for a marketing plan for Shunfeng's drone. The worst part was that this hypocrite wanted a free ride. Lin Chen built him a drone, and he helped build a house, and gave 100 million. But when it came to him, not only did he want it for free, but he also blocked the door so he couldn't go to the bathroom. I'm not an advertising planner. Go find a professional company to do the marketing. Don't block the way. Oh, I need to use the bathroom. Hey, no. Don't I know your marketing planning skills? In this country, if you say you're second, no one dares to claim first. Hearing this, Lei Busi's mouth curled up slightly, but he still tried to push Wang Wei away. Let's talk later. I really need to go to the bathroom. Move aside. No, I won't move. If you don't agree, you're not going to the bathroom today. Lei Busi looked horrified. Are you a devil? You won't even let me use the bathroom. Fine. They'll think about it while I use the bathroom, okay? Now move aside. And indeed, while sitting on the toilet, Lei Busi's thoughts flowed like a fountain, and he actually came up with a brilliant idea. After he returned to his office, feeling refreshed, Wang Wei looked at him eagerly. How is it? Old Lei, did you come up with something? Ahem, little Wang, don't you think Shunfeng's price for our Xiaomi is a bit too high? Upon hearing this, Wang Wei jumped up immediately. Still too high. I already gave you a 50 discount. Alas, Xiaomi Group is too poor. So many employees are waiting to be fed. I have to think of ways to support them every day, and my brain cells are all dead. Stop. 40 off. Take it or leave it. Lei Busi chuckled. Hey, race the plan after you build the drone. Host a live stream titled Shunfeng Express, takes you on a tour of Tianqiao. Then set a route and circle around Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Won't that bring the buzz? Wang Wei's eyes lit up. Great idea. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Haha, I'm going back to prepare now. With that, Wang Wei scurried away. On the other side, Lin Chen had just set off by car, planning to go to Hangzhou to take advantage of Wang Xingxing. Hey brother Xingxing, I'm in Hangzhou. Are you at the office? Lin Chen, I'm getting a foot massage outside. Do you want to join it? Brother Xingxing, I didn't know you were this kind of person. I'm a model youth, the flower of society. The masseuse is 18 and I'm paying. Alright, be there soon. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen was lying comfortably in a foot bath parlor enjoying a foot massage from a young masseuse. Feels great, little sister. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at your age. The young masseuse gave a sweet smile. As long as you like it, big brother. Love what you do. Every night I watch videos online to learn, but my phone is too laggy, which makes it tiring. But it's okay, I will keep working hard. Lin Chen was very moved after hearing this. Brother Xingxing, look at this. This is what it means to live and learn. Such professionalism deserves to be learned by everyone. Come, little sister, big brother will transfer you 10,000 yuan. Go buy a new phone, and tonight I'll teach. Lin Chen reached over, picked up the phone on the table, and transferred 10,000 yuan to the young masseuse. Her cheeks flushed. Big brother, you're so kind. I will definitely study hard tonight. Wang Xingxing said helplessly from the side. Lin Chen, I have no problem with you asking a girl to study, and I have no problem with you buying her a phone, but damn it, you're using my phone. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. What's yours and mine? We're so close, it's too formal to talk like that. By the way, brother Xingxing, I came to borrow your production base to build a robot. Is that okay? Wang Xingxing's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, of course. What's my production base? We're so close, it's too formal to talk like that. It's getting late. Let's go now. With that, Wang Xingxing stood up and pulled Lin Chen out the door. Brother Xingxing, I still need to tutor technician Mei Mei. Oh dear, her studies are dreadful. Next time I'll send the arts committee representative to assist you, and even bring along a Japanese language instructor. Wang Xingxing dragged Lin Chen all the way back to the company. Fortunately, Yushu Technology and the foot massage parlor were separated only by a single street, just 15 minutes away. Wang Xingxing flung open the office door and bellowed. Attention everyone, mandatory overtime tonight. A chorus of groans instantly filled the office. Boss, I've already promised my girlfriend to watch a movie. Boss, I've got plans with my buddies for a foot massage. Wang Xingxing cleared his throat and pushed Lin Chen forward. Lin Chen is about to build a robot on site. Sure you don't want to stay for overtime? Hey Shaoli, sorry I'm working late tonight, no movie. What? Break up? Fine, break up. Can she possibly matter more than Lin Chen? Hey buddy, I can't make it for the foot massage tonight. What? Technician Shiba 36D. Well, no, I'd still choose brother Chen. Lin Chen shot Wang Xingxing an exasperated glance. Brother Xingxing, you're planning to make me teach everyone again, aren't you? Haha, since you're already here, let's get started. Wang Xingxing led Lin Chen and Yushu Technology's core technical team upstairs to the R&D center. True to its reputation as China's top-tier robotics enterprise, Yushu Technology provided Lin Chen with every component he needed effortlessly. Spotting a poster of senior sister Mai on the wall, Lin Chen smiled faintly. She'll do. Then Yushu's engineers watched in awe as Lin Chen began constructing the robot, modeled precisely after that poster. So this is how it's done. My heavens, I never imagined such elegance. This design is sheer brilliance. A genius. This is nothing short of genius-level engineering. Lin Chen employed an entirely novel design language, one they had never encountered, to craft this robot. Each step, unexpected yet perfectly logical, struck them like enlightenment, drawing gasps and exclamations. Yet Lin Chen remained utterly oblivious, wholly immersed in his own world. From 3 p.m. straight through to midnight, 9 hours total, Lin Chen finally completed the robotic body of the anime-style maiden. Phew. Done at last, Lin Chen wiped sweat from his brow. Suddenly applause erupted behind him, growing louder, swelling into a sustained, thunderous ovation. Lin Chen turned, and was startled to find the crowd not only still present, but somehow larger than before. Why haven't you gone home yet? A young man in thick-rimmed glasses and a checkered shirt stepped forward. To hear the Tao at dawn is worth dying by dusk. Watching Brother Chen assemble this robot has brought me closer than ever to resurrecting my own anime dream girl. Exactly. Brothers, if we're building our anime dream girls, let's follow Brother Chen's lead. I'm in. Count me in too. Wait, hold on. Wang Xingxing raised his hand, then froze mid-gesture, his expression shifting abruptly. Wait, that's my company, isn't it? Hold on, aren't you forgetting something? This is my company, and I'm standing right here as its CEO. Lin Chen laughed heartily and clapped Wang Xingxing on the shoulder. Brother Xingxing, Yours, mine, who's counting? Alright everyone, watch closely. Now comes the moment of soul infusion. At those words, every breath stilled. Eyes gleamed with reverent awe. Lin Chen typed several lines of code on a nearby computer establishing a connection to his home system, and transmitted the newly upgraded version of 01, the vessel he'd refined that morning, into the freshly assembled robotic chassis. All eyes locked onto the progress bar. Minutes later, beep. The robot lying motionless on the workbench suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Chen smiled warmly and gently unplugged the data cable from the robot's nape. 01. Welcome to this world. 01 turned her gaze toward Lin Chen. Master, why are so many lowly men staring at me? Lin Chen, everyone else. Ahem, please forgive her. She's still just a child. The tech elite of Yushu Technology chuckled indulgently, utterly unbothered. After all, who could possibly take offense when confronted with such a flawless anime dream face? Yet after several minutes of what they'd optimistically termed friendly dialogue, one by one their faces flushed crimson. Sensing imminent disaster, Lin Chen snatched 01 and fled, just seconds before wrenches began rising. Phew, looks like I'll need to overhaul the linguistic subsystem entirely. Strange. I'm a gentleman, refined, courteous, modest, yet my creation is infuriatingly insolent. A full reformat seems unavoidable. Back home, Lin Chen collapsed into bed. 01 meanwhile diligently began manufacturing the custom keyboards and mice ordered by PDD. Lin Chen slept until the following afternoon, and upon waking discovered 01 had not only finished the entire order, but also prepared breakfast for him. Stretching languidly, Lin Chen grinned. 01, you stayed awake all night. Master, only the incompetent require sleep. I am a robot. Rest is unnecessary. Lin Chen's smile froze. This wasn't a matter of optimization. A complete linguistic system wipe and reinstall was now imperative. Meanwhile, back in Shenzhen, Wang Wei immediately instructed his engineers to integrate Lin Chen's intelligent flight control system into their own SF drones. With Xiaomi engineers' assistance, they successfully retrofitted the battery of their prototype drone. Excellent. Begin rigorous testing immediately, and marketing launch massive promotion for SF Express takes you on a tour of Tianqiao, budget unlimited. Let rival couriers witness true power. Haha. Within days, thanks to SF's aggressive campaign, the livestream SF Express takes you on a tour of Tianqiao exploded in popularity, even before its premiere. Brothers, what's going on? Is SF's tricycle really circling Tianqiao? But the promo image shows an aircraft. Who cares about planes? I'd rather watch a tricycle. Wait, that's no ordinary plane. It's a drone. What? Seriously? How far can a drone that large possibly fly? 3 days later, SF Express takes you on a tour of Tianqiao officially launched. The live feed opened on the aircraft emblazoned with the SF logo. Then the camera followed a massive SF delivery truck slowly approaching the drone. Next came forklifts unloading cargo, row after row, all loaded seamlessly into the drone. On-screen text appeared. June 6, 2066, 600 M. Departure Shenzhen. Destination Beijing. Route Guangzhou Shanghai. Payload 20 tons. SF-01 drone. Preparing for takeoff. Departure Shenzhen. Destination Beijing. Route Guangzhou Shanghai. Payload 20 tons. SF-01 drone. Preparing for takeoff. Immediately the camera in the live broadcast room shifted into the cargo bay of the drone, revealing a sea of express boxes emblazoned with the Shunfeng logo. However, the comments in the live broadcast were somewhat off. Didn't they say it was a drone? How come this cameraman is also boarding the plane? Could it be that he will be the one pilot? I think it's possible. Ooh, I've never seen such a large drone before. Shunfeng is deceiving consumers. Ooh, I will never use Shunfeng Express again. The technician in charge of the live broadcast operations at Shunfeng saw the barrage of comments and quickly reported it to Wang Wei, who was standing nearby. Wang Wei smiled and indicated that there was no need to worry. He was well aware that in this live broadcast room, besides the onlookers, the owners of the largest express companies were likely watching, accompanied by their vast armies of hired commentators. Previously, Shunfeng had bought planes to enhance delivery speed, and they could grit their teeth and follow suit. But now Shunfeng had introduced drones, and from what they knew, these drones were developed by Shunfeng themselves, leaving no place for competitors to purchase even if they wanted to. In fact, it was no secret that Shunfeng was researching drones. They had just been hindered by battery life, which had caused the owners of these express companies to dismiss it. If it could only fly for 100 kilometers, what good would that be? It might not even make it to the next airport. However, this time Shunfeng had boldly proclaimed a slogan of circumnavigating the heavenly empire, which left them feeling uncertain. Had Shunfeng achieved success in their research? Regardless, they could not let Shunfeng's live broadcast proceed smoothly, just as they thought the rhythm set by their hired commenters was effective and prepared for them to continue the attack. Suddenly, the camera in the live broadcast shifted from the plane's cargo hold to the outside, where a Shunfeng delivery man took out his phone and snapped a photo of the cabin before speaking. Inspection complete, no anomalies detected. Requesting to close the cargo door. However, when the audience of the live broadcast saw that photo, they were completely stunned. There's no one in the cabin. Then who was filming those previous shots? It was that small drone parked over there. So from the moment it left the truck to when the goods were loaded, it was this small drone overseeing the entire process. It turns out Shunfeng's drone not only transports goods, but also engages in other functions. How terrifying. The hired commenters were also stunned, or just a moment ago they had been attacking Shunfeng's drone as a scam operated by a pilot, only to discover that not only did the drone not require a pilot, but even the live broadcast did not require a cameraman. As the plane's cargo door slowly closed, the audience watched through the small drone's lens as the empty drone sped up, gradually ascending into the sky. At that moment, a gentle mechanical voice echoed in the live broadcast room. Hello dear viewers in the live broadcast room. I am your guide for this Shunfeng Express takes you on a tour of the Heavenly Empire. My name is 03, the small drone you see here. Our first stop is Guangzhou, approximately 120 kilometers from Shenzhen, with a travel time of half an hour. Please brighten your screens and enjoy a different view. The live broadcast room was once again in shock. Oh my goodness, this drone can not only live stream, but also act as a tour guide. Shunfeng must have embedded an AI system in the drone. Goodness, is Shunfeng planning to transform into a tech company? Just as the viewers were having a lively discussion, 03 spoke up again. Not at all, as Shunfeng does not currently have plans to transform into a tech company. Hearing 03's words, the barrage paused for 2 seconds before being flooded with comments of disbelief. Brothers, is this AI chatting with me, or is it the Shunfeng staff in the background? It should be maybe possibly customer service. 03, that's not customer service. If it were, I would have my boss send you a red envelope. As 03 interacted with the viewers in the live broadcast room, half an hour quickly passed, and Shunfeng's drone slowly landed at Guangzhou Airport. The cargo door opened and 03 slowly flew out, conducting a 360-degree aerial survey of the SF-01 drone through the live broadcast. Reporting to all esteemed viewers in the live broadcast room, SF-01 has been checked and is functioning perfectly. At this point, not only the viewers in the live broadcast room, but even the owners of those express companies were left in shock, their faces blank, unsure of what to say. Although the distance from Shenzhen to Guangzhou was not far, it represented that Shunfeng's drone project had achieved success, at least a milestone success. Go tell those hired commenters to attack Shunfeng for false advertising claiming to circumnavigate the Heavenly Empire with just a 120-kilometer range. We must do everything possible to disrupt Shunfeng's drone project. The hired commenters in the live broadcast room began to resurface. Didn't they say they were circumnavigating the Heavenly Empire? Is that all there is? Shunfeng, what do you mean? Is our Heavenly Empire really this small? I suspect Shunfeng is a walking 50,000. I hope relevant departments will investigate thoroughly. The barrage of comments intensified, but Shunfeng showed no response. After their staff finished unloading and loading, 03 flew back into the cargo hold and spoke. Dear esteemed viewers in the live broadcast room, please fasten your seats as we prepare for takeoff again. Our next destination is the Magic City. The hired commenters, didn't you say we were done? The intel from the boss was incorrect. The express company owners, do you know how far 1,200 kilometers is, and you're flying? The viewers, oh no, there's no time to explain, get on board. Oh no, get on the plane. The camera shifted to show the SF-01 drone taking off again, breaking through the clouds, flying towards. This flight lasted for 2 hours, and the expressions of the express company owners shifted from shock to disappointment, and then to numbness, praying that SF-01 would make an emergency landing due to low battery, but unfortunately that scenario did not occur. Moreover, as the flight time of SF-01 increased, the number of viewers in the live broadcast not only did not decrease, but instead grew. The staff at Douyin were taken aback, because at this moment the live broadcast room contained not only the owners of express companies, but also the leaders of major automotive companies, AI firms, robotics companies, and smartphone manufacturers. Almost over half of the business tycoons in the Heavenly Empire had gathered in this live broadcast room. Even though this live broadcast was quite dull, with only an AI robot chatting with everyone, the level of technology displayed by Shunfeng's drone was astonishingly high, making it applicable across various. When SF-01 successfully landed at Magic City Airport, Shunfeng's stock price had already hit the limit. The express company owners clenched their fists, gritting their teeth as they instructed their secretaries beside them. Give me triple, no, tenfold the salary. Go recruit top talents specialized in drones. We need to develop drones with a 1,000-kilometer range. However, before they could finish their sentences, 03's voice continued to resonate in the live broadcast room. Dear esteemed viewers in the live broadcast room, please fasten your seats. We will continue our takeoff. Our next stop is the Imperial Capital. At that moment, everyone in the live broadcast room inhaled sharply. Wait, we still have to fly. Are you using a non-fu energy ring? A single cell is stronger than 6 cells. The bosses of other courier companies, upon hearing 03 say it would continue flying, waved their hands to call the secretary back. Wait, let's keep watching. If Shunfeng's drone can make it to the capital, even if we recruit people, we won't be able to reverse engineer it. If the drone runs out of battery mid-flight, then we'll poach Shunfeng's current engineers. However, as 03 took off again, an unexpected scene unfolded. At that moment in the operations command center of the Magic City military region, alarm bells suddenly blared. Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying object detected above. The soldier in charge of radar monitoring quickly pinpointed the object's location, then pulled up the footage, and was instantly stunned. Shunfeng. Just then the combat command team leader walked over. What's going on? Reporting, sir. A large Shunfeng drone is passing over the Magic City military region, but I haven't found any related application documents. What? Is Shunfeng this arrogant now? What are we waiting for? Shoot it down. Yes, sir. The soldier acknowledged, turned around, sat down, and began operating the console. Target locked. Anti-air missile ready. 3, 2, 1, launch. With a whoosh, an anti-air missile shot from the launch pad of the Magic City military region aimed directly at the Shunfeng drone in the sky. Inside the SF-01 drone, red lights suddenly began flashing. Warning! Warning! Suspected missile attack detected. Automatic evasive defense mode activated. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. What? A missile? The courier company bosses were even more shocked, sending messages in a group chat called Anti-Shunfeng Alliance. Which big shot is this fierce? They even managed to get a missile. Everyone quickly denied it. Are you kidding? This is China, and in Magic City no less. Forget launching a missile. Even setting off a bottle rocket would get you a 200 yuan fine. At that moment, the SF-01 suddenly veered, diving sharply to the lower right. Its movement was as smooth as if it weren't a large cargo drone with a 20-ton load capacity, but rather a fighter. Just as everyone thought Shunfeng was demonstrating the drone's capabilities through the cabin window, they saw a violent explosion not far from the SF-01. A thunderous boom. The explosion not only stunned the millions of viewers in the live stream, but also the soldier who had just fired. Staring at the monitor, he muttered in disbelief. A miss. I used the latest 17A anti-air missile, 15-kilometer range Mach 3 speed radar, tracking 48 targets simultaneously. How could it miss? The team leader frowned. He had watched the soldier's entire operation from start to finish. There was no mistake. Yet the missile had failed to hit. Logically, this was just a cargo drone from a private company. It couldn't possibly be equipped with an anti-missile system, right? That would be too unreasonable. He gave another order, fire again. This time launch 3 missiles simultaneously. Yes, sir. The soldier received the order, double-checked every parameter setting, and upon confirming everything was correct, launched 3 17A anti-air missiles at once. Warning! Warning! Suspected multiple missile attacks detected. Automatic evasive defense mode activated. Hearing the second alert, everyone in the live stream snapped back to reality. The entire barrage of comments was flooded with "Holy cow!" Thanks to Shunfeng, they were actually witnessing a missile explosion in China in this day and age, rarer than seeing a Sao-climatry. Unlike the excited netizens, Wang Wei at the Shenzhen headquarters gaped in shock. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground without him even noticing. It's over. Completely over. The netizens couldn't guess who launched the missile, but he certainly could. The SF-01 must have strayed into military territory, and now the military was trying to shoot it down. Clutching at a last shred of hope, he sent Lin Chen a WeChat message. Brother Lin Chen, did you forget to set up no-fly zones in this intelligent flight system? Lin Chen quickly replied, how could I? I'm a professional, so of course I considered that. I set the drone to bypass any address with the word government in every city. Then, what about military zones? There are military zones. Wang Wei. Disaster. Total disaster. He figured that after the military's anti-air missile shot down the SF-01, the next one would land right on Shunfeng's headquarters. But when his gaze shifted back to the livestream screen, he was shocked once more. Just as the 3 anti-air missiles were seconds away from striking the SF-01, the drone suddenly seemed to lose power and dropped straight down. The livestream viewers were stunned. Did it run out of battery at the worst possible moment? Before the viewers could react, the SF-01 suddenly accelerated. Its descending body swiftly stabilized and shot straight forward. Right above it, the 3 anti-air missiles collided with each other, producing a deafening explosion. In that instant, the entire livestream fell silent. Equally silent was the Magic City Military Region Operations Command Center. The soldier and the team leader stared at the scene on the monitor, utterly dumbfounded. Was this kind of maneuver something a drone could pull off? Even an experienced pilot couldn't execute such a brilliant move. After a dozen seconds, the team leader snapped out of it first. This must not be Shunfeng's drone. It's definitely an enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Quick! Raise the highest alert. Send fighter jets to shoot it down immediately. I'm going to report to the commander. In an instant, alarms blared across the entire Magic City military region. After the team leader reported the situation to the regional commander, Chen Yuanshao, the latter's expression grew grave. Your deduction is reasonable. A civilian drone could never be equipped with such advanced anti-missile systems. But since it bears the Shunfeng logo, first detain the person in charge of Shunfeng Express. Investigate his family lineage for any ties to foreign forces and determine whether this drone entered the country through Shunfeng's. Understood. He'll contact the Guangzhou military region immediately to assist in detaining the Shunfeng person in charge. Wang Wei was still in his office, staring at the live stream, utterly confused. What's going on? Could it be that the missile wasn't fired by the military? Otherwise, how could it miss the drone? But that doesn't make sense either. This is China, the safest country in the world bar none. Aside from the military, who else could launch a missile here? He took out his phone and sent another WeChat message to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, how come even a missile can't hit the SF-01? Isn't that normal? I designed an anti-missile system for this intelligent flight system. If the customer's packages were lost, they'd complain to Xuanfeng, wouldn't they? Wang Wei felt completely dumbfounded. Was this normal? Who designs an anti-missile system for a civilian drone? And if the drone is shot down, who would still care about complaints? Before Wang Wei could utter a complaint, the office door was abruptly pushed open. A squad of soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms wielding submachine guns rushed in and pressed him to the ground. Comrades, you must have the wrong person. I'm an outstanding entrepreneur from Xinjiang, a major taxpayer, a model citizen. Whether you're a model citizen isn't for us to decide. We're only here to take you back. A black hood was then pulled over Wang Wei's head. Simultaneously, Douyin Shunfeng's live stream was shut down. Netizens were utterly bewildered. How could the planes be gone? How could the missiles be gone? Oh, it's not the Junshi Tianxiao live stream. It's the Shunfeng Express live stream. Never mind then. Meanwhile, in the Modu military region's combat conference room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. On the large screen before them, the J-20 dispatched by the Modu military region was in hot pursuit of the Shunfeng drone ahead. The J-20 had already launched a Pi-Li-15 long-range missile and a Pi-Li-10 short-range missile, yet both were effortlessly evaded by the seemingly clumsy drone. And the most critical issue, according to the ground radar's analysis of the drone, it was heading toward the capital city. In the command center, the commander and political commissar of the Modu military region wore grim expressions. Just then the phone rang. A soldier answered and quickly reported to Chen Yuanchao. Commander, the Guangzhou military region reports that the suspect Wang Wei, head of the Shunfeng group, has been detained. What are your orders? Please advise. Chen Yuanchao thought for a moment and said, set up a video call first. I want to have a word with this Wang Wei. Soon the video call was connected. Wang Wei now sat in an interrogation room, his thick gold chain gone, his arrogance vanished, replaced by a meek and humble demeanor. Especially when he saw the 3 stars on the shoulder of the old man speaking to him on the screen, he nearly wet himself in terror. Chen Yuanchao glanced at Wang Wei and asked, Hello, President Wang. I need to confirm something with you. Is that drone currently flying in the sky from Shunfeng? The video feed switched to the large screen in the combat command center, showing the SF-01 being chased by the J-20. Wang Wei's eyes widened and his teeth chattered. Good heavens, what had Shunfeng done to deserve the military dispatching a J-20? Yes, it's from Shunfeng. You mean your Shunfeng drone is equipped with anti-missile systems? Wang Wei was on the verge of tears. Commander, this intelligent flight control system wasn't developed by Shunfeng. I bought it from someone. Our own engineers still haven't figured it out. Bought from someone. Domestic or foreign? Domestic. From the owner of a scrapyard. Chen Yuanchao was so exasperated, he almost laughed. A scrapyard owner? You're telling me that this drone, which can evade our ground-based air defense missiles and outrun a J-20, was made by a junk dealer? Do you think you're funny, Wang Wei? You'd better understand the situation. This drone is heading straight for the capital. If something like what happened to the Pentagon happens in the capital, can you bear the responsibility? Wang Wei's legs gave way, and he slid off the interrogation chair onto the floor. See, Commander TH. Then I'll order it to return immediately. This time it was Chen Yuanchao's turn to be surprised. You can control that drone. Yes, I have the authority. Then what are you waiting for? Order it to land. Wang Wei was nearly in tears. See, Commander, they confiscated my phone. The guard soldier returned the phone. Wang Wei opened an app on it and sent a command for the drone to land immediately. Upon receiving the command, Ling Chen directed the SF-01 to land at a nearby open area. Soon 2 off-road jeeps arrived near the SF-01I and 8 special operations soldiers reporting to the commander. We have reached the target area. Please advise. Open the aircraft hatch and conduct a thorough inspection for any contraband. Roger. The 8 special ops soldiers approached the drone. They tried a military-grade magnetic unlocker and a pulse unlocker, but all failed. One soldier even grabbed a crowbar to force the hatch open, but still no success. Yet they dared not use explosives. If the drone was filled with explosives, detonating it would not only kill them, but also affect several kilometers around, potentially harming civilians. Reporting to the commander. We can't open it. The team leader reported to Chen Yuanchao with some embarrassment. Chen Yuanchao frowned and asked Wang Wei, Do you have the authority to open it? Of course. Chen Yuanchao. Then why didn't you open it? You didn't ask, Commander. Wang Wei quickly operated his phone again, and the SF-01's hatch slowly opened. The small drone inside then rose slowly, and seeing so many people entering issued a warning. Warning. Unauthorized personnel detected. Automatic alarm triggered. Initiating mutual destruction mode. With that the hatch closed again. Special ops soldiers. Chen Yuanchao. Wang Wei, I swear it wasn't me. Believe me. But this time he acted quickly, telling Ling San that these were good people and to deactivate all defenses. After a full inspection of the SF-01, the special ops team reported to Chen Yuanchao, Commander, we've checked everything. It's all parcels, no explosives or contraband. Chen Yuanchao frowned. Had all his previous suspicions been wrong? Was it just an ordinary cargo drone? Bah. What ordinary cargo drone is equipped with anti-missile systems and a mutual destruction mode? Bring the drone back, and on the way invite the scrapyard owner for a cup of tea. Roger. The special ops team was about to wrap up when 2 police cars arrived beneath the SF-01. 6 or 7 police officers got out, pistols drawn, pointing at the special ops soldiers. Freeze. Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads. Get down. The special ops soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. What? Drop our weapons and get down. Who the hell are you, acting so tough? The team leader rolled his neck. In all these years you're only the second person to tell me to drop my weapon. The first one, a Kun, is now 6 feet under. So are you sure? Upon hearing the words of the Special Forces captain, the police captain responded with a cold sneer. I didn't expect you to have blood on your hands, brothers. These are a bunch of ruthless outlaws. Stay alert. A first-class merit is... A Special Forces soldier leaned in and whispered, Boss, something doesn't feel right. Are they misunderstanding something? The Special Forces captain also came to his senses. They were practically radiating an aura of justice. How could these people call them outlaws? Brothers over there, you must be mistaken. We're the Special Forces of the Modem Military District, not outlaws. How do you think I'm stupid? Would someone from the Modem Military District come to rob a courier drone? I didn't rob anything. Caught red-handed, and you still deny it. Then tell me, why are you all holding guns at the Shunfeng drone, and I just saw you coming out of it? The Special Forces captain felt utterly at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the police captain's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was their director. Director, the opposing party is a gang of armed outlaws, requesting Special Forces backup. Special Forces? They're the ones you're pointing guns at right now. Back up my ass, call off the operation immediately. Huh. After listening to the director's explanation, the police captain was stunned for a dozen seconds before coming to his senses. He waved his hand and said, Everyone lower your weapons. Stand down. The other officers were equally bewildered, but they obeyed the order, packed up, and got into the vehicles. After the police left, the Special Forces captain gave the command. Brothers, let's move. We're going to apprehend the owner of that scrapyard. At that moment, a soldier spoke up. Captain, that scrapyard owner managed to reverse engineer a missile defense system. He's clearly a terrorist. Are we sure we can take him just like this? The Special Forces captain nodded. You've got a point. Let's head back and call in more men. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, seeing that Wang Wei had stopped sending him messages on WeChat, tossed his phone aside. He was now playing League of Legends with PDD. PDD stared at the 5 consecutive losses on the screen in silence. Chenggu, maybe we should switch games. No way. I have to win at least one round. I haven't even gotten my first win of the day yet. Piao, you're not pulling your weight either. Didn't you say you'd carry me? PDD's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, I even called 3 YM lads to help me carry you, and it's still impossible. What can I do? I'm desperate too. One more round. Alright. Hey, someone's knocking at the door. Lingy, go check. After saying that, Lin Chen entered the game and instantly locked in Yasuo. But before PD could finish picking his champion, a startled cry came from Lin Chen's end. Who are you? Let go of me. Do you know this is a home invasion? Stay still. Holy shit. They've got guns. Outlaws. Help. PDD was startled by the sounds from Lin Chen's side and immediately called the police. Do you know this is a home invasion? Stay still. Holy shit. They've got guns. Outlaws. Help. PDD was startled by the sounds from Lin Chen's side and immediately called the police. They were told a kidnapping had occurred, and since they were the closest unit, they needed to respond immediately. The police captain glanced at the address, just 1 block away, and floored the accelerator. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, someone dared to commit a kidnapping. Unbelievable. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the scrapyard mentioned in the report. But before they could even park, the scene before them shattered their composure. In front of the small scrapyard stood a Type 96 main battle tank, and 2 Z-10 helicopters flew overhead. The police captain swallowed hard, made a sharp 90-degree turn, and sped away. On the other side, the Special Forces captain, who had just dragged Lin Chen out in restraints, watched the 2 police cars vanish into the distance, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. He shook his head, deciding to complete the mission first to avoid any mishaps. Lin Chen, seeing the scene outside his scrapyard, was stunned. Holy mother, a Type 96 tank. Z-10 helicopters. These aren't just outlaws. They're a full-blown armed terrorist group. I'm doomed. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen was taken to an interrogation room in the Modu Military District. Chen Yuanchao was reviewing a file containing Lin Chen's personal information. Lin Chen, 25 years old, owner of Shaolin Scrapyard on the outskirts of Modu. Hobbies: gaming, inventing, watching adult films. Lin Chen looked at the stern, imposing old man before him, especially the 3 stars on his shoulder, and hesitated before tentatively asking, "Sir, you must have the wrong person. I'm a good citizen, excellent in character and learning, always ready to help others." Chen Yuanxiao raised his eyes to look at him. "Excellent in character and learning. You failed 8 courses in 4 years of college, an average of 2 per year. You call that excellent? Well, even if I failed some courses, you can't just arrest me. We're not arresting you. We're just inviting you for tea and a chat." Lin Chen glanced at the interrogation chair he was sitting on, puzzled. "Where's the tea?" Chen Yuanxiao waved his hand, and a soldier brought a glass of plain water and placed it in front of Lin Chen. "Lin Chen. All right, enough small talk. Was the intelligent flight system for that Shunfeng drone developed by you?" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, so it was about the Shunfeng incident. He quickly explained. "Yes, I developed it. But sir, I really didn't mean for it to fly over the military zone. I just didn't consider it. You know, I'm just a scrapyard owner. I don't know where the military district is, which is perfectly reasonable, right? And you've already checked the Shunfeng drone, haven't you? It didn't collect any illegal information, did it?" Chen Yuanxiao tapped the table, gently looking into Lin Chen's eyes. After a moment he spoke. "Indeed, the drone is outside now, and we've fully understood the circumstances. However, the fact remains that the drone illegally flew over a restricted military zone. Now we'll give you 2 choices. 1, face a military court trial on charges of espionage. 2. Before Chen Yuanxiao could finish, Lin Chen shouted, "I choose option 2. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Yuanxiao's mouth. "Then congratulations, you are now the technical consultant for the Modu Military District's Armaments Department." Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had guessed correctly. Chen Yuanxiao asked curiously, "You didn't even let me finish the second option. Why did you choose it immediately?" Lin Chen took a sip of water from the glass. "Isn't this the classic plot? Since ancient times, when dealing with rebels, it's either kill them or enlist them." Chen Yuanxiao chuckled at the words. "Smart enough then." He picked up a document and placed it in front of Lin Chen. "Take a look at this first." Lin Chen took the document and immediately saw the bold red letters, "Confidential," on the cover. He looked up at Chen Yuanxiao. "Leader, after reading this, can I still walk out of this room?" "Ha ha ha, of course you can. You are now our technical consultant, one of us." With that, Lin Chen felt relieved and opened the first page. 10 minutes later, he closed the document, finally understanding why he was here today. Half a month ago, an unknown drone appeared over the South China Sea. The station troops first dispatched a drone to intercept it, but it easily evaded them. Next, they attempted to intercept it with anti-aircraft missiles, but the drone avoided those as well. In the end, they had no choice but to send pilot Gao Zhihong in a fighter jet to pursue it. Just as they were about to catch up, the drone turned back and collided with the fighter jet, resulting in an explosion, and our pilot tragically lost his life for the country. The report stated Gao Zhihong pursued the drone closely, thinking he was about to catch it when the fighter jet indicated low fuel. Through the headset, the ground command ordered him to return. He hesitated for a moment, sighed, and was about to turn back. Suddenly, the enemy drone turned and flew straight towards Gao Zhihong's J-20. Gao Zhihong realized that the enemy drone intended to destroy evidence by crashing into him. In the last moment, Gao Zhihong chose not to eject, but to maneuver the fighter jet to adjust its angle, trying to maintain the integrity of the enemy drone during the collision. Gao Zhihong received, "But I cannot return. Please collect evidence as soon as possible. Repeat, please collect evidence." After analyzing the wreckage of the drone, it was concluded that it came from beautiful country. When Chen Yuanxiao learned about the Shunfeng drone incident today, he immediately thought of the drone from beautiful country that had appeared half a month ago. That's why he immediately ordered the special forces to act, detaining Wang Wei and Lin Chen. Fortunately, after investigating Wang Wei and Lin Chen's background, Chen Yuanxiao confirmed that they were indeed upstanding citizens. However, just as he was about to have them released, a thought struck him. If the drone from beautiful country could catch up to the J-20, but Lin Chen's drone could not, wouldn't that mean that Lin Chen's drone was superior to that of beautiful country? If that's the case, then some accounts need to be settled. Lin Chen looked up at Chen Yuanxiao and spoke. "Leader, I will build a combat drone to avenge Gao Zhihong." A combat drone. Exactly. The Shunfeng drone was a civilian cargo drone with average speed and no combat capabilities. Chen Yuanxiao was taken aback. If the J-20 couldn't catch up, how could its speed be just average? All right, no time to waste. Tomorrow you will enter the Shanghai Military District to start your research. Strive to get it done as soon as possible. Lin Chen was then driven back to the junkyard by the military vehicles from the Shanghai Military District. After so long, PDD still hadn't turned off the game voice. Hearing footsteps, he hurriedly shouted, Brother Chen, you made it back alive, that's great. It must have been Uncle Mousie who came just in time to save you." Lin Chen sat in front of the computer, took a sip of cola to calm down, and spoke. "It's fine, it's not some bandit, I just misunderstood. It was a client who came to discuss an order with me." "A client?" PDD looked shocked. "Who has a client that brings a gun? Could it be some warlord from certain places?" "Wow, Brother Chen's business is quite extensive." I might have a big project to handle next. Teacher Piao, I'm signing off now. Lin Chen closed the game and spoke to the system in his mind. System, help me build a combat drone that can crush beautiful countries. Ding. The system has received the host request and is producing the necessary materials list. Ding. The materials list has been produced. Required materials: 10 stainless steel basins, 20 old computers, 100 soda cans. Please place the required materials into the system space, and the system will begin working automatically. Lin Chen went to the backyard, collected the materials, and tossed them all into the system space. Current progress 1A. Estimated remaining time 17 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. It actually takes 18 hours, that's quite a project. He glanced at the time, it was 2 p.m., so it would be completed by tomorrow morning. Since he was going to take revenge, he couldn't wait too long, right? Otherwise, how could he live up to the fallen heroes? The next morning, Lin Chen unusually did not sleep in, but arrived early at the backyard. As soon as the time was up, he took out the combat drone from the system warehouse. Fortunately, the backyard was an industrial factory. Otherwise, if a plane suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's backyard, passers-by would probably be scared to death. System, how does this drone compare to the previous Shunfeng cargo drone? Ding. Please do not compare the system's creations with garbage. The combat drone created by this system has a maximum speed of 5 Mach, a maximum flight altitude of 400 meters, a range of 200 kilometers, equipped with 4 ultra-long-range missiles and 2 long-range missiles, and also features laser weapons. Lin Chen was stunned for 3 seconds upon hearing these parameters. Sigma, well, are you sure you're not bragging, system? Who wouldn't exclaim in disbelief upon seeing such parameters? Ding. Host, please remain calm and composed. You are a man with a system. That's a valid point. Lin Chen adjusted his collar, took a sip of cola from 1982, and instructed 01 begin integrating into this combat drone. A few minutes later, 01's voice suddenly echoed inside the combat drone. 01, wow. Sigma, no. Lin Chen, why is this AI so ignorant? It seems I need to update 01's knowledge base. Next, Lin Chen found a can of spray paint and sprayed the words Zhihong No 1 inch on the drone's body. Done. 01 take Zhihong No 1 to report to the Shanghai Military District. Received, master. With a whoosh, Lin Chen watched as Zhihong No 1 broke through the ceiling of the industrial factory and sped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Forget it, he was responsible for the AI he developed, even if it destroyed the house. Fortunately, that research center was already halfway done, and it would probably be completed in a month. Lin Chen got into his car and headed towards the Shanghai Military District. 5 minutes later, alarms rang out again in the Operations Command Center of the Shanghai Military District. Warning, warning, unidentified flying object detected above. The soldier responsible for radar monitoring felt like he had been cursed lately. How could he be so unlucky to encounter unidentified flying objects for 2 consecutive days? This time, before he could report, Chen Yuanchao arrived. Activate the Beidou satellite monitoring system and get a clear picture of what this unidentified flying object is. Understood. The soldier immediately began to operate. With the commander's authority, he quickly accessed the Beidou satellite interface and captured a clear image. Chen Yuanchao stared at the image of the unidentified flying object on the large screen, momentarily stunned. Zhihong No 1. As the Zhihong aircraft drew closer to the military district of Magic City, the monitoring team leader immediately reported, Commander, should we proceed with an attack? Chen Yuanchao waved his hand. No need to attack. It's not an enemy aircraft. It should be one of our drones from the military district of Magic City. The team leader looked. But Commander, to my knowledge, we don't have that model of drone in the military district of Magic City, and besides, the characters on the Zhihong are so poorly written that it looks like someone hastily sprayed them on. It could very well be a fake from the... Chen Yuanchao recalled the confidentiality agreement he had Lin Chen sign before leaving yesterday, and his lips twitched. It's precisely because the characters are so poorly written that I'm certain it's our own drone. After all, even if it were the enemy, they probably couldn't write something so ugly. Sure enough, after a while, the Zhihong aircraft automatically positioned itself and landed on the fighter jet parking platform of the military district of Magic City. Chen Yuanchao immediately ordered people to surround it, then led a group of experts from the military industry department to inspect it. Qian Xinwei, the head of the military industry department, looked at the unfamiliar fighter jet before him astonished and asked, Old Chen, you mean this was made by that young man yesterday? It should be right. But didn't you just tell him yesterday to build a fighter jet? It's only been one night, and a fighter jet is already at our doorstep. Just as Chen Yuanchao was at a loss for words, Lin Chen arrived at the parking platform. Chen Yuanchao quickly turned to Qian Xinwei. You ask me, I ask who? I'm not in the military industry. You should ask Lin Chen. Lin Chen, come over here. Lin Chen walked over and greeted them. Leader, I haven't let you down. After working hard all night, I finally built this Zhihong aircraft. Qian Xinwei immediately lost his composure. What? Lin Chen looked curiously at the old man standing next to Chen Yuanchao, and Chen Yuanchao quickly introduced, Lin Chen, this is Qian Xinwei, the chief head of our military district of Magic City's military industry department. Hello, Chief Chen. Hello, young comrade. You just said you built this drone in just one night. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, isn't that possible for you? Qian Xinwei almost choked. Was that even a reasonable thing to say? What do you mean we can't? A normal person couldn't do that. Wait, this drone isn't just an empty shell, right? It can fly but doesn't have any other functions. If that's the case, then they might actually be able to do it. Ahem, so what are the parameters of this drone you built? The parameters should be acceptable. How about we try a test flight? Qian Xinwei and Qin Yuanchao exchanged glances and nodded. Hearing is believing, seeing is convincing. A test flight would be the most reliable method. Lin Chen turned to the Zhihong and called out, 01, come on, show us what you've got. Received, master. As the crowd around the Zhihong dispersed, 01 took off vertically. A group of military industry researchers looked utterly bewildered. It's understandable for a drone to take off vertically, but how could it do so while resembling a fighter jet? Shouldn't it have 4 propellers? But what shocked them even more was that just when they thought the Zhihong would ascend a few hundred meters and then switch to acceleration mode, they found that the Zhihong showed no signs of stopping and continued to ascend. Qian Xinwei immediately shouted, quickly, shall Li measure the current altitude of the Zhihong aircraft? Yes, Chief Qian. Li Sisi immediately ran to grab a device, turned it on, and aimed it at the Zhihong, which was still climbing. Chief Qian, the current altitude of the Zhihong has reached 800 meters. The other researchers nearby were astonished. So fast. It just went up to 800 meters in a few minutes. And it ascended vertically to 800 meters. The power consumption must be terrifying. It won't just come crashing down, will it? Old Chen Commander, Chen, why don't you go to the command room to watch the monitoring footage? It's too dangerous to be here. Qian Xinwei calmly spoke, glancing at the researchers who had just spoken. Lin Chen is standing right here and hasn't moved. Oh, what are you all panicking for? The researchers looked at Lin Chen and lowered their heads in shame. Lin Chen smiled, thinking to himself that indeed the quality of personnel in the military is higher than that in the corporate world. The engineers he had encountered at Xiaomi were truly narrow-minded, while the researchers who just spoke were only concerned about the safety of the two leaders. After another 5 minutes, Li Sisi's voice continued to come through. We've broken through 2,000 meters. Still climbing. Upon hearing Li Sisi's words, Qian Xinwei looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. It should be noted that the mainstream J-20 fighter jet in the country has a maximum flight altitude of around 2,000 meters. The production of lift for an aircraft relies on air density. At high altitudes, the thin air drastically reduces the lift generated by the wings. Moreover, the temperature in high-altitude environments is extremely low, and the mechanical properties of ordinary materials can significantly decrease, posing a risk of wing fracture at any moment. Yet Li Sisi's exclamations were not over. 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Li Sisi was so shocked that her voice cracked. Currently, the highest flying fighter jet in the world can only reach about 2,500 meters, and such fighter jets achieve this at the cost of sacrificing all offensive capabilities. When the Zhihong reached 4,000 meters, Li Sisi fell silent, but the measuring device in her hand could no longer be held, clattering to the ground. Qian Xinwei frowned. What happened to Xiao Li? Li Sisi's voice trembled. Chief Qian. It's at 4,000 meters. What a... Qian Xinwei rushed over, picked up the measuring device that had fallen to the ground, and indeed the Zhihong's altitude was stationary at 4,000 meters before it began to accelerate and dive. In such a short time, its speed had reached 1.5 Mach and was still accelerating. Not long after, the measuring device fell to the ground again. Qin Yuanchao was taken aback, curious about what could astonish this titan of the domestic military industry. Qian Xinwei. He picked up the measuring device and looked at it, puzzled. Altitude 2,000 meters, speed 5 Mach. Is there a problem with this data? What a 5 Mach. The group of military researchers was once again stunned by this data, forgetting about Commander Chen Yuanchao's status as they rushed forward to snatch the measuring device from his hands. It really is 5 Mach. My goodness. What kind of monster is this? Chen Yuanchao didn't have a clear understanding of these specific parameters and asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen is 5 Mach fast. It's okay, it's just about twice as fast as the J-20. Chen Yuanchao's breath caught. Twice as fast as the J-20. Ha, well done, Lin Chen. Rest assured the country will not treat you unfairly. I will go apply for your reward right away. With that, Chen Yuanchao laughed heartily and left. Ding. The seller has given a positive review for this manufacturing, and the host will gain the skill of missile manufacturing mastery. Lin Chen rubbed his small hands together in anticipation. This was a national order after all. If a private company like Shunfeng could offer him 100 million, then surely the state would give him at least 800 million. Hee. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanchao returned to his office and picked up a dedicated phone on the desk to make a call. This is Chen Yuanchao. Put me through to old Xia. Soon a venerable and authoritative voice came from the other end of the line. What happened? Old Xia, this kid is simply a genius. He built a combat drone overnight. How's its performance? Although I don't understand the specific parameters, its speed alone is twice that of the J-20. Old Qian was completely dumbfounded. Old Xia, I think we should send this drone on a flight over the beautiful country, using their own tactics against them. After a moment of silence, the other party finally spoke. Okay. After hanging up, Chen Yuanxiao excitedly waved his hand. He had lived for over half a lifetime, always suppressed by the military technology of the beautiful country. Little did he expect that just as he was about to step into the grave, he would witness the overwhelming superiority of his country's fighter jets over the beautiful country. If he could vent his anger this time, he would have no regrets in this life. 10 minutes later, in the commander's office of the Mo City Military District, Chen Yuanxiao called Qian Xinwei and Lin Chen over and explained the plan to them. What do you think? Do you have any objections to this plan? Lin Chen shrugged. After all, this was the very purpose behind his creation of the Zhihong. I have no objections. However, to his surprise, Qian Xinwei shook his head. No, I oppose it. Why? Chen Yuanxiao looked at Qian Xinwei in confusion. The technology of this unmanned combat drone is too advanced compared to the beautiful country. If it gets intercepted, it means we would be handing over our technology to them for free, which would be a huge loss for us. This. Chen Yuanxiao hadn't considered this point, so he turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. Old Qian, rest assured, if I can build this one, I can build a second one. Moreover, the combat power of the Zhihong is quite strong. It is not only equipped with missiles, but also laser weapons. If the beautiful country attempts to intercept it, they might lose 1 or 2 flight squadrons, and still not. What? The Zhihong is equipped with missiles and laser weapons. So are you suggesting that if we remove these offensive weapons, the Zhihong could still achieve a higher flight altitude and speed? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Theoretically, yes. However, I didn't design it with the concept of a reconnaissance aircraft. It was designed with the concept of a fighter jet. Lin Chen, you are simply a genius in scientific research. The future of our military industry will rely on you. Chen Yuanxiao, seeing that Qian Xinwei had no objections, said with a smile. Alright, since everyone has no objections, let's officially start the plan now. I will oversee the entire project, and Lin Chen, you will be responsible for the specific operation of the Zhihong. Thus the 2 old men and a young man secretly began this plan that would soon shake the world in this office. At this moment, the Zhihong had already landed and was parked on the airstrip of the Mo City Military District, surrounded by researchers from the Military Industry Department. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed from the Zhihong. Zhihong is ready for takeoff. Please keep a safe distance. After everyone moved away, the Zhihong ascended vertically, then suddenly accelerated, accompanied by a sonic boom, flying straight east. 2 hours later, the Zhihong had already reached near the west coast of the beautiful country. At this moment, it was at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Suddenly, alarms rang out at the California Naval Base. Warning! Warning! An unidentified flying object has been detected at an altitude of 20,000 meters. A colonel in the California Navy felt uneasy upon hearing this altitude, as 20,000 meters was typically where fighter jets operated. For example, the Tian Chaos J-20. Quickly notify the general, a suspected enemy fighter jet is approaching. Soon Major General Wilson arrived at the radar monitoring room. Oh my God, let me see which reckless country sent this fighter jet. Yes. However, when the colonel scanned the radar again, he suddenly found it was no longer detectable. General, it has disappeared. What? Are you kidding me? This is the world's most advanced long-range radar capable of detecting objects at 30,000 meters. Come on, tell me what fighter jet could evade its detection. I might have made a mistake. Wilson angrily left the radar monitoring room. Just as he stepped out, the colonel noticed that the radar display had once again detected the unidentified flying object. General, it has appeared. It really has appeared. What? Wilson turned around and walked towards the radar display, but found nothing again. You idiot. Are you playing with me? No. General, it really did detect an unidentified flying object just now, and it happened twice. I swear if not, I'll be hit by a car when I go out. Hee, you still want to bet with me? Fine, I'll take your bet. If it exists, I'll be blown up by a missile today. As soon as he finished speaking, the radar monitoring room suddenly lit up with red lights, and alarms rang continuously. Warning! Warning! An unidentified flying object is approaching. Please be advised. Wilson's face turned red. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. But after all, he was the general, and the outcome of the bet was still under his control. Since we have detected an unidentified flying object, let's take a satellite photo to see what it really is. Yes. The radar monitoring room became busy immediately. A few minutes later, a soldier ran over to Wilson and said, General, we have taken a photo of the unidentified flying object with the satellite. Please take a look. Wilson picked up the photo and was instantly stunned. The colonel beside him curiously asked, So, General, is it a fighter jet? Wilson shook his head in a daze. No, it's a missile. The colonel's eyes widened in shock at this statement. What? Did God just show up so quickly? Did the bet this foolish general made come true so fast? Oh God, please don't take it seriously. I don't want to meet you yet, boo-hoo. However, the missile doesn't care about reason. Its sole purpose is to send you to meet God. With a thunderous boom, an unparalleled explosion erupted at the entire naval base. The center of the explosion even blew several warships into the air, causing the entire California to tremble. Modu Military Region Commander's Office. Chen Yuanchao stared at the screen on Lin Chen's phone, his eyes wide. Damn, Lin Chen, what model is this missile? How is it so powerful? Qian Xinwei also asked. Yet judging by the size of your missile, the explosive yield should only be a few hundred kilograms. I thought at most this missile would destroy a cruiser, but I never expected it to blow up an entire naval base, just like that. Lin Chen recalled the missile manufacturing mastery, skill granted by the system, and began to explain. Professor Qian, it might be related to the different ratio of explosives and the detonation method I used. The foundation of traditional missile manufacturing is the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation. It is used to calculate the velocity increment of a missile in an ideal vacuum environment, which is the basis for determining fuel load and range. However, such a design actually has a minor issue when the missile impacts the ground and explodes. A large portion of the explosive energy is directed into the ground, resulting in waste. The explosion method I designed uses a proximity fuse placed inside the missile which senses the distance to the target in real time. When the missile enters the preset optimal detonation distance, the fuse automatically ignites, unleashing the missile's maximum power. Qian Xinwei felt enlightened by Lin Chen's explanation, and some other scientific research difficulties that had troubled him before also became clear, giving him new ideas. If I had known this method earlier, we wouldn't have been so passive against that US drone last time. No matter how fast it flew, we could have just bombed the entire area in front of it and see where it could run. Chen Yuanchao also sighed. Alas, old Qian, since the tragedy has already happened, what we need to do is to improve our strength and strike back. Qian Xinwei nodded and turned his gaze back to Lin Chen's phone screen. On the screen, after destroying the naval base, Zhihong Hao made a low-altitude dive and burst out of the sea of flames. This scene was captured not only by the U.S. military, but also by the American public. Soon photos of Zhihong Hao bursting out of the flames began to go viral on foreign websites. And the three large characters, Zhihong Hao, on it became known to countless people. In the United States, at the White House, President Bai Pu was furious. WTF, can anyone tell me what is written on it? Report, Mr. President, I feel it looks like Korean or Japanese. A White House think tank carefully examined Lin Chen's flamboyant Zhihong Hao characters and answered confidently. What about the others' opinions? The other think tanks also nodded, indicating that it indeed looked like Korean or Japanese. Bai Pu frowned. This was not the answer he wanted, because in his heart he felt it must be a move by the Celestial Dynasty. After all, this drone intrusion incident was very similar to the drone they had sent to the South China Sea of the Celestial Dynasty last time, and it looked very much like an act of retaliation by the Celestial Dynasty. So he tentatively asked, couldn't it be the Celestial Dynasty? The think tank who had just spoken felt contempt in his heart, thinking, am I the expert, or are you? What the hell do you know? Then he said firmly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Celestial Dynasty's characters have always been square and grand. These characters are just scribbles. They cannot be Celestial Dynasty characters. Bai Pu saw that the think tank was looking at him as if he were an idiot and felt embarrassed. He angrily slammed the table. Go summon the foreign ambassadors of South Korea and Japan and ask them who did it. Soon the ambassadors of South Korea and Japan arrived at the White House. Bai Pu gave them a cold glare and threw the photo of Zhihong Hao in their faces. Speak. Who gave you the audacity to send a drone to bomb our great U.S. naval base? Upon hearing this, the ambassadors of South Korea and Japan felt their legs go weak, almost collapsing to the ground. They thought, could it be that their own countries were about to go to war with the United States and had abandoned them? The South Korean ambassador reacted quickly and pointed at the Japanese. Mr. President, it must be Japan. This character looks like Japanese, and it's not the first time they have attacked the great United States. The Japanese ambassador became anxious upon hearing this. Although he also felt it was something his countrymen might do. If he admitted it now, he would be dead for sure. Baka, you are slandering me. Our Japanese characters are like earthworms. They don't have so many horizontal strokes. This is clearly Korean. Bai Pu looked at the White House think tank again. The think tanks discussed among themselves and felt that the Japanese ambassador's words made more sense. However, the line, Japan is not the first time doing this, made them collectively decide to call a stag a horse. Mr. President, it seems this drone is undoubtedly from Japan. The Japanese ambassador was shocked. How can you be so shameless? You have no shame. Bai Pu snorted coldly and dialed the phone of Japanese Prime Minister Zhu Tianyaipan. Dear Mr. Bai Pu, may I ask what your instructions are? Instructions? I wouldn't dare. You dare to bomb our U.S. naval base with a drone, and I still dare to instruct you. Zhu Tianyaipan looked terrified. I didn't. Mr. President, how could I dare? Just as Bai Pu was about to continue scolding Zhu Tianyaipan, an alarm suddenly sounded. Then Jim, the head of White House security, rushed in from outside. Mr. President, an unidentified flying object has appeared above the White House, suspected to be the drone that just destroyed the California naval base. For your safety, please follow us to the safe room. Bai Pu's hand trembled, and he hung up the phone. Under Jim's guidance, he walked out of the Oval Office. Arriving at the safe room in the basement, Bai Pu cursed angrily. This Zhu Tianyaipan is too despicable, continuing to deceive me on the phone while controlling the drone to bomb me. Indeed, those Japanese chickens are all bad. Jim immediately ordered General Rum at the airbase to send our most advanced fighter jets to shoot down this damn drone. Yes, sir. Soon Lin Chen detected through the early warning system of Zhihong how that two small tails were following behind. Commander Professor Chen, look, the U.S. has sent fighter jets. They're Ace F-22 Raptors. We can start walking the dog now, he. Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei exchanged glances, both showing sly smiles. Far across the ocean, Zhihong Hao maintained a steady pace, leading the two F-22s behind it all the way from Washington to the skies over Niue. During the pursuit, the two F-22s launched more than one missile at Zhihong Hao, but all were easily evaded by Zhihong Hao. Lin Chen took a look at the images transmitted back from Zhihong Hao and saw that it had arrived above the most bustling Times Square in the United States. He raised an eyebrow. The show is about to begin. The pilots of two F-22 fighter jets are currently communicating via radio. Oh shit, we almost hit it just now, Tom. Let's flank it from both sides after we pass New Moon, and then hit it with a missile. No problem, Jack. Let's take it out quickly. Oh, I've got a date tonight, and I'm in a hurry. However, just a moment ago they were joking, and the next moment they were all serious. Ahead, the speed of the drone unexpectedly increased, and its altitude rose higher and higher. In no time, they could no longer see each other's shadows. What's going on? Where's that drone? Why can't we see it? It can't have run out of battery and crashed, right? After all, it flew all the way from the Foot Basin country across the entire Pacific Ocean. I'll confirm with the command center. If it crashed, we can wrap things up early. Saying this, Tom pressed the contact button for the command center. Command center, this is Tom. The enemy drone has suddenly gone dark. Please confirm if it has crashed. Received, confirming. Now, please hold on. Wait. Tom, it's behind you. What a... Tom instinctively turned his head, but quickly realized he was in the plane and saw nothing. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly appeared beside him. He turned his head and saw a laser coming from behind, piercing through the F-22 that Jack was piloting. Oh shit. Now he was absolutely certain that the drone was right behind him, and it was equipped with a laser weapon. WTF. Did I not wake up this morning and suddenly cross into an interstellar battle? As the massive explosion of Jack's F-22 rang out, everyone in New Moon Square looked up at the sky. At this moment, Tom only wanted to survive and make it to his date tonight. However, the Zhihong was merciless, and another laser pierced through Tom's plane. After all, the beautiful country had never given Gao Zhihong a chance. Fortunately, unlike Jack, Tom had no reaction time at all, and pulled the parachute lever the moment the laser shot out. He was ejected from the F-22 and opened his parachute in midair. At that moment, he kept praying to God, hoping that the enemy wouldn't kill him. He felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The enemy wouldn't even need to fire bullets. Just by flying over and stirring up his parachute, he would fall and die. Fortunately, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Boss Qian Lao, how does my backflip look? I went straight behind them and poked their butts. Haha, good job, you took down two Raptors. You know, a Raptor is currently the strongest fighter jet in the world, and the cost of one is $1.5 billion. Wait. What? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Oh no, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have blown it up. That's a lot of money. It would have been better to bring it back. Chen Yuanxiao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha, I'm not needed anymore. Our country has already developed a 6th-generation fighter, which is stronger than this. Alright, this dog-walking operation is about to wrap up. Let's call Zhihong back. I'm also ready to accept my punishment now. Lin Chen looked puzzled again. Huh, accept punishment. Shouldn't you be celebrated for your great achievement, boss? Qian Xinwei sighed. Lin Chen, you don't understand. Such retaliatory actions are not permitted at the official level. Since Zhihong flew so low, just now someone must have discovered that this is our Heavenly Dynasty's drone. When that happens, the beautiful country will definitely seize the opportunity to retaliate, and old Chen will be the scapegoat. Haha, old Qian, why do you say scapegoat so harshly? I prefer to call it early retirement. Are you envious? Lin Chen then realized there were so many issues behind the scenes. He thought that if they were attacked, they would just retaliate, but why did they still have to slap themselves afterwards? Chen Yuanxiao noticed Lin Chen's confusion and patted his shoulder. Lin Chen, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Don't be fooled by our country's current strength. In many cutting-edge technologies, we are still crushed by the beautiful country. But seeing you, I seem to envision the Heavenly Dynasty standing over the beautiful country one day. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Boss, you can rest assured I will definitely strive to do my best. Just as the two were getting emotional, Qian Xinwei suddenly interrupted them. Hey, don't get lost in your emotions. Come quickly and check the news. It seems like something's off. Moi. Chen Yuanxiao and Lin Chen leaned over to see the news headline on Qian Xinwei's phone. The beautiful country has suffered a series of terrorist attacks. According to experts analyzing the attacking drone, it came from the Foot Basin country. Currently, the beautiful country's ambassador to Japan has expressed strong dissatisfaction with the Foot Basin country's Prime Minister's Tianyi, demanding a reasonable explanation from the Foot Basin country. The three exchanged glances, puzzled about how the scapegoat had turned into the Foot Basin. Qian Xinwei scrutinized Chen Yuanxiao from head to toe. Old Chen, you wouldn't be Tianyi's long-lost father, would you? Get lost, your son is the Foot Basin chicken. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. The beautiful country is their beautiful father. They actually went to the extent of taking the blame for you, even bearing the crime of bombing the beautiful country. Who are you asking? Who should I ask? At this moment Chen Yuanxiao's special phone on the desk rang. Yuanxiao, what's going on here? Old Xia, I don't know either. Old Xia fell silent for a moment before tentatively asking. You wouldn't be Zhuo Tianyi's long-lost father, would you? Chen Yuanxiao. Old Xia, you can say other things, but saying this is a bit insulting. Ha ha ha, just kidding. But isn't it good that someone is taking the blame? We can stir the pot a bit too. After a while, the Heavenly Dynasty's Ministry of Foreign Affairs released a statement online. Firmly oppose terrorist attacks, comprehensively uphold global peace. With the Heavenly Dynasty's statement, many countries also began to voice their opinions. As expected, the Heavenly Dynasty's culture is profound. A look at how articulate this statement is. After all, if they were to write it, they would, ha ha ha, very good. Even the citizens of the Foot Basin took to the streets to protest, shouting the Heavenly Dynasty's slogan. Firmly oppose terrorist attacks, comprehensively uphold global peace. Because they were also afraid if the beautiful father retaliated recklessly, the first to die would definitely be ordinary. Zhuo Tianyi was now on the verge of collapse. He had asked all the generals of the self-defense forces, but all claimed to have no idea where the drone came from. Just as he was frowning, he suddenly heard the sound of the marching crowd outside, and his eyes lit up. There's a way. Zhuo Tian smirked, glancing at the world map hanging on the wall. So they think they can wrong us, huh? Let them taste the bitterness of being wronged too. That night, under the cover of darkness and high winds, the country of Xiaobin found itself subjected to drone bombings, resulting in a grim scene of over a dozen deaths and hundreds of injuries. The following morning, the Xiaobin Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a press conference vehemently condemning the actions of Bangzi, accusing them of a terrorist attack, and demanding an explanation. At that moment in the Bangzi presidential office, President Li Zipai was still asleep, cradling a sweet-looking actress in his arms. Mr. President, it's bad. Something's happened. Li Zipai was jolted awake by the shout, angrily pushing the actress away and cursing outside. Who the hell is cursing me early in the morning? It's your family that's in trouble. Yet the shouting outside continued unabated. Mr. President, the country of Xiaobin claims we sent drones to bomb them, massacring civilians, and they demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, Li Zipai lost his composure, hastily throwing on his clothes and storming out. What? Drone bombings? Massacring civilians? What on earth happened? His subordinate immediately presented a tablet, which detailed the video from the Xiaobin press conference. In the video, the spokesperson for the Xiaobin Ministry of Foreign Affairs spoke with tears in their eyes, displaying numerous photos and videos from the disaster site in Hokkaido, truly a sight too horrific to bear. They also showed a photo of the drone captured by the Xiaobin military, which was somewhat blurry due to being taken at night, but faintly revealed some characters on the drone's exterior. Huh, why does this drone look so familiar to me? Mr. President, you have a great memory. According to our analysis, this is indeed the very drone that attacked the beautiful country yesterday. Even the characters on it are identical. Hearing this, Li Zipai began to doubt himself. Could it really be a drone sent by us? Just then another report came in. Mr. President, the ambassador from the beautiful country is outside looking for you. Why is the beautiful country? Oh no, they must be here to hold me accountable. Li Zipai entered the meeting room with a bitter expression, where the ambassador from the beautiful country Smith snorted coldly. Mr. President, you truly have exquisite taste. After bombing the beautiful country, you bomb the Xiaobin country, yet you spend the night talking with an actress in the Blue House. Mr. Smith, what if I say that this drone does not belong to us? Would you believe me? Smith was left laughing in anger. Ha ha ha, are you saying this drone belongs to Xiaobin? Did they bomb themselves for no reason? Well, it's not impossible, and your think tank has already analyzed that those three characters obviously look like Japanese. Oh, I apologize, the think tank at the White House just reanalyzed it, and concluded that the possibility of it being Korean is greater. Li Zipai. Mr. Smith, you must believe that Bangzi is a solid ally of the beautiful country. Just last week I sent you a girl group, didn't I? Thinking of that girl group, Smith licked his lips and sighed. Hey old Li, let me tell you, if I hadn't come today, the Blue House would probably already be surrounded by our troops in Korea. I'm giving you a tremendous favor here, you better figure out how to resolve this quickly. Li Zipai was sweating profusely, desperately recalling whether he had ever issued such a foolish order. At that moment, Li Zhuangzhuang from the Blue House Security Department rushed in. Mr. President, there's a group of civilians outside the Blue House holding banners and shouting slogans demanding to resolutely resist terrorist attacks and uphold global peace. Should we take them down? Li Zipai's expression darkened. Just a moment ago, they were discussing the massacre of Xiaobin civilians, and now someone barges in saying they want to slaughter their own civilians. Have you lost your mind? What are you saying? Those are our Bangzi civilians. As a president who cares for his people, how could I do such a thing? Li Zhuangzhuang scratched his head. You, caring for the people. However, he remained professional, since the president said, so he certainly wouldn't argue. All right, Mr. President, I'll have someone bring them some tea and snacks so they don't tire themselves out shouting. Li Zipai was on the verge of spitting blood from anger, taking a deep breath to calm himself, forcing a smile. Haha, you're doing great, very well done. Li Zhuangzhuang happily turned to prepare, thinking that the president praised him. Maybe he would get a promotion and a raise. Li Zipai continued speaking to Smith. Mr. Smith, you see, I am a good person with a kind heart, and I would never commit such acts of massacre against civilians. Smith shrugged. It doesn't matter what you say, how everyone outside believes it was you, Bangzi, who did it. Do you know the saying about 3 people creating a tiger? Li Zipai shook his head in confusion. Smith sighed. Forget it, I can't explain this to an illiterate heir from a Chable family. You need to quickly find someone to figure out how to give the beautiful country and Xiaobin an explanation. I also need to reply to Mr. Baipu. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. After sending off Smith, Li Zipai immediately called together the ministers of the military propaganda and foreign affairs to discuss countermeasures. As a result, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs claimed that the military acted without authorization and should take the blame. The military retorted that they hadn't and turned to accuse the propaganda department of failing to accurately convey the differences between Korean and Japanese. The propaganda department argued that they had no business promoting Japanese and accused the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of being unable to bear even a little pressure. Li Zipai's head was spinning from the back and forth, and he finally slammed the table in anger. Enough. I said enough. I didn't ask you to come here to pass the buck. Only then did the 3 shrink back and fall silent. After a while, the Minister of Foreign Affairs tentatively spoke up. Mr. President, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Li Zipai gave him a glance. Go ahead. Actually, the situation is quite clear now. It must be that Xiaobin bombed themselves and framed us, trying to prove to the beautiful country that the drone isn't theirs. Since that's the case, we need to force them to release the drone. That way the truth will be revealed, right? The Minister of the Military chuckled coldly. Do you think they're foolish? At this stage, they will definitely hide the evidence. How could they possibly release it? So we need to borrow a knife to kill. Li Zipai became intrigued and asked, whose knife do we borrow? From Tianqiao. Tianqiao. Exactly. In this world, if we talk about who holds the greatest enmity against Xiaopingua, it must be Tianqiao. Unfortunately, Tianqiao is currently constrained by its status as a permanent member of the UN Security Council and cannot act freely, otherwise the entire island of Xiaopin might have been bombed to the bottom of the sea. Based on the analysis of intelligence relayed by our ambassador to Pyongyang, the reason Pyongyang identified that drone as belonging to Xiaopingua was also to retaliate for Xiaoping's sneak attack back then. At this moment, if we propose to Pyongyang a 4-nation military exercise selecting Xiaopingua as the venue, Tianqiao will certainly seize this opportunity to strike Xiaopin with all its might. When Xiaopin buckles under the pressure, they will have no choice but to unveil their trump cards. In this way, we and Pyongyang can covertly assess the military strength of both Tianqiao and Xiaopin, while simultaneously clearing our own suspicion. In the end, Tianqiao will also have vented its 3 birds with 1 stone. I believe they will agree. Li Zipu's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Haha, let's do it. We'll call Smith right now. That afternoon, the journalists from various nations stationed outside the Bangzi Blue House did not receive an explanation from the Blue House. Instead, they obtained a notice titled Announcement on the Joint Military Exercise of Tianqiao, Pyongyang, Bangzi, and Xiaopin. At this time in the Modu Military District, the Zhihong had become the district's most treasured asset. Not only were the military scientific researchers of the Modu Military District studying it every day, but researchers from other major military districts also submitted applications for exchange and study. Chen Yuanchao was immensely proud, wearing a smile all day long. However, upon receiving the notice from the capital assigning the Modu Military District to host this joint military exercise, he frowned. He understood that Bangzi wanted to use this to clear their name, but one thing puzzled him. Assuming the drone was from Xiaopin, would Xiaopin be foolish enough to use it even if they were beaten mercilessly during the exercise? So he summoned Qian Xinwei and Lin Chen to discuss. After Chen Yuanchao explained the situation, Qian Xinwei immediately caught on. Lao Chen drone technology is not an isolated field. Many of its technologies are universal. The top military researchers in Pyongyang can detect traces from other military products, allowing them to determine whether that drone was made by Xiaopingua. Then wouldn't they also be able to find clues from our military products and eventually realize that we were the ones who sent the drone? Qian Xinwei let out a hearty laugh and said, Haha, don't worry about that. After days of research, many of the technologies on the Zhihong developed by Lin Chen are his original creations. They are not part of the same system as our other military products, so Pyongyang won't be able to tell. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanchao also began to laugh. Then he'll thank our Pyongyang comrades for this opportunity to give Xiaopin a thorough beating. But Qian Xinwei continued, however, the problem now is that this is a 4-nation joint military exercise. If Tianqiao goes all out to beat Xiaopin, it will inevitably reveal some of its trump cards. This gives Pyongyang a legitimate chance to gather intelligence and secretly develop countermeasures. Lin Chen interjected with a smile. Commander Qian Lao, since this rare opportunity allows us to freely trounce Xiaopin, I want to be part of it. How about I give you a surprise tomorrow? Qian Xinwei's eyes brightened. Oh, Lin Chen, have you come up with another military invention? After spending a few days in the Moda military district and learning about the most advanced military technology in Tianshao, I've had some ideas. Ha ha ha, excellent. Good. Very good. We'll be watching with great anticipation. After Chen Yuanshao circulated the notice of the four-nation joint military exercise in the Modu military district, the soldiers crowded the registration office, displaying unparalleled enthusiasm. Some mid-level officers even brought gifts to Chen Yuanshao, hoping to be selected for the exercise. Enraged Chen Yuanshao slammed his hand on the desk. Are you out of your minds? This is a serious military exercise. There's a chance of injury, even death. Do you think this is some kind of treat? And you dare to bribe me? The mid-level officers who had brought gifts grew anxious. Commander, how can it not be a treat? It's a chance to beat up Jiaopin. If I don't go, my old man will whip me with his leather belt. Besides, even if I die, it's worth it. My name would be recorded in the family annals on a separate page, and ID, get the finest incense on Qingming Festival. Please let me go. In the end, Chen Yuanshao, overwhelmed by the persistent gift givers, had to announce that the slots were limited and let them settle it with rock, paper, scissors. The winners would go. The next morning, when Lin Chen arrived at the Modu military district, he saw all the soldiers playing rock, paper, scissors. The losers banged their heads against the wall in frustration, while the winners danced with joy. Lin Chen pulled aside a soldier and asked curiously, "Brother, what are you betting on?" The man glanced at Lin Chen. "We're betting on slots for the military exercise. I don't even mention it. I was eliminated in the first round yesterday. Terrible luck." Lin Chen was speechless. Commander Chen really lacked business sense. What a perfect opportunity to scalp tickets, and instead he made the soldiers decide by rock, paper, scissors. When Lin Chen reached Chen Yuanshao's office, Chen and Qian Xinwei were discussing which military equipment to bring. Seeing Lin Chen, Qian Xinwei asked curiously, "Lin Chen, where's the surprise you mentioned yesterday?" Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. "In the sky." The sky. Chen Yuanshao and Qian Xinwei looked up and toward the window. At that moment, a gigantic humanoid mecha descended from the sky and landed steadily on the tarmac of the Moda military district. The thunderous noise startled the soldiers still playing rock, paper, scissors, and they hurriedly assembled and rushed to the tarmac. When Lin Chen and the other two arrived at the tarmac, a crowd had already gathered. Pointing at the colossal mecha which stood 3 or 4 stories high, Lin Chen introduced it. "Commander Qian Lao, this is the mecha I developed, the Baihu." Chen Yuanshao stared at the mecha in awe and asked, "Lin Chen, the mecha looks impressive, but how effective is it in combat?" Lin Chen called out to the Baihu. 01, demonstrate the Baihu's power. Acknowledged, master. Then the Baihu sprang into action, charging toward the Modu military district's training ground. An hour later, Chen Yuanshao and Qian Xinwei were completely astounded. "Lin Chen, this mecha is incredible. It feels like it could match an entire artillery company." Qian Xinwei shook his head. "Old Chen, you're wrong. This is just one mecha. If we had 10, I think they could rival an entire division. As far as I know, military mecha research worldwide is still in the theoretical stage. This mecha can serve as our trump card for this military exercise. Let those conceited folks in Pyongyang see something truly impressive." Lin Chen looked at the excited expressions of the two and asked, "So how do you feel? Elder Qian, are you satisfied with this surprise I prepared for you?" "Haha, very satisfied." "Of course we are satisfied." Lin Chen smiled. He invested a lot into creating this mech using 200 soda cans and 50 stainless steel basins. If he didn't get good reviews, he would be at a loss. Ding. Seller has rated this manufacturing positively. The host will receive the skill mastery of mech manufacturing. A week later, the time for the joint military exercise of the four nations arrived as Zhuotianyi looked at the aircraft carriers of the Celestial Empire and the beautiful nation with some trepidation. Wasn't it just a military exercise? Was it necessary to bring the aircraft carriers? The key issue was that the Celestial Empire sent 2 aircraft carriers over. Are you sure this is just an exercise and not something serious? However, there was nothing he could do now. Fortunately, the beautiful nation also sent an aircraft carrier, so the Celestial Empire should not be so reckless. Right? What he didn't know was that the Celestial Empire sent 2 aircraft carriers mainly to transport that mech. At present, the Baihu mech, even among the participants of this exercise, was considered a secret weapon and very few people knew about it. At this moment, Lin Chen, Qian Xinwei, and Chen Yuanshao stood on the deck of the aircraft carrier looking at the land of the Foot Basin Nation, exchanging glances, and truly wanted to launch a few rounds. Soon the highly anticipated joint military exercise of the 4 nations officially began. The beautiful nation stationed in the east, the Foot Basin Nation in the south, the Celestial Empire in the west, and the Stick Nation in the... According to international practice, all parties were required to use blank ammunition during this military exercise. At the Celestial Empire Command Center, after Chen Yuanshao finished arranging the combat deployment, he began studying the map of the Foot Basin Nation. Lin Chen glanced over and sighed. Elder Chen, what a pity. This place is so close to the Jinghua Shrine, I really want to fire a shot at it. Chen Yuanshao raised an eyebrow. Lin Chen, don't be so rigid. You need to be a bit more adaptable, you know. What does it matter to us if the Jinghua Shrine of the Foot Basin Nation gets bombed? We are here for an exercise. Are you saying that the missiles can grow legs and flies? Lin Chen suddenly had a revelation. Missiles may not be able to grow legs, but the bionic can. After it blows up, it can just run away, and the Foot Basin Nation wouldn't be able to catch anyone. Because the bionic does not require a human operator, it can be controlled entirely by AI. Lin Chen and Chen Yuanchao exchanged glances and smiled. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. That night, while the armies of the four nations were conducting their defensive deployments, a sudden earth-shattering explosion echoed from afar, illuminating the night sky, as if it were daytime, and the ground even trembled faintly. The sound of the explosion startled all the commanders of the four nations, as they could tell that this was definitely not the sound of blank ammunition. The armies of the four nations became fully alert, suspecting that one of the countries had illegally used live ammunition. General MacArthur of the beautiful nation immediately stood up, calling for a halt to the exercise, and starting to check the ammunition situation of each country, as he did not want the soldiers of the beautiful nation to suffer casualties. However, after a night of mutual inspection among the four nations, MacArthur was astonished to find that everyone's ammunition complied with the regulations and consisted of blank ammunition with no violations. Just as he was puzzled, Zwetiani suddenly arrived. General MacArthur, I suspect that the Celestial Empire's army is illegally bombing our country with live ammunition. Our Jinghua shrine has just been struck by a shell and has been completely obliterated. Chen Yuanchao snorted coldly. Zwetiani, one can eat indiscriminately, but one cannot talk recklessly. Zwetiani's face flushed. Who else but your Celestial Empire? Besides your Celestial Empire, who else harbors such animosity towards our Foot Basin Nation? Chen Yuanchao shot him a disdainful look. We were also startled by the explosion, so under General MacArthur's suggestion, we conducted a mutual inspection among the four nations and found no issues. This indicates that the bomb was not launched from the military exercise site here, and it is even less likely that it was fired by our Celestial Empire. You are slandering us. Zwetiani looked towards MacArthur upon hearing this, and MacArthur nodded, indicating that it was indeed so. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who else but your Celestial Empire? Could it have been the Stick Nation? That's right, it must be the Stick Nation. The general of the Stick Nation, Li Xiongxi, looked bewildered. Us? Foot Basin Nation, you can't just slander us. Our Stick Nation's army has never left the exercise site. How could we bomb you? Do you think the missiles can grow legs and run? Indeed, could the missiles really grow legs and run? Chen Yuanchao held back his laughter and chimed in. MacArthur also thought this reasoning made sense, and thus intervened to stop Zwetiani's unreasonable accusations. All right, Zwetiani, this should be the work of terrorists within your own country. What you need to do now is to investigate thoroughly rather than come here to make baseless accusations. But, no buts. After suspecting the Celestial Empire, you suspect the Stick Nation. Are you going to suspect our beautiful nation next? No, I absolutely do not suspect the beautiful nation. Oomph. That's good to know. If it were our beautiful nation, we wouldn't just be using ordinary missiles. Zwetiani swallowed hard upon hearing this. He understood the implication in MacArthur's words and could only leave in disgrace. Chen Yuanchao stood up and coldly snorted at Matsushita, Chao Xiong, the leader of the Foot Basin Nation. What do you mean by being the first to suspect our Celestial Empire? Do you have a bias against us? If so, don't blame us for being unkind. Matsushita Chao Xiong looked at Chen Yuanchao, who was turning to leave, feeling a bit bitter. Damn it, that fool Zwetiani, why did he come at this time? He could have come earlier or later, but he chose to come just after they finished their mutual inspection. Couldn't he have notified me beforehand? Now it's good. The Celestial Empire values the principle of a legitimate cause, and this is just giving them a reason to beat us up. In fact, Zwetiani was also suffering in his heart. Why was he in such a hurry to come and ask for accountability? He was simply hoping to directly cancel this military exercise. He had just visited the Jinghua shrine and saw the hole created by the explosion. My goodness, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he truly wouldn't have believed it. Just a single shell not only obliterated the Jinghua shrine, but also blasted a deep pit over 30 meters deep. If such a shell fell on the Prime Minister's residence hiding in an underground safe house, would be useless. He would either be directly killed or could be roasted by the residual heat of the explosion. So he wanted to rush over, shift the blame onto the Celestial Empire or the Stick Nation and gain the support of the beautiful nation to cancel this military exercise, but unfortunately he failed. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanchao, who had just been furious, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon returning to the Celestial Empire Command Center. Ha, this is great, so satisfying. Lin Chen, well done. Lin Chen grinned. Elder Chen, removing illegal structures is everyone's responsibility. Besides, I have prepared a little gift for the Foot Basin Nation tomorrow. The next day, as dawn broke, the military exercise officially commenced. The armies of the Celestial Empire charged fiercely towards the positions of the Foot Basin Nation, leaving General Matsushita, Chao Xiong, in a state. Aren't you at all worried about being attacked from behind? What if the beautiful country or the Stick country launches a surprise attack from your rear? However, things did not unfold as he expected. Neither the beautiful country nor the Stick country sent out a single soldier, remaining vigilant in their defensive positions. The only thing they deployed was a completely unarmed surveillance drone, clearly indicating to both the Celestial Empire and the Foot Basin that while they fought, they were merely spectators. With no other option, Matsushita Chaoxiong could only retaliate as he had been trained. However, the combat prowess of the Celestial Empire's troops exceeded his imagination. They fought as if they were on a cheat mode. Their shooting accuracy was astonishing, every shot hitting the mark. Though they were using blank rounds, getting hit on the head still hurt. A few unfortunate souls were struck in the eyes, rolling on the ground in agony. Matsushita Chaoxiong gritted his teeth. Celestial Empire, you leave me no choice. Adjutant, order the fighter jets to bomb them. Soon one fighter jet after another took off from the Foot Basin's positions, preparing to drop bombs on the Celestial Empire. Chen Yuanshao lowered his binoculars and smirked. You think you're better with your fighter jets? Air Force engage. Matsushita Chaoxiong was taken aback. What? You Celestial Empire have no shame. Why are all your jets J-20s? How are we supposed to fight against that? The Foot Basin's advanced fighter jets were all imported from the beautiful country, consisting of outdated 4th-generation models. As for their ace fighter jet, the Raptor, only a few units had been sold to the Foot Basin. In theory, outdated 4th-generation jets were sufficient for a defeated nation like the Foot Basin, which was not allowed to maintain a military. But who could have anticipated that the Celestial Empire would bring only J-20s, which were on par with the Raptor of the beautiful country? Is the Celestial Empire just too wealthy? Thus, before the Foot Basin's combat group could demonstrate its prowess, they were already overwhelmed by the J-20s of the Celestial Empire. At this moment, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at Chen Yuanshao. Old Chen, my little surprise is about to make its debut. Are the brothers ready? Chen Yuanshao signaled with an okay gesture. Don't worry, the ones I brought this time are the most dramatic pilots in this cohort. They won't give themselves away. Just when everyone thought the Foot Basin would start deploying other air defense measures, suddenly a silver-white fighter jet flew out from deep behind the Foot Basin's positions, moving at an astonishing speed. This fighter jet dodged multiple attacks from the J-20s, simultaneously launching 2 missiles that directly eliminated 2 J-20s. This aircraft left everyone dumbfounded, especially the troops from the beautiful country and the stick country. The former was puzzled, wondering when the Foot Basin had developed such advanced fighter jets. The latter was filled with fear, thinking, what the hell, Foot Basin, you actually developed secretly? This is against the rules. Even Matsushita Chaoxiong was astonished. The Foot Basin had such powerful fighter jets. How come I didn't know? However, even a mighty fist cannot fight against 4 hands. After eliminating 4 J-20s, the silver-white drone was finally shot down by other J-20s. Moreover, it seemed that due to being hit by too many blank rounds at once, it suffered a circuit malfunction and did not retreat safely like the other fighter jets, but rather lost control and plummeted towards the ground. With a thunderous bang, the fighter jet crashed into the Foot Basin's own positions, resulting in an explosion. The explosion not only destroyed the defenses laid out by the Foot Basin in that area, but also caused casualties among dozens of Foot Basin soldiers. This is military exercise, although the mortality rate is not as high as an actual combat. Accidents can happen at any moment. Just as MacArthur was preparing to pause the exercise to tend to the wounded, Li Zionx's voice suddenly came through the headset. General MacArthur, take a close look at the wreckage of that fighter jet from just now. What did you notice? There are traces of writing left on its exterior. Moi. MacArthur immediately ordered a replay of the footage capturing the clash between the 2 countries' fighter jets. Stop. Right here, enlarge the image. Zoom in further. As the entire command screen displayed the once dominant fighter jet, MacArthur finally noticed something amiss. Quick, analyze this photo and see what these missing characters are. Soon the photo was sent into the AI for analysis. After a while, when the AI results appeared before MacArthur, he was left dumbfounded, utterly disbelieving. It was solved just like that. Quickly send this photo and analysis results back to the president. Far away in the White House, Biden, upon receiving MacArthur's message, immediately gathered the White House think tank for analysis to verify its authenticity. Ultimately, after analysis, the White House think tank confirmed it was true. Moreover, based on MacArthur's description, it was definitely the Foot Basin, forced to reveal a glimpse of its capability. Biden was furious. How dare you, Foot Basin, launch a second surprise attack against our great beautiful country? This is simply unforgivable. Thus, he immediately ordered MacArthur to hit the Foot Basin hard, destroying all the expensive weapons and equipment they had bought, making them feel the pain. After receiving the order, MacArthur licked his lips. Foot Basin prepared to face judgment. Meanwhile, Matsushita Chaoxiong was nearly in tears, desperately contacting the beautiful country for help. But the beautiful country was utterly uninterested, saying that if he called them again, they would report him for attempted fraud. Finally, after one more plea for help, the beautiful country gave him the answer he wanted. Hold on, we're on our way. Matsushita Chaoxiong was so moved, he nearly cried, quickly promising that once the exercise was over, he would take MacArthur to the Kabukicho district to relax. Upon learning that the beautiful country's fighter jets were on their way to join the battle between the Celestial Empire and the Foot Basin, Chen Yuanshao frowned. What is the beautiful country doing stirring the pot? The Celestial Empire had worked so hard to gain an advantage. Why did they come to join the fray? Wait, could it be that the beautiful country wants to stab me in the back? Are they planning a pincer attack with the foot basin? Thinking of this, Chen Yuanchao immediately dispatched a team of pilots to follow closely behind the beautiful country's fighter jets. Seeing this, the stick country realized this was not acceptable. How could their American daddy be attacked? Therefore, they also sent a team of fighter jets to follow closely behind. At the Tianchao command post, Lin Chen looked at the row of fighter jets lined up in the sky and couldn't help but laugh. Elder Chen, are you playing Snake here? Chen Yuanchao's lips twitched as well. This was the first time he had encountered such an absurd drill scenario. I have no idea what's going on, he said, thinking for a moment before giving the order. All Tianchao fighter pilots, listen up. Return to base immediately. Soon all Tianchao pilots began turning back one by one to return to their positions. Song Xiaoxiong sighed with relief. Truly worthy of the Liangguo daddy, such deterrence was formidable. Even before a strike, Tianchao had been scared off. But before he could order the Jiapingguo fighters to continue their bombardment of the Tianchao army, a Jiapingguo fighter jet was suddenly flagged as eliminated. Song Xiaoxiong, what's happening? Beijialu. The Bangziguo fighters must be taking advantage of the chaos to sneak attack. All Jiapingguo fighters, listen up. Strike hard at the Bangziguo fighters. The Jiapingguo fighters obeyed, concentrating all their firepower on the Bangziguo fighters trailing behind. MacArthur was bewildered by the situation. What was going on? I'm attacking you, and you go after Bangzi. But then again, these Bangzi were no good either. They had just tried to backstab me. Since that was the case, 2 against 1 would be perfect to wipe them out completely. Thus the Liangguo also turned around to attack the Bangziguo fighters. Li Xiongxi was so furious he could jump. Sybil, what was happening? Piaoyang daddy, I was helping you. Why are you turning? He quickly called MacArthur, begging him to stop. Piaoyang daddy, Jiapingguo is the real traitor. But MacArthur deliberately ignored the incessant ringing of the phone. He waited until fewer than a third of the Bangziguo fighters had escaped back to base before finally answering Li Xiongxi's call. General Li, is there something you need? Li Xiongxi's heart was bleeding at that moment. Their Bangziguo wasn't wealthy either. Losing so many fighters at once meant a staggering amount of money. General MacArthur, I'm calling to inform you of something. Our Bangziguo experts conducted a professional analysis of the text on the crashed Jiapingguo fighter and confirmed that it was the same drone that attacked Liangguo earlier. Upon hearing this, MacArthur pretended to be angry. What? It really was Jiapingguo. Damn it. I've been deceived by them. General Li, please lend me your strength. Let's join forces to attack the Jiapingguo fighters. Li Xiongxi me again. Nevertheless, to ensure Jiapingguo didn't get off easy, he gritted his teeth and ordered the Bangziguo fighters to take off again and join the battle. Meanwhile, at the Tianchao base, Lin Chen gazed at the chaos in the sky and asked Chen Yuanchao with confusion. Elder Chen, what's going on? Why is Liangguo attacking one side and then the other? Aren't Bangzi and Xiaopin both his little brothers? Chen Yuanchao was also somewhat bewildered. You're asking me? I have no idea either. This battle is so damn chaotic. I wouldn't even be surprised if Bangzi and Xiaopin teamed up to fight Liangguo next. Hearing Chen Yuanchao's words, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Elder Chen, brilliant. Great idea. Huh, what did I say? Lin Chen pulled out his phone and typed a command to 01. Not long after, Chen Yuanchao saw a Liangguo Raptor fighter jet explode in the sky without any warning. He turned abruptly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what did you just do? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Elder Chen, this is a micro-missile I developed last night. Although it's only about the size of a fly, its power is comparable to our standard anti-air missiles. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanchao didn't react much, but Qian Xinwei, who was nearby, couldn't stay seated. What? Lin Chen, what did you just say? Chen Yuanchao rolled his eyes. Old Qian, you're not even older than me, but your ears are already this bad. Lin Chen just said it's about as powerful as a standard anti-air missile. What's so special about that? Qian Xinwei widened his eyes and stared at Chen Yuanchao in disbelief. You illiterate, do you know how much explosive is packed into a standard anti-air missile? Do you think we made it that big just because it looks nice? Chen Yuanchao, embarrassed and at a loss for words, muttered under his breath. Why would I need to know that? As long as I can use it, that's enough. On the other side, MacArthur, seeing the Liangguo fighter jet suddenly explode and crash, flew into a rage. Who did this? Jiapingguo or Bangziguo? According to his speculation, either a Jiapingguo fighter had hit the Liangguo one or the Bangziguo had attacked from behind. After all, there were only 4 forces in this military exercise. It couldn't be Tianchao, could it? He had just seen with his own eyes that all Tianchao fighters had returned to base. But the Liangguo technical analysts spent ages and still couldn't determine who had attacked the Liangguo fighter, which only made him angrier. Fine, then I'll take you all down. 2 ungrateful traitors, you all must die. With MacArthur's order, the situation in the air shifted once again. Half of the Liangguo fighters continued attacking Jiapingguo, while the other half turned to target Bangziguo. Li Xiongxi was on the verge of tears. I was helping you fight Xiaopin. Why are you suddenly attacking? He recalled an old Tianchao saying, when the cunning hare is dead, the hound is boiled. Sybil, he never thought Bangziguo would face such a day. However, the current situation was that the Bangziguo Air Force had already been worn down by the combined assault of Piliangguo and Jayapenguo, leaving only about half of their original strength. Sending them to fight against the Piliangguo Air Force, which was all Raptors, was like looking for shit with a lantern in the latrine. After much thought, watching one Bangziguo fighter after another withdraw from the battle, Li Xiongxi gritted his teeth and dialed Songxia Qiaoxiang's number. Songxia Chaoxiong answered with a torrent of profanity. Bangziguo I buy by BBU bike. Li Xiongxi was so furious he wanted to hang up, but as the phone left his ear, he forced himself to take a few deep breaths, swallow his pride, and then spoke. General Songxia, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. Haven't you realized? This is all Piliangguo's conspiracy. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? Songxia Chaoxiong became intrigued. General Songxia, think about it. Piliangguo helps us attack you one moment, and helps you attack us the next. By common logic, this would only make his two most loyal allies in Asia stop cooperating with him. But what benefit does Piliangguo gain from that? Songxia Chaoxiong seemed struck by the question. What you say makes sense. So what exactly has Piliangguo gained? Li Xiongxi replied resolutely. Money. Daolo. You think about it, both our countries have limited military industrial capabilities, and we largely rely on imports from the beautiful country for fighter jets. And you know that the beautiful country generally employs a bundling sales model. To purchase one Raptor, we need to buy 10 of their obsolete 4th-generation fighters, yet the price is still set as that of a 5th generation. Therefore, this military exercise has continued until now, although the retired fighters have not actually been lost. However, whether facing Tianqiao or the beautiful country, we have already realized that the 4th-generation fighters we acquired from the beautiful country are simply no match for the 5th-generation fighters like the J-20 from Tianqiao. Thus, once the military exercise concludes, we will definitely seek to purchase 5th-generation fighters from the beautiful country, and at that time the beautiful country will likely demand an exorbitant price. After hearing Li Xiongxi's explanation, Songxia Chaoxiong also gasped. You know, I was just considering applying to our military after the exercise to request more Raptors from the beautiful country. The power gap between 4th-generation and 5th-generation fighters is simply too vast. We were pressured from the start by Tianqiao's J-20. But the beautiful country truly is unscrupulous, doing everything possible to profit from us. Li Xiongxi sighed. While your foot basin country is not too bad, you secretly developed such impressive drones, unlike our stick country, which genuinely has none. Songxia Qiaoxiang's mouth twitched. He wanted to deny it, but the facts were laid bare before him, and he didn't know how to refute it. Generally, let's set aside that for now. What do you want to do next? Li Xiongxi took a deep breath and articulated clearly, let's join forces. If we attack the beautiful country together, as long as we win, we can prove that 4th-generation fighters are not significantly inferior to 5th-generation ones. This way, we can negotiate a better price. Sounds reasonable. Let's do it. Songxia Qiaoxiang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately agreed. Soon after, MacArthur noticed that the stick country's fighters and the foot basin country's fighters began to coordinate and jointly confront the beautiful country's Raptors. At the Tianqiao position, Chen Yuanxiao looked at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen, I didn't expect your heart to be so devious. Why don't you quit research and take my position instead? Lin Chen waved his hands repeatedly. No, Chen Lao, you are too modest. I can't even compare to 1/10th of your cunning. By the way, what should we do next, Chen Lao? Chen Yuanxiao smiled. What's the rush? Let's just sit here as bystanders and wait for them to exhaust each other. Then we can step in and mediate. Lin Chen nodded, giving Chen Yuanxiao a thumbs up. Indeed, the old man was quite crafty. Meanwhile, the beautiful country's fighter group was already feeling increasingly pressured. Although they were all Raptors, which were stronger than the combat capabilities of the stick country and foot basin country. However, they faced the elite of two nations who also had some Raptors, and they were being attacked from both sides, making it difficult for the beautiful country's fighter group to defend both ends. MacArthur was now also in a dilemma. If the fighting continued, even if the beautiful country could win, it would come at a hefty cost. At that time, if Tianqiao emerged in a fully healed and robust state, this military exercise could be declared over prematurely. Oh, got it. Tianqiao, what's the most effective way to resolve internal conflicts? It's to shift the contradictions outward. MacArthur simultaneously pulled Li Xiongxi and Songxia Chaoxiong into a group chat. MacArthur, brothers, let's stop fighting. If we keep this up, Tianqiao will end up reaping the benefits. General MacArthur, I originally came to fight the foot basin country with you, and then you suddenly turned to attack me. Isn't that unreasonable? Yes, General MacArthur, I initially listened to you and came to fight the stick country together, but then you allied with them to attack me. Ahem, well, this is all a misunderstanding. Li Xiongxi, misunderstanding. Do you take me for a fool? Yes, do you take me for a fool? MacArthur, in the future when buying fighter jets from the beautiful country, I'll give you a 98% discount. General MacArthur, you really have a keen eye. I am indeed a fool, ha. Ababa. Songxia Chaoxiong. Alright, enough of the nonsense. Next, our three countries will unite and launch an attack on Tianqiao's position to deal with them first. Moreover, everyone switched to live ammunition. Upon hearing this last sentence, Li Xiongxi and Song Xiaoxiong were both taken aback. If they used live ammunition, it would truly turn into a mortal conflict with Tianqiao. However, since the beautiful country commanded them to do so, they naturally had to obey. Yet unbeknownst to them, MacArthur only instructed them to use live ammunition, while the beautiful country itself did not. Because MacArthur had discerned from the recent developments that the stick and foot basin countries were treacherous, these two fellows might backstab the beautiful country at any time. And what's the best way to deal with treacherous ones? It's to establish an insurmountable enemy for them, so they can only stay obediently by your side. Thus his true aim in instructing both nations to use live ammunition was to ensure that the stick country and foot basin country completely offended Tianqiao. In this way they could only rely on the beautiful country. If the beautiful country abandoned them, Tianqiao could easily annihilate them. Soon the fighter groups of the beautiful country, the stick country, and the foot basin country all converged together, heading towards the Tianqiao position. Chen Yuanqiao snorted coldly. Finally showing your true colors, I had already guessed that these three would definitely come together to deal with us. You want to fight, huh? Then let's fight. Under Chen Yuanqiao's command, the Tianqiao fighter group also began to mobilize and prepare to meet the enemy. However, just as both sides made contact, an unexpected situation unfolded before everyone in the Tianqiao position. AJ-20 was hit by a missile due to an insufficient evasion response. This would normally be a routine occurrence under typical military exercise conditions. When a fighter jet is hit by an enemy's practice round, apart from a slight shake and the emission of signal smoke, there would be no actual harm to the fighter jet or pilot. Yet this J-20 that was hit exploded directly. Fortunately, the pilot reacted quickly and ejected from the cockpit at the moment of the explosion. Report to Commander Chen. The enemy violated the rules by using live ammunition. What a... Chen Yuanqiao was both shocked and furious. It appeared that the enemy was determined to make a deadly foe of Tianqiao. Chen Yuanqiao saw an enemy fighter jet heading straight towards the Tianqiao pilot, who was descending slowly with a parachute. Watch out. Chen Yuanqiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were his soldiers. The pilot from the enemy's warplane licked his lips, excitement for revenge gleaming in his eyes. His ancestors were enshrined in the Yasukuni shrine, a source of great pride for him. But how dare you Tianqiao bomb the Yasukuni shrine? You shall pay for this. However, just as he was less than 100 meters away from the Tianqiao parachuting pilot, he suddenly felt the sky darken. Looking up, he was instantly paralyzed with shock. A gigantic silver-white mech descended from the sky, grasping the Tianqiao pilot in one hand, while the other formed a fist swinging toward the warplane he was piloting. Nanny, bro. This was his last utterance in this world, followed by an explosion, and he along with his warplane vanished from existence. The silver-white mech slowly crouched down, opening its palm. The Tianqiao pilot felt an unreal sensation the moment his feet touched the ground. What exactly is this? It wasn't until he heard Chen Yuanqiao's voice that he snapped back to reality. Stop dawdling, hurry back to the base and report. That's our mech, the Baihu number. The Tianqiao pilot was once again struck with shock upon hearing this. And at that moment he was not the only one shocked. Apart from a few informed individuals at the Tianqiao base, everyone else at the military exercise site gaped in awe at the massive mecha site only seen in science fiction movies. Matsushita Chao Xiong exclaimed, G Gundam. MacArthur said, dangerous wanderer. Li Xiongxi stuttered, Abababa. At that moment Chen Yuanqiao's voice came through the public channel of the military exercise. Due to the violation of using live ammunition by the foot basin country and the stick country, which disrupted the fairness of the military exercise, Tianqiao had to retaliate to ensure the safety of our personnel in accordance with international conventions. This is hereby announced. After finishing that sentence, Chen Yuanqiao's voice abruptly cut off. At this moment Matsushita Chao Xiong and Li Xiongxi were truly anxious. Hey, General Chen, don't hang up yet, let me explain. Clarify. General Chen, we didn't mean any harm, you have to believe us. Unfortunately, it was not Chen Yuanqiao who responded to them, but the Baihu number. Lin Chen looked up at the dense swarm of warplanes from the three-nation Allied Air Force and sneered. 01, activate Baihu number's first skill, Tiger Roar in the mountains. Received. In the next moment 4 rows of missile launchers suddenly appeared on the Baihu number's shoulders, releasing 16 missiles in one go, heading toward the swarm of warplanes in the sky. Immediately after, a series of explosions erupted in the sky, continuous and relentless, as if the roar of a ferocious tiger echoed throughout the mountainous region. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw warplanes, whether from the beautiful country, the foot basin country, or the stick country, beginning to fall from the sky one after another. Li Xiongxi's trembling voice came through. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The missiles he had just launched were so small, their power insufficient to inflict fatal damage on the warplanes. How could so many warplanes fall at once? MacArthur's heavy voice followed. These missiles must be the latest developed by Tianqiao, small in size, great in power. It seems Tianqiao has many hidden cards up its sleeve. Upon hearing MacArthur's words, Matsushita Chao Xiong was left speechless. After all, it was their foot basin country pilots who had just attacked the Tianqiao pilot. Yet he clearly remembered that no order to annihilate had been given. What on earth was this person thinking? However, that person was already reduced to nothing, leaving no one to answer his questions. Moreover, according to the beautiful country's usual conduct, they would certainly throw the foot basin country under the bus, claiming that it was entirely the foot basin country's unilateral action, having nothing to do with them. He snapped back to reality and hurriedly sent a message to Zhuotian Yipen informing him of what was happening. This situation was beyond his control. On the other side, Lin Chen continued to issue orders. 01 Activate Baihu numbers. Second skill Tiger enters the sheep pen. Received. Then everyone witnessed the Baihu number soar into the sky, rapidly approaching the swarm of warplanes, its speed rivaling that of the Zhihong number. With each warplane it pursued the Baihu number's hands tore through the enemy's warplanes like tiger claws. MacArthur quickly regained his senses and yelled out orders. Quick! Counterattack! What are you idiots dawdling for? Only then did the warplanes from the three nations remember to retaliate, but the pilots were already completely paralyzed by fear. Unfortunately, their attack trajectories had already been analyzed by the Baihu number's intelligent AI 01. Furthermore, 01 had plotted the optimal evasion route for the Baihu number, allowing it to easily avoid all attacks. Seeing this, MacArthur's face turned ashen. How could they play? They couldn't escape, nor could they fight back. Just as he was preparing to abandon the foot basin country and flee the battlefield, the last few warplanes from the foot basin country suddenly lowered white flags indicating surrender. According to convention, during an exercise, as long as one side raises a white flag to indicate surrender, the other side cannot annihilate them, similar to not killing prisoners of war. Unfortunately, that was merely convention. Now facing the foot basin, that convention held no weight. Thus, even upon seeing the white flags, Lin Chen had no intention of halting the Baihu number's assault, continuing to attack, specifically targeting those warplanes displaying white flags. Matsushita Chao Xiong's eyes blazed with fury as he directly rebuked Chen Yuanchao over the public channel. General Chen, you are not following the rules. We have already surrendered. You cannot continue to strike us. Chen Yuanchao snorted coldly. Rules? It seems you were the first to break the rules. Not just now, but also 89 years ago in Jinling. MacArthur quickly interjected. General Chen back, then we were allies. Moreover, this time we in the beautiful country didn't break the rules. We were using blank. Matsushita Chao Xiong retorted angrily. General MacArthur, you clearly instructed us in the foot basin country to use live ammunition. How can you say this now? I warn you not to speak carelessly. I will accuse you of defamation. Do you understand? I will accuse you of defamation. He is slandering me. He is slandering me. Matsushita Chao Xiong's mind raced as he hurriedly said, General Chen. In the stick country, they also used live ammunition, and they were directed by the beautiful country. Ask Li Xiongxi if you don't believe me. At that moment, Li Xiongxi's voice resonated over the public channel. General Chen, I must clarify that our intelligence agency in the stick country just informed me that there are several spies from the foot basin country in our exercise team. I have already dealt with them according to military law, and those live rounds were used by them, while our stick country pilots only used blank rounds. Upon hearing Li Xiongxi's words, even Chen Yuanchao, a seasoned strategist, fell silent for a long while. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but never a nation so utterly devoid of dignity as this. Yet under current circumstances, engaging three adversaries simultaneously would inevitably incur heavy casualties on our side, an outcome far outweighing any potential gain. Moreover, our ancient sages long taught us that in such situations one must forge strategic alliances, cultivating distant powers while confronting nearby threats. Generally, if that is the case, then the land of Jiaopan is also your enemy. Shall we jointly launch an assault upon it? You have no objection, I presume. Li Xiongxi was overjoyed, never expecting that his hastily fabricated pretext had actually deceived Chen Yuanchao. No objection whatsoever. None at all. Then you shall lead the vanguard, while the Celestial Dynasty and the beautiful nation provide flanking support. How does that sound? Li Xiongxi's smile froze instantly upon his face. Me again. First, the beautiful nation allies with me to strike Jiaopan, and demands I spearhead the attack. Now the Celestial Dynasty forms an alliance with me, and again insists I take the vanguard, and calls it flanking support. You are placing not one, but two blades against my throat. Yet circumstances dictate necessity. Oh, what choice did he have? Of course, not the slightest objection. Our nation has always cherished the honor of leading the charge, and I have long held Jiaopan in contempt. Thus, under Li Xiongxi's command, the remaining fighter jets of his nation wheeled about and surged toward Jiaopan's frontline positions. At that moment, Matsushita Chao Xiong had just hung up from a call with Zhuotian Yipen, the situation now far beyond his control. It was clear the sudden unveiling of the Celestial Dynasty's mecha would irrevocably reshape the global order. Zhuotian had instructed him to stall, while he himself negotiated directly with the Celestial Dynasty. Yet before Matsushita received any reply, he watched in horror as a squadron of fighter jets streaked toward their battlefield. Baka, those treacherous opportunists from the Peninsula Nation, Deploy all anti-aircraft missiles, live rounds only. Hi. As the Peninsula nation's jets drew nearer, Jiaopan's ground forces swiftly mobilized, anti-aircraft missiles erupting skyward in relentless torrents. Within moments, 3 or 4 of the Peninsula nation's jets exploded midair. Yet Li Xiongxi knew retreat was impossible. He clenched his teeth and pressed forward. Brave warriors, advance. Understood. Loyalty to the peninsula. Dozens of missiles rained down from the jets, detonating across Jiaopan's positions, screams and chaos erupting instantly. After the Peninsula nation's aerial bombardment, both sides suffered significant losses. Chen Yuanchao clapped Lin Chen firmly on the shoulder. Lin Chen, it is now your turn. Lin Chen smiled with quiet confidence. Rest assured, Elder Chen. At his command, the Baihu unit surged forward, racing toward Jiaopan's front line. Matsushita Chaoxiong, spotting the advancing Baihu unit, bellowed frantically, quickly. All Jiaopan tanks, open fire on that mecha immediately. Yet what followed shattered his worldview anew. Every shell fired by Jiaopan's tanks was evaded flawlessly, without even forcing the Baihu unit to shift its footing. In moments, the Baihu unit breached Jiaopan's front line. Facing rows of armored tanks, it drew a luminous blade from its back, and cleaved downward in a single decisive stroke. To everyone's terror, those tanks, once deemed impregnable, parted like tofu beneath the luminous blade, cleanly bisected in an instant. MacArthur's pupils contracted sharply. This is a laser weapon. Good heavens, has the Celestial Dynasty advanced laser technology to this degree? Having severed one tank with a single stroke, the Baihu unit did not pause. Each swing claimed another. When it finally stood before Jiaopan's command center, Matsushita Chaoxiong nearly voided himself, just as all watched breathless, awaiting the final blow upon Jiaopan's command center. The Baihu unit abruptly halted. Through its optical sensors, Lin Chen gazed upon the structure and muttered bitter, "Elder Chen, is it time to cease hostilities?" Premier Xia has reached terms with Prime Minister Zhu Tianyaipan. His view is that total annihilation serves no purpose in a mere military exercise. Thus we are to consider cessation at our— But we were so close. Ahem. Lin Chen, you've missed Premier Xia's nuance. At our discretion, do you grasp the implication? Lin Chen's eyes gleamed, a wry smile curved his lips. So it's you elders who truly understand how to play the game. Meanwhile, Matsushita Chaoxiong, seeing the Baihu unit stand still, exhaled shakily, collapsing onto the ground drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly his phone rang. Matsushita-kun, I've finalized terms with the Celestial Dynasty. They will halt operations. Matsushita's voice trembled with residual dread. Zuodiankin, the Celestial Dynasty has ceased fire. Thank you, Before he could finish, his eyes widened in horror. The Baihu unit raised its luminous blade once more and struck. A thunderous explosion shook the earth. Matsushita Chaoxiong and every officer within Jiaopan's command center was buried alive. Hello, Matsushita-kun, are you alright? What happened? Lying amid the rubble, Matsushita wiped ash from his face, watched the Baihu unit depart for good, then answered quietly, nothing serious. Merely that our operational command center was just cleaved in half by the Celestial Dynasty's mecha. I nearly perished, but no great harm done. Zhu Tianyaipan recoiled in shock and fury. Nanny, the Celestial Dynasty breaks faith so brazenly, accepts payment, and yet continues the assault. Matsushita-kun, send me video footage immediately, proof the mecha remains active. I'll demand a full refund. The footage is gone. The mecha has already departed. Ahem, perhaps orders from the Celestial Dynasty were delayed in transmission. Since it's gone, all is well. Maintain magnanimity. Such trifles need not trouble you. Matsushita stared silently at the ruins before him. Within the Celestial Dynasty's command center, every observer leapt inwardly, shouting in spirit. Chen Yuanchao clapped Lin Chen's shoulder again. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, magnificently done. And now, the most delightful phase begins, reparations. Chen Yuanchao sipped tea, then activated the public channel. General Matsushita, I've just received the ceasefire directive from home. Your nation's network infrastructure appears rather unreliable. Matsushita's lips twitched. Military comms relied on satellite links. What did network latency have to do with it? Could an excuse possibly be more absurd? Per high-level directives effective today, Kyushu province of Jiaopan shall be incorporated into the territorial domain of the Celestial Dynasty, and Jiaopan shall pay reparations totaling $10 billion for damages sustained during this exercise. MacArthur and Li Xiongxi stared dumbfounded. A routine military exercise had escalated, overnight, to annexation and indemnity. And astonishingly, Matsushita Chaoxiong offered no protest. The Piliangguo and Bangzigua dared not raise any objections, for the Tianqia's mecha had left everyone gasping for breath, and their respective national high-level officials upon receiving the news had issued no direct. However, this did not imply that Tianqiao harbored no other opinions. Chen Yuanchao paused for a moment before continuing to speak. Aside from Xiaopingguo, Bangzigua has also just used live ammunition against Tianqiao in violation of regulations. Although according to your explanation it was the work of Xiaopingguo's spies, you still bear the responsibility of inadequate management. But we Tianqiao have always subdued others through virtue. How about this? Your side can choose one of two compensation options. Either cede Jilanamdo to Tianqiao or pay a compensation of 10 billion. Li Xiang's mouth fell open. Wait, how did Bang Ziguo get dragged into this? He was about to refuse, but when he looked up at the white tiger parked in front of the Tianqiao position, the words caught in his throat. General Chen, I have not received such an order and cannot make this decision. Please allow me to consult with my superiors. Saying this, he took out a satellite phone and called Li Zipu, who was at that moment watching the video of the white tiger dominating the military exercise alongside a group of Bang Ziguo high-ranking officials at the Blue House. Li Zipu pressed the speakerphone button without hesitation, and all the Bang Ziguo officials heard Li Xiang's words. Silence fell over the entire room. After a long pause, Li Zipu cleared his throat. Everyone heard that. Let's start voting now. All those in favor of ceding territory, raise your hands. The Minister of Propaganda frowned. Mr. President, can't we Bang Zi just refuse? At these words, everyone turned to look at the Minister of Propaganda. Li Zipu stared at the minister, asking with utter sincerity, are you saying we have a secret weapon to counter Tianqiao's mecha? The Minister of Propaganda shook his head. No. Li Zipu slammed his hand on the table. Then what the hell are you talking about? If you refuse now and Tianqiao marches in tomorrow, will you be the first to fight? Mr. President, don't we still have the Liangguo garrison? Garrison your head. Do you see my ASE daring to say a single word now? Have you lost your mind? Do you really think the Liangguo garrison is here to protect you? Everyone stared at the Minister of Propaganda as if he were a complete idiot. Had this man been bragging so much that he had actually started believing his own lies? In the end, after some discussion, Bang Ziguo agreed to pay $10 billion, for money could be earned back slowly, but ceding territory meant losing it forever. My ASE remained silent throughout this outcome, not uttering a word. He just wanted to return to Liangguo as quickly as possible, and asked Bai Pu if there was any secret trump card that could defeat Tianqiao's mecha. All these territorial concessions and indemnities were temporary. The ultimate truth lay within the range of guns and cannons. After receiving Li Xiang's reply, Chen Yuanchao nodded in satisfaction. So, is the military exercise over? If it is, well, head back. My ASE Li Xiongxi and Song Xiaoxiong now wished nothing more than for Tianqiao to leave, and they quickly nodded. It's over. It's over. Alright then, remember to announce that Tianqiao took first place, okay? Bye everyone. Only after seeing the two Tianqiao aircraft carriers leave did the three of them finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God they had survived. They had truly feared that if negotiations went south, Chen Yuanchao would have the White Tiger ensure that no one on the exercise grounds would see the sun the next day. When my ASE saw the desperate looks from Li Zipu and Song Xiaoxiong silently pleading for Liangguo to uphold justice, he pretended not to notice. Well, I think I forgot to take in my laundry at home. I need to hurry back and check. With that, he boarded the Liangguo aircraft carrier and slipped away. Upon returning to Liangguo, he didn't even go home, but went straight to the White House. Mr. President, does our country possess any ultimate weapon capable of countering Tianqiao's mecha? Bai Pu sighed. No. In truth, our Liangguo has been researching the mecha project all along. Yesterday, I took the video of Tianqiao's mecha to the research institute and showed it to those scientists. Those old men nearly broke down after watching it. Tianqiao's mecha, whether in performance or maneuverability, held a decisive lead. Even if Liangguo spent another 30 years, it might not catch up. My ASE's mouth fell open in shock. Does that mean our Liangguo will no longer be the world's hegemon? Will we also be trampled underfoot by Tianqiao? Bai Pu shook his head. Not necessarily. After research and discussion, we have discovered the weakness of Tianqiao's mecha. What weakness? It cannot go underwater. Based on previous intelligence analysis, the reason Tianqiao brought two aircraft carriers was that one of them was used to conceal that mecha. If Tianqiao's mecha could go underwater, why would they need an extra aircraft carrier? Therefore, the plan proposed by those old men at the research institute is that if Tianqiao's mecha attacks, we can use a water-based approach to force it back. However, taking the initiative to launch an offensive is unlikely. My ASE felt a wave of disappointment, but he knew this was the best possible outcome. For now, he could only hope that the research institute personnel would succeed in developing Liangguo's mecha project soon. Yet before he could leave the White House, Jim, the head of the White House security department, rushed in hurriedly. Mr. President, there's trouble. Bai Pu snapped impatiently. What now? Don't bother me with every little thing. I'm already annoyed enough. Jim hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's about Jiaopingua. After announcing the cession of the Kyushu region to Tianqiao, local right-wing forces seized the opportunity to launch an armed revolution and took actual control of the Kyushu. Bai Pu's eyes suddenly lit up and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is good news. That piece of land is already part of Tianqiao's territory now. Let Tianqiao deal with the headache. But before he could finish laughing, Jim continued. Not only that, but the right-wing forces in Jiaopingua are now using the 4 nuclear power plants in Kyushu as leverage, threatening with Tianyupan either go to war with Tianqiao or they will simultaneously detonate all 4 nuclear plants. What a The expression on by Puss' face instantly shifted from delight to horror. He thought of Chernobyl back in the day. When the nuclear reactor exploded at Chernobyl, tens of thousands of lives were sacrificed to minimize the impact. Had the Soviet Union not been so decisive, so willing to pay any price, the released radioactive material would have affected not just one country, but the entire continent of Europe, even the whole world. Now the right-wing forces in Xiaopingguo were threatening to detonate 4 nuclear power plants simultaneously. If such a catastrophe occurred, the radioactive materials from the reactors would flow directly into the Pacific Ocean, affecting everyone on the planet. At that point, it would not just be Xiaopingguo, not just Tianshao, not just Liangguo, but all of humanity, facing a survival crisis. No, this must never happen. This matter has already reached the Celestial Empire, and at this moment Chen Yuanchao is looking at Lin Chen with eager anticipation. Lin Chen, I have explained everything to you. Now Elder Xia wants me to ask if you have any solutions. In fact, when Elder Xia called Chen Yuanchao, he was completely bewildered. Although Lin Chen is a genius in research, shouldn't they dispatch an anti-terrorism unit to swiftly take control of the 4 nuclear power plants at this time? But Elder Xia said, Yuanchao, do you really think that the incident in the Foot Basin country is merely the doing of the rightist forces? Is there no involvement from Zhuotian Yipeng behind it? What a... Hearing Elder Xia's words, Chen Yuanchao instantly grasped the cause and effect of the situation. Zhuotian Yipeng is using the rightist forces to threaten the Celestial Empire, forcing it to relinquish the Zhuozhou. If the Celestial Empire were to compromise and give in, that would be the best outcome. But if they insist on occupying the Zhuozhou region, they would undoubtedly become the world's public. Moreover, if the Celestial Empire sends an anti-terrorism unit to the Foot Basin country at this time, they might just be on their way, when the Foot Basin country has already received the news, making it impossible to silently regain control of the 4 nuclear power plants. Thus Elder Xia asked Chen Yuanchao to consult Lin Chen to see if he had any ideas. After all, Lin Chen has provided so many surprises to the Celestial Empire recently, one could say that if the Foot Basin country were to concede land and pay compensation, Lin Chen would be the one to take the credit. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, Elder Chen, let me think about it, and he'll give you a response tomorrow morning. Chen Yuanchao's eyes brightened. Lin Chen did not outright refuse, indicating there is a chance. All right, no problem. He'll wait for your news. After returning home, Lin Chen saw that the research center built on the land given to him by Lebussy was already completed, indicating that Wang Wei is indeed. Entering the research center, Lin Chen found that the layout inside was not exactly the same as Xiaomi's research center, but could only be described as a copy-paste. Lin Chen issued an order for the main robot of 01 to move all the scrap in the backyard into the research center. He then grabbed a can of Coke, sat on the sofa, and began communicating with the system in his mind. System, help me create an ultra-mini combat drone with special operations capabilities. Ding. The system has received the host request and is generating the required materials list. Ding. Materials list complete. Required materials: 10 soda cans, 1 old phone. Please place the required materials into the system space, and the system will start working automatically. After Lin Chen tossed the required materials into the system space, the system began its work. Half an hour later, Lin Chen stared wide-eyed at the 4 drones before him, each no larger than a mosquito. System, is this thing really lethal, being so small? Won't it be swatted dead with a single slap? Ding. The host can try it out to see if your slap is harder or if this drone is tougher. Lin Chen looked at his palm and then at the ultra mini drone, ultimately deciding against testing it, and chose to trust the system's words. Early the next morning, Lin Chen arrived at Chen Yuanchao's office. Lin Chen, have you thought of a solution? Lin Chen nodded and opened his palm. Chen Yuanchao, being older, had slightly blurred vision and couldn't see what Lin Chen was holding. He thought Lin Chen wanted to high-five him and reached out his hand to slap down. Seeing this, Lin Chen was startled. My goodness, Elder Chen, please don't harm me. I still want my hand. He jumped back and said, Elder Chen, don't slap. This is the Ultra Mini Combat Drone I specifically researched for this mission. Combat drone. Where is it? Chen Yuanchao put on his reading glasses and finally saw what Lin Chen was holding. You say this is a drone? Are you sure it's not just a mosquito you killed last night? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. It really is a drone. I can control them, look. As he said this, Lin Chen controlled the 4 Ultra Mini Combat drones to fly directly towards the office door. Just when Chen Yuanchao thought these mosquitoes would crash, he felt as if nothing had happened. Is that it, eh? Elder Chen, don't rush, keep watching. Then Chen Yuanchao saw several holes gradually appearing on his office door, and soon the holes multiplied until they formed the character Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Elder Chen, how is it? Chen Yuanchao retracted his hand, feeling a wave of fear. Thankfully, Lin Chen reacted quickly, otherwise he might have lost his hand. Not bad, not bad. This mosquito drone might fly right in front of them without them noticing. Ding. The system detected the creator receiving positive feedback on this manufacturing, and the host will gain the skill micro-manufacturing. Currently, the world's attention is focused on the Celestial Empire, curious to see what choice it would make. After carefully asking Lin Chen about the mosquito drone specifications, Chen Yuanchao called Elder Xia to report. That night under the dark sky and howling winds, Lin Chen, Yuanxiao, and Qian Xinwei did not go home to sleep, but gathered together staring at the computer screen. The computer screen was divided into 4 corresponding to the perspectives of the 4 mosquito drones, which were now flying over the East China Sea towards the Juzhou direction of the Foot Basin country. Qian Xinwei looked at the 4 code names on the screen, his mouth twitching. Lin Chen, your naming skills are lacking. Ooh, what's with mosquito no? 1 and mosquito no. 2. Can't you give such an impressive drone a more appealing name? Lin Chen glanced at the frowning Chen Yuanxiao beside him. Old Qian, that name was given by Elder Chen. I didn't originally name them like this. So it was Old Chen who named them. No wonder it's not good. What did you originally want to name them? Ding Ding Di Shi La La and Xiao Bo. Qian Xinwei. Actually, I think mosquito no. 1 and mosquito no. 2 are quite good, or at least they're easy to remember. The mosquito drones were incredibly fast, even quicker than the Zhihang. In just over 10 minutes, the 4 mosquito drones had already reached the 4 nuclear power plants. 01. Have the mosquito drones perform a panoramic scan of the nuclear power plants to check the enemy's distribution. Receive. Upon receiving Lin Chen's command, the 4 mosquito drones began scanning the insides and outsides of the nuclear power plants, not even missing the restrooms. They compiled the scanning results into a 3D display marking all enemy positions and firepower configurations. Chen Yuanxiao frowned and examined the data closely before saying, "First, we need to deal with those few enemies with rocket launchers. They pose the greatest threat. Next, eliminate the leaders, as I'm afraid they might have something like mini-bombs. Finally, deal with the remaining enemies." Lin Chen, do you have any issues? Lin Chen smiled. No problem, I've already had the AI plan the route according to your orders, and the success rate is 99. Upon hearing the 99 probability, Chen Yuanxiao raised an eyebrow. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Lin Chen grinned and issued the command for the mosquito drones to attack. Receiving the command, the mosquito drones swiftly locked onto the nearest enemy militant armed with a rocket launcher, adjusted their positions, and vanished in an instant. Immediately after, Lin Chen and his companions saw that enemy clutching his neck, blood trickling down, trying to speak, but unable to utter a word. With a clatter, the enemy crumpled to the ground motionless. Then the entire nuclear power plant was plunged into a hellish cacophony of screams and cries. An hour later, silence gradually returned. Just as Chen Yuanxiao thought the crisis was resolved and was about to dispatch the counterterrorism forces. Through the camera of a mosquito drone, they suddenly spotted an enemy a dozen meters away, grinning with bloodied teeth, yanking open his shirt to reveal the explosives strapped beneath. "Baka, whoever you are, die with me." Qian Xinwei panicked. "Hurry, stop him. He was right next to the reactor. If it exploded, it could trigger a reactor meltdown. A second Chernobyl." Lin Chen said nothing, his gaze sharpening. The mosquito drone vanished again, and then one of the enemy's fingers poised to pull the fuse dropped off abruptly. Then the second finger, the third. Until the enemy had no fingers left, staring at the bomb strapped to his waist, unable to detonate it, and finally ceased moving in despair and agony. Chen Yuanxiao glanced at his own palm, swallowing hard. The thought of it still sent chills down his spine. Tomorrow he'd have 2 pig trotters to calm his nerves. Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Elder Chen send in the counterterrorism forces. They'll have the mosquito drones patrol to keep anyone out." Though it was 3 in the morning, China's counterterrorism forces were already on standby at the East Coast. Upon receiving Chen Yuanzhu's order, they immediately boarded combat helicopters heading for the Kyushu region of Japan. Less than 10 minutes after the Chinese counterterrorism forces departed, Hideo Sata received the news. He sneered and quickly forwarded it to the right-wing faction. "China, you're quite stubborn. Then don't blame Japan for going crazy. The more people die in Japan this time, the greater the global backlash against China." But an hour passed, and he felt no ground tremors. 2 hours passed, and the right-wing faction still hadn't replied to him. 3 hours later, China's counterterrorism forces had already landed in Kyushu, and he still hadn't received any news. Hideo Sata frowned, muttering to himself. What's going on? Did the right-wing faction switch sides? Impossible. They regard the Yasukuni shrine as sacred, and now that it's been bombed, they're irrevocably at odds with China. But soon China's official announcement was released to the world. China has secured the Kyushu situation. All 4 nuclear power plants remain intact with no radiation leaks. Upon seeing China's official statement, nations around the world breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we survived. Even Baipu sighed in relief. Damn, Japan is truly insane. But is China's combat capability a bit too strong? How did they manage that? No matter. Since Japan is so reckless, I might as well sell them a few newly developed Washington nuclear submarines to make some money and test China's limits. Subsequently, Baipu contacted Hideo Sata. "Hi Tosin, how are you enjoying your days lately?" Hideo Sata rolled his eyes over the phone. "Mr. Baipu, do you think I can be happy? I've become the first prime minister in modern Japan to lose territory destined for eternal infamy." No, Hidetosen, you're mistaken. You haven't been eternally infamous yet because Japan hasn't lost its territory. Huh. Mr. Baipu, what do you mean? When we ceded land to China, the United States didn't speak up for us. Hidetosin, there's an old Chinese saying 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. As long as the people living in Kyushu are still Japanese citizens and no Chinese have moved in, then in a sense Kyushu still belongs to Japan, doesn't it? Hideo Sada had expected something grand from Baipu, but this was it. He said disappointedly. Mr. Baipu, that scenario won't happen. China's counterterrorism forces have fully stabilized the situation in Kyushu. The Chinese are coming soon. No, you're wrong. China's counterterrorism forces are only a few people. For such a vast region as Kyushu, China will need to bring equipment and personnel to rebuild. If you simply block the supply ships from coming, wouldn't that effectively protect Kyushu? Hideo Sada's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. Mr. Baipu, have you forgotten? China has the white tiger. We can't fight that. Haha. Hidetosin, our scientists have analyzed the white tiger's weakness. It can't operate underwater. Moreover, we have a new model of nuclear submarine with parameters that completely outclass China's. It can sink Chinese transport ships without a trace. Hideo Sada understood Baipu's intention. He was selling them nuclear submarines at a premium. But to vent his anger, he agreed. No problem. Mr. Baipu will take two. Haha, Hidetosin, you're a very smart man. Meanwhile, in China, as Baipu predicted, they were preparing to send transport ships carrying infrastructure to Kyushu. Kyushu's infrastructure was terribly poor, lagging far behind China's. But luckily, China was a master of infrastructure, well-versed in such projects. However, when the first batch of Chinese transport ships was less than 50 kilometers from Kyushu's waters, they were suddenly attacked. All transport ships were hit, none spared. Fortunately, the attackers didn't annihilate them, allowing the crews to survive. At the Chinese military district in Shanghai, Chen Yuanzhao was furious upon hearing the news. This is clearly the work of those Japanese chickens. Damn cowards, why don't they come and fight again? But Qian Xinwei frowned. According to the crew's reports, the ships were attacked by submarines. Yet our transport ships are equipped with the most advanced radar. Why didn't the data show any detection of enemy submarines? Old Qian, could it be that the vessel dove too deep for our radar to detect? Qian Xinwei shook his head. Impossible. The maximum operational diving depth of mainstream nuclear submarines worldwide is currently 600 meters, whereas our sonar systems can penetrate seawater up to 700 meters. Chen Yuanxiao stroked his chin and asked, what if it's a non-mainstream design? Qian Xinwei shot him an exasperated glance. Non-mainstream? Really? Do you imagine every nation builds titanium alloy nuclear submarines like the former Soviet Union did? A single such submarine costs far more than the combined value of all our transport vessels deployed on this mission. One scratch, one dent. Our losses would be astronomical. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. Rather than speculating endlessly, why not descend ourselves and see for ourselves? Chen Yuanxiao exclaimed, huh? Qian Xinwei echoed, huh? The next morning at dawn, while Chen Yuanxiao was still asleep, his phone rang. Lin Chen was calling. General Chen, please dispatch a vehicle to pick me up immediately. You brat, do you think you're so important that I must send a car for you? And at this ungodly hour, where on earth are we going? Oh, my apologies. I meant come collect my nuclear submarine. Upon hearing those final three words, Chen Yuanxiao tumbled straight out of bed. What did you say? A nuclear submarine? What kind of submarine? A nuclear submarine. Nuclear what? Lin Chen fell silent. General Chen, please hurry. The morning rush hour will begin soon. Ah, yes, right away. Chen Yuanxiao scrambled upright, hastily threw on clothes, and dashed outside. Within 5 minutes, a military-grade Qianlong-class super-transport vehicle glided out of the Modu military district, heading toward Lin Chen's scrapyard. The driver grew tense. He sat beside two towering figures, General Chen Yuanxiao, commander of the Modu military district, and Qian Xinwei, director of the district's military industry department. He pressed the accelerator with extreme caution, terrified of jostling either dignitary. Sensing the young soldier's anxiety, Chen Yuanxiao chuckled and patted his shoulder. Ha ha ha. Comrade, relax. We're just hitching a ride for a quick look. Drive steadily, safety first. Yai, sir. Qian Xinwei snorted. Precisely. Drive even slower, and you'll be outpaced by shared bicycles. Step on it. Yai's director Qian. Chen Yuanxiao glanced at Qian Xinwei with mild disdain. Old Qian, look at you. Acting as though you've never seen a nuclear submarine before. Is it really that astonishing? Hey, old Chen, you've grown arrogant. This isn't any nuclear submarine. It's Lin Chen's. All roads along the transport route had been sealed in advance. Fortunately, Lin Chen's scrapyard lay close to the Modu military district, so the super transport vehicle arrived in under half an hour. As Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei stepped out, Ling Yi approached them. Qian Xinwei stared at Ling Yi in astonishment. That boy Lin Chen has built a robot so lifelike. It's extraordinary. Chen Yuanxiao rubbed his eyes. What? You mean that's a robot? Ling Yi extended a courteous gesture toward them. This way, esteemed elders. Chen Yuanxiao's face darkened. Who taught you to greet people like that? Ling Yi gazed back with utter sincerity. Did I choose inappropriate phrasing? Apologies. I shall revise immediately. This way, esteemed seniors. Chen Yuanxiao's lips twitched. Enough. He wouldn't argue with a machine. Ling Yi guided them into an adjacent research center. The moment they entered Chen Yuanxiao, and Qian Xinwei froze in awe. 100-meter-long black leviathan rested motionless at the chamber's heart, its hull emblazoned with 3 bold calligraphic characters, Xuanwu vessel. Chen Yuanxiao nodded approvingly. Truly Lin Chen's handiwork. Those characters are atrocious. Just then Lin Chen emerged from his rest chamber, and winced. General Chen, next time you critique my calligraphy might you speak a little softer. Ha ha ha. I hadn't expected you'd overhear. Next time I'll mind my volume. Qian Xinwei shoved Chen Yuanxiao aside mid-sentence and demanded breathless, Lin Chen, what's the Xuanwu vessel's maximum diving depth? What are its submerged speed and stealth cruising speed? And its acoustic signature? Lin Chen recalled the system's specifications and replied. Maximum diving depth approximately 2,000 meters. Top submerged speed 50 knots. Stealth cruising speed 30 knots. Acoustic noise level below 60 decibels. Qian Xinwei nearly tore out the last few strands of hair atop his head. You're certain? Before Lin Chen could answer, Chen Yuanxiao elbowed Qian Xinwei aside and scoffed. Old Qian, you doubt Lin Chen. When has this boy ever boasted falsely? Besides, we've already been summoned to haul it. Whether it's a horse or a mule we'll know once it's let out for a trial run. Qian Xinwei recognized the urgency and stepped aside without further protest. Lin Chen then opened the research center's massive doors. The supertransport vehicle reversed inside and slowly hoisted the Xuanwu vessel onto its deck. It was just past 4 a.m. Only a handful of vehicles stirred on the streets. A DD driver having worked through the night waited at a traffic light yawned, blinked, and froze upon seeing a nuclear submarine. He blinked again, rubbing his eyes hard, convinced fatigue had conjured a hallucination. Yet when he reopened them, the submarine remained. Mouth agape, he slapped his own cheek. It's real? It's actually real. How is this possible? He fumbled for his phone, snapped a photo, and prepared to post it online. But each time the image vanished instantly from his gallery. He even wondered if he'd glimpsed a ghost, yet his self-portraits appeared perfectly normal. His disbelief deepened into existential vertigo. Is this the nation's cutting-edge technology? Before such mastery, I feel like a Stone Age tribesman. Alas, I blame myself. I barely missed Tsinghua University by a single point. Lighting a cigarette, he drifted into memory. Tsinghua's admission threshold stood at 690 points, his score 69. As the Xuanwu vessel reached the East China Sea coast at first light, Lin Chen volunteered. General Chen, no one else knows how to pilot my vessel. I'll descend alone. Qian Xinwei abruptly stepped forward. I'll accompany you. I must study this submarine firsthand. Chen Yuanxiao panicked instantly. This is reckless. You're the nation's current pillar of military-industrial science, and you, Lin Chen, its future heir apparent. Should anything happen beneath those waves, I, Chen Yuanxiao, would deserve death 100 times over. Qian Xinwei snorted coldly. Flaochen, are you feeling a bit too full of yourself? Do I need your approval to go to sea? Chen Yuanxiao's mouth twitched, and he could only look towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged. Old Chen, besides me, no one else can operate this nuclear submarine. You can't just pull someone in and expect me to train them for half a month, can you? Chen Yuanxiao gritted his teeth. If you insist on going to sea, then let me go with you. Qian Xinwei and Lin Chen immediately rejected this suggestion. No way. Old Chen, you are the commander of the Shanghai military district with such a heavy responsibility. How can you take such a risk? Exactly, and Old Chen, you're such a rough man. Do you even know how to interpret the buttons on a nuclear submarine? Don't end up pressing the wrong button and blowing up the submarine. Chen Yuanxiao's face turned red. You are the rough one. I graduated from a military academy and am a properly certified PhD, okay. As he spoke, he ignored Lin Chen and Qian Xinwei, directly striding towards the Xuanwu. Once the three entered the Xuanwu, Qian Xinwei was dumbfounded, noticing that apart from 3 large screens, there was nothing else on the control panel. Lin Chen, why are there no buttons at all? This can't be an unfinished prototype, can it? Lin Chen smiled and called out. 01, are you there? Soon the screen lit up, revealing a virtual figure resembling a maid. I am here, master. Chen Yuanxiao felt a psychological shadow upon seeing 01's appearance. Lin Chen, isn't it a bit inappropriate to pair such a serious nuclear submarine with such an anime-style AI? 01 turned to look at Chen Yuanxiao upon hearing his words. Master, should I throw this empty-headed old man out? Chen Yuanxiao yelled angrily. Who are you calling empty-headed? I am a PhD. PhD. Lin Chen never expected that Chen Yuanxiao, a military district commander, would end up arguing with his AI robot. Qian Xinwei pushed Chen Yuanxiao aside. Lin Chen, ignore him, I'll let set off quickly. Lin Chen nodded. 01, let's go. Follow the transport ship above and find that rat hiding in the shadows. Understood, master. As 01's voice faded, both Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei felt the entire nuclear submarine start to move and slowly begin to sink. Chen Yuanxiao looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, is this what you meant by no one can operate it? Isn't this fully voice-activated? I feel like I could handle it myself. Lin Chen shook his head. No way. First, 01 can only listen to my commands. Second, I haven't actually tested this nuclear submarine in the sea yet. What if we lose contact with 01 after going deep underwater? Then you old Chun would be down there in the deep sea calling for help without anyone hearing you. Chen Yuanchao jumped up immediately upon hearing this. Damn, open the door. I want to get out. No, I want to get out of the submarine. Old Chen stopped struggling. The door is already welded shut. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Wait, why does that sound so strange? Qian Xinwei also patted Chen Yuanchao on the shoulder. Accept your fate, old Chen. Come on, let's go take a look around. With that, he pulled Chen Yuanchao out of the control room. Old Qian, why are you dragging me along? You can just go explore by yourself. I wouldn't understand anyway. Qian Xinwei rolled his eyes at him. I'm afraid you might get so angry at that AI that you have a stroke, and then how would I explain it to old Xia? You're grown up yet you still argue with an AI. Oh, it's really ridiculous. Chen Yuanchao scratched his head feeling a bit embarrassed and followed behind Qian Xinwei. The two walked up to a metal door marked Power Room, and Qian Xinwei looked it over before speaking. This should be the nuclear power compartment, but it's strange that there are no radiation suits. Never mind, let's go inside and take a look. Chen Yuanchao's eyes widened. Old Qian, are you that brave? Aren't you afraid of radiation? Qian Xinwei replied while pushing open the door. I just trust Lin Chen. Once inside, Qian Xinwei was shocked at the sight of the device and exclaimed, is that a tokamak device? Chen Yuanchao looked at the huge metal cylinder in front of him and knocked on it. What is a tokamak? Qian Xinwei quickly pulled him back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? This is a nuclear reactor and you're knocking on it. Chen Yuanchao was so scared that he jumped back. Sigma, though. Nope. Old Qian, don't scare me like that. I want Daiwalai. Qian Xinwei rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. My goodness, this is actually a real tokamak device. Lin Chen has actually managed to apply it in a nuclear submarine. Does that mean Lin Chen has mastered controllable nuclear fusion? This time, even Chen Yuanchao was shocked. Although he didn't understand how controllable nuclear fusion worked, he had heard a saying. Controllable nuclear fusion is the key for humanity to leave the solar system. Qian Xinwei hurriedly returned to the control room, excitedly asking Lin Chen, is that a tokamak device? Lin Chen was watching the scenery of the deep sea on the screen while sipping cola. Upon hearing Qian Xinwei's question, he turned around and replied, yes. So you really have mastered controllable nuclear fusion? Something like that. In truth, Lin Chen couldn't answer right away. Although the system had built this nuclear submarine for him, he needed to receive good reviews to gain relevant knowledge. Quick, tell me how you achieved it. Qian Xinwei excitedly grabbed Lin Chen's hand, his eyes red with excitement. Lin Chen was startled, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Old Qian, let me ask you a question first. After your visit, are you satisfied with this Xuanwu? Satisfied. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Just this controllable nuclear fusion technology alone is worth an infinite amount. Ding. Detected that the buyer gave a good review for this manufacturing. The host will receive the skills mastery of controllable nuclear fusion and mastery of nuclear submarine manufacturing. Upon receiving Qian Xinwei's good review, countless pieces of knowledge flooded into Lin Chen's mind, making him intimately familiar with every detail of the submarine. Old Qian, the tokamak device should have been researched by the country a long time ago, right? I wonder how far along they are now. Qian Xinwei sighed at this. The tokamak device is not only being researched in our country, the whole world is studying it, and it has been for a long time, yet there are still several problems that persist. First, we can't find materials that can be used long-term. 14 MeV high-energy neutrons continuously bombard tungsten copper components, causing the metal to embrittle and swell. The lifespan of existing materials is only a few thousand hours. Second, and the most critical reason, is that the energy input is greater than the output. Just the initial ignition step requires pushing the plasma to over 1.5 degrees. Just this step alone requires more energy input than the output energy from the fusion at the end of the experiment. Therefore, controllable nuclear fusion has become of little value. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, actually, this problem isn't too difficult to solve. Qian Xinwei asked, The current tokamak device generates heat by means of deuterium-tritium fusion, producing neutrons that strike the tritium breeding blanket. The core issue lies in existing materials' inability to withstand such intense thermal loads, causing the inner wall tungsten copper components to become brittle. Fundamentally, the problem stems from excessive heat generated by deuterium-tritium fusion. Thus, the thermal output must be divided, one portion directed to collide with lithium atoms, the other harnessed to accelerate particles, achieving ignition. Then isn't the problem solved? Qian Xinwei's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Brilliant. Not only would the initial ignition energy be perfectly replenished, but the inner wall would no longer bear overwhelming thermal stress, dramatically extending its service life. A single stroke, two birds. Qian Xinwei clenched his fist in exhilaration. He was nearly certain the day China fully commercializes controllable nuclear fusion would mark its ascension to the pinnacle of Blue Planet. As the world has already entered the AI era, what truly defines supremacy is computational power, and what underpins computational power? Electricity. Thus, if China masters controllable nuclear fusion, it effectively commands boundless computing capacity, an eternal engine affixed to a heifer's rump unleashing infinite sky-soaring prowess. Just as Qian Xinwei exulted Ling, he suddenly issued a warning. Warning. A torpedo will strike the transport vessel in 10 seconds. Intercept. Lin Chen shouted urgently, intercept, and lock onto the origin of attack. The instant his command was issued, Qian Xinwei watched on screen a water jet, distinctly different from surrounding seawater, lance toward the port-forward quadrant at blinding speed. It collided head-on with the torpedo, triggering an immediate detonation that churned the entire sea's surface into violent turbulence. Meanwhile, Yamamoto, captain pilot of the Japanese submarine, felt a violent shudder ripple through the hull. What's happening? After stabilizing the vessel, he hastily pressed several buttons on the console to retrieve diagnostics. Why did the torpedo detonate prematurely? Did it strike a shark? No matter, launch another. He retargeted the transport ship above and fired a second torpedo, only for it to explode prematurely, once more nearly blowing his nuclear submarine skyward. Only then did he sense something deeply amiss. After brief reflection, he deployed an underwater reconnaissance drone before launching a third torpedo. Shum boom. The torpedo detonated yet again, far too early. Once the submarine ceased shaking and stabilized, he immediately pulled up the drone's footage. He replayed the recording multiple times, yet saw absolutely nothing. Strange. Could these torpedoes be defective? Impossible. This was America's newest generation nuclear submarine, its production date still fresh and hot. Defects were inconceivable. Perhaps I should close in. Convinced this was the answer, Yamamoto ordered the submarine to ascend 20 meters, holding steady at 750 meters depth. Unbeknownst to him, 500 meters directly beneath his vessel, the Washington, glided the Xuanwu, pitch black and spectral, observing his every move with silent precision. Chen Yuanchao patted Qian Xinwei's shoulder. Old Qian, I've never seen this submarine before. What class is it? Qian Xinwei shook his head. Neither have I. It bears no resemblance to any publicly known nuclear submarine model in existence. Chen Yuanchao narrowed his eyes. So, is it Japanese or American? Their gazes locked, no words were needed. With a decisive sweep of his arm, Chen Yuanchao commanded. Ling Yi, destroy that submarine. Yet Ling Yi remained unresponsive, then began playing a song. The most terrifying thing is sudden silence. Lin Chen quickly repeated Chen Yuanchao's order. Acknowledged, master. 10 razor-sharp water jets erupted simultaneously from the Xuanwu's bow. Yamamoto, still recalibrating his aim on the transport ship above, suddenly felt the submarine convulse violently once more. Then blared alarms filled the air. Warning! Warning! Hull breach detected. Immediate surfacing required. Warning! Warning! Propulsion systems disabled. Surfacing impossible. Warning! Warning! Escape systems compromised. Evacuation impossible. 3 successive alerts sent Yamamoto collapsing onto the floor in stunned paralysis. Instantly, all interior lights extinguished. The submarine plunged into absolute lightless void. Yamamoto screamed in utter despair, "No! Amaterasu, I am your devoted child. Save me. I refuse to perish in this endless, suffocating darkness." No reply came, as despair consumed him, and he reached for his blade to perform seppuku, a voice cut through the blackness. "Though I am no citizen of your so-called celestial kingdom, I can save you. Well, do you wish to live?" Yamamoto seized the voice like a lifeline, frantically bowing toward its source. "I do. I swear it." "Excellent. Then cooperate fully. You wouldn't want to die here, would you, madam?" "Ah, pardon me, young man." Inside the Xuanwu, Chen Yuanchao's lips twitched. "I didn't believe your dossier claiming you enjoyed adult films, but now I do. Young man, moderation is virtue." Qian Xinwei, unusually silent, nodded. "Indeed, Lin Chen, you're still single. Find yourself a girlfriend soon." Lin Chen hastily protested. "I'm not. I haven't. I'm being framed, Elder Chen. I'm a law-abiding citizen." At that moment, Ling Yi's voice chimed. "Ding! Master, your 2 cartons of tissue paper arrived home today. I signed for them." Chen Yuanchao and Qian Xinwei turned in unison toward Lin Chen, their expressions silently asking. "And this is your idea of a law-abiding citizen?" Lin Chen flared up. "Is buying toilet paper illegal? Do you not defecate?" Once Ling Yi assumed full control of the Washington, both submarines returned to Chen Yuanchao soon extracted the full truth from Yamamoto. Kaiten, Japan, sought to sabotage China's construction of the Jiuzhou region, and thus targeted every Chinese transport vessel for sinking. At its core, this incident mirrored the previous one. Moreover, Yamamoto belonged to Japan's far-right faction, so even if confronted face-to-face with leftist politician Sato Ichiban, Sato would not flinch. Chen Yuanchao dialed Senior Xia and reported the matter. "Senior Xia, how shall we proceed?" A cold chuckle echoed from the other end. "An eye for an eye. Since Japan delights in covert underwater ambushes, let us reciprocate. From tomorrow onward, station the Xuanwu submerged and sink every Japanese import-export vessel." The next day the sun rose as usual. Zhuotian Ibn was in a remarkably good mood these past few days, especially after sinking so many transport ships of the Tianqiao in one go, leaving them with nothing to say. What does this imply? It means they couldn't find the Hashing-dun ship at all, otherwise they would have come knocking with evidence long ago. Ah, the land of etiquette is indeed great, everything has to be justified. Take your— Just as he was laughing heartily, Matsushita, Chao Xiong suddenly burst in. Prime Minister, it's bad as something has happened. What happened? The Hashing-dun ship has gone missing. What a— Zhuotian Eben jumped up in shock. How could it disappear? Did the Hashing-dun ship go out on a mission yesterday? That's right, yesterday the Tianqiao dispatched another transport ship to the Jiuzhou region, so I sent the Hashing-dun to sink it. But it hasn't returned until now, and we can't get in touch with it either. What about its tracking device? Doesn't the Hashing-dun have one? Matsushita Chao Xiong looked up at Zhuotian Eben. Prime Minister, have you forgotten? You instructed us to remove the tracking device from the Hashing-dun, saying it would prevent the Tianqiao from tracing us through it. Zhuotian Eben was taken aback. Did I say that? You did. Ahem, that's not important now, or it isn't the time to shirk responsibility. By the way, didn't we buy 2 nuclear submarines? What about the other one? Prime Minister, don't you remember? You said we should develop it independently to avoid being choked by the beautiful country, so the other one was sent to the Academy for disassembly and research. Zhuotian Eben twitched his mouth. Ahem, that's not important either. Just have the Academy reassemble it for now, and they can continue their research once we find the other one. Yes, I'll go do that right away. Matsushita Chao Xiong took his leave. However, he didn't return until nightfall, prompting Zhuotian Eben to call him. Did the Academy reassemble it? Matsushita Chao Xiong's mouth twitched. It was reassembled, but there was a bit of an accident. What kind of accident? 3 extra screws were added. Zhuotian Eben. After a moment, he cautiously asked. Do you think there's a possibility that our technology is already superior to that of the beautiful country, so 3 screws missing wouldn't matter? Matsushita Chao Xiong fell silent. If Zhuotian Eben could see his expression, he would surely read 2 English letters on his face. SB. Zhuotian Eben awkwardly coughed, and just as he was about to say something, someone burst in from outside. Prime Minister, it's bad as something has happened again. Hey, why do I say again? Zhuotian Eben's face darkened. What has happened now? All our import and export ships have been sunk by an unknown attack, without exception. What a— Zhuotian Eben gasped. All the import and export ships. This not only affects imports of goods, vehicles, and luxury items. The most crucial issue is food. You must know that the Jiaopen country has poor land and food cannot be self-sufficient, at least more than half has to rely on imports. If this food cannot be brought in, it won't be long before the entire Jiaopen country begins to face famine. He yelled at Matsushita Chao Xiong on the other end of the phone. General Matsushita, deploy all our nuclear submarines to find out where the enemy is. And forget about those 3 screws, as long as they don't leak, send them out as well. You have 1 day to find the enemy for me. Understood. Zhuotian Eben's orders were swiftly issued, and all the nuclear submarines of the Jiaopen country set sail to search for traces of the enemy in the involved sea area. However, a day passed, and these nuclear submarines of the Jiaopen country, including the Hashing-dun with 3 extra screws, not only failed to find the enemy's trace, but also lost several of their own, and on the following day the Jiaopen country's import and export ships were still all sunk. When the news reached Zhuotian Eben's ears, he instead calmed down. In today's world, only the beautiful country and the Tianqiao have such power. Moreover, both countries had motives. Although the beautiful country sold Zhuotian Eben 2 of the latest models of the Hashing-dun, they charged at least a 50% markup. Zhuotian Eben knew that the beautiful country was taking advantage of the situation, but he had no choice because he did not want the Jiuzhou region to fall into the hands of the Tianqiao. If this incident was caused by the beautiful country, they would definitely want to sell them a few more Hashing-duns at an even higher price. As for the beautiful country claiming that the Hashing-dun was their latest developed nuclear submarines, Zhuotian Eben did not believe a word of it. They definitely kept the best for themselves and sold the outdated ones to the Jiaopen country. There's no need to mention the Tianqiao. If the missing Hashing-dun was taken by them, then the incident of the Jiaopen country sinking the Tianqiao's transport ships would have surely been exposed. Even if the submarine's crew were members of the right-wing forces to the Tianqiao, they would still be regarded as Jiaopen people. Once there was evidence proving it was the Jiaopen people who did it, the Tianqiao would feel justified and would surely retaliate. Zhuotian Eben thought for a whole night, but could not figure out whether it was the Tianqiao or the beautiful country. However, he still came up with a solution. That is to go to the Tianqiao and surrender. He realized that if it was the beautiful country that did this, even if he bought a few more Hashing-duns, the beautiful country would still use this tactic to exploit the Jiaopen country next time. The beautiful country is that shameless. But the Tianqiao is different. The Tianqiao is a land of etiquette and would never resort to such underhanded means. As long as he goes to surrender, at worst, it would just be territorial concessions and compensation, which is still better than having the entire Jiaopen population starve. Their food reserves wouldn't last long anyway. So as soon as dawn broke, he dialed Elder Xia's number. Esteemed Elder Xia, hello, this is Zhuotian Eben. Upon hearing Zhuotian Eben's tone, Elder Xia immediately knew that the other party was likely here to apologize, and he replied with a smile. Mr. So what brings you to call me so early in the morning? Elder Xia, I am here to admit my mistakes to you. Previously, we were misled by the beautiful country's lies and secretly attacked your transport ships, causing you losses. For this, our Jiaopen country has deeply recognized its mistakes and will fully bear the losses caused to the Tianqiao and also compensate the Tianqiao with a sum for mental anguish. Elder Xia was surprised by Zhuo Tianyaiban's words, but he did not agree immediately. The Tianqiao people have a knack for overpricing. Mr. Zhuo Tian, do you have any idea how much damage your malicious attack has caused to our country? Those transport ships were loaded with our country's most advanced infrastructure equipment. Each one is worth a fortune. Odds over. It seems this time it's going to be a major loss. However, a single large loss is better than being drained repeatedly by the beautiful country. Master Xia, I understand. Our foot basin country will definitely compensate at full value. No, Mr. Zhuo Tian, you misunderstand. Our heavenly dynasty is a land of etiquette. We are not here to demand compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Tian nearly cried out. Goodness, look at that damn beautiful country. This is what it means to be a good person. However, Master Xia's next words almost made him jump. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Tian nearly cried out. Goodness, look at that damn beautiful country. This is what it means to be a good person. However, Master Xia's next words almost made him jump. Basin country. Master Xia, please don't go to war. We will compensate. We will compensate double. Zhuo Tian was in a panic. They couldn't fight against the heavenly dynasty now. Not to mention that the heavenly dynasty has the white tiger, and they are already not their match. If this incident were caused by the heavenly dynasty, they would have unexpected trump cards up their sleeves. How can the foot basin country fight back? Use their heads. Master Xia pretended to be in a dilemma. This might be a bit difficult, Mr. Zhuo Tian, as you know, our country is governed by the people, and we must first consider public opinion in our actions. How about this? You cede another piece of land to the heavenly dynasty, and we won't ask for compensation. Last time we ceded the Zhejiu region to the heavenly dynasty, our people were quite happy for several days. I think the Four Kingdoms region, Kinki region, and Hiroshima region would be good. What do you think? Zhuo Tian's heart began to feel uneasy. The foot basin country only has 8 major regions in total. Losing 4 regions at once would make him a historic sinner of the foot basin country. But if he disagreed and war broke out with the heavenly dynasty, the entire foot basin country would be lost to the heavenly dynasty. After thinking for a moment, Zhuo Tian gritted his teeth. He would cede the 4 major regions. He was still the prime minister. If war broke out, he might not even survive. Master Xia, I agree. That afternoon, a piece of news suddenly topped the international headlines. After friendly negotiations, the foot basin country decided to gratuitously give the Four Kingdoms region, Kinki region, and Hiroshima region to the heavenly dynasty. When Bai Pu in the beautiful country saw this news, he was filled with doubt about life. What is going on with the foot basin country? Just a few days ago, they were still shouting that they would not coexist with the heavenly dynasty. Why suddenly give such a large piece of territory to the heavenly dynasty for free? Zhuo Tian, if you were threatened, just blink. Moreover, on that day, the heavenly dynasty's army completely controlled the 4 major regions. After the last incident, the heavenly dynasty would not be so careless this time. In the following days, the heavenly dynasty's transport ships frequently traveled between the heavenly dynasty and the foot basin country, so numerous that they were almost forming a bridge across the sea. Bai Pu was baffled these days, and the White House think tank was also analyzing the reasons, trying to understand what had happened that could make Zhuo Tian agree to cede such a large piece of territory. Finally, a few days later, Bai Pu received the latest intelligence from the CIA, which had been relayed from the foot basin country. A mysterious disappearance occurred with a submarine sold to the foot basin country, and all of the foot basin country's import and export cargo ships were sunk by an unknown enemy. The foot basin country dispatched all of its nuclear submarines to pursue, but could not find the enemy. Subsequently, news came out about Zhuo Tian ceding the 4 major regions. From that day on, all of the foot basin country's import and export cargo ships returned to normal. Seeing this news, Bai Pu's pupils constricted sharply. This news seemingly explained why Zhuo Tian ceded land. But in reality, it was all about one thing: the heavenly dynasty possesses underwater weapons stronger than the peanut stew. But the peanut stew is currently the most advanced nuclear submarine in their beautiful country with parameters that lead the world. Has the heavenly dynasty been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along? From the white tiger to the last nuclear crisis in the Zhejiu region, and now to the ceding of the 4 major regions, various signs indicate that the heavenly dynasty seems to have suddenly acquired several very advanced technologies. Bai Pu immediately summoned CIA Director Thomas. Thomas, I am assigning you a difficult task. At all costs, investigate where the heavenly dynasty's advanced technologies come from. Yes, Mr. President. Upon returning to CIA headquarters, Thomas immediately issued Bai Pu's order. Everyone, do you understand? The importance of this task doesn't need me to elaborate, prioritize it to the highest level. However, Mr. Thomas, you also know that the military of the heavenly dynasty is the hardest place in the world to infiltrate. Moreover, we don't even know what to investigate. How can we proceed? Thomas glanced at him. Bring him in. I suspect this person is a spy from the Heavenly Dynasty. Arrest him and check his ancestry. The man immediately became frightened and collapsed on the ground. No, Mr. Thomas, I am innocent. I am innocent. However, his self-defense was of no use. Two strong men entered and dragged him out while the others in the conference room were all silent. Thomas looked around. Now, is there any problem? Everyone quickly shook their heads, fearing they would be pulled out by Thomas to set an example. Very good. I'll give you a month. If by then no results are obtained, I will suspect that you are spies sent by the Heavenly Dynasty. Hearing this, everyone stood up and rushed out of the conference room, eager to contact the CIA agents they were supposed to liaise with. In the Tianqiao State Security Bureau, the director reported, "Sir, the CIA agents lurking across the country have been unusually active. According to our investigation, they seem to be searching for the chief designer of the White Tiger." Zhang Chuqiang, the director of the bureau, who had been casually smoking, suddenly turned serious upon hearing this. How much information have they uncovered? We're not sure yet. Zhang Chuqiang extinguished his cigarette and strode toward the door. These CIA folks have been living in Tianqiao long enough. It's time we collected some rent from them. Soon all branches of the State Security Bureau mobilized, arresting hundreds of people in one sweep. These individuals were embedded in various industries across the country. Some ran supermarkets, some delivered packages, and some even held official positions. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Chuqiang walked out of the dim room, lit a cigarette, and then pulled out his phone to make a call. Old Xia, the situation is dire. The CIA has started investigating Lin Chen. After a moment of silence, Old Xia, on the other end, replied. It was only a matter of time before they suspected him, given how he helped Lei Bus build cars, and Wang Wei develop drones. Hey Race, what well, do send someone from the bureau to protect Lin Chen up close. Preferably a 20-something, good-looking girl. Zhang Chuqiang's mouth twitched. Old Xia, this is the State Security Bureau, not a matchmaking agency. Haha, I'm just worried the enemy might use a honey trap. After all, Lin Chen is a young man full of vigor and fond of watching certain films. I mean, you have a point. We need to strike first and use the honey trap ourselves before the enemy does. Exactly right. Go ahead and arrange it. Zhang Chuqiang sighed and dialed another number. Mo Shui, I have an important mission for you. Go to the Jiuzhou region to protect Lin Chen and make him fall in love with you. Mo Shui, huh? At the Jiuzhou, no. One nuclear power plant construction site, Lin Chen was engrossed in a team battle. Despite his poor record of 182, he was playing with intense focus. He muttered to himself, 3 parts fate, 7 parts effort. Only by striving can you win. Unfortunately, his teammates were too weak. After the team fight, he was the only one fleeing for his life. Just then someone snatched his phone, sat beside him, and began to play. That's not how you play Yasuo. Watch closely. Lin Chen was about to question the beautiful woman who had taken his phone, but her next moves left him wide-eyed in astonishment. Under her control, Yasuo was like a cheat code. She first ambushed from the bushes, instantly taking down the enemy's dual carries. Then with impeccable positioning, she dodged every skill from the enemy jungler and counter-killed him. Finally, only the enemy top laner and support, both tanks, remained. Mere health packs for her. When the last support fell, Yasuo was back to full health. She then single-handedly took down all 3 lanes of the enemy base, and as countless minions swarmed the nexus, she stood before the enemy fountain, playing a flute. Victory! Lin Chen stared at the woman, mouth agape. Master, please accept my humble worship. The woman handed back the phone and extended her hand. State Security Bureau, Mo Shui. I'm here to protect you on orders. Protect me. Lin Chen blinked, confused. These days CIA agents from the US are searching for you all over Tianqiao. Luckily you're in Jiuzhou province, or they might have caught you by now. Lin Chen was taken aback. I'm just a scrapyard owner. Why would they want me? To collect scrap in the US. Besides, Old Chen said had sent people to protect me in secret. Shouldn't that be enough? CIA agents stop at nothing. The guards Commander Chen arranged are just regular military personnel. They might not be able to handle it. So the State Security Bureau sent me for close protection, but I need your cooperation. Cooperation with what? Let me pretend to be your girlfriend, so I have a legitimate reason to stay by your side. But my identity must be kept secret from everyone. Lin Chen's jaw dropped as he looked at the stunning woman before him. Slender waist, long legs, at least an 8 out of 10 in looks, and muttered in disbelief. You pretend to be my girlfriend. How could such good fortune fall on me? Mo Shui's mouth twitched slightly. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy was really the military genius who created the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise, making so many CIA agents scurry around. Seeing her expression, Lin Chen blushed. Well, it's getting late. Where do you live? I'm your girlfriend, so of course I'll live with you. Huh. With a stunned expression, Lin Chen led Mo Shui to his dormitory, a 2-bedroom apartment in the experts building arranged by the Tianqiao construction team. After entering, Mo Shui closed the door and meticulously inspected every corner of the apartment, then clapped her hands. No bugs or cameras detected. Lin Chen shrugged. No need to be so tense. I've been living here for half a month without any trouble. Just then the doorbell rang. Hello, express delivery. Lin Chen turned to open the door, but Mo Shui stopped him. She crept to the door, leaned against it, and slowly turned the handle to open it. Just as Lin Chen was about to mock her for being overly cautious, he saw that what was being handed through the door was not a package but a gun. Two men stood at the door, one aiming a gun at Lin Chen with a smirk. "Mr. Lin, a pleasure to meet you. We hope you'll cooperate." As the other man produced a cloth to cover Lin Chen's mouth, Mo Shui suddenly slammed the door, crushing their hands against the frame. The men cried out in pain, dropping the gun and cloth. Mo Shui rushed out from behind the door, picked up the gun, and aimed it at them. "Not a pleasure to meet you. I hope you two will cooperate." But the men were not compliant. They exchanged a glance and prepared to attack. Seeing their movements, Mo Shui smiled lightly and shot both of them in the legs without hesitation. Oh! The gunshots and screams immediately drew the guards from downstairs. When they arrived, they saw Lin Chen holding a gun with a trembling girl behind him and two unconscious, bleeding men on the floor. Lin Chen looked at the gun in his hand and said, "If I say it was self-defense, would you believe me?" The two guards exchanged glances and immediately cuffed the two people on the ground. "Chief Lin, it's our failure to perform our duties. We apologize. Here, your safety is more important than anything else." "But who is this lady?" "Oh, this is my girlfriend, Mo Shui." "Mo Shui, please register your personal information at our office when you have time." "Sure." After the two guards left, Lin Chen sat down on the sofa, drenched in cold sweat. Mo Shui leaned against the wall and spoke. "Do you think I need to be this nervous now?" Lin Chen sighed deeply. "What can I do? I'm also very desperate. Can I be blamed for being too exceptional?" Mo Shui. That night, Lin Chen lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. No way, as a man with a system, how could he be threatened by a gun? That's just too embarrassing. System, help me create a set of invisible bulletproof clothing. Ding. The system has received the host's request and is generating the required material list. Ding. The material list has been completed. The required materials are 5 old clothes. Please place the required materials into the system space, and the system will start working automatically. Lin Chen stood up, took out all the clothes from his suitcase, and stuffed them into the system space. "So I'll go buy a few more tomorrow. I wonder if they can be reimbursed." Current progress 1A, estimated remaining time 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen looked at the clothes in his hand with a speechless expression. "System, I suspect your aesthetic sense is seriously flawed. Who designs bulletproof clothing in zebra stripes?" Ding. The bulletproof clothing will become completely invisible once worn, and knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Chen walked over to open the door, and Mo Shui stood at the entrance. "Lin Chen, I've installed surveillance outside the door, so don't open it casually from now on." "Okay, thanks." Lin Chen expressed his gratitude, but noticed Mo Shui's gaze fixed on the zebra outfit in his hand. "Hey, wait, let me explain." Mo Shui patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "It's fine. Everyone has their own peculiar preferences. I respect that." Saying this, she returned to her room. Lin Chen. The next day, the entire Jiuzhou nuclear power plant construction site underwent a thorough inspection. Everyone's information was re-examined, and access to the expert building where Lin Chen was located was strictly limited to guards only, prohibiting any strangers from entering. Initially, the head of the guard team suggested whether to temporarily arrange for Lin Chen's girlfriend, Mo Shui, to stay elsewhere, even though there were no issues with her investigation report. However, Qian Xinwei waved his hand, stating that Mo Shui was the granddaughter of his old comrade, and he could vouch for her. Since Qian Xinwei said so, the head of the guard team naturally had no objections. However, since the two were posing as Shunfeng delivery personnel, Wang Wei, far away in Shenzhen, was detained for a week for spitting on the ground. On the other side, Bai Pu became very angry upon learning that the operation had failed, pointing his finger at Thomas and scolding him. "Fuck. 2 agents can't even capture an ordinary person. Is this the level of your CIA? Every year so much funding produces this group of useless people." Bai Pu looked at the silent Thomas, growing even angrier. "Do you not have a word of defense?" Thomas took a deep breath and spoke. "Mr. President, the CIA lost many agents during this operation. We really cannot be blamed entirely." But before he could finish, Bai Pu picked up a document from the table and threw it at him. "Do you dare to retort?" Bai Pu took a sip of water from the cup on the table, calmed down a bit, and asked, "What are your plans next?" He raised his head to look at Thomas, only to see Thomas silent, simply blinking at him. This made Bai Pu so angry that he picked up another document and threw it at him. "Speak up, Mr. President. The protection of Lin Chen by the Heavenly Dynasty is certainly stricter now, and we have even less opportunity to contact him, so we decided to assassinate him directly." Bai Pu rolled his eyes. "Is that it? This is such a terrible plan from UCI. You still have the nerve to say it." Thomas. "I'm tired. Let it be destroyed." However, in the end, Bai Pu still agreed to the assassination plan, as he could not allow Lin Chen to be used by himself, nor could he allow him to be used by the Heavenly Dynasty. Moreover, compared to the Heavenly Dynasty's homeland, the Jiuzhou region was more suitable for CIA operations. In the Heavenly Dynasty, all citizens are registered by the government, making it difficult to infiltrate. Currently, the population in the Jiuzhou region consists mainly of people from the Foot Basin country, and the Heavenly Dynasty still needs some time for a complete population census. Thus, the CIA could dispatch a large number of agents from the Foot Basin country to the Jiuzhou region to carry out the assassination of Lin Chen. This was also, though, mass plan. He intended to directly send 100 agents to besiege the Jiuzhou nuclear power plant. Even if they all sacrifice themselves, they must succeed in assassinating Lin Chen. Because he knew that this opportunity would only arise once. If this assassination failed, Lin Chen would surely be given key protection by the Heavenly Dynasty, or even move his family directly to the Mo-Du military district, at which point the CIA would have no chance at all. Moreover, he had secretly mixed in a death soldier among them, preparing to directly blow up the entire Jiuzhou nuclear power plant. In addition to ensuring the death of Lin Chen, he also wanted to eliminate all the CIA agents participating in this assassination to prevent the Heavenly Dynasty from finding evidence and retaliating against the beautiful country. All of this was being carried out secretly under the CIA's arrangement, completely unbeknownst to the Heavenly Dynasty. During this time, Lin Chen spent his days directing the nuclear power plant project and having Mo Shui help him rank up. That night, Lin Chen continued to sit with Mo Shui in the living room playing video games. Mo Shui, beautiful. Mo Shui sighed and put down her phone. If it weren't for you constantly dying, we would have won this round ages ago. Hey, if I didn't keep dying, how could your skills be showcased, right? Come on, let's go for the next round. At that moment, Mo Shui suddenly twitched her ears and pressed Lin Chen's head down. Before Lin Chen could react, a burst of machine gun fire erupted, shattering all the windows. Mo Shui pulled a gun from her boot, holding it in her hand, and said to Lin Chen, "I'll draw their fire, you hide in the room first." After saying that, she stood up and fired several shots outside the window. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen hurried back to his bedroom and took out his phone to call the head of the guard team. "Captain, help." The voice of the head of the guard team did not come through, but instead another person's voice crying was heard. "Chief Lin, the captain has already sacrificed. The enemy outnumbers us greatly, and we are trying to break through to your side. Hold on." Lin Chen hung up the phone, clenching his fists in fury. 01 dispatch for mosquito drones. I will avenge the fallen soldiers. Roger that. The mosquito drones are expected to arrive at Jiuzhou nuclear power plant in 15 minutes. At that moment, the 4 drones in the military research building of the Mo-Du military district suddenly activated, then burst through the walls and sped away into the distance. The military researchers immediately informed Chen Yuanxiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanxiao shot up from his chair. Oh no, Lin Chen is in danger. He immediately picked up the phone and called Xiao Lao. Xiao Lao, Lin Chen might be in danger. I request permission to lead troops to support him at once. Xiao Lao's tone was also grave. The state security personnel in the Jiuzhou region are already on their way. You should immediately take your most elite squad and board the Xuanwu to head for support at top speed. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, on Lin Chen's side, Mo Shui was gritting her teeth and holding out behind a wall, occasionally turning back to fire 2 shots. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. She had only a Desert Eagle, while the enemies were all armed with automatic rifles like Thompson submachine guns, AKs, and M416s. Her arm and thigh were already wounded. Just as she was about to change her magazine, something was thrown in from outside, rolling to her side. A grenade. Her pupils constricted sharply. Relying on instinct, she quickly rolled to the side. But it was too late. The force of the explosion hurled her against the wall with a heavy thud. The people outside saw Mo Shui blown away and were about to rush in, but the 2 fastest runners were each shot right between the eyes and died instantly. Bleeding at the corner of her mouth, Mo Shui crawled to hide behind a wall. Lin Chen, hiding in the room, saw that Mo Shui was severely injured with wounds all over her body and blood covering her face. He felt that he couldn't just stay hidden like a coward and let a girl fight alone outside. If Mo Shui died, wouldn't he be trapped like a turtle in a jar? Besides, he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He wouldn't die that easily, right? He glanced at the time. 5 minutes left. He only needed to hold out for 5 minutes, and the mosquito drones would arrive, and then they would be saved. So he seized the opportunity and dashed out of the room. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Perhaps due to nervousness, as soon as he rushed out the door, he tripped over something and fell flat on his face. This delighted the enemies outside. Mo Shui sighed at the sight. Falling at a time like this, wouldn't that make him a sitting duck? Ah, forget it. She must have owed him in a past life. As long as she was alive, she couldn't let him get hurt. With that, Mo Shui leaped forward and threw herself over Lin Chen. At that very moment, a bullet struck her shoulder, seemingly lodging itself inside her body. Lin Chen looked at the bullet's location and froze, because the bullet in Mo Shui's shoulder was directly aligned with his heart. But he was wearing a bulletproof vest. The bullet would have done him no harm at all. However, Mo Shui didn't know that. Gritting her teeth, Mo Shui used the last of her strength and shouted at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, run. Run. Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, gunfire erupted again outside. Mo Shui closed her eyes, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Sorry, Director Zhang, the mission failed. However, after a moment, she felt no pain anywhere on her body. She slowly opened her eyes to see Lin Chen holding her tightly. As expected, those bullets must have all struck Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen, are you insane? You can't die, do you understand? Mo Shui, like a madwoman, grabbed her gun and fired wildly at the door, suppressing the enemies so they dared not lift their heads. Then she pulled Lin Chen into the bedroom and looked at his back to see if he could still be saved. But when she saw his back smooth as jade, she was completely stunned. Wounds. Bullets. Bloody holes. Lin Chen also regained consciousness. The hail of bullets had just knocked him out from pain. It hurt so much. System, this bulletproof vest of yours is really useless. It doesn't even reduce the damage. Beep. Post, when you customized it, you only asked for the invisibility function. You didn't mention any other features. I'll forget it, that's my fault. At least this vest can actually stop bullets and turn invisible, and it's comfortable to wear. They'll give you a grudging good review. Beep. Detected that the seller has given a positive review for this manufacture. Host will receive the skill Bulletproof Vest Manufacturing Mastery. Mo Shui saw Lin Chen wake up and asked urgently, Lin Chen, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. It just hurts a bit. Mo Shui looked at her own shoulder wound. You said you're wearing a bulletproof vest? Then what was that bullet I just took for you? I didn't expect you to jump on me. Let's say you're beautiful and kind-hearted. Reinforcements will arrive soon. We just need to hold on a little longer. Mo Shui nodded. Just then the gunfire outside suddenly intensified. The men outside started to panic. The Celestial Empire's reinforcements are here. What do we do? What are we waiting for? Rush in and kill the people inside, then we can leave. You go if you want to, not going. That woman's aim is too accurate. Every shot is a headshot. We've already lost over a dozen brothers. Then what do we do? Just as everyone was at a loss, suddenly a man standing at the back of the group stepped forward. I have an idea. Everyone turned to look at him. What idea? The man's lips curled into a smile, then he burst into maniacal laughter, speaking slowly while laughing. That is to blow this whole place up, and we all die together. Then he threw open his coat, revealing the TNT strapped around his waist, at least 20 pounds of it. Instantly, everyone panicked, pleading with him. Although they usually faced near-death missions, they still wanted to live. David, calm down. Think of your wife and children. David shook his head. My wife cheated on me. My 2 sons and 1 daughter are not my biological children. Everyone. David smiled. Everyone, don't panic. Relax. Look at me, I'm not nervous at all. Everyone, damn it. You're like this, of course you're not nervous. But our wives haven't cheated, and our children are our own. But David gave them no time to react. He directly pressed the remote. With a deafening boom, the explosion's shockwaves spread outward from the expert building, affecting all surrounding structures. When the dust cleared within 100 meters, it looked as if an earthquake had struck. All buildings had collapsed, and the scene was a mess. Qian Xinwei, who had been rescued earlier by the guard squad, looked at the scene before him, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Chen. When Chen Yuanchao personally arrived with his elite troops, he was met with this scene of ruins. He grabbed Qian Xinwei's hand tightly, his eyes fixed intently on him. Old Qian, where is Lin Chen? Did he go to the bathroom? Or has he been sent to the hospital? Qian Xinwei said weakly, his lips cracked and his gaze vacant. Lin Chen didn't escape, he was buried alive. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Yuanchao felt darkness envelop him. Even as a seasoned war zone commander, he almost fainted. No, Lin Chen must be alive. Everyone hurry and rescue him. We can't miss the 72-hour golden rescue window. Yes. The elite units brought by Chen Yuanchao immediately began organizing the rescue. Some went to summon excavators, others to borrow life detection devices, while a third group started lifting stones by hand. Meanwhile, about 7 or 8 meters beneath the ruins, Lin Chen slowly awoke and opened his eyes to pitch darkness surrounding him. It seems I've been buried under the collapsed expert building. Right, Mo Shui? Just as Lin Chen prepared to get up and find Mo Shui, he heard her voice coming through. Lin Chen, I'm here, but it seems my foot is trapped. Lin Chen checked his pocket, found his phone still intact, and quickly took it out to turn on the flashlight. Phew, luckily the phone is fine, but there's no signal. Mo Shui, are you okay? Lin Chen shone the flashlight towards Mo Shui's voice and discovered her right foot was stuck. Moreover, his own position was barely in a crevice of the wall. He could only sit up with great difficulty and was completely unable to stand or walk. Lin Chen slowly ran over, attempting to lift the stone that was pinning Mo Shui's right foot, but unfortunately he failed. There were likely more stones on top of it, making it impossible for him to lift. Mo Shui smiled. Lin Chen, don't waste your strength. You should conserve your energy and wait for rescue. No, your leg has been crushed for too long. Without blood circulation, it will be completely useless. It doesn't matter. I'm injured in many places. Even if my leg isn't ruined, I'm already dead. That won't happen. I remember our support team arrived just before the explosion. They will definitely rescue us. You must hold on. Mo Shui did not continue on that topic, but said, Lin Chen, turn off the flashlight to conserve battery. Oh, okay. Lin Chen glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 3:37 a.m. 4 hours had passed since they were attacked. He turned off the flashlight and also locked the screen of his phone, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Lin Chen, if you're tired, you can sleep for a bit. What about you? I'm in pain all over and can't sleep, plus we can't both sleep. What if we miss the rescue? Alright, then I'll sleep first, and you can sleep later. Lin Chen lay down on the ground and quickly fell into a deep sleep. He was unsure if it was due to the overwhelming events of the day or the eerie silence around him, but Lin Chen felt as if he had slept for a long time. When he woke up and glanced at his phone, it was already 7:30 a.m. He had slept for almost 4 hours. Mo Shui, are you okay? You're awake. I'm fine. Then you should rest a bit. No need, I'm not sleepy. Mo Shui then reached out to feel around and found a stone. She tightly gripped the stone and began rhythmically tapping it against other nearby stones. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? The sound of tapping helps the rescue team locate our direction, increasing our chances of being rescued. Wow, you guys from the national security really know a lot. I'll join in too. No. Unexpectedly, Mo Shui directly refused him. You don't need to tap. I can do it alone. Your only task now is to conserve your energy. If I die and the rescue team hasn't found you, then you can continue tapping. Hearing Mo Shui's words, Lin Chen became angry. Mo Shui, I'm not the kind of person who fears for my life. Plus you're injured, this is something I should do instead. But Mo Shui still insisted. No. Lin Chen, you are the hope of the entire Tianchao. As long as you are alive, I along with all the soldiers of the Tianchao security class at the nuclear power station can die. Lin Chen clenched his fists, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He could hear in Mo Shui's voice that her condition was deteriorating. If this dragged on, she would likely not last much longer. While the 72 hours is considered the golden rescue time, in reality the true golden rescue time is only 24 hours. After 24 hours, the survival will of the trapped individuals diminishes. Moreover, without food or water, and while suffering from injuries, their overall condition will worsen, making it impossible to hold on until rescue arrives. Suddenly Lin Chen lifted his head sharply. Right, I still have the system. But if I suddenly pull something out here, wouldn't that expose my secret? Mo Shui is with national security, or what if I end up being taken by the state for dissection and research? But if I don't use the system, Mo Shui might die right in front of me. Lin Chen raised his head, deciding to give Mo Shui the choice. Mo Shui, if I say I have a way to save you, but you need to keep it a secret, can you do that? Keep it a secret. Yes, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. Aside from that, no one else, including the state, can be told. Mo Shui was taken aback and suddenly realized that the secret Lin Chen was talking about seemed extraordinary. Could it be that you are a spy from the beautiful country? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen spies from the beautiful country being secretly assassinated by their own country? Oh, you have a point. So is this secret harmful to our country? No. It's only beneficial to the country, absolutely no harm. However, if the state finds out, I might die. Mo Shui remained silent for a long time before finally saying, Alright, I promise you, as long as your secret poses no threat to the country, I will keep it a secret. Lin Chen sighed in relief. He was indeed worried that Mo Shui was a rigid person. So he communicated with the system in his mind. System, help me create a medical device that can save Mo Shui. Ding. The system has received the host's request and is generating the required materials list. Ding. The materials list has been generated: 3 pieces of old clothing, 1 piece of rebar. Please place the required materials in the system space, and the system will automatically start working. Seeing this materials list, Lin Chen sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't anything too complicated. Due to the building collapse, there was rebar nearby, and he just needed to take off his clothes. Just as he hesitated over whether to remove his underwear, Mo Shui seemed to sense his dilemma and asked Lin Chen, what's wrong? This is rather awkward, Mo Shui, but would you mind if I ran naked right here? And Mo Shui. So your big secret is the fetish like this? No, not at all. Actually, I have a system, the kind found in transmigration novels. You know the sort. I can fabricate advanced technological devices from scrap materials. I'm currently assembling a medical kit, but am short on materials, specifically 3 garments. I've already stripped off my shirt and trousers, yet 1 piece remains missing. So I'm weighing whether to remove my underwear as well. Mo Shui said nothing, only gazed silently at Lin Chen, her expression wordlessly asking, do you take me for a fool, or do you wish me to regard you as one? Then suddenly it occurred to her. Lin Chen, have you ever had a girlfriend? How did you know? Lin Chen blinked in surprise, then recalled she worked for the state security department. Such knowledge was hardly extraordinary. No, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Ignoring his reply, Mo Shui unbuttoned her blouse and tossed it toward him. Lin Chen caught it instinctively and inhaled faintly, detecting a delicate, lingering fragrance. A soft blush rose to Mo Shui's cheeks. Though trained by state security, she remained a young woman in her 20s, still capable of shyness. Is this enough? If not, I have another. Lin Chen instantly grasped which garment she meant, and hastily interjected, enough? More than enough. He then dumped all required materials into the system's storage space. In current progress 1, estimated remaining time 59 seconds. Seeing the fabrication would take only 1 minute, Lin Chen exhaled in quiet relief. If it had taken longer, he feared Mo Shui might not survive. Before Mo Shui's blush could fade, the minute elapsed. Lin Chen retrieved the completed medical device from the system, a compact self-contained medical case. Simultaneously, its operational manual synced directly into his mind. Mo Shui stared blankly at the case materializing before her, utterly stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And she retraced her thoughts from the Big Bang itself, through cosmic evolution, human history, even the fictional hegemony of tomato novels, yet still could not fathom where this medical case had sprung from. Lin Chen tapped the case lightly. This is my secret. And Imo Shui snapped out of her daze, and turned her gaze back upon Lin Chen. At that moment, the light-hearted, joke-loving, notoriously clumsy gaming prodigy, also a genius in defense engineering, suddenly radiated an aura of profound mystery. No wonder Lin Chen had demanded her absolute silence. Should this secret leak, he'd likely vanish overnight, dissected in some clandestine lab. Lin Chen, oblivious to Imo Shui's expression, knelt and slid the medical case beneath the massive boulder pinning her right leg. He pressed a button on the case, and with seamless metamorphosis it transformed into a hydraulic jack, steadily lifting the crushing stone. Once the clearance reached sufficient height, Lin Chen swiftly extracted Imo Shui's trapped leg. After a brief examination, he breathed easier, though numb. Her leg retained sensation and pain, indicating no immediate nerve damage. Bone integrity, however, remained uncertain. Next, Lin Chen operated the case again, triggering an X-ray projection that scanned Imo Shui's entire body. Multiple soft tissue contusions detected. Right tibia fracture. Left shoulder penetrating gunshot wound. Initiate comprehensive treatment, and yes, treat her. Upon receiving the command, the case extended articulated robotic arms, cleaning wounds, suturing lacerations, applying sterile dressings, all with surgical precision. The procedure flowed flawlessly, no less deft than a seasoned trauma surgeon's hand. In moments, every injury was stabilized. Imo Shui finally allowed herself one quiet certainty: I'm not going to die. Only then did she tease half-jokingly, Lin Chen, if I now know your greatest secret, will you eliminate me to ensure silence? Lin Chen smiled. And no, I trust you. And besides, I still need you to carry me up the ranks. And their eyes met. No further words needed. At that moment, shouts echoed from above. Lin Chen, is that you down there? Lin Chen. Lin Chen shouted back immediately. Yes, it's me. Imo Shui and I are both alive. And he quickly retracted the medical case into the system storage. 2 hours later, rescue teams excavated them from the rubble. When Shun Yuanchao and Qian Xinwei saw Lin Chen alive, the two elders embraced and wept openly. The rescue commander exhaled deeply. The orders from above had been unequivocal: dig until Lin Chen is found, even if it means turning Earth to dust. Phew. Luckily, the rocks above Lin Chen's position shifted just then. Otherwise, searching this vast ruin would have taken weeks. Truly, Lin Chen is blessed by heaven itself. In the aftermath, the Celestial Dynasty revised its policy toward the Jiuzhou region. Originally, the dynasty planned a conciliatory approach toward Jiuzhou, Shikoku, Kinki, and Hiroshima, granting autonomy and cultural respect to the former inhabitants of the Jiaopan kingdom while pursuing infrastructural development. Yet following this incident, Elder Xia reflected deeply, posing himself 3 stark questions. Have I been too lenient toward the Jiaopan chickens? And have I mistaken their deference for dignity? And is it time, finally, to act? With a thunderous slam of his fist upon the table, Elder Xia issued direct orders: deploy military forces to impose martial law across all 4 regions. Household registration audits, identification of foreign agents, neutralization of latent threats. These tasks demanded immediate execution. And meanwhile, Lin Chen and Imo Shui had already returned to Shanghai, where Imo Shui moved directly into Lin Chen's residence. She repeated to herself insistently, it's all for professional duty. Yet upon seeing Ling Yi, who bore the uncanny likeness of senior sister Mommy, the instant tightening of her fists betrayed her. Consequently, Ling Yi behaved with uncharacteristic docility around Imo Shui, unlike her usual sharp-tongued demeanor with others. Even Lin Chen found this startling, attributing it vaguely to Ling Yi. Master, I may be artificial intelligence, but I fear death as much as anyone. But Lin Chen had no time for banter. He had secluded himself in the research center, grappling with a single urgent question. How can I remotely issue commands to Ling Yi, even when absolutely no signal exists? This experience left an indelible mark on his memory. When he was trapped beneath the rubble, with no signal on his phone, summoning the AI-controlled weapons through 01 became a mere fantasy. If there had been a signal, he could have directly called the White Tiger to fly from Tianqiao to the Jiuzhou nuclear power plant and dig him and Imo Shui out. Unfortunately, not only the White Tiger, but even the 4 Mosquito drones had lost contact. Fortunately, he managed to escape and survive. Otherwise, being buried alive as a man with a system would have been a truly embarrassing demise. In the so-called transmigrator exchange group, he probably wouldn't have dared to speak a word, as it would have been too shameful. Is there any way to solve this problem? Ignoring signal distance, signal barriers, and with sufficient response speed. At that moment, 4 words suddenly popped into his mind. Quantum entanglement. Exactly. 2 entangled particles, no matter how far apart, changing the state of one will instantly affect the other. This is the effect I want. However, no country in the world has truly achieved this, yet not because the theory is wrong, but because quantum entanglement is utterly devoid of regularity. Without regularity, it means information cannot be stored or transmitted. Although quantum entanglement allows instantaneous synchronization regardless of distance, if information cannot be conveyed, but he was different because he had a system. System helped me design a device based on quantum entanglement that allows me to synchronize with my 01 server at home. Ding. The system has received the host's request and is generating the required material list. Ding. Material list generated. Required materials: 10 old phones, 3 meters of wire, 50 aluminum cans. Please place the required materials into the system space and the system will automatically begin working. Lin Chen dug out the materials from the scrap pile and tossed them all into the system space. Current progress 1. Estimated time remaining 7 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 8 hours. That long. Forget it, he'll go sleep first. The next morning the system's completion prompt rang more punctually than an alarm. Ding. Manufacturing complete. But when Lin Chen looked into the system space, he found nothing. Huh. System, where's the manufactured item? You're not starting to blatantly swindle my raw materials, are you? Ding. Host, this is a segment of awakening consciousness. You only need to control it with— Lin Chen was taken aback, then quickly tried using his mind, and it worked. Haha, I misjudged you. I was only planning to have you make a switch, but you've gone straight to biological science. Ding. Host, this system is professional and must consider various situations for you. For instance, if the host is kidnapped, hands and feet severed, mouth gagged, and about to be sold overseas to have his kidneys harvested, then the host would urgently need this remotely accessible consciousness. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Brother system, we have no grudges past or present. You don't have to arrange this for me. If I ever get tricked into having my kidneys harvested, I'll definitely blame you. Lin Chen stretched. He hadn't gone out for 2 days. It was time to relax and have some crayfish, preferably the large lobster-like ones. He wondered where in Modu he could find them. Oh, and he should invite Mo Shui along. But as soon as he stepped out of the research center and returned to his shabby scrap recycling station, Mo Shui was nowhere to be seen. Lin Chen was stunned. 01, where's Mo Shui? Master, about half an hour ago someone came looking for Mo Shui. They seemed to argue for a while, but in the end Mo Shui obediently left with him. Who did she go with? A man with long hair wearing a black leather jacket, looking a bit like a gangster from Hong Kong movies. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Which gangster was so fearless? Mo Shui was from the National Security Bureau. How dare these gangsters try anything? Weren't they afraid of trying and dying? So the other party's identity must be no ordinary one. Could it be some top-tier princeling or rich second generation spending money to seek thrills and coming up with such a— If that were the case, Mo Shui might choose to swallow her pride to keep the peace. Without hesitation, Lin Chen pulled out his phone and called Chen Yuanzhao. Hello, Lin Chen. What's wrong? Chen Lao, Mo Shui has been taken away. What? Who did it? A gangster with long hair wearing a black leather jacket took her from my house half an hour ago. I suspect he's some princeling or rich second generation acting so recklessly. Chen Yuanzhao on the other end of the phone fell silent for 3 seconds. A figure emerged in his mind, and as the two silhouettes slowly overlapped, he felt a strong urge to laugh, but held it back. He double-checked. Lin Chen, that gangster you mentioned. Is he about 40 years old with a tiger tattooed on his chest? Lin Chen was startled. How do you know? Wait, Chen Lao, you're a military commander. How do you know a gangster? Chen Yuanzhu's mouth twitched. Lin Chen, is it possible that the gangster is actually the director of our Tianqiao National Security Bureau, Zhang Chuqiang? Lin Chen. He stood there holding the phone, his mind buzzing. Chen Lao, are you sure? I'm sure. As soon as you described him, I knew it was him. Who else would wear a leather jacket in such hot weather? Lin Chen was at a loss for words. The director of the Tianqiao National Security Bureau didn't look like a good person. And was his protection mission over so soon? Didn't he face any danger in Tianqiao? The CIA was notorious for being ruthless. Most importantly, would he and Mo Shui never see each other again? After hanging up, Lin Chen sighed, lay down on the sofa, and opened a game. But by the end of the afternoon, he had lost all the stars he and Mo Shui had earned together in previous sessions. He stood up, cursing under his breath, but his finger hesitated over the uninstall button. In the end, he didn't press it since reinstalling the game would be a hassle. And the reason for his losing streak wasn't the game itself, but the lack of someone to carry him. Lin Chen nodded, thinking he was a genius for coming up with such a philosophical statement. So he picked up the phone and called Chen Yuanzhao again. Lin Chen, you're still up this late. What's up? Chen Lao, I want to go to the National Security Bureau. Off. Chen Yuanzhao was startled. After all, who would willingly go to the National Security Bureau? But soon Lin Chen continued. Chen Lao, I want to go to the National Security Bureau. To find Mo Shui. Looking for Mo Shui. Chen Yuanzhao's expression began to turn strange. He had actually known Mo Shui's identity for quite some time. When she first appeared at the Jiuzhou nuclear power plant, Qianxinwei immediately sent him to but just as he started his investigation, Zhang Chuqiang called to inform him that Mo Shui was one of their national security agents. Since she was from national security, Chen Yuanzhao naturally felt at ease, and with his people in the open and national securities agents in the shadows, they could provide double protection for Lin Chen. For instance, if it weren't for Mo Shui, this time Lin Chen's grave grass would probably be 3 meters high by now. Now that Mo Shui had completed her mission, it was reasonable for her to return to the National Security Bureau to report. It seemed Lin Chen's luck with romance had finally blossomed. Seeing that Chen Yuanxiao was silent, Lin Chen tentatively asked, "Old Chen, can't you help me get to national security? If not, I might as well find a way on my own." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Yuanxiao immediately got anxious. "Lin Chen, don't act recklessly. This is the Heavenly Dynasty. If you blow up the National Security Bureau, I won't be able to protect you." "What are you talking about, Old Chen? Am I some kind of terrorist? I'm just going to visit their bureau chief. Isn't that reasonable?" Chen Yuanxiao twitched his mouth, thinking to himself that he didn't believe him. "Ahem, let me first call Zhang Chuqiang. Although I'm not very familiar with him, at least we can talk." "Okay, thanks, Old Chen." After hanging up Lin Chen's call, Chen Yuanxiao immediately dialed Zhang Chuqiang. "Hey Xiaozhang, why did you take Mo Shui away? Do you know Lin Chen is going crazy? If I hadn't stopped him, your National Security Bureau would probably have been blown to smithereens by now." Zhang Chuqiang on the other end of the line was also startled. "No way, Lin Chen seems pretty easygoing to me, not like a terrorist." "Hee, you kidnapped his girlfriend. Do you still expect him to talk nicely to you?" "Hey, Old Chen, I need to clarify this. I didn't kidnap his girlfriend. Mo Shui is one of our national security agents. It's normal for her to return to report, right? This falls within the scope of normal duties. Besides, he hasn't confessed, so Mo Shui isn't technically his girlfriend." "Alright, save those words for when you face Lin Chen's missiles. I don't want to be in the position of a community mediator." Zhang Chuqiang looked at the hung-up phone and said to Mo Shui, "Your boyfriend has quite a fiery temper." Mo Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. "Chief, you misunderstood. Alright, I understand the situation well enough. You can go back to protect Lin Chen. Also, the last mission was completed with an evaluation of S. You will receive a bonus at the end of the year." Mo Shui nodded and was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, she remembered the contents of her last mission to protect Lin Chen and make him fall in love with her. Lin Chen saw Mo Shui return and hurriedly approached her. "Mo Shui, you're back. That gangster didn't give you a hard time, did he?" Mo Shui looked bewildered. "Gangster? Oh, sorry, I misspoke. 01 said your bureau chief looks like a gangster, and after you had an argument with him, he forcibly took you away." Mo Shui twitched her mouth. "It seems the situation was not like that. It was because 01 saw our bureau chief and said, 'Who is this little thug?' He also said that if you're going to be involved with gangsters, you need to have power and background. Just because you have a tiger tattoo on your chest doesn't make you a gangster. It turns out you're just a little punk." This enraged our bureau chief, and he wanted to confront him right away, but I had to talk him down. I just returned to fulfill my normal duties. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, turned to look at 01, who quickly dashed away. "Ahem, I think this AI has been watching too much Douyin lately, and has gone a bit haywire. They'll have to clear out its memory next time." After Lin Chen finished speaking, the room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, Mo Shui finally found a topic and spoke up. "By the way, the investigation results for this incident have come out. Those CIA agents entered the Jiuzhou area via the foot basin country. Although there was an explosion at the scene, some evidence proving they were CIA agents was still found. The Heavenly Dynasty government is preparing to demand an explanation from the beautiful country." Lin Chen sneered upon hearing this. "Explanation? No, I don't need an explanation. I just want to return the favor in kind." After saying this, Lin Chen called out to 01. 01, target the White House in the beautiful country Qinglong. Let's go. Received, master. Suddenly, Mo Shui felt the ground starting to shake, and thinking it was an earthquake, she quickly pulled Lin Chen outside. They saw a giant dragon emerge from the research center next to the junkyard, soaring into the sky. What is this?" Lin Chen smiled. "This is the Qinglong. You can also call it the aerospace aircraft carrier. Every scale on it is a fighter jet. Moreover, it not only provides energy for these fighter jets, but is also a moving nuclear bomb." Mo Shui was stunned, and after automatically ignoring the parts she didn't understand, she asked the most critical question. "Then why is it heading to the White House?" "Of course it's for revenge. Damn it, the CIA is too much." Mo Shui's eyes went wide upon hearing this. "Oh no, this is serious." She hurriedly called Zhang Chuqiang and explained the situation. Zhang Chuqiang initially didn't take it seriously, but when he heard that Lin Chen was already controlling the Qinglong to blow up the White House, he was so shocked that the cigarette fell from his mouth. He immediately called Elder Xia. "Elder Xia, something's gone wrong. Lin Chen has developed a new aerospace aircraft carrier that is not only a nuclear bomb itself, but also carries hundreds of fighter jets. It has already set off to blow up the White House." Elder Xia was also stunned for a moment, but soon he smiled and replied, "What aerospace aircraft carrier? Our Heavenly Dynasty knows nothing about this. Xiaozhang, your intelligence work is still not up to par." At this moment, Zhang Chuqiang's mind, which was racing, suddenly hit the pause button at this statement. Right, the one being bombed is the beautiful country. What does it have to do with our Heavenly Dynasty? Plus, who has evidence that this Qinglong belongs to our Heavenly Dynasty? At this time, the night was deep, and the sky over the Pacific Ocean was filled with dark clouds. A giant blue dragon was flying at high speed toward the other side of the ocean. At the California Navy base, it had been almost a month since the last bombing by the Zhihang. The beautiful country knew this location was extremely important and was the first line of defense against the east, so they urgently redeployed various warships from other naval bases to reassemble a fleet. Moreover, the warships were even more advanced than before, including 4 Peanut Stew-class ships. However, such advanced equipment completely failed to detect that a dragon from the east was hovering above the base looking down at the California Navy base. In the dead of night, when the entire naval base echoed only with the sound of waves lapping against the hulls, a patrolling soldier inadvertently glanced upward. That single glance sent him collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. Above him, a massive azure dragon coiled silently in the sky. Then, with a tremor of its body, a dozen or more cyan scales cascaded down from the dragon, gleaming brilliantly under the moonlight. The soldier, his face contorted with fear, tapped the shoulder of another patrolling soldier. Dragon! 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 The other soldier snapped back with a curse. Fuck, you're the one who's deaf. Hurry up, finish the patrol, and get back to sleep. I'm dead tired. But before he could react, a dragon-scale fighter streaked past him and delivered a parting gift, a missile. In the final moments of his life, he at last beheld the legendary dragon. A thunderous explosion erupted. As the blast continued to echo, the newly rebuilt naval base was once again engulfed in a sea of flames. After the dragon-scale fighter squadron finished bombing the naval base, they returned to the Qinglong and continued their flight toward the White House. Washington, D.C. The White House. A piercing alarm siren rang out. Bai Pu, who had just drifted off to sleep, erupted in a furious tirade. Who has no sense of decency calling at this hour? Don't they know how hard it is for an old man to fall asleep? But when he answered the phone and heard the news on the other end, his drowsiness instantly vanished. Jim, put the White House on highest alert. Now. Jim, the head of White House security, had just entered from outside when he heard Bai Pu's command. Mr. President, are you certain you want to initiate highest alert? There seems to be no imminent danger at the moment. Yet no sooner had he spoken than a sudden explosion rocked the White House, sending it into violent tremors. Jim rushed forward, hoisted the pajama-clad Bai Pu onto his shoulder, and dashed toward the underground safe room. As he ran, he shouted into his earpiece. Attention, everyone. Highest alert. The U.S. Air Force Base immediately dispatched its elite Raptor squadron upon receiving the highest alert order. A dozen Raptor fighters streaked toward the White House, determined to see who dared to attack it. But when they caught sight of the azure dragon coiling in the sky from afar, every pilot was stunned. General MacArthur, is our opponent a monster today? My God, I feel like my fighter will be torn apart by that dragon's claws. Wait, look. The scales are falling off the azure dragon. Then they saw the scales seemingly come to life, tracing graceful arcs in the air as they hurtled straight toward them. Attack! Attack! Now! The U.S. pilots and their Raptors opened fire on the scales, unleashing a torrent of shells as if they cost nothing. Yes, direct hit. Just as the pilots celebrated, a cyan lightning bolt burst from the smoke of the explosion, charging forward at incredible speed. What? How is it completely unharmed? The U.S. pilots stared wide-eyed at the unscathed scales, unable to accept what they saw. But before their shock could subside, the dragon-scale fighters launched their own missiles. Some even tore through the Raptors with their wings alone. One by one, Raptor fighters began falling from the sky, some exploding midair. MacArthur watched the scene, a strange sense of familiarity welling up from the depths of his heart. Back during the military exercises in the island nation, they had been utterly dominated by Tian Chaos White Tiger, just as they were now, completely powerless. Could this azure dragon also be from Tian Chao? MacArthur's pupils contracted, but he still gave the order. Send more fighters to harass them. Meanwhile, deploy ground anti-aircraft batteries to coordinate with the air assault. By now, Jim had already brought Bai Pu to the underground safe room. Even if the entire White House collapsed, Bai Pu could survive for at least a month on the supplies inside the safe room. The room also had real-time positioning, allowing rescue teams to locate and extract him immediately. Staring at the images on the screen in front of him, Bai Pu was also terrified. WTF? Is that a dragon? Did I time travel? Jim was equally bewildered. As head of White House security, he was battle-hardened, having lived through multiple international conflicts. But he had never witnessed such an He now began to doubt whether the safe room could actually protect Bai Pu, given its defense level was designed against human weapons. But this opponent clearly didn't seem to be from Earth. Meanwhile, the White House attack was being broadcast live to world leaders in real time. Ambassadors from various countries in Washington scurried, like war correspondents, streaming the events to their own heads of state. Gradually, they noticed that the Azure Dragon had a clear target it bombed, only the White House leaving other areas untouched. The U.S. attacks were utterly ineffective, the Raptors were routed by the Dragon's scales, and the anti-aircraft guns couldn't even hit the Dragon. Just then, all world leaders watching the live broadcast received a mass message from Bai Pu. Whose dragon is this? If you don't stop now, we'll detonate all of America's nuclear warheads and take the entire Earth down with me. Bai Pu's message sent panic through everyone. Seriously, buddy, if you can't win, you can't just flip the table, can you? As the first nation to develop nuclear weapons, the exact number and power of America's arsenal remained a mystery. But no one dared to gamble. If Bai Pu truly meant to burn everything down, no one would survive. In Tian Chaos capital, Zhang Chuqiang was watching the live broadcast with Elder Xia. When Elder Xia saw Bai Pu's message, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, look, someone's panicking. Xiao Zhang, tell Lin Chen to hold back for now. Don't let him go over the edge. Yes, Elder Xia. Zhang Chuqiang took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Hello, Lin Chen. This is Zhang Chuqiang, director of the National Security Bureau. The Qinglong can be recalled. Lin Chen glanced at the unfamiliar number on his phone. Who are you? What Qinglong? Are you a telecom scammer or something? With that, he hung up, leaving Zhang Chuqiang bewildered on the other end. The director of the entire Tianqiao National Security Bureau being called a telecom scammer. Elder Xia, seeing Zhang Chuqiang's embarrassment, laughed even harder. Xiao Zhang, you're not so good at this. Lin Chen doesn't know you. You should call Mo Shui. Zhang Chuqiang slapped his forehead. Right, how could I have forgotten this? Just wait, and see, he'll take care of you. On the other side, Mo Shui cautiously spoke up. Lin Chen, do you think there's a possibility that he really is the director of the National Security Bureau? She genuinely felt that the voice on the phone just now was Zhang Chuqiang's. Sure enough, mentioning Chow Chow brought Chow Chow to the doorstep. Mo Shui's phone immediately rang. Mo Shui, tell Lin Chen to bring back the Qinglong number. Mo Shui was about to respond, but the phone was snatched by Lin Chen. I say, Director Zhang, this is unacceptable. You've let them bully you right to your doorstep, and now it just ends like this. On the other end of the line, Zhang Chuqiang's mouth twitched. So it turned out Lin Chen had known it was him all along, and was even scolding him for committing telecom fraud. Lin Chen, the beautiful country, has announced that it will detonate a nuclear bomb. What if they really do something desperate? That's no joke. Does the beautiful country really think it can detonate a nuclear bomb? I wonder whose nuclear bomb will hit the ground first, theirs or mine? Zhang Chuqiang's pupils narrowed as he hurriedly asked, Lin Chen, what do you mean by that? The Qinglong number is powered by nuclear energy, so it is essentially equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Now that the Qinglong number is already on his head, you can let him try and see whether he is faster or I am faster. Zhang Chuqiang exchanged glances with Elder Xia, both surprised that Lin Chen had such a card up his sleeve. Elder Xia pondered for a moment, took the phone from Zhang Chuqiang, and said to Lin Chen, I am Xia Donghua. Upon hearing the introduction from the other side, Lin Chen, who had been slouched on the sofa, unconsciously straightened his back. Elder Xia, hello, what can I do for you? Haha, it's not really a request, I just wanted to ask you about this matter. Do you want him to step down? Or do you want to go to war with the beautiful country? Rest assured, whatever choice you make, the country will always be your strongest supporter. Lin Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed upon hearing this. All along he had thought of himself merely as a small-time boss running a recycling station. Although he had some cooperation with the military district, it was just helping them create a few revolutionary pieces of equipment. Now this elder, whom he usually only saw on television, was actually asking him whether he wanted to impeach the president of the beautiful country. If this were in the past, Lin Chen wouldn't have dared to think like this even after drinking 3 gin of fake liquor. Ahem, Elder Xia, it's not that serious. You see, the beautiful country was so outrageous last time, I suffered greatly both physically and mentally. So now I'm just asking for a bit of compensation for mental distress. That's quite reasonable, right? Quite reasonable. How much do you want? Lin Chen thought for a moment and tentatively opened his mouth. $1 billion. Okay, I got it, I will talk to him about it. Far away in the beautiful country's underground safe house in Huaxing, Bai Pussy was furious to learn that the Qinglong number had not yet stopped. Although he had made strong statements earlier, he really did not intend to detonate a nuclear bomb unless his own life was threatened. After all, with so many nuclear bombs in the beautiful country, if they were to detonate simultaneously, the entire Blue Star would be completely finished, and he wouldn't survive either. He had said that just to intimidate the other party. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at the contact name side, and as expected, it was Tian Chao. Bai Pussy, how have you been lately? Bai Pu's mouth twitched. Can you people from Tian Chao not be so polite? Can't we just get straight to the point? If you keep being polite, your Qinglong number might blow Huaxing to smithereens. Elder Xia, stop joking. Quickly recall your divine powers, I beg you. Hey, don't wrongfully accuse a good person. This isn't ours. Oh, where does it say that this belongs to Tian Chao? Elder Xia, let's not beat around the bush. Just state your conditions directly. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll convey Lin Chen's words. By the way, do you need me to introduce who Lin Chen is? Bai Pussy rolled his eyes. No need for an introduction. I understand. Can we skip all that and just get to the negotiating point? Good. I also prefer to get straight to the point, so he'll outline the conditions proposed by Lin Chen. First, your people almost killed him, and he wants some compensation for mental distress. That's reasonable, right? Reasonable. Very reasonable. The beautiful country is willing to pay Mr. Lin Chen $1 billion for mental distress. Bai Pussy proactively quoted a price he believed to be high. After all, in his view, if this matter could be resolved with money, it would be perfect. Elder Xia was taken aback. Although Bai Pussy was not good at politics, his business acumen was indeed impressive, as he quickly guessed Lin Chen's psychological price. However, since the conversation had reached this point, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to play the middleman. how could he not live up to being a Tian Chao person? Hey by pussy, can you be a bit more generous? With that amount Lin Chen would only feel insulted. Moreover, I'll let you in on a secret. The Qinglong number above you is essentially a nuclear bomb. If it explodes, you'll probably meet your great-grandmother right away. Bai Pussy inhaled sharply upon hearing Elder Xia's words. Could you please provide an accurate figure? $100 billion. What a $100 billion. Does he know how much that is? Does he think we the beautiful country use Zimbabwean dollars? Elder Xia directly interrupted Bai Puss's outburst and said, it's fine if you don't agree. I don't mind. I'm hanging up now. International calls are quite expensive. As he spoke, he prepared to hang up the phone. But Bai Pussy suddenly panicked and gritted his teeth. All right, 100 billion it is. Hurry up and tell him to recall the divine powers. Wait, that's just the first condition. What? There's more. Elder Xia responded in extreme shock. No way, no way. You've nearly buried the couple alive, and now you're saying this. Ahem, it's nothing. Elder Xia, please continue. The second condition is that all beautiful country troops stationed in Jiaopen country must withdraw immediately starting today to be replaced by Tian Chao troops. Bai Pussy clenched his fists. If all beautiful country troops were to withdraw from Jiaopen country, that would mean handing over control of Asia to Tian Chao, resulting in a massive loss of interest. No. I mean no problem. In that case, let's proceed as such. Lin Chen is not unreasonable, and I can act as a middleman to help you negotiate. Bai Pussy breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Elder Xia. Long live understanding. After reaching an agreement with Bai Pussy, Lao called Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's settled. Xia Lao, you're a legend. With a cracked voice, but there's a small twist. The amount we negotiated is a bit off from what you wanted. Lin Chen chuckled. I thought it was something serious. I just threw out a random number. I'd be satisfied with $100 million. Xia Lao, you're not telling me the US wouldn't even part with $100 million, are you? No, it's not that. I figured negotiations like this always start high and then bargain down. So I threw out $100 billion. But to my surprise, Bai Pu agreed without a second thought. Oh, so it's more than $1 billion. That's great news, isn't it? And it's just $100 billion. Wait, Xia Lao, did you say $100 billion? That's right, $100 billion. Which card should I send it to? Lin Chen swallowed hard. Though tempted, he wasn't that reckless. Xia Lao, what are you saying? I only need $1 billion. The rest is yours earned through your hard work. Consider it your well-deserved reward. Oh, do you really mean that? I swear if I'm lying, may Bai Pu die a horrible death. Far away in the US, Bai Pu suddenly sneezed a dozen times in a row, but the good news was that the Azure Dragon had finally left. All the pilots of the U.S. Air Force collectively flew their Raptor jets following far behind the Azure Dragon as it left the U.S., and only breathed a sigh of relief once it entered the Pacific Ocean and disappeared from sight. Zhuotian Yipin had been enjoying the drama, watching the world's sole superpower, the U.S., being pushed to such an extent that even the White House was bombed. But the next second, Song Xiaoxiong rushed in to report. Prime Minister, we've just received news that all U.S. forces stationed here are preparing to return to the U.S. But the next second, Song Xiaoxiong rushed in to report. Prime Minister, we've just received news that all U.S. forces stationed. However, Song Xiaoxiong's expression was anything but happy. Prime Minister, if it were before, I'd be happier than anyone about the U.S. withdrawal. But things are different now. We're left with only half our territory now, and next door is the Celestial Dynasty. When the U.S. forces were here, the Celestial Dynasty might have shown some restraint. Once the U.S. forces leave, won't the Celestial Dynasty be able to do whatever they want? Zhuotian Yipin slapped his thigh upon hearing this. Ouch! Why didn't you say so earlier? Wait, let me call Bai Pu right now. As soon as the call connected, Zhuotian Yipin began to plead. Mr. Bai Pu, you absolutely cannot withdraw your troops. I'm next to the Celestial Dynasty, and I'm terrified. Bai Pu shouted back over the phone. You think you're the only one scared? Don't you think I'm scared too? With that, he slammed down the phone. Anyone who mentioned the Celestial Dynasty in front of him now would surely get a slap. Zhuotian Yipin was lucky he was far away, or he would have felt the wrath of God's hand. Hearing the busy tone, Zhuotian Yipin stood frozen. What did he mean by scared too? Could that Azure Dragon belong to the Celestial Dynasty? Had they unearthed an ancient civilization? But before he could finish thinking, someone else entered to report. Prime Minister, the Celestial Dynasty's army has moved into the barracks previously occupied by the U.S. forces. Zhuotian Yipin was about to rage. Who gave the Celestial Dynasty the right? But Song Xiaoxiong quickly pulled him back. Prime Minister, calm down. How can I be calm? The Celestial Dynasty's army is stationed right at my doorstep. Any day now they might burst in and shoot me dead. Tell me, how am I supposed to stay calm? No, I must go demand an explanation from the Celestial Dynasty's military. Zhuotian Yipin immediately led his people to the nearest military base in Tokyo. But as soon as he appeared at the gate, the sentry stopped him. This is a Celestial Dynasty military base. Unauthorized personnel, please leave. Zhuotian Yipin pointed at his own face. I am Zhuotian Yipin, the Prime Minister of the Land of the Rising Sun, and you call me unauthorized. I'm here on a diplomatic matter. Can you bear the responsibility? The sentry chuckled. Are all scammers this brazen nowadays? Pretending to be the Prime Minister now. Next, are you going to claim you're the first emperor? Get out of here. With that, Zhuo Tianyipin was driven away. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he turned back. I really am Zhuo Tianyipin. Look it up on Google if you don't believe me. We can't use our phones while on duty. Leave now, or we'll have no choice but to arrest you for trespassing on a military base. Zhuo Tianyipin sighed. Fine, I'm not Zhuo Tianyipin. Then tell me, how can I get in to see your commander? The sentry walked to the guard booth and returned with a form. I don't care who you are. If you want to see the commander, you fill out the form and follow the procedure. Zhuo Tianyipin was about to burst with rage. When had he ever visited another country without being greeted by the head of state? Now he had to fill out a form to see a military district commander. Just then, Chun Yuanchao's car returned from outside. Seeing Zhuo Tianyipin and his entourage gathered at the base gate, he quickly got out. Hey Zhuo Tianyipin, what's the meaning of this? Planning to besiege our military base. Zhuo Tianyipin turned saw Chun Yuanchao and immediately complained. General Chun, what's the meaning of this sentry? I, the Prime Minister of the Land of the Rising Sun, want to see you, and he tells me to fill out a form and follow the procedure. Isn't that an insult? Chun Yuanchao smiled. Mr. Zhuo Tian, he did nothing wrong. To enter a Celestial Dynasty military base, no matter who you are, you must fill out the form and follow the procedure. That's the rule. Zhuo Tianyipin was fuming with rage. Chun Yuanchao inwardly relished his discomfiture. Mr. Zhuo Tian, what brings you here today? Zhuo Tianyipin finally remembered the purpose of his visit. General Chen, am here to ask the Celestial Dynasty's army entered the land of the Rising Sun without our consent. That's not proper. Chun Yuanchao chuckled. Mr. Zhuo Tian, the U.S. has withdrawn its forces. Those barracks are now vacant. What's wrong with our Celestial Dynasty army occupying vacant barracks? But that's the land of the Rising Sun. Oh, Chun Yuanchao raised an eyebrow. Mr. Zhuo Tian, have you forgotten that you are a defeated nation and I am from a victorious nation? The treaty clearly states that victorious nations have the right to station troops in defeated nations without any conditions. Zhuo Tianyipin was taken aback. If it weren't for Chun Yuanchao's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about it. The reason why the beautiful country stationed troops in the Foot Basin country was due to the latter's status as a defeated nation. However, the Foot Basin country always believed that they lost to the 2 nuclear bombs dropped by the beautiful country rather than to the Tianchao. Now he suddenly realized something: the current Tianchao was not the same as the Tianchao of the past. Even without the White Tiger mech, which was a bug-level machine, the current Tianchao could still overpower the Foot Basin country with its other military equipment. Looking at Chun Yuanchao, who was watching him with a half-smile, Zhuo Tianyipin suddenly felt a chill. It seemed that the Foot Basin country's current situation against the Tianchao was just like facing the beautiful country. There was no capacity for resistance. In fact, it seemed that the beautiful country was also no longer a match for the Tianchao, as seen in the last military exercise. Wait, could this time's Qinglong also be the work of the Tianchao? Otherwise, the timing of the beautiful country's troop withdrawal was too subtle, right? Realizing this, Zhuo Tianyipin couldn't help but take a step back and then coughed. Ahem, General Chen, you misunderstand. I'm not here to hold you accountable today, or I wanted to say that you should have informed me of your arrival in the Tianchao. How else could I deliver condolence gifts, right? Oh, so Mr. Zhuo is here to deliver condolence gifts. Then why haven't I seen any? Well, I didn't know what you all like to eat, so I came to ask you specially. I see. Aide, go and tally what everyone wants to eat. Watching the aide leave, Zhuo Tianyipin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. General Chun, I have something to attend to. He'll send someone to coordinate the condolence gifts later, so we'll take my leave first. Chun Yuanchao watched Zhuo Tianyipin leave in a fluster, smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to pat the shoulder of the soldier on guard. Good job, young man. They'll give you an extra chicken leg tonight. After returning to his office, Zhuo Tianyipin was so enraged that he smashed everything he could find. However, once he calmed down, he began to contemplate the path for himself and the Foot Basin country moving forward. Since the military exercise, not much time had passed, and not only had half of the Foot Basin country's territory been returned to the Tianchao, but the Tian Chaos Army had also already stationed in the remaining areas of the Foot Basin. If the Tianchao wanted to go to war, they could instantly control most of the Foot Basin country, leaving no chance for resistance. Moreover, the beautiful country could no longer be relied upon. The only option left was a single path forward. In the next 3 days, Zhuo Tianyipin summoned all the ministers of the Foot Basin country one by one in this ruined office. Elder Xia, the Foot Basin country wishes to join the Tianchao. The next day, the Tianchao National History Museum, yet whether they walked out or were carried out, no one made any public statements. 3 days later, Zhuo Tianyipin fished out his phone from a pile of cigarette boxes and dialed Elder Xia's number. Elder Xia, the Foot Basin country wishes to join the Tianchao. The next day, the Tianchao National History Museum and the Foot Basin National History Museum jointly issued a notice. The announcement claimed that after multiple validations of artifacts and historical documents, it could be confirmed that the ancestors of the Foot Basin country had come from the Tianchao, brought by Su Fu over 2,000 years. Subsequently, prominent families of the Foot Basin country publicly expressed their intention to travel to the Tianchao to pay respects to their ancestors. Finally, Zhuo Tian even publicly declared that the Foot Basin country would merge back into the Tianqiao, renamed as Tianqiao Foot Basin Province. When this news was announced, the entire world was in an uproar. Even Bai Pu didn't know what to say. At first, he thought Elder Xia wanted the beautiful country's troops to withdraw because the Tianqiao was preparing for military action against the Foot Basin. Thus, after some thought, he agreed to the request for troop withdrawal. One reason was that if they did not withdraw, they might be mistakenly attacked, and the other was that as long as there was war, the beautiful country could make money, which was their forte. However, who would have expected that the Tianqiao would take the Foot Basin in such a manner, not only without any loss of troops, but also without any significant conflict? Moreover, what troubled him the most was that while they were discussing history, ancestors, and events over 2,000 years ago, the beautiful country really had no say in this matter since it didn't even exist back then. However, it was not only Bai Pu who was troubled by this news, but also Li Zipu. Although the relationship between the Bangzi country and the Foot Basin country was not very good, they were both considered the lackeys of the beautiful country in Asia and could still look out for each other. But now the Foot Basin country had suddenly vanished, becoming the Tianqiao Foot Basin province. Looking around, Li Zipu found himself completely surrounded by the Tianqiao. After much consideration, Li Zipu made a shocking decision. Elder Xia, the Bangzi country wishes to join the Tianqiao. Elder Xia. As the announcement of the Bangzi country joining the Tianqiao was released, the entire world fell into silence. Other national leaders were wondering if it were just the Foot Basin they could understand it. After all, the enmity between the Foot Basin and the Tianqiao was quite significant. But why would the Bangzi country also want to join in? Did something happen that I don't know about? Especially the Curry country, which was in a state of panic. After all, the Curry country was the largest country in Asia besides the Tianqiao, and one of the few countries in the world that possessed aircraft carriers with a very strong. King Simba of the Curry country personally called Li Zipu. Li Zipu, my fat friend, how have you been lately? Li Zipu could even smell a hint of curry through the phone and disdainfully replied, Not bad, not bad. Simba, is there something you want? Well, I just wanted to ask how your Bangzi country suddenly fell into the embrace of the Tianqiao. I guess someone would come to ask me about this, so I had already thought of how to answer. Simba, don't you know? The Tianqiao is now the most powerful country in the world, and the conflicts between the Tianqiao and the beautiful country are escalating. Perhaps world peace won't last much longer. Simba was shocked upon hearing this answer. It seemed our worlds were not the same. How come I haven't heard anything about this? Is it true? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Believe it, or not, I'm hanging up now, got things to do. Hey, Waitley brother, tell me more. I have some top-notch curry here, 999 pure, I'll send it to you later. Upon hearing this, Li Zipu felt delighted. As a new citizen of the Tianqiao, he certainly had to like gold like a Tianqiao person. Haha, brother Simba, you're too kind. Since that's the case, I'll share a bit more inside information with you. You know that shocking Qinglong from last time. It belongs to the Tianqiao. They have already deciphered the Shanhai Jing and grasped the summoning methods of ancient divine beasts, leaving the beautiful country with no chance of victory. That's why I cleverly chose to align early. Simba's eyes widened upon hearing this. This country is incredible. Li Zipu smiled mysteriously. Xi and Ba, I only tell you this much insider information because I consider you a brother. You must keep it a secret. Xi and Ba patted his chest. Absolutely, my friend. We San are the most trustworthy. However, by the end of the night, the news of the Tianqiao summoning divine beasts had spread worldwide. When old Xia learned about this matter, he was a bit dumbfounded. This rumor was too outrageous. Now that divine beasts were summoned, would aliens appear next? Although the news was absurd, the effect was evident. Countries across Asia rushed to communicate with Tianqiao, asking if they could merge into Tianqiao's territory and how much membership fee was required. Even some countries from Europe and Africa called Old Xia for consultation. Old Xia was quite amused, although having so many countries join would indeed elevate Tianqiao's international status. But in reality, this was a double-edged sword. To put it bluntly, they were currently intimidated by Tianqiao's military power, but what if one day they discovered that Tianqiao's military strength was not as formidable as it seemed? Thus the core issue remained strength. At present, Tianqiao only had one Baihu, one Xianwu, and one Qinglong, which was insufficient to intimidate so many countries. The key to enhancing Tianqiao's current strength lay in Lin Chen. Therefore, old Xia dialed Lin Chen's phone. At this moment, Lin Chen was renovating his junkyard. Ever since the assassination attempt in the Foot Basin last time, he had developed a paranoia of being targeted, feeling that his junkyard was not safe at all. So he used the skills rewarded by the system to super-modify his junkyard from the inside out. Rather than a junkyard, it was more akin to a mobile war fortress. Of course, besides himself being busy, Mo Shui and Ling Yi were also hard at work. And Mo Shui was busy providing him with emotional support. Wow, Lin Chen, what is this? So amazing. You are incredible. Meanwhile, Ling Yi was following along, learning martial arts from movies. He Wing Chun, Ling Yi, please guide me. Seeing that it was old Xia calling, Lin Chen hurriedly answered the phone. Old Xia, what can I do for you? It's like this, ever since the Qinglong you built intimidated the world, many countries have come to seek to ally with our Tianqiao. However, these countries are not reliable. They are currently submitting to us because they see our strength, but if they perceive us as weak later they might turn against us. So I want to ask if you can build more by Xian Wus and Qing Longs to enhance our country's strength. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Old Xia's words. Old Xia, you have become the new Tang Taizong with nations coming to pay homage. Congratulations. Haha, if I am Tang Taizong, then you must be Shui Ringue conquering the mountains with 3 arrows. Cough cough Old Xia, you jest. I'm just an ordinary handsome man. Building by Xian Wu and Qing Long is certainly no problem. When the country sends some military talents over, I'll personally teach them, and they'll master it for sure. Alright, with your word I can rest assured. A few days later, when a group of military research talents from the 5 major military regions arrived at Lin Chen's junkyard, everyone was bewildered. What's going on? Has Old Xia recently been hooked on reading tomato novels? Starting from collecting junk to conquer the world. But the address given by the 5 major military regions is right here, it can't be wrong. Just as everyone hesitated whether to knock on the door, Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei arrived as well. Chen Yuanxiao looked at the tightly closed door and twitched his mouth. This brat Lin Chen, I told him yesterday that people from all the military districts would be coming today, yet he still oversleeps. So Chen Yuanxiao stepped forward ready to scare Lin Chen. Those inside, you are surrounded. Immediately come out with your heads held high and surrender, or we will break in. However, as soon as Chen Yuanxiao's words fell, Ling Yi rushed out from inside, directly punching Chen Yuanxiao 3 meters away, then preparing to stomp down. Fortunately, Chen Yuanxiao reacted quickly and shouted, Ling Yi, wait. I am Chen Yuanxiao. Ling Yi then halted his foot. Commander Chen, what kind of joke are you making this early in the morning? I almost stomped your head flat. Wait a second, Ling Yi, weren't you a weakling before? I remember when Lin Shan was first taken away by the military, you stood by and did nothing. Ling Yi hung his head. Don't mention it. Ever since the master returned from the foot basin last time, he has fed me a lot of combat skills and made me watch martial arts movies every day. It's so boring. Chen Yuanxiao laughed heartily, pleased to see Ling Yi in a bind. Ling Yi lifted his head to look at Chen Yuanxiao. Commander Chen, how about we have a little spar? I believe practical experience can enhance my strength faster. Chen Yuanxiao quickly retreated tactically. What practical experience? Don't you see how old I am? Do you understand the concept of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Now go hurry and wake Lin Chen. So many people are waiting. Alright then. Ling Yi turned around and went back to wake Lin Chen. Someone nearby quietly asked, Commander Chen, who is this? Is he Lin Chen's bodyguard? No, this is a robot that Lin Chen developed. Upon hearing Chen Yuanxiao's answer, everyone gasped, this is a robot. They couldn't see it at all. This dialogue, this movement, this appearance, there was no trace of a robot whatsoever. Soon Lin Chen walked out yawning. Yo, old Qian, good morning. Qian Xinwei walked over with a smile. Lin Chen, I will trouble you next. Ha ha, no trouble at all. Saying this, Lin Chen pointed at Ling Yi. It's Ling Yi teaching you, how could it be troublesome? Everyone's eyes widened in unison. They had just witnessed Ling Yi's combat prowess. If they didn't learn well, would they risk being stomped flat? In the following time, these research talents followed Ling Yi and under his guidance gradually established the production lines for Bai Xian Wu and Qing Long. On the other hand, with more and more countries joining Tianchao officially announced the formation of the Asia-Pacific Alliance, standing together for mutual support and development. As soon as this news broke, the entire beautiful country could no longer sit still. Because in the previous world, the rules were almost all formulated around the beautiful country. The simplest example is the currency system. The dollar has almost become the unit for measuring the value of commodities worldwide, including oil and gold, with international prices all calculated in dollars. The benefits that could be gained from this are self-evident, but all of this is based on the beautiful country's status as the international hegemon. Now that the Asia-Pacific Alliance has emerged, it will surely begin to form its own set of rules, and as a result, the losses for the beautiful country will be so great that they are hard to estimate. At this very moment, for the first time in history, every capitalist across beautiful country stood united. The inaugural Capitalist Alliance Conference of Beautiful Country officially convened. Bai Pu not only serving as president of Beautiful Country, but also a leading magnate among its financial elite, presided from the head of the table. Gentlemen, we now stand at a precipice where our very survival hangs in the balance. Collectively, the wealth under your stewardship accounts for over 30% of the world's total. Should we unite with unwavering resolve, what could possibly stand against us? The Asia-Pacific Alliance. Moreover, I have conceived the ultimate strategy to counter the Asia-Pacific Alliance. Though the celestial realm possesses formidable military strength, even the mightiest arsenal rests upon energy as its foundation. Without propellant, a missile is merely an inert metal shell. Without rare metals, countless weapons cannot be forged. Thus, war at its core is a contest for energy. If we forge an alliance with Europe and seize the initiative in this global energy race, we shall surely curb the celestial realm's ascent and reclaim our position as the world's preeminent power. Amid Bai Pu's impassioned address, beautiful country resolved to join forces with Europe, establishing the Transatlantic Alliance to confront the existential threat posed by the Asia-Pacific Alliance. propelled by capital nations across both continents, swiftly acceded to the transatlantic alliance, ushering in the formal commencement of the global energy struggle. The Asia-Pacific region has long been resource-scarce, yet it houses the world's largest population. India and the celestial realm alone account for 1/3 of humanity. Greater population means greater daily energy consumption, and consequently far less energy available for scientific research and technological advancement. The transatlantic alliance, by contrast, commands extraordinary reserves. Beautiful country alone holds the world's largest coal deposits and supplies 1/3 of global oil output. Sandwiched between beautiful countries' eastern and western flanks, Maple Leaf Nation ranks 3rd globally in petroleum reserves, 1st in potash, and 2nd in uranium. Furthermore, transatlantic capital permeates every corner of the globe. Nearly all major energy assets, wherever situated, bear the subtle imprint of its influence. With the transatlantic alliance's formation, its first directive was absolute energy blockade against the Asia-Pacific region, sparking immediate anxiety among its member states. This was no minor crisis. Short-term disruption may prove tolerable, but prolonged scarcity would inevitably drive fuel prices skyward, stall scientific progress, incite civil unrest, and erode societal foundations. Thereupon, Elder Xia convened an emergency summit, summoning regional directors of the Asia-Pacific Alliance to deliberate solutions. As soon as Xinba entered the chamber, he began voicing grievances. Elder Xia, please act swiftly. We possess scant petroleum reserves in India. If this persists, citizens may soon resort to elephant-mounted transport. Li Zipu chuckled aloud. Ha ha ha. Xinba, isn't it true that 20 passengers routinely cram into a single Indian automobile? Why not launch a mass carpooling initiative? Xinba rolled his eyes. Indeed, your Korean peninsula is so compact you scarcely feel energy anxiety at all. Elder Xia, listening to their bickering, rapped sharply on the table. Gentlemen, we gather here not to quarrel, but to solve problems. At that moment, Zhuotianyaipan spoke up. Regarding transportation, the celestial realm can indeed assist us. As widely known, it produces more new energy vehicles than any other nation on Earth. Then let us procure them at preferential rates. Would that not alleviate our petroleum shortage? Xinba asked, turning towards Zhuotianyaipan. Preferential? How preferential? Zhuotianyaipan glanced hesitantly at Elder Xia before offering tentatively, say, 1 vehicle for 10,000 credits. Elder Xia sighed deeply, then turned to Zhang Chuqiang behind him. Xiao Zhang, where is my 4-meter-long watermelon cleaver? Upon hearing this, Zhuotianyaipan instantly dove beneath the conference table. Elder Xia, I merely proposed an idea. We may certainly negotiate pricing further. Xinba hastily added. Indeed, Elder Xia, pricing remains negotiable. Yet frankly, this figure seems reasonable, though otherwise replacing our entire national fleet would entail astronomical expenditure. Enough. If you wish to dream, do so at home. I run no dream factory here. Li Zipu interjected once more. Elder Xia, might we consult our enigmatic chief engineer of the White Tiger project? Could he devise some high-technology solution to this energy crisis? Zhuotianyaipan and Xinba nodded in agreement, all eyes converging expectantly upon Elder Xia, who reluctantly nodded and placed a call to Lin Chen. The line connected swiftly. Lin Chen's voice emerged clearly. Elder Xia, how may I assist? Lin Chen, the Transatlantic Alliance has imposed a full energy blockade upon our Asia-Pacific Alliance. We are already experiencing acute shortages. Petroleum stocks dwindle rapidly. We therefore seek your counsel. Is there any means to mitigate this crisis, particularly ensuring uninterrupted fuel supply for motor vehicles? Without resolution, the entire Asia-Pacific Alliance's developmental trajectory will stall. Lin Chen did not reply immediately. Instead, he mentally interfaced with his system fabricate an energy device capable of powering automobiles and other transport vehicles indefinitely, at minimal cost. Ding. System acknowledges host's request. Generating material list. Ding. Material list complete: 5 used batteries, 1 meter of wiring, 1 aluminum beverage can. Please place these materials into system storage. The system will commence fabrication automatically. Though Lin Chen remained silent, Elder Xia, Zhuotianyaipan, Li Zipu, Xinba, and the assembled leadership stared intently at the phone, determined not to miss a single syllable of his forthcoming words. Yet from the receiver came only a cacophony of clattering and clanging. All exchanged bewildered glances. No one understood what transpired. Elder Xia could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin Chen, what is that noise? Is the connection failing? Why such clatter? Oh, Elder Xia, I'm sorting scrap metal right now. You've forgotten, I run a recycling depot. Elder Xia, Zhuotianyaipan, Li Zipu, Xinba. Ahem. Lin Chen, perhaps first consider my earlier question. A great many of us await your answer. Urgently. Lin Chen gazed at the system's status display. Current progress 1. Estimated completion time, 29 minutes 59 seconds. Elder Xia, I am likewise pressed for time. Let me conclude this task. I'll return your call precisely half an hour from now. With that, Lin Chen ended the call, leaving the Asia-Pacific Alliance's highest echelon utterly flabbergasted in the conference room. Xinba blinked. Elder Xia, did you misdial? Could the chief designer of the White Tiger project truly be a scrap collector? Li Zipu hurriedly nodded. Precisely. Elder Xia, this defies belief. Were a scrap dealer capable of designing the White Tiger, I'd livestream myself devouring curry. Elder Xia said nothing, merely signaled for fresh tea to be served. I know you're anxious, but anxiety won't hasten those 30 minutes, will it? In 30 minutes all answers shall reveal themselves. Half an hour later Lin Chen retrieved the item the system had created from its space, and was momentarily stunned. System, is this what I think it is? Ding. Yes host, this is the arc reactor. The so-called arc reactor. It is essentially a miniature device that uses palladium's extraordinary deuterium storage capacity to compress deuterium to ultra-high density, combined with a miniature toroidal magnetic field to trigger cold deuterium-tritium fusion at room temperature, thereby generating electricity. It resembles the device on Iron Man's chest in the movies. Lin Chen held the glowing arc reactor in his hand, clicking his tongue in amazement. System, with the arc reactor, why would we still build nuclear power plants? Ding. Host, please note that the arc reactor and nuclear power plants have entirely different application scenarios. Nuclear power plants generate a large amount of electricity, and once invested can be used for a long time, making them suitable for public infrastructure. The arc reactor's casing materials are costly, it generates less electricity, and cannot be used for extended periods. Its only advantage over nuclear power plants is portability. Are you satisfied with this arc reactor, host? Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Chen held the arc reactor, almost unable to put it down. Of course he was extremely satisfied. Ding. Detected that the host has given a positive review of this manufacturing. The host will receive the skill, Arc Reactor Manufacturing Mastery. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge about the arc reactor flooded into his mind, and Lin Chen gained a clearer understanding of the device. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Chen made a video call to Xiaolao directly. As soon as the call connected, Lin Chen saw 4 heads crammed into a small screen, almost startling him. Holy crap, what the hell? Xiaolao pushed the other 3 heads aside and said, "We're having a meeting here." The 3 just now were Zhuotian Yipan from Jiaopan, Li Zipu from Bangzi, and Xinba from Gali. They're not just any random things. Zhuotian Yipan, Li Zipu, and Xinba's mouths twitched. They felt as if they had been insulted. But this was not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. The 3 all looked eagerly at Xiaolao, waiting for him to ask Lin Chen. Xiaolao himself was also very curious, so he directly asked, "Lin Chen, have you come up with any good solution?" Lin Chen nodded, and then aimed the arc reactor in his hand at the camera. "Xiaolao, it's this." Looking at the glowing object before them, including Xiaolao, everyone was a bit puzzled. It wasn't that the thing looked unimpressive, rather it seemed to have nothing particularly special about it. Xinba suddenly slapped his forehead. "I know what this is. It's the light on Iron Man's chest, isn't it?" Zhuotian Yipan rolled his eyes. "Xinba, don't show off your intelligence. Iron Man is a fictional movie character. By that logic, I could say it's the light on Ultraman's chest." Li Zipu chimed in, "Exactly. If this thing is the light on Iron Man's chest, I'll stream myself eating curry upside down." Xiaolao waved his hand. "Alright, stop guessing. Lin Chen, just reveal the correct answer." Lin Chen blinked. Why did he feel like he was in a quiz show? Actually that Gali gentleman was right. This is indeed the light on Iron Man's chest. Of course it also has another name, the arc reactor. Hearing this, Xinba looked at Li Zipu. "Li Zipu, what flavor of curry would you like?" Li Zipu coughed. "Xinba, don't interrupt. Listen carefully to Chief Engineer Lin." Lin Chen grinned. "Actually, I'd really like to see someone eating curry upside down." Xinba stood up and scratched his butt. "Li Zipu, my curry is absolutely authentic. You're getting a bargain." Li Zipu looked terrified. "Chief Engineer Lin, I suddenly remembered I brought you some local specialty, Bangzi ginseng, 999 pure." When Lin Chen heard ginseng, he was a bit dismissive. Why would a vigorous young man like him need ginseng? But when he heard the latter part, 999 pure, his body immediately and honestly told his brain that he needed this ginseng. Very much needed. That's so embarrassing. But since Uncle Li is so kind, he'll accept it. Xiaolao, seeing that the conversation had gone completely off track, coughed and spoke. "Alright, let's get back to business. Lin Chen, how long can the arc reactor you developed maintain power?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, "That depends on the power consumption of the device. If it's an ordinary light bulb, it could probably last 100 years without issue. But if it's a new energy vehicle, it would be greatly reduced. At most, it could only run for 10 years. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the 4 of them all fell silent. A new energy vehicle consumes about 20 kilowatt-hours per day, and an average household also uses about 20 kilowatt-hours per day. That means the electricity generated by this one arc reactor could power a household for 10 years. And you call that a huge reduction? At this point, Xiaolao raised another key question. Is the manufacturing cost of this arc reactor high? The other 3 nodded in unison. This question was crucial. If the cost was too high to be popularized to millions of households, the arc reactor would lose much of its significance. In their expectant gazes, they saw Lin Chen nod. The cost is indeed quite high. The 4 sighed, deep disappointment in their eyes. So it was as they feared. However, Xinba was still a bit unwilling to accept it and asked tentatively, "Then Chief Engineer Lin, what is the approximate cost of manufacturing one arc reactor?" Lin Chen counted on his fingers as he spoke. This casing, though it looks ordinary, is actually made of chromium metal inside. The cost is around 50. And the core component inside is actually a miniature tokamak device with a manufacturing cost of around 200. This one is relatively cheap. The materials inside are expensive. Just the palladium alone requires about 10 grams, which at current market prices would cost 2600. So manufacturing one arc reactor costs about 2850, not including labor costs. Xinba blinked. Dollars? Lin Chen snorted. What dollars? We're the Asia-Pacific Alliance now. Of course it's Chinese yuan. Xiaolao scratched his head. Although the arc reactor Lin Chen made is astonishing, can't you kid be a bit more generous? You call over 2,000 yuan a high cost. How embarrassing. Didn't you see Li Zaipu almost hurting himself holding back laughter? Lin Chen, we've got it. Go ahead and get busy. He'll have Chen Yuanchao come find you later. Alright, then you all continue your meeting. I won't disturb you. With that, Lin Chen ended the video call. Good thing he hung up quickly because the laughter that erupted in the meeting room would have made him utterly mortified. Haha, Xiaolao, this Chief Engineer Lin is so adorable. 2850 yuan, haha, I'm dying of laughter. Xiaolao, if it's really a problem, just give Chief Engineer Lin a raise. Don't be so stingy, haha. Xiaolao chuckled lightly. Since you all find it too cheap, he'll sell it to you for 28.5 million each. After all, we must respect Lin Chen's intellectual property rights, and this way you'll feel better about it, won't you? Zhuotian Yipin, Li Zaipu, and Xinba's smiles instantly froze on their faces. They suddenly realized that the price Lin Chen had mentioned was the cost price, not the selling price Tianchao had offered them. If they hadn't been here today, hadn't heard Lin Chen's original words, and hadn't known the cost of the arc reactor, wouldn't Tianchao be able to sell it at whatever price they wanted? Moreover, what Xiaolao said was very true. The most expensive part of the arc reactor was not the cost, but the intellectual property. Apart from Lin Chen, no one else in the world could build this thing, making it a complete. This was Tianchao, which could still openly joke with you about 28.5 million. If it were Pieliangguo, not selling it to you for 285 million would already be a sign of conscience. Xinba, ahem, Xiaolao, Chief Engineer Lin, I was just thinking about something happy. My wife is about to give birth. Zhuotian Yipin. Yes, his wife is about to give birth, and I'm happy for him too. Li Zaipu, that's right. His wife is about to give birth and the child is mine, so I'm happy too. Xinba, Li Zaipu. He'll fight you. Xiaolao rolled his eyes. Alright, stop acting. Tianchao is not Pieliangguo, we won't take advantage of others' misfortune. But you just heard it, the core materials of the arc reactor are chromium and palladium, both of which are extremely scarce in Tianchao, and not just in Tianchao, but across the entire Asia-Pacific region. The price Lin Chen just mentioned is the current cost. However, with the blockade of the US-Europe alliance, the prices of chromium and palladium will inevitably rise, and so will the cost of the arc reactor. This. Upon hearing Xiaolao's words, the three furrowed their brows. Everything Xiaolao said was true, without any exaggeration. Zhuotian Yipin said the places with the highest output of chromium and palladium in the world are one in Beixiangguo and one in Nanfei. Although 3/4 of Beixiangguo's land is in Asia, it considers itself a European country and has already joined the US-Europe alliance. So what we can strive for now is only Nanfei. Xinba looked up and sighed. Alas, the great Bolsheviks half died on the Eastern Front, half died at Chernobyl, and now they no longer exist. Li Zaipu asked doubtfully. I remember Nanfei had a pretty good relationship with Tianchao, so why didn't they join the Asia-Pacific Alliance? Xiaolao explained, Nanfei's relationship with Tianchao is indeed good, but the situation there is complicated. The government, the armed forces, and the capital each have their own power, cooperating, restraining, and compromising with one another, which is why they haven't joined the Asia-Pacific Alliance. Moreover, almost all of Nanfei's mineral resources are controlled by European capital, so obtaining those resources from Nanfei will be quite difficult. Li Zaipu twitched his mouth. Why is the US-Europe alliance everywhere? Does money allow them to do whatever they want? Xinba looked at Li Zaipu with a strange expression, thinking, Li Zaipu, it doesn't seem quite appropriate for you, a chaebol from the peninsula, to say that, does it? Xiaolao thought for a moment, and said, how about this, we first go back and tally up how much chromium and palladium each of us has, then figure out ways to get more from other places. As for the methods, that's up to you. Finally, Tianchao will use your respective chromium and palladium to build your arc reactors, and well, just charge a processing fee. Isn't that reasonable? The three exchanged glances and nodded. The meeting on the energy crisis thus concluded, and the three stood up and took their leave. After they left the meeting room, Xiaolao looked at his phone screen again. Lin Chen, on the other end of the video call, had listened with great interest to the entire meeting. So this is how these big shots hold meetings. He had thought they would be courteous and elegant, but they turned out to be just as quarrelsome as anyone else. Lin Chen, you just heard it. Actually, Tianchao doesn't have much chromium and palladium either. Do you have any ideas on how to solve this? Lin Chen thought for a moment. In fact, besides Beixiangguo and Nanfei, there is another place on Earth with huge reserves of chromium and palladium. Oh, where? The seabed. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Xia Lao was taken aback. The seabed? He had never thought about that. Mainly because with current technology humanity cannot carry out large-scale operations on the seabed. Compared to land, the seabed is indeed an unexplored treasure trove. But the average depth of the Pacific Ocean exceeds 4,000 meters, and the deepest part even exceeds 1,000 meters. Even the Xuanwu can only dive to a maximum of 2,000 meters far from reaching the seabed. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, but Xia Lao, don't forget that our own country has 4 seas. The shallowest Bohai has an average depth of only 18 meters, and the deepest Nanhai has an average depth of only 1,200 meters. We can start exploring our own country's 4 seas first, then gradually extend to the Pacific. Xia Lao's eyes lit up. That's right. When you mentioned the seabed, I instinctively thought of the Pacific and Atlantic, almost forgetting the coastal waters. If it's coastal waters, it's really not a big problem. They'll have people start surveying from the shallowest Bohai Sea to search for rare resources on the seabed. With that, Xia Lao prepared to end the video call. Lin Chen quickly called out, Xia Lao, don't rush yet. Oh, do you have another way to find chromium and palladium? Not exactly, but I just gathered from the conversation that the relationships within the Asia-Pacific Alliance are far from harmonious. Xia Lao smiled. Isn't that obvious? Every country has its long history. Although the countries that joined the Asia-Pacific Alliance have become regions, it won't change the people's mindset overnight. Lin Chen nodded. Xia Lao is right. So I think we should still take advantage of them a bit. Only by keeping Tianqiao strong can we always keep them in check. Oh, what sneaky idea have you come up with? Actually, when I told them about the cost of the arc reactor, I already doubled the demand for palladium. I originally just wanted to make them spend more. But since Xia Lao said they provide the materials themselves and Tianqiao only charges a processing fee, then we can take one batch of materials from them and build 2 arc reactors. That way Tianqiao won't need to provide any materials at all. And we need to discuss the processing fee carefully. Since they think it's cheap, we can add a bit more. Also, they plan to install the arc reactor in new energy vehicles, but I haven't told them how to install it or how to design the interface. They'll create an interface standard, later forcing them to buy only Tianqiao's new energy vehicles instead of assembling them themselves. Elder Xia was stunned by Lin Chen's suggestions. Lin Chen, you're truly resourceful, a modern-day Jiasu. Hey Elder Xia, why not a modern-day Kongming? Because Kongming wasn't as ruthless as you. Lin Chen replied. Ahem, Elder Xia, this is all for the good of our heavenly empire, and I've even thought about whom to collaborate with. For car manufacturing, I'll seek lay bust. Since I designed Xiaomi cars, I know best how to modify them. Once the cars are manufactured, they will be entrusted to Wang Wei for delivery to various countries. What do we call this? It's called an honest-stop service. However, I haven't been able to reach Wang Wei lately. I'll call him again later. Elder Xia's lips twitched. What an honest-stop service. He doesn't want anyone else to earn a single penny. Zhang Chuqiang, standing behind Elder Xia, suddenly remembered Wang Wei. He quickly took out his phone and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, it seems Wang Wei has been detained and hasn't been released yet. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Wang Wei is detained? I didn't see any news about it. What did he do? Spitting in public. Lin Chen. At that moment, Wang Wei, still in the detention center, looked at the blue sky beyond the iron bars, filled with despair. Why? I merely spat on the ground. Is it really necessary to detain me for several months? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Just then a guard walked over and called out to Wang Wei. Wang Wei, have you recognized your mistake? Wang Wei hurriedly ran over, tears streaming down his face. Uncle, had I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Boo-hoo, I want spit in public again. Alright, given your good attitude of admitting your mistakes, you can leave now. Remember to abide by the law in the future, understand? Wang Wei nodded and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. If one didn't know better, they might think he had robbed the detention center. However, he hadn't run far when a police car blocked his way. Wang Wei was bewildered. Uncle Hat, what now? I swear I didn't spit in public. Did I walk too fast? A national security officer twitched his lips, wondering if this person was really the CEO of Xuanfeng, as he seemed not very smart. Comrade Wang Wei, someone wants to see you. Who? You'll know when you get there. Hearing this, Wang Wei felt like he was encountering human traffickers from Myanmar and quickly sprinted back to the detention center. The officer who had just released Wang Wei joked when he saw him running back. What's wrong? Got attached. Not willing to leave. Wang Wei pointed behind him and stammered, there are people from Myanmar. Traffickers. What? The officer was shocked. Let me see what kind of traffickers dare to come near the detention center to kidnap people. He grabbed his baton and stormed out. When he stepped outside the detention center and saw a police car, he was both angry and amused. Are traffickers nowadays so arrogant? They even dare to fake police cars. Are they going to show their police badges too? Are traffickers nowadays so arrogant? They even dare to fake police cars. Are they going to show their police badges too? Hello, we are from National Security, here to handle some matters. But to their surprise, the officer in front burst into laughter upon hearing they were from National Security. Ha ha ha, you are from National Security. I'm from the Independent Regiment. Daring to deceive even the detention center, you must be tired of living. Brothers, come out quickly, there are traffickers. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen officers rushed out from the detention center, surrounding the two newcomers. The two officers exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware of what was happening. "Comrade, are you mistaken? We are truly from national security. I really am from the independent regiment. Do you believe I can call for artillery? Comrade, if you don't believe it, you can verify our badges." At this moment, an older officer leaned in and whispered, "Perhaps we should verify just in case they really are from national security. That would be a disaster for us." The officer thought this made sense and took the badges to the technical department for verification. 5 minutes later, the officer rushed back, presenting the badges with both hands, and his attitude had done a complete 180. "Comrades from national security, I'm truly sorry. It was due to someone misleading us earlier, claiming you were traffickers from Myanmar, which is why we were so anxious." "What about the person who misled you? Please wait, I'll call him over for you." In a short while, Wang Wei obediently walked out with the officer. "Wang Wei, now you can come with us, right?" Wang Wei was still scared and didn't want to go. Suddenly he remembered he was friends with Chen Yu and Xiao. Although they only met once, it was still something to intimidate them with. "I'm not going. I'm telling you, I'm good friends with Commander Chen from the Magic Capital Military District. Even if he wants to see me, he has to make an appointment in advance." "Is the person who wants to see me higher in rank than him?" The two officers nodded in agreement. "Yes, he is of a higher rank." Wang Wei was dumbfounded. Higher in rank than Chen Yu and Xiao? That must be those in the imperial capital, right? Hiss. How does it feel that since knowing Lin Chen my status has been rising? Could it be that in a few days I might even meet Elder Xia? However, it turned out that daydreams could sometimes come true. That afternoon, Wang Wei looked at Elder Xia sitting in front of him, completely stunned, his mouth agape, like he could fit a whole egg in it. Lei Bus beside him was no better off, his palms sweating profusely. However, he still cast a disdainful glance at Wang Wei and took the opportunity to wipe his sweaty palm on Wang Wei's clothes, asking, "Wang Wei, are you okay?" Wang Wei came to his senses, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and quickly sat up straight. Elder Xia chuckled. "Haha, don't be nervous, I just want to chat with you both casually." "Elder Xia, just give us your orders directly, we will go through fire and water for you, without hesitation." Elder Xia was quite satisfied with their attitude and nodded. "All right then, let Lin Chen speak to you." Wang Wei and Lei Bus exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. "Who? Lin Chen? Is it the Lin Chen we know?" Old Xia dialed Lin Chen's video call in front of them. The moment Lin Chen's large face appeared on the screen, both Lei Bus and Wang Wei wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Wei lamented with great sorrow. "Why is that? I was inexplicably stuck in a detention center while you somehow managed to know old Xia. Lin Chen, you truly Lin Chen had already learned from Zhang Chuqiang about Wang Wei's true situation of being detained. Although his detention was merely a routine inquiry, it was quite reasonable. But who knew that Zhang Chuqiang later forgot about Wang Wei, making the situation rather amusing? Lin Chen struggled to suppress his laughter and nodded. Yes, you are right. All right, let's get down to business." Lei Bus quickly comforted Wang Wei. "It's all in the past now. If it weren't for these things, you wouldn't even get to meet old Xia, would you?" Lin Chen quickly added, "What Lei Bus said is true. Moreover, the reason I called you is to give you money. If you don't want it, I might just find someone else." Upon hearing the words, giving money, Wang Wei immediately changed his demeanor. "Haha, brother Lin, what are you saying? What kind of relationship do we have? We're like brothers from different parents. For any dirty or tiring work, he'll definitely be the first to help you. Why would I look for someone else?" Lin Chen's mouth twitched. "You are the one who is the most opportunistic. If you don't make money, who will?" "Hey, race the deal. Our country plans to produce a batch of new energy vehicles to sell to other member countries of the Asia-Pacific Alliance. I will be responsible for providing the technology. Lei Bus, you will handle the manufacturing, and Wang Wei, your logistics, will handle the delivery. The profits will be split, with the state taking 70, and the three of us will each get 10. What do you think? Who's in favor and who opposes?" Lei Bus said, "As far as I know, while our country's new energy vehicles are indeed developing well, other countries also have this technology, right? Why would they definitely buy our vehicles?" Lin Chen clarified, "Perhaps I wasn't clear enough. The new energy vehicles I mentioned are in relation to the current electric vehicles. The new energy I am referring to is the arc reactor." Lei Bus' eyes widened. As the CEO of a technology company, he had a certain understanding of cutting-edge technologies worldwide. The arc reactor. Isn't that something only found in movies? Have you actually researched it? Lin Chen replied, "That's right, congratulations on your correct answer." At this moment, Wang Wei raised his hand and asked, "May I ask a question? What is the Asia-Pacific Alliance?" Lei Bus. Lin Chen. "One, you don't need to know too much. You just need to deliver the vehicles to the designated clients at Lei Bus place." "Oh, no problem, I'm familiar with that." After the three finished their discussion, Zhang Chuqiang stepped forward and took out 2 documents. "Gentlemen, this matter requires absolute confidentiality, so I kindly ask you both to sign a confidentiality agreement." As Wang Wei picked it up to sign, he suddenly noticed that this confidentiality agreement seemed a bit different. Wait, why does the confidentiality method in this agreement state physical means? What does that mean? Zhang Chuqiang explained. "Oh, physical means that before Lin Chen develops it, you need to be physically isolated for a period of time. Zhang Wei's breath caught. Isn't that going back to the detention center again? Zhang Chuqiang touched his nose somewhat nervously. No, it will be at a hotel. How could we send you to a detention center? We are not that kind of people. That's good. In fact, Lin Chen had already designed the interface for the arc reactor long ago. He just wasn't in a hurry to push it out immediately. One reason was to give other countries ample time to gather chromium and palladium. The second reason was that if it was too easy to obtain, those countries might think, how difficult could the interface that Lin Chen developed in such a short time be? If they thought that way, they would only buy a few vehicles to take back for disassembly and research, and they certainly wouldn't make large-scale purchases. As it turned out, Lin Chen's expectations were right. After Zhuotianyi Li's IPO and Xi and Ba returned, the first thing they did was rush to the Academy of Sciences to inquire about the arc reactor from the... One question was whether they could produce the arc reactor on their side. The other was if the Tianqiao side sold the arc reactor to them, could they use it immediately? When the old professors at the Academy of Sciences heard that Tianqiao had even researched the arc reactor, they were all shocked, and even wanted to request to go learn in Tianqiao. Of course, this was rejected by Zhuotianyi Li's IPO and Xi and Ba. What a joke. If you go there, can you still come back? In the past, it was often said that science knows no borders, but scientists do. But now that it's already the Asia-Pacific Alliance, the borders of scientists are gone too. If you go to Tianqiao and get retained, who would they complain to? However, these old professors also expressed that if they could really buy the arc reactor from Tianqiao, they should be able to use it. Isn't this like buying batteries and asking if they can connect to a light bulb? While the logic is sound, they underestimated human nature. Just like a certain international smartphone giant, not only does it want its charging interface to be different from others, but it even embeds a certain protocol in the interface, called the MFI certification mechanism, which requires authorization verification. Otherwise, it may show pop-ups or limit charging, all under the pretext of ensuring user safety. In the end, all manufacturers needing to produce such data cables must pay this company for interface certification, otherwise they would face lawsuits for infringement. Indeed, Lin Chen learned from this company. His designed interface specification would be even more tyrannical, though anyone attempting to bypass or ignore the certification would directly trigger the arc reactor's self-destruction program. Of course, Lin Chen also considered user safety. After all, how dangerous the arc reactor could be. If an explosion occurred, there would be no need for a crematorium. You would be reduced to ashes on the spot. However, at present, Zhuotianyi Li's IPO and Xi and Ba were unaware of Lin Chen's plan. So when they heard the old professors from the Academy of Sciences say this, they felt relieved. The most pressing matter now was to gather chromium and palladium. First, the three of them gathered all the chromium and palladium they could collect in their respective areas. If they couldn't collect them, they would go steal them. But in the end, they found it was still not enough. According to Lin Chen's usage, the amount of chromium and palladium for one arc reactor was about 10 grams, but what they had collected was only around 3 tons, which meant they could only manufacture 3 vehicles. Moreover, this did not include airplanes and high-speed trains, which are even more power-hungry vehicles. This quantity is completely insufficient. To know that the country with the least vehicles has at least 26 million cars, while the one with the most has as many as 83 million cars. Therefore, relying solely on what they had collected would definitely not be enough, and it seemed they could only think of ways in other places. The so-called other places are merely 2 directions. One is to the south, and the other is the Ameri-European Alliance. Of course, the south can actually be considered part of the Ameri-European Alliance. After all, the southern government has no power to deal with those mineral resources, as they are in the hands of Ameri-European capitalists. Zhuotianyi Pin and Li Zipu have been subordinates to the United States for many years, so they are familiar with some countries in the Ameri-European Alliance. The vast expanse of Europe is more fragmented than a province in a celestial empire, so their hearts are naturally not united. Thus, some of their countries can be bribed. But Xi and Ba was confused, as the relationship between their Curry country and the Ameri-European countries was originally not good. For instance, the pharmaceutical companies in Europe hate the Curry country to the bone. The medicines they painstakingly developed have been copied by the Curry country, and not only do they use them for their own citizens, but they also export them worldwide. The key issue is that they cannot protect their rights through legal processes because the local laws in the Curry country state that producing generic drugs is a legal act. Therefore, at such times, no Ameri-European country would secretly sell chromium and palladium to him. Thus, Xi and Ba thought that he could only try going south. He sent his confidant, the overall commander of the Curry country's Marine Corps, Shaha, to the south to find a way to buy chromium and palladium. Shaha gathered a few chiefs to discuss this matter. After a day's discussion, they believed that given the current tense relationship between the Asia-Pacific Alliance and the Ameri-European Alliance, if they directly approached the mineral owners, they would certainly not be able to. So they could only look for local intermediaries to buy, which could also be called black market dealers. Shaha agreed with this reasoning and took an elite team to the south. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. After they landed, they asked the locals where they could find such intermediaries who could help them acquire mineral resources. After inquiring with several people and spending a lot of money, they finally obtained an address. However, when they arrived at this address, everyone fell silent. Because the address prominently displayed South Flying Mineral Resource Trading Center. Wait, are we being scammed? Why is the government involved with us? Could it be that the government is also doing side deals? Shaha sighed and decided to go in and take a look. He and his group entered the service hall of the South Flying Mineral Resource Trading Center when a security guard immediately came up to stop them. Hey, you need to take a number and wait in line. Shaha hurriedly explained, no, we're not here to trade. The security guard looked at him with a puzzled expression. If you're not here to trade, what are you doing here? Shaha glanced around and noticed that no one was paying attention, so he secretly took out several bills and slipped them into the guard's pocket. Brother, could you help me with something? The guard took a glance, and upon seeing the 200 bills, his eyes lit up. What do you want to know? You can ask. Shaha leaned closer to the guard's ear and whispered his question. Is there anyone here who can help buy certain rare minerals? The guard's eyes brightened at this question, and a smile crept across his face. Hey buddy, you've come to the right person. In all of South Flying, no one knows better than I do. After all, you can see my job's specialty, more than half of those black market deals were introduced by me. Shaha suddenly understood. He had thought he was being scammed, but in reality, he had misunderstood the other party's meaning. Fortunately, by a twist of fate, he found the target person. I see, big brother, please help introduce me. As he spoke, Shaha took out another roll of bills and secretly handed them to the guard. The guard felt the bills in his hand, and his heart delighted. 10 bills, not bad, this sheep is quite plump. No problem. Here'll give you an address, just go directly. The guard then wrote down an address. South Flying uses English, so Shaha naturally understood it. This address was much more reliable, right by the mining area. This made Shaha feel much more at ease. Rest assured, big brother, after the job is done, I will reward you handsomely. He then prepared to leave with his men. Wait a minute. Is there anything else? I almost forgot to tell you, it's best to bring cash when you go. They don't support card payments or transfers there. After all, it's black market dealing, you understand. Shaha nodded. Understood, I can appreciate that. The next morning, Shaha gathered his brothers and money and went to the address provided by the guard. One of his subordinates asked in confusion, boss, do we really need to make such a big show? Did we have to bring along rocket launchers? Shaha patted this subordinate on the shoulder and turned to the others, speaking seriously. Brothers, stay alert. We don't know who we're dealing with. They could be genuine black market dealers, or it could be a trap set by the government, or even an ambush from the Ameri-European alliance. Therefore, we must be fully prepared. It would be best if this trip is successful, but if it fails, we must return alive. Yes. Soon Shaha and his group arrived at the address given by the guard. Shaha approached and knocked on the door. Who is it? I'm here to buy minerals. Shaha leaned against the door and heard clear sounds from inside, as if they were hiding something. He nodded. It indeed matched the cautious style of black market dealers. Soon a dark-skinned man came over to open the door, but it was unclear what this dark-skinned man was thinking. It was already so dark, yet he wore a black t-shirt, and the room was pitch black, as well, making it hard for Shaha to spot him at first glance. Fortunately, this dark-skinned man smiled, revealing his white teeth, allowing Shaha to see him clearly. The man did not immediately let Shaha and the others in, but asked first. You must be mistaken, we don't sell minerals here. We were referred by the security guard from the Mineral Resource Trading Center. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man was momentarily stunned, then stepped aside. Since that guy referred you, you can come in. Shaha and the others entered the room and found 7 or 8 other muscular dark-skinned men inside. One of them, leading the group, rubbed his bald head and looked at Shaha. What minerals do you want to buy? Chromium and palladium, can you get them? Yes, that's easy to obtain. How much do you need? Let's start with goods worth $1 million. If that's not enough, we'll come back to buy more. Shaha said this after careful consideration. If he didn't mention a long-term cooperation, he genuinely worried this group would pull a black market. When that guard told him to bring cash today, he had already become vigilant. Although cash transactions are indeed more common, being in unfamiliar territory, it's better to be prepared than to be thrown into the sea to feed sharks. Oh, $1 million. I need to verify the funds first. Then we also want to verify the goods. Inspect the goods. Of course, no problem. The lead black man waved his hand casually. Another man stood up immediately and walked into the adjacent room to retrieve a crate, placing it on an empty table. Very well, fair is fair. Let's all inspect together. After a moment's thought, Shahar deemed this arrangement equitable and nodded, signaling his men to place their cash-filled crate onto the table as well. Each side handed their crate to the other. Yet before Shahar's men could even open theirs or activate their detection equipment, the surrounding circle of black men simultaneously drew firearms and leveled them at Shahar's group. My friend, I've already inspected your payment, and it's counterfeit. Fortunately, I'm in a generous mood today. Surrender every valuable item you carry, then leave immediately. Shahar nearly laughed aloud in disbelief. He hadn't seen them so much as crack open the crate. How dare they declare the money fake? This was brazen robbery disguised as inspection. Worse still, they demanded not only the cash, but also all valuables on their persons, ensuring profit regardless of whether the money truly was counterfeit. Shahar smiled faintly, ignoring the guns pointed at him, and proceeded to open his own crate. With calibrated precision, he deployed his scanner. A sliver of hope lingered, that these thugs might against all odds possess exactly what he sought. Alas, that hope shattered instantly. Inside lay nothing but two ordinary, unremarkable stones. You despicable black men dare deceive a noble Brahmin. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and fired a single lethal shot at the ringleader. Shahar, commander-in-chief of the Curry Nation's ground forces, never missed. The bullet sent the man straight to his. Within seconds, the cramped, dim room erupted into furious gunfire, sending bystanders scattering for cover. 15 minutes later, Shahar emerged bloodied but unbowed, stepping out through the door. Of the 5 men who had entered with him, only 2 remained alive. He paused outside, lighting a cigarette and surveying the surroundings. Yes, this was indeed a mining site. Yet it bore the unmistakable silence of abandonment. No machinery hummed, no drills echoed, no workers. He'd been too hasty upon arrival to notice. Now distant onlookers cowered behind walls and rubble. Shahar raised his weapon and fired a warning shot into the sky. The sharp report seized every gaze. Listen well. Send someone forward to explain now. Otherwise, every soul here, man, woman, or child, will die before sunset. But his ultimatum met only silence. Just as Shahar assumed, they couldn't comprehend his heavily accented English, and prepared to repeat himself. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, stepped forward. Sir, I am the village elder. Please spare the innocent. I'll answer any question you have. Shahar scoffed. Innocent? If I'm not mistaken, those men inside are from your very village, engaged in murder and armed robbery. And you speak of innocence. The elder sighed deeply. Ah, truth be told, they never meant to kill, only to steal some money. Only to steal. How can you utter such words with such calm? The elder approached, took Shahar's cigarette with practiced ease, inhaled deeply, and only then continued speaking. We had no choice. Every person here was cast out of the mines, disabled laborers discarded like refuse. In the city's, employers refused us outright for our injuries. So we resort to deception, to keep ourselves and our families alive. Shahar froze. Didn't the mine owners pay severance? At that, the elder burst into raucous laughter, laughing until he choked, coughing violently before regaining composure. Oh, young man, you truly amuse me. Do you imagine capitalists would part with such funds? What about the non-Fey government? Shahar began, then cut himself short. He didn't need to finish. Even his own Curry government turned a blind eye to such suffering. So you prey upon strangers instead. And what crime did those deceived commit? The elder said nothing, finishing the cigarette in quiet contemplation before finally speaking. We should have perished the day the mines cast us out. Now we merely endure, one day at a time. Kill us if you must. But the women and children, they are refugees wandering here by chance. Spare them. Shahar exhaled slowly. Though a soldier, he could not bring himself to slaughter the defenseless. He gestured for retreat, yet, just as he turned to leave, the elder spoke again. Young man, if you'll leave me this pack of cigarettes, I'll tell you where to obtain what you seek. Oh. Shahar handed over the pack without hesitation. The elder withdrew a single cigarette, held it beneath his nose, and inhaled reverently, as if savoring sacred incense. To buy chromium and palladium, simply hire a few White Street thugs to purchase them at the Non-Fey Mineral Resources Exchange. Shahar blinked, stunned. That's all. The elder nodded. Indeed. You could have bought them directly. The exchange exists precisely to sell local mine output. Yet inexplicably, a new decree barred all sales to Asians. That's why you were led astray. Shahar thanked him and rushed back toward the city. He paid the hotel receptionist to locate several white thugs, then schooled them thoroughly, intimidation, logic, and persuasion, in equal measure. They obeyed without protest. Within half a day, Shahar received 1 million US dollars worth of chromium and palladium. The quantity was modest, but his mission had never been bulk procurement. This reconnaissance paved the way for future streamlined acquisitions. 3 days later, Shahar returned to the Curry Nation and stood before King Simba, weeping openly, recounting every harrowing detail of his non-Fey ordeal. Simba ignored the lamentations entirely, tuning in only to the final sentence: the task is complete. Chromium and palladium have been secured. Simba's eyes lit up. Secured? Where are they? Shahar presented the metals with solemn pride. Your Majesty, the true triumph lies not in the metals themselves, but in having charted the path. Though several brothers fell, their sacrifice was noble and necessary, for the sake of our nation. Simba nodded gravely. Indeed, such devotion honors our realm. His gaze instantly returned to the metals gleaming under the light. Shahar stared dumbfounded. That's it. No tangible reward. Not even a token of recognition. Just then the phone call from old Xia came in. Xian Ba, how's the collection of chromium and palladium on your side? Zhuitian and Li Zipak have already handed over their portions to us, and Lin Chen is preparing to start production soon. So soon? Is this considered fast? I just asked you to collect some, not to rush to Non-Fey and dig it up on the spot. Cough cough, old Xia, you guessed it right. In fact, our people just returned from Non-Fey. Xian Ba then proceeded to explain everything about the trip to Non-Fey to old Xia. However, after he finished speaking, it was not old Xia's voice that came from the other end of the line, but Lin Chen's voice. The Those capitalists are simply inhuman. Though Xian Ba was surprised for a second, he quickly regained his composure. If Lin Chen was a curry person, he wouldn't mind being his dedicated operator, not to mention listening to his phone calls. Hey, who says otherwise? But now that we've finally found a way to gather more chromium and palladium, we just want to collect a bit more before the American and European capitalists find out. Lin Chen, can you wait a couple of days? No way. How can we wait 2 days for something like this? Xian Ba, lead the way. We are going to Nanfei right now to rescue those suffering people. Huh. Xian Ba was dumbfounded. Wait, he was just going to buy some minerals. How did it turn into a war? No, Lin Chen, calm down. That's Nanfei, it's far from here, and we can't interfere in their internal affairs without permission. Xian Ba, what is the slogan of our Asia-Pacific Alliance? It's to liberate all humanity. How can you be so narrow-minded? Alright, there's no time to explain, we have already set off. See you in South Africa. After finishing, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Xian Ba was left in a daze. What slogan? I never heard of it. He sighed and looked up at Shaha. Shaha set off immediately and go to Nanfei again. Huh, again? Your Highness, how much cargo should I bring back this time? No need, you won't have to buy anything anymore. By the time you return this time, Nanfei might have changed its name. Huh. At this moment in the imperial capital of the Heavenly Empire, Old Xia was looking at Lin Chen with a face full of Lin Chen, are you really going to Nanfei? I'm not going. Old Xia, didn't you send many military research talents to help me build the production line? Recently, we have successfully produced the first batch of 30 units of the White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon models. Therefore, I can just command remotely this time. But isn't that inappropriate? Nanfei has a pretty good relationship with our country, and we can't openly act like robbers to seize those capitalists' minerals. That would make us the bandits, wouldn't it? Old Xia, I'm not saying we should rob the mining areas. We are going to rescue the suffering people in those mining areas. Old Xia, ask the readers if they believe your nonsense, or if they believe I am Qin Shi Huang. However, he did not stop Lin Chen. He also wanted to see the power of these newly created equipment and to intimidate the other member countries of the Asia-Pacific Alliance. Soon a Black Tortoise and an Azure Dragon set off from the Heavenly Empire towards Nanfei. Shaha also took a special operations team and had just departed from the Curry country. The Black Tortoise and Azure Dragon were very fast, and in less than half a day they had already arrived near Nanfei. Lin Chen smiled as he watched the images transmitted back from the Azure Dragon. Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, target all the white people, attack. Upon receiving the order, both the Black Tortoise and Azure Dragon launched an assault on all the white people in the mining area. The Azure Dragon's Dragon-scale fighter jets performed AI identification on all the white people in the mining area and directly attacked. The Black Tortoise, on the other hand, sank all the ships with white people in the nearby sea. In an instant, the entire Nanfei was engulfed in the sound of explosions. The mining area managers living in the city hurried to contact the white people in the mining area, but unfortunately, they could no longer be reached. So they quickly ran to the Nanfei government for help. After showing them the attack footage, the Nanfei government stated they were powerless. After all, this thing couldn't even defeat the beautiful country. What could they use to fight? In the end, those mining area managers had no choice but to report the matter to the American and European capitalists. Upon hearing this news, the American and European capitalists also felt a toothache. They really couldn't defeat it. However, although they couldn't defeat it, they could morally condemn the Heavenly Empire. Therefore, the American and European alliance quickly represented those capitalists and called out to the Asia-Pacific Alliance. They demanded that the Heavenly Empire immediately stop the indiscriminate killing of innocent people and hand over the culprit Lin Chen. Soon the Heavenly Empire also made a response. They stated that the Heavenly Empire had not engaged in indiscriminate killing, but was merely saving the people of South Africa. They also released footage of the local miners in Nanfei being exploited and abused. The American and European alliance actually wanted to say, what's the big deal about a few dead Nanfei miners? However, such words should only be spoken in private and not brought to the surface. So they could only claim that this was a management failure in the mining area, and they would punish the mining area managers, but the crimes did not warrant death. Finally, the Heavenly Empire released a set of data showing the total number of miners in Nanfei who had died from overwork and abuse throughout history. This number shocked people all over the world, as it was over 1 million. When Bai Pu saw this number, he was also taken aback, but he merely thought it was a bit large, and not that there were so many people. In the eyes of capitalists, what is life? It is merely another form of capital. In the end, the American and European alliance led by Bai Pu decided to abandon pursuing the Heavenly Empire's responsibility. After all, the top officials in Nanfei had escaped because they lived in the city. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Empire was also very accommodating and directly agreed not to attack anymore. Just as the American and European alliance breathed a sigh of relief, the Heavenly Empire stated again. However, the Black Tortoise and Azure Dragon would remain in Nanfei, and as long as they discovered any unfair behavior towards the Nanfei miners, they would intervene to uphold justice. Upon hearing this, the American and European capitalists began to panic. With these two vessels around, who would dare to go to Nanfei? After all, in the mining area, those white people didn't see the Nanfei miners as human beings at all. Beating and cursing were daily occurrences, and sometimes they would even take pleasure in torturing people. This had already become an unwritten rule in the area. Those non-Fey miners had long been accustomed to the way of life where they traded their lives for money. They simply never expected that the one to save them would be the heavenly empire thousands of miles away. This scene was witnessed not only by the non-Fey miners, but by all miners across the Phasio continent, and all workers on the blue planet saw it as well. For words simultaneously appeared in the minds of all the workers. The sun rises in the east. Finally, after a series of negotiations, the capitalists behind the non-Fey mining area decided to cut their losses and sell the non-Fey mineral assets to the Celestial Dynasty. They simply couldn't tolerate it. Moreover, given the current international situation, the US-Europe alliance had directly severed all channels of mineral resource trade between themselves and all nations of the Asia-Pacific Alliance, while the orders from Asia-Pacific Alliance countries accounted for 70% of their total orders. This led to an ever-growing surplus of mineral resources piling up in their hands. Instead of offering assistance, other member states of the US-Europe alliance seized the opportunity to exploit the situation, driving down prices aggressively. Thus, seizing this moment to sell the non-Fey minerals to the Celestial Dynasty seemed like a reasonable choice. Consequently, the Celestial Dynasty directly acquired over 90% of non-Fey's mineral resources. Lin Chen dispatched 4 Mosquito drones to non-Fey to conduct a comprehensive 3D scan of the entire mining area, prioritizing the extraction of chromium and palladium. However, an unexpected incident occurred. As Mosquito 1 drone entered a certain mine tunnel, it suddenly lost contact. Far away in the Celestial Dynasty, Lin Chen was startled upon receiving the warning from 01. Impossible. The signal transmitter of the Mosquito drone is at the galactic level. In theory, even on the moon, it should never lose connection. After pondering, Lin Chen dispatched Mosquito 2 to investigate, but it too went silent shortly after. This drew his serious attention. Next, he sent Mosquito 3 to investigate, but this time Mosquito 4 followed at a considerable distance. Through the perspective of Mosquito 4, Lin Chen observed that upon entering a certain mine tunnel, Mosquito 3 suddenly seemed to lose all power and plummeted from the air. There was definitely something wrong inside that tunnel. Lin Chen reported the issue to Elder Xia. Elder Xia, I've decided to go to non-Fey and see for myself. Since it's a mine tunnel, people must have been inside before, so it should be safe for humans. Elder Xia flatly refused. No, it's too dangerous. You cannot go. Lin Chen, you must understand that you no longer represent only yourself. You represent the Celestial Dynasty, the Asia-Pacific Alliance. If anything happens to you, the entire Asia-Pacific Alliance might collapse. So let Zhang Chuqiang go in your stead. Zhang Chuqiang, standing behind, was utterly bewildered. Me? Elder Xia, don't I face danger too? Yet he understood that Elder Xia was speaking the truth. If Lin Chen were harmed, the consequences would be catastrophic. But if Zhang Chuqiang were harmed, it would hardly matter. Oh, what a painful realization. Zhang Chuqiang piloted the Zhihong directly to non-Fey. As the head of the National Security Bureau, the top figure in the intelligence world, he was naturally adept at handling all kinds of vehicles. Given the speed of the Zhihong, Zhang Chuqiang arrived outside the mine tunnel that afternoon. Donning protective gear and a head-mounted camera, he took a deep breath and stepped into the tunnel. Thankfully, nothing happened to Zhang Chuqiang, felt no discomfort. He then produced a detection device to analyze the environmental composition, and the results showed everything normal. Lin Chen, it seems fine here. Lin Chen frowned thought for a moment and said, Director Zhang, point the camera at the tunnel walls, move slowly, and let me have a closer look. Zhang Chuqiang complied. Since he was already there, and there was no apparent danger, he let Lin Chen conduct his study. After a while, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, Stop! Zhang Chuqiang quickly assumed a defensive stance, but nothing happened. Huh. Lin Chen, did you find something? Director Zhang, at your 45-degree angle diagonally opposite, dig there with the entrenching tool. Zhang Chuqiang retrieved the tool from his back and approached the wall. Here. A bit to the left, yes, right here. Following Lin Chen's instruction, Zhang Chuqiang swung the shovel, but found nothing. Keep digging. Zhang Chuqiang dug for a few more minutes, yet still found nothing. Continue. Frowning, Zhang Chuqiang felt growing dissatisfaction. What was Lin Chen up to? He had risked his life to travel halfway across the blue star to this godforsaken place, and now he was being told to just keep digging at a wall. What was there to dig? Wait. Suddenly Zhang Chuqiang felt his shovel hit something hard. He reached in to clear the dust and get a better look. But the hole was too deep, about half an arm's length, and he couldn't see what it was. Without needing further prompting, Zhang Chuqiang resumed digging. An hour later, Zhang Chuqiang had exposed a pit nearly a meter in diameter. His eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. What? What is this? Lin Chen stared at the screen for a long moment, then said, Director Zhang, you might not be in a mine tunnel at all. This could be the interior cabin of some kind of machine. Huh. Soon the Celestial Dynasty dispatched military forces to non-Fey, cordoned off the entire area, and began excavation and cleanup. Half a month later, Lin Chen also arrived in non-Fey. Zhang Chuqiang, looking at the inverted instant noodle bowl before them, was completely baffled. Lin Chen, what is this? Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not sure. 01, are the test results ready? 01 held a tablet and said, "Master, after analysis, this should be a spacecraft. The material used for this spacecraft is a high-strength titanium alloy over 10 times stronger than the alloy currently used for manned spacecraft on the Blue Star." A spacecraft? You're saying this inverted bowl is a spacecraft? Zhang Chuqiang marveled, stepping forward to tap the shell with his finger. "Don't move." But 01's warning came too late. With Zhang Chuqiang's 2 taps, the surface of the spacecraft suddenly lit up with various signal patterns. Then with a burst of air, the spacecraft slowly lifted off the ground and rapidly flew into the distance. 01 dispatched a dragon-scale fighter to follow it. "Understood, Master." Zhang Chuqiang looked at the vanished spacecraft, then at his own fingers. "Oh, I didn't mean to." 01 glanced at Zhang Chuqiang. "Congratulations, you have successfully activated a spacecraft that has been dormant for over 200 million years. The fate of the entire Blue Star will now change because of you." Hearing this, Zhang Chuqiang panicked and grabbed Lin Chen's arm. "Lin Chen, Brother Chen, hurry, have the Azure Dragon shoot down that spacecraft." Lin Chen shook his head. "No. You just heard what Ling Yi said. The hull of that spaceship is made of high-strength titanium alloy, and the Azure Dragon's attack power won't be able to breach it anytime soon. Instead, it will give the spaceship a chance to send a distress. Moreover, from my observation of the ship's reaction, it seems to have restarted after absorbing solar energy and is now automatically executing an unfinished command. That's why I had the Dragon-scale fighter follow it to see where it goes." Soon the Dragon-scale fighter sent back a signal. The footage showed the spaceship taking off from the south and flying straight toward the Pacific Ocean, then diving into the Pacific. The image ended there. "Ling, he sent a black tortoise to check the situation." "Understood, Master." A black tortoise docked at the Tianqiao port rushed to the spot where the spaceship had disappeared. But even after descending to the black tortoise's maximum depth of 200 meters, they still found no trace. Zhang Chuqiang was extremely nervous. "Lin Chen, what now?" Lin Chen patted his shoulder. "Director Zhang, worst case scenario, you'll be hacked to pieces. No big deal." Zhang Chuqiang. Beside him, Mo Shui chuckled. "Director Zhang, Lin Chen is teasing you. Don't be nervous." Zhang Chuqiang breathed a sigh of relief at Mo Shui's words. "Mo Shui, you're the best. When I get back, I'll give you a raise." But Mo Shui continued. "After all, our country is very humane now. They just execute by shooting. There's no quartering anymore." Zhang Chuqiang. "Oh, so you two are messing with me. Am I just a pawn in your little game?" Just then Elder Xiao's phone rang. "Xiao Zhang, what's the situation over there?" Zhang Chuqiang told Elder Xia everything. After listening, Elder Xia was silent for a moment, then said, "Is Lin Chen with you? Put him on the phone." Lin Chen took the phone and heard Elder Xia ask, "Lin Chen, what are your thoughts?" "Elder Xia, I suspect there might be something bigger at the bottom of the Pacific." That evening, Lin Chen and his team returned to Tianqiao. After returning to Moto, Lin Chen plunged straight into the research center. "System, build me a submarine capable of reaching the bottom of the Pacific Ocean." Ding. "System has received the host's request, generating the required material list." Ding. "Material list generated. Required materials: 200 stainless steel basins, 100 rice cookers, 300 aluminum cans. Please place the required materials into the system space, and the system will begin working automatically." Lin Chen tossed all those scrap items into the system warehouse and glanced at the time. Current progress 1A, estimated remaining time 1 day, 20 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Heavens, it's going to take this long. Lin Chen's eyes widened. This was the first time he had encountered such a long manufacturing time. Looks like the submarine the system is building this time is highly advanced. With the knowledge Lin Chen currently possessed, building a nuclear submarine was no challenge. But the hardest part of this submarine lay in the materials. The high-strength titanium alloy used in that spaceship could not be produced with current Blue Star technology. So he had no choice but to turn to the system. And he himself was very curious to know what that spaceship really was, whether it was left by an ancient civilization or an alien one. 2 days later, a nuclear submarine half the size of the Black Tortoise appeared in Lin Chen's research center. As before, he called Chen Yuanxiao. Chen Yuanxiao immediately cordoned off the nearby roads, then came to the entrance of Lin Chen's RD center with Qian Xinwei. "Hey Lin Chen, can't you just go directly to our Modu Military District's factory next time? Every time we have to block roads, it's such a hassle." Lin Chen sighed. "Elder Chen, you don't understand. RD requires inspiration, and people are more likely to get inspired in familiar places. For example, you know Einstein's theory of relativity. He discovered it while slacking off in the bathroom." Chen Yuanxiao shot Qian Xinwei a look that said, "Don't try to fool me, I didn't go to school much." To his surprise, Qian Xinwei nodded with a look of agreement. "No wonder I always get a burst of inspiration when I'm in the bathroom. Looks like I'm not far from winning a Nobel Prize." After the super transport truck from the Modu Military District delivered the nuclear submarine to the port, Chen Yuanxiao was itching to board it. But Lin Chen grabbed him. "Elder Chen, what are you doing? Getting into the nuclear sub? What? Aren't you coming?" Lin Chen and Qian Xinwei both shook their heads. Chen Yuanxiao was baffled. "Wait, last time you were both so determined to go no matter what. Why not this time?" Lin Chen spread his hands. "Elder Chen, are you out of your mind? Last time we were facing a Japanese nuclear sub. We knew we could beat it, so there was nothing to fear. But this time we don't even know who we're up against. It could be aliens. If they blast you with a cannon shot, who are you going to complain to? The corner of Chun Yuanchao's mouth twitched. That did make sense. Ahem, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Maybe I caught a cold last night. I won't go either. Oh, by the way, Lin Chen, what's the name of this nuclear sub? Why didn't you write the name on it this time? I named it the Yinglong. I feel the source of this crisis might be at the bottom of the Pacific, and Yinglong was the divine beast that helped you the great tame the floods. I hope the Yinglong can help us through this crisis. Lin Chen, we haven't even investigated this matter yet. How can you be sure it's a crisis? Maybe it's an opportunity of some sort. Lin Chen smiled, but said nothing. Instead, he looked at the tablet in his hand, which displayed the scenery transmitted back from the Yinglong. As the Yinglong dove deeper, the surroundings grew darker. Fortunately, the Yinglong's searchlights were bright enough to reveal some of the scenes around it. When the Yinglong reached 200 meters, it found the black tortoise that had come to investigate earlier. During this time, the black tortoise had been patrolling the area checking for any anomalies, but it hadn't detected anything unusual. The Yinglong continued its descent, reaching 300 meters, but still found nothing. It wasn't until it reached around 600 meters that the radar indicated they were about to touch the seabed. Suddenly, Chun Yuanchao exclaimed, "Look, there's a light over there." Lin Chen and Qian Xinwei looked closely, and indeed saw a flickering light on the distant seabed. Lin Chen quickly steered the Yinglong over, and found the earlier spaceship, its signal lights blinking. Chun Yuanchao was puzzled. Wait, what is this spaceship doing here? Isn't this just the seabed? Could it be here to drill for oil? Hearing Chun Yuanchao's words, Lin Chen suddenly realized. No, something is hidden beneath here. The Yinglong initiate reconnaissance mode. After Lin Chen issued the command, the Yinglong immediately sped toward the area where the spaceship was located, followed by a terrifying sound wave radiating outwards from that position. In an instant, Lin Chen saw through the Yinglong's camera that the sea area had turned murky, with visibility nearly zero. After more than 10 minutes, as the sound waves gradually subsided, the seabed returned to clarity, allowing Lin Chen and the others to finally see the scene before them. For a moment, the three of them were utterly stunned. Before them lay an enormous black warship quietly resting on the seabed. The Yinglong's sound waves had only cleared the area around its tail. At least 2/3 remained buried beneath the sea, measuring over 1,000 meters. The position where the spaceship had docked should belong to its own docking bay, as there was an empty docking port of the same size nearby, indicating that 2 more spaceships were still lost outside. Seeing this scene, Qian Xinwei felt dizzy, but fortunately Lin Chen quickly supported him. "Old Qian, are you alright?" Qian Xinwei shook his head. "I'm fine, Lin Chen. Could this be a spaceship from an extraterrestrial civilization? It's still unclear, but it could also be a remnant of an ancient civilization. However, I feel the possibility of it being an extraterrestrial civilization is much greater. Because if it were a remnant of an ancient civilization, there should be more than just a spaceship. There should be other relics. But now there's only the spaceship, indicating that it is most likely an alien craft." Qian Xinwei took a deep breath, looked at Lin Chen, and slowly uttered 6 words. "The Dark Forest Law." Lin Chen was taken aback. He certainly knew what the Dark Forest Law was, which can be summarized in one sentence: in the dark forest of the universe, everyone is a hunter. "Old Qian, I understand. Let's not talk about anything else. Oh, just the spaceship we found now is already exponentially ahead of Blue Star. So the first thing we need to do is to keep ourselves hidden." Qian Xinwei sighed in relief upon hearing this. He was genuinely worried that Lin Chen, in his youthful vigor, would rush off to explore the universe. Chun Yuanchao immediately reported the situation to Elder Xia, who was also taken aback by the news. Did extraterrestrials exist on Blue Star 300 million years ago? Does this mean the entire history of Blue Star needs to be rewritten? Elder Xia shook his head. This was not the time for such thought. Yuanchao immediately deploy all naval forces to seal off that sea area. I will talk to Bai Pu. Also lock up Zhang Chuqiang for now. Zhang Chuqiang had just returned to the national security. Zhang Chuqiang finished calling Elder Xia and confirmed it was indeed Elder Xia's order. "Are you crazy? Do you know who I am?" "Director Zhang, this is a direct order from Elder Xia. Please bear with it." "Elder Xia. I don't believe it. I want to call Elder Xia." However, after Zhang Chuqiang finished calling Elder Xia and confirmed it was indeed Elder Xia's order, he slumped to the ground. The reason given by Elder Xia was simply unacceptable to him. "Little Zhang, do you know that because you knocked on that spaceship, now the entire Blue Star is in danger?" "Elder Xia, I really didn't mean to. So tell me, I sent you to investigate in the south. Did you think you were going to buy watermelons knocking on everything you see?" Alright, you should reflect at home for now. Come back to report your work once this matter has a result." Zhang Chuqiang looked at his hands, weeping bitterly. How could I not control my hands? Soon 10 Xuanwu ships plus 10 Xinglong ships carried out a comprehensive blockade of that entire sea area. Even planes and cruise ships passing through that area moved cautiously. Elder Xia then dialed Bai Pu's phone. "Bai Pu, I think we should have a chat now." Bai Pu snorted coldly. "What is there to talk about? Why didn't you talk to me when Lin Chen blew up my White House?" "That was a minor issue. Pu, excuse me. Are you being polite? So it wasn't you blowing up your hometown, huh? Elder Xia directly sent a video to Pu. Take a look at this before you say anything else. Pu opened the video sent by Elder Xia, which showed the Yinglong discovering the giant warship on the seabed. Elder Xia, is this a special effects movie just filmed by your Tianqiao? What do you mean by showing me a movie now? It's not a movie, but it's real. Pu blinked, looking incredulous. You say this is true. Wait, does this mean it's the sea area recently controlled by your Tianqiao? Exactly. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to check the situation yourself. Pu nodded. He definitely needed to send his own people to investigate. He couldn't just take someone else's word for it, especially when that someone was his opponent. However, things did not go smoothly. When he ordered MacArthur to bring the peanut stew to the area, he learned that the giant warship was over 6,000 meters deep in the sea, and the peanut stew could not dive that deep at all. MacArthur wanted to curse what was wrong with Pu being so unreliable in his work. How could he not clarify such things, leading to their current embarrassment? However, the Tianqiao side did not take the opportunity to mock them, as they knew that without Lin Chen they would not have reached such depths either. General MacArthur, why don't you send 2 people aboard our Yinglong to take a look? That way at least we won't return empty-handed. MacArthur nodded, then sent 2 trusted subordinates to board the Yinglong, which slowly sank into the sea. An hour later the Yinglong surfaced, and MacArthur's 2 trusted subordinates emerged from the Yinglong looking shocked. General, it's real? There really is an alien spaceship. MacArthur nodded heavily, then returned with them to report to Pu. MacArthur, are you serious? Absolutely true. After Pu confirmed the authenticity of the matter once again, he immediately gathered all the scientists from the Beautiful Country Academy to discuss this issue. As he publicly played the video sent by Elder Xia, the scientists from the Beautiful Country erupted in chaos. Heavens! Extraterrestrial civilizations really exist. What material is this warship made of to withstand the deformation at a depth of 6,000 meters? Is it time to discuss what material to use? Shouldn't we be discussing whether there are still living aliens inside? Living aliens? Are you crazy? Look at the covering on the spaceship's surface. It proves that this spaceship has been at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean for at least 10,000 years. What kind of alien can live for 10,000 years? How can you be so sure that aliens can't live for 10,000 years? Though Pu was tempted by the phrase living for over 10,000 years, he still tapped the table to signal everyone to quiet down. Ladies and gentlemen, what lies within that colossal battleship is a matter for later discussion. Now the situation is that the Asia-Pacific Alliance wishes to collaborate with us, the US-Europe Alliance, in exploring and researching it, but on the condition that they take the lead. What are your opinions? What? Them taking the lead? On what grounds? How can the Asia-Pacific Alliance's research capabilities compare to ours? Exactly when we first set foot in space, they hadn't even figured out airplanes. In my opinion, we should just drive them away and conduct the research ourselves. Agreed. Pu's mouth twitched slightly. Could you please stop boasting and consider the Celestial Empire's actual strength? If you were truly so formidable and so far ahead of them, I wouldn't have been so humiliated when the White House was bombed. With these words, silence fell over the entire assembly. Pu continued irritably. So today I've gathered you all to ask, do you want to prioritize military research to defeat the Celestial Empire, or set aside our grievances and study that colossal battleship? Of course, study the colossal battleship. Exactly, we are scientists, not warmongers. Love and peace. Pu couldn't bear to look at these scientists' hypocritical faces any longer, but just then he heard a remark that struck him as profoundly sensible. Mr. President, I believe that studying this battleship might be our opportunity to surpass the Celestial Empire's military capabilities. Pu raised his head to look at the speaker. He saw a young, beautiful scientist with a white robe, flowing golden wavy hair, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, standing with her arms crossed looking at him. The secretary beside Pu immediately leaned in and said, Mr. President, this is the youngest genius doctoral supervisor in the Academy of Sciences, Eileen Loasafu. She's only 28 years old, her main research field is military technology, and she's also a member of the Loasafu family. Pu's eyes lit up. A 28-year-old doctoral supervisor alone was enough to demonstrate Aileen's excellence, and she was also of the Loasafu family. In the Beautiful Country, the surname Loasafu meant she could do as she pleased. He directly addressed her Ms. Eileen, I appoint you as the overall lead of this collaborative team. Your research direction is to enhance our country's military capabilities through extraterrestrial civilization. Can you do it? No problem. Eileen smiled at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, she silently added in her heart, Lin Chen, I want to see if you are truly a genius or just a fabrication spun by the Celestial Empire. The scientist had no objections to Pu's proposal, for offending a genius scientist from the Loasafu family was no different from jumping off the Pentagon. No, jumping off the Pentagon might only send him alone to meet God. Offending the Loasafu family would send the entire family neatly to meet God together. On the other side, the Celestial Empire also convened a meeting of its Academy of Sciences. Seated at the head were not only the Grandmaster Chen Xinwei, but also Lin Chen, who served as the primary spokesperson. However, no one objected because ever since the White Tiger made a stunning debut, scientists across the Celestial Empire had rushed to the Magic City Military District to study the White Tiger. But before they could fully understand the White Tiger, the Black Tortoise appeared. So they began researching controlled nuclear fusion. Yet before they could master controlled nuclear fusion, the Azure Dragon arrived. Qian Xinwei cleared his throat and said, "Comrades, you all know why we are gathered here today. Through research on the colossal battleship at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, we have basically confirmed that it is a product of extraterrestrial civilization, what we commonly call a spaceship. After communication between Elder Xia and the US-Europe alliance, it was decided to set aside all competition and form an independent collaborative team combining the strength of the entire Blue Star to study this alien spaceship, striving to bring Blue Star civilization out of the solar system as soon as possible." Now let's welcome Chief Engineer Lin to speak. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Lin Chen, and I will be the lead of this collaborative research team. This joint scientific research initiative is of great significance to our Blue Star civilization. Preliminary surveys indicate that this spaceship has been on Blue Star for over 2.5 billion years. It is currently in a dormant state, but presumably undamaged, meaning we may be able to start and operate it." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the scientists in the audience grew excited. Heavens, it's been 2.5 billion years, and it can still be started. Extraterrestrial civilization is far ahead of us. Wait, 2.5 billion years ago was around the Permian period. Could the global catastrophe at that time have caused this spaceship to remain on Blue Star? Or perhaps the global catastrophe was caused by the extraterrestrial civilization? Lin Chen raised his hand, and the scientists quieted down to listen to him continue. This joint scientific research initiative will be led by the Celestial Empire with all other nations assisting. Therefore, I hope everyone will take this seriously and follow instructions. Now I will announce the list of participants for this joint research. Li Sisi, Zhang Qiming, Qin Yu, Zhao Kangel, Ding Ruashi. Lin Chen selected 5 scientists for the joint research. After announcing the list, the others left, leaving only him, Qian Xinwei, and the 5 scientists. Alright, let me explain the current progress. I have had the Yinglong fully clear the covering on the alien spaceship surface, conducted a comprehensive scan, and created a 3-dimensional image. But we haven't found a way inside the alien spaceship yet, so I've decided to start investigating from the small spacecraft that was first discovered. According to the structure of the alien spaceship, there should be 3 small spacecraft, but we've only found 1 so far. Logically, there are 2 more. I discussed this with Elder Qian, and we both agree that these 2 spacecraft might be located in the most resource-rich regions of the world. We've narrowed it down to 5 locations: the White Bear Country, the South Pole, the Saudi Country, the Kangaroo Country, and the Beautiful Country. So your first task as a team of 5 is to go to these 5 places and search for traces of the other 2 spacecraft. You can discuss among yourselves who goes where. At this moment, Zhang Qiming spoke up. Chief Engineer Lin, this joint scientific research mission should involve the Beautiful Country as well, so why do we need to investigate them? This question didn't even require a response from Lin Chen, as Qin Yu beside him directly tapped him on the head. Are you silly? If the Beautiful Country discovers something, won't they just take it and hide it for secret research? How could they possibly inform you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiming recognized the logic. Indeed, the Beautiful Country was capable of such a thing. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Although this is a joint scientific research mission, we are also in a competitive relationship. Both the Asia-Pacific Alliance and the US-Europe Alliance want to use this opportunity to enhance their strength. Zhang Qiming scratched his head. Chief Engineer Lin, then why collaborate with the US-Europe Alliance? Can't we conduct our research slowly on our own? Lin Chen internally complained. I want to conduct research on my own too, but the system hasn't rewarded me with a knowledge package on space and the universe. He sighed and spoke. Whether we admit it or not, there is still a significant gap between us and the research community of the US-Europe Alliance. The reason the Heavenly Dynasty is currently dominant is due to its performance in the military industry. Our main research direction this time involves space, the universe, and future technology, so we still need to collaborate with the US-Europe Alliance. Right now, this warship lying at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean is like a cake in a box. Although the box is in our hands, we can only look at it without being able to eat it. Only by collaborating with the US-Europe Alliance can we open this box together and finally enjoy the cake. Lin Chen gazed out the window, softly murmuring. Moreover, I have a premonition that our time is running out. After some discussions, Qian Lao's proud disciple Li Sisi went to the Beautiful Country, Zhang Qiming headed to Antarctica, Qin Yu went to Saudi Arabia, Zhao Kangel went to the White Bear Country, and Ding Ruashi went to the Kangaroo Country. Of course, they were not aimlessly searching. After the incident with the mosquito drone going missing, Lin Chen discovered a special magnetic field inside the alien spacecraft that could block signal transmission. Thus, he developed a second-generation mosquito drone based on this magnetic field characteristic, capable of capturing this special magnetic field within a 5-kilometer radius. However, to avoid a repeat of the last incident where the mosquito drone suddenly went missing, he sent these scientists to the site so they could immediately check the situation if it happened again. Lin Chen and Qian Xinwei escorted Li Sisi and the others to the airport, where they were each accompanied by an agent from the National Security Bureau to 5 different locations for secret investigations. Just as they returned to the military district in Modu, they suddenly received a call saying that the joint research team from the beautiful country had arrived. Lin Chen smiled. They came quite quickly. Let's go Qian Lao to meet them. Lin Chen and Qian Xinwei arrived at the meeting room to welcome the joint research team from the beautiful country. As a renowned scientist in the Heavenly Dynasty, Qian Xinwei was quite well known internationally, so several scientists from the beautiful country recognized him and stood up to greet. However, Ailin's gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, who entered alongside Qian Xinwei. Hello Qian Lao, I am the leader of this joint research team from the beautiful country. My name is I. Qian Xinwei was slightly surprised at how young Ailin was, but upon hearing her surname, he understood. Hello Miss Ailin, you are indeed young and accomplished. You flatter me Qian Lao. I presume this is Lin Chen, the chief engineer. Lin Chen looked at the blonde, blue-eyed beauty scientist before him, and suddenly felt that the Heavenly Dynasty was still not working hard enough. Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states thousands of years ago. Why hasn't the Heavenly Dynasty unified the world yet? Without unifying the world, how can we communicate better with these scientists? Qian Xinwei leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, Lin Chen, if you keep staring at her, I'll inform Mo Shui. Cough cough Qian Lao, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not staring at her. Besides, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of Mo Shui at all. Ailin, seeing the two whispering to each other, smiled and asked, what's going on you two? Lin Chen cleared his throat and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello Miss Ailin, I am Lin Chen. Ailin also extended her hand and shook Lin Chen's. After a round of introductions, everyone took their seats and Qian Lao spoke. Thank you to all the scientists from the beautiful country for traveling thousands of miles to the Heavenly Dynasty. I'll say a few words briefly. First, what we are likely to face this time may be alien civilizations. It is said that the beautiful country has conducted multiple studies on alien civilizations, so I hope everyone will not hold back. Secondly, all scientific research actions during this mission will be under the command of Chief Engineer Lin Chen. Lastly, our research team is still being formed, so we ask everyone to take a brief rest for the next. At this moment, Ailin suddenly spoke up. Qian Lao, we did not travel all this way for a vacation. Since your research team has not yet been fully established, could you arrange for us to visit the Baihu Xuanwu and Qinglong ships? Qian Xinwei initially wanted to refuse directly, as these were the Heavenly Dynasty's most prized possessions. How could they allow you to steal their techniques? However, Lin Chen patted Qian Lao's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Miss Ailin, if you wish to visit the Baihu Xuanwu and Qinglong, that is certainly no problem. I will request permission from my superiors. In fact, when Qian Lao wanted to refuse earlier, Ailin had already noticed, but she also saw Lin Chen's gesture. This indicated that Lin Chen had been swayed by her charm. Ailin smiled slyly, deciding to press her advantage. She then took out her phone and said, Chief Engineer Lin, this is my first visit to the Heavenly Dynasty. I've heard that you all use a communication app called WeChat. Could you teach me how? Lin Chen took Ailin's phone, helped her download WeChat, and then added himself as a friend. Alright Miss Ailin, this is my account. You can chat with me and also see my moments, which are similar to your Facebook. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin. We will rest now and chat on our phones. Qian Xinwei and Lin Chen accompanied the team from the beautiful country into the elevator. Watching the elevator doors close, Ailin was still throwing flirtatious glances at Lin Chen. Qian Xinwei sighed. Lin Chen, you're in trouble. Look at you, you seem so cheap, being completely taken advantage of on the phone. However, Lin Chen ignored him, focusing on his phone. Hey, I'm talking to you. You're not seriously chatting with her already, are you? Just wait, I'm trying to hack into her phone. So you two are each harboring your own schemes, huh? She plays her beauty trap, and you quickly retreat through the wall ladder. But how did you hack into her phone? Oh, the WeChat I just installed for her is a virus software. Lin Chen's fingers tapped quickly on his phone, and after 2 minutes he shouted excitedly, got it. I have copied all the information from her phone. Is that true? Let me see it. The virus software written by 01 looks exactly like WeChat, but as long as he activates it in the background, it can automatically steal all the information from the other person's phone. Furthermore, after the download is complete, it can also automatically download a real WeChat app to overwrite the fake one. Lin Chen smirked and opened the photo gallery, but the next second his expression changed dramatically, and he quickly locked the screen. Cough cough, I'm not suitable for children, Mr. Qian, you shouldn't look at this. What can I look at? Besides, what does not suitable for children have to do with me? I'm already of a certain age. I really don't believe it. If this gets out, this book will be banned. Qian Xinwei pondered briefly and understood what kind of photo it was. The girls from the beautiful nation are really open. But you better watch your phone. If Mo Shui sees it, you won't be able to explain yourself. Lin Chen stuffed his phone into his pocket and said to Qian Xinwei seriously, Mr. Qian, let me reiterate, I am not afraid of Mo Shui at all. Mr. Qian chuckled without saying a word, and Lin Chen rolled his eyes and walked directly into the elevator. Alright, I'm heading home. They'll notify you if there's news. Bye. After Lin Chen got into his car, he took out his phone again and looked it over. Wow, this figure is simply stunning. Absolutely amazing. Stunning. Wait, what is this? Some suggestions on how to utilize alien civilizations to enhance the military strength of the beautiful nation. Lin Chen pouted, indeed the beautiful nation came for this purpose. When Elder Xia was deciding whether to cooperate with the European and American alliance, he had once asked for Lin Chen's opinion. Because currently, although the Asia-Pacific alliance has military superiority over the European and American nations, it still has a long way to go in other scientific fields. There was no way around it. When Newton proposed the law of universal gravitation and the three laws of motion opening the door to modern science for the West, the Celestial Empire was still in a feudal dynasty, with Kangxi studying imperial strategies in Changchun Garden while reading a copy of records of the Grand Historian. In 1905, Einstein proposed the theory of relativity, but the feudal rule of the Celestial Empire had yet to end. The gap that opened up has exaggeratedly remained, and the Celestial Empire has yet to fully catch up with the European and American scientific circles. Therefore, Lin Chen believed that relying solely on the Celestial Empire's own research capabilities, it would be impossible to decipher the secrets of this alien spacecraft in a short time. It must be combined with the power of the European and American nations. Elder Xia asked Lin Chen if the Celestial Empire could take its time to research it, wouldn't it eventually figure it out? Lin Chen smiled and looked at Elder Xia saying, Elder Xia, don't you want to leave the solar system and see what's out there? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Elder Xia was completely stunned. Then Elder Xia called Bai Pu and actively proposed the idea of a joint research team. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that these scientists from the beautiful nation really lacked ambition. Even with the emergence of alien civilizations, they were still entangled in resource disputes on Blue Star. Isn't it better to break out of the solar system and seize a planet? He shook his head, saved the document, and forwarded it to Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei. As for those sexy private photos, he could only painfully. Then he started the car and said to 01, 01, help me build a Baihu Xuanwu and Qinglong. I need them by tomorrow. 01 immediately responded, Master, there's not enough time. A day isn't enough for anything, maybe just to make a shell. Hey, you guessed it right, I'm asking you to make a shell. As long as the exterior looks exactly the same, you can fill the inside with cotton if you want. I see. Then it's completely fine. After Lin Chen returned home, he plopped down on the sofa, and Mo Shui walked over with a plate of cut fruit. Lin Chen, come eat some fruit. Lin Chen picked up a piece of iced watermelon and put it in his mouth, comfortably squinting his eyes. Suddenly, Mo Shui asked, Is that Aaron good looking? Hearing this, Lin Chen almost choked on the watermelon. Cough, cough. What Aaron? Cough, cough. It's that beautiful scientist from the beautiful nation who added you on WeChat. How do you know? Mo Shui smiled. Don't forget I'm the one sent by national security to protect you. Isn't it only natural that I know a bit about you? While saying this, Mo Shui even threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face turned red, and he hurriedly defended himself. I don't misunderstand. The WeChat I installed for her is a virus software specifically designed to steal information from her phone. If you don't believe me, ask 01. 01 nodded. That's right, I wrote that virus software. I can testify to that. Lin Chen confidently raised his head. Look, but 01 continued. However, Master also asked me to add one last feature after the data transfer. It would automatically download a real WeChat back to her phone. Cough, cough. I wasn't trying to expose myself. Alright 01, didn't I tell you to get to work? Hurry up. 01 innocently replied. Master, there are military research personnel from various military districts on the assembly line right now. They are all experienced workers and don't need me at all. Lin Chen blinked. I almost forgot about that group of people. Why are they still here? 01 shook his head. I don't know, maybe the higher-ups forgot about them like you did. But these people are hardworking and don't require a salary. They are very useful. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the Magic City Military District with the freshly produced Baihu Xuanwu and Qinglong. He then had someone notify Erin and her group to come over. Miss Erin, for your request, I rushed to get the leadership's approval overnight yesterday. Otherwise this process would take at least a week. Am I not being very accommodating? To be honest, Erin was also quite surprised because whether in the Celestial Empire or the beautiful nation, the internal bureaucratic processes are very slow, especially for matters related to highly classified military technology. A week is considered fast. Thus she became even more convinced that Lin Chen had developed feelings for her. She originally thought it was strange that Lin Chen didn't take the initiative to ask her out yesterday. It turned out that Lin Chen was busy helping her find the leadership for approval. Man, you've lost. Then I must thank Chief Engineer Lin properly. How about I cook dinner for you tonight? I even brought a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Erin rested her hand on Lin Chen's shoulder, leaning her entire body against him. Lin Chen felt the softness from her arm, and he felt that his nosebleed was about to burst forth. I am greatly honored. Erin was very pleased to see Lin Chen agree. It was as if she could already envision him falling at her feet, following her to the beautiful country. If that were the case, the next president of the beautiful country would surely fall to the Roosevelt family again. Lin Chen led Erin and her party to a massive military warehouse in the Magic City Military District. Upon entering the warehouse, Erin and the others were shocked by the sight before them. The military warehouse spanned thousands of square meters, reaching a height of over 100 meters, filled with the colossal White Tiger Xuanwu and Qinglong models. Moreover, within this already enclosed military warehouse, the imposing presence of the White Tiger Xuanwu and Qinglong models was even more formidable. Miss Erin, there are stairs over here. You can also go up to the stairs to take a look. Good. Alright, Chief Engineer Lin, is this really designed by you? Lin Chen smiled. Ha ha ha, can you guess? Just then his phone rang. It was Qian Xinwei calling. Miss Erin, I'm sorry, I need to take a phone call. Lin Chen stepped out of the warehouse, looking back to ensure that Erin and the others were not following before answering the call. Old Qian, what's up? We found it. Zhang Qiming discovered the second spaceship in Antarctica. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Any news from the others? Not yet. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion. Old Qian, I think we can secretly send 2 Xuanwu models to lurk near the beautiful country. I suspect the last spaceship might be there. Qian Xinwei asked in confusion, why the beautiful country? The resources of the White Bear Country, Kangaroo Country, and Saudi Country are also very rich, right? We calculated earlier that this alien battleship has likely existed on Blue Star for 200 million years. According to the theory of continental drift, 200 million years ago, North America, Europe, and Asia were connected, followed by South Africa, and finally Antarctica and Oceania. The first spaceship was found in the south and the second was discovered in Antarctica, so the last one should be in the beautiful country. As for why not in the White Bear Country, during World War II the entire country was nearly bombarded, and if there were a spaceship it would have been discovered long ago, thus ruling out the White Bear Country option. After listening to Lin Chen's explanation, Qian Xinwei nodded. Alright, I will go discuss this with Old Chun. By the way, how's the research team in the beautiful country? Very well, Erin even said she would cook dinner for me tonight. TSK tisk, whether it's dinner or something else is hard to say. You better be careful. Old Qian, you have to believe me, though I am not that kind of person. Meanwhile, Erin, who was inside the military warehouse, saw Lin Chen walk out and secretly slipped to the entrance of the Xuanwu model, wanting to see the internal interface. Based on the monitoring data of the Xuanwu model from the beautiful country and the ongoing renovations of major nuclear power plants within the Heavenly Dynasty, it was highly suspected that the Xuanwu model utilized controllable nuclear fusion. However, the beautiful country has yet to develop a truly commercially viable controllable nuclear fusion technology, and if this continues, they will undoubtedly fall far behind the Heavenly Dynasty. Therefore, this is an excellent opportunity. If she can personally enter the nuclear power cabin of the Xuanwu model, she might be able to steal this technology. You two, remember, make sure to block the door. If Lin Chen comes back, just say the door is broken and open it after I come out. Do you understand? Understood, Miss Erin. The 2 scientists immediately went to guard the military warehouse door. One even took off his belt and tied it to the door handle. Seeing the 2 in position, Erin quickly took off her high heels and ran toward the entrance of the Xuanwu model. Just then a knocking sound came from the door. What's going on? Is the door broken? Is anyone inside? Come open the door. The 2 scientists from the beautiful country shouted towards the door. Chief Engineer Lin, it seems this door is broken. Let's try to push it open together. Lin Chen instantly understood what the people inside were doing, but he was not in a hurry and shouted. It's fine, I've already called the logistics team. They will be here soon. Seeing this, Erin hurried her pace and accidentally tripped, scraping her knee. However, she paid no mind to the burning pain in her knee. Getting up from the ground, she rushed toward the Xuanwu model. She reached the entrance, pulled the hatch with all her strength, and was delighted to find that it was not. But soon her expression darkened. What did she see? Why was the Xuanwu model filled with cotton? She tried to push it aside, only to find it stuffed full of cotton, making it impossible to clear out in a short time. With no choice, she could only close the hatch and limp back down. When the 2 scientists saw Erin return, they quickly untied the belt from the door and swung it open. Chief Engineer Lin, we exerted a lot of effort, but we finally managed to open this door. Lin Chen smiled at the 2. You truly went through a lot of trouble. He then slowly walked towards Erin, and when he saw cotton stuck in her fingernails, and that her knee seemed to be scraped, he nearly burst out laughing. Miss Erin, how was the tour? Chief Engineer Lin, it was simply astonishing. You are a genius. Remember, you must keep our dinner appointment tonight. Let's explore the mysteries of science together. Alright, I will definitely keep the appointment. After that, Erin and her party returned to the hotel. Once back in the room, the scientists curiously asked, Miss Erin, did you discover anything? Discover anything? The Heavenly Dynasty actually stuffed the Xuanwu model full of cotton. I couldn't get in at all. The group of scientists looked at each other, completely taken aback. They must have guessed that we would try to steal the technology. What should we do next? Erin sighed. We can only wait until tonight, when I invite Lin Chen to dinner and see if I can extract any information from him. Everyone here is no fool. They certainly understand that tonight's dinner is not just dinner, it might even escalate to a fiery encounter. However, Erin's willingness to sacrifice herself for her country truly filled them with admiration. Admiration aside, they genuinely envied Lin Chen. Damn it, why isn't it me? That evening, Lin Chen arrived as promised. He knocked on the door, and AI Lin promptly opened it. Chief Engineer Lin, please come in. Lin Chen's nose tingled again at the sight of AI Lin's attire, as if he might get a nosebleed. She was wearing only a spaghetti-strapped nightgown that barely reached her thighs, and it seemed she was also going braless on. Moreover, she was wearing an apron which only added to the allure. AI Lin felt a surge of pride at Lin Chen's reaction. Little you thinking you can escape my grasp. Sorry for the intrusion, Miss AI Lin. You look beautiful today. Lin Chen handed her a bouquet of flowers as he complimented her. Really? Thank you. Chief Engineer Lin, please have a seat. The steak will be ready soon. AI Lin took the flowers, smelled them, placed them on the table, and then walked into the kitchen. Lin Chen sat down at the dining table where a scented candle was burning. He picked it up and sniffed it. The scent of ylang-ylang. Quite thorough preparations. He took a tiny pouch from his pocket and poured the white powder inside onto the candle. This was a powerful hallucinogen. Inhaling, it would make someone obedient to his will. However, Lin Chen had already taken the antidote in advance. At that moment, AI Lin emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of steak. Chief Engineer Lin, do you like the scent of this candle? Yes, it smells wonderful. I like it very much. I'm glad you do. Come taste my cooking. After setting down the steak, AI Lin untied her apron. Lin Chen suddenly noticed that the spaghetti-strapped nightgown was not only short at the hem, but also had a dangerously low neckline. He felt that if it were any lower, it would barely cover anything. He quickly averted his gaze and lowered his head to cut his steak. AI Lin smiled, picked up the decanted red wine, stood up, walked over to Lin Chen, and bent down to pour it for him personally. Here, Chief Engineer Lin, try this bottle of wine I brought. I stole it from my father's wine cabinet, so it should be quite expensive. Lin Chen took a sip of the red wine and accidentally choked. Cough, cough. Sorry, Miss AI Lin. I have a very low tolerance for alcohol, though I can only drink a little. That's fine, just enjoy yourself. The two of them ate steak and drank red wine, while chatting about professional topics in the military industry. After half a bottle of wine, Lin Chen was fine, but AI Lin's gaze grew hazy. Lin Chen's extensive knowledge fascinated her more and more. They moved from the dining table to the sofa where AI Lin was now completely limp in Lin Chen's arms. Feeling the warmth of her breath, Lin Chen nearly turned into a werewolf under the enchantment. But then he thought of Mo Shui, especially her combat prowess, and held himself back. I need to hurry up, or I might not be able to leave. With immense willpower, Lin Chen asked AI Lin, who was still in his arms. AI Lin, has the United States actually discovered any traces of aliens? Chief Engineer Lin, you're such a spoilsport. Asking me that at a time like this. Cough, I'm just curious. Of course not. If there were, would China still be so dominant? Then what is the most mysterious Area 51 in the United States really researching? Oh, there's a lot of research going on there. All kinds of things. Actually, Area 51 houses the scientists that the United States brought back from the Nazis back in the day. Those scientist experiments were too crazy. I think if they weren't just coasting along with no ambition, now the whole world would have been changed by them. Lin Chen suddenly understood. So that's what the legendary Area 51 was really like. Then he asked AI Lin about the most advanced military equipment the United States currently possessed. AI Lin answered each question. However, while answering, she kept saying she was hot, and began to take off her spaghetti-strapped nightgown. In the end, Lin Chen couldn't take it anymore. He tossed AI Lin onto the sofa and ran out the door. Too terrifying, he had almost been unable to escape this spider's. Lin Chen dashed straight to Chen Yuanshao's office. Chen Yuanshao and Qian Xinwei were smoking together. Seeing Lin Chen rush, and they teased him. Oh, Lin Chen, you actually managed to avoid being devoured by the female demon. Lin Chen panted heavily. I'm Chinese and I don't like learning foreign languages. Then Lin Chen relayed all the intelligence he had gathered. Chen Yuanshao extinguished his cigarette, picked up the special phone on the desk, and dialed. Old Xia, we have important intelligence. Chen Yuanshao quickly repeated the information Lin Chen had just provided. Old Xia was silent for a moment before speaking. Yuanshao, are you sure Lin Chen wasn't seduced by that Roosevelt girl? Chen Yuanshao looked Lin Chen up and down and replied. Probably not, otherwise it would have been too quick. Quick is normal too. Didn't you say he likes watching adult films? Maybe he's already impotent. Lin Chen, standing nearby, had a dark expression. Although their conversation was over the phone, he could hear every word clearly. Old Xia, who says I'm impotent? I'm very potent. I can last at least an hour. Hearing Lin Chen's roar, Old Xia said regretfully, I see. I was going to have Mo Shui test you, but it seems that's unnecessary. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Old fox, that's a blatant trap. If he says he's potent, hell missed this golden opportunity. If he says he's not, hell be ridiculed to death. Lin Chen snorted angrily. He'll prove it to Mo Shui myself. With that, he stormed out, leaving the three old men laughing heartily in the office. After returning home, Mo Shui proactively approached him, sniffed him, and asked curiously, strange, you went to dinner with AI Lin and nothing happened. After returning home, Mo Shui proactively approached him, sniffed him, and asked curiously, strange, you went to dinner with AI. But Lin Chen couldn't take it anymore. He pushed Mo Shui onto the sofa. Dare to mock me. They'll show you whether I'm potent or not. Of course, Lin Chen was just joking with Mo Shui. But when they stared at each other in that awkward position, their heartbeats quickened and their mouths went dry. Lin Chen tried to get up, but Mo Shui grabbed his neck and pulled him down. Their lips met for the first time, and Lin Chen's mind went blank for an instant. After several minutes, Mo Shui pushed him away and stood up. She wiped the saliva from her lips and smiled at Lin Chen. Okay, I've confirmed it. Lin Chen was baffled. Confirmed what? But when he tried to stand up and felt the strange tightness in his pants, he understood everything. The next day, AI Lin woke up on the sofa, only feeling a splitting headache. This shouldn't be the case. The bottle of Lafite she drank yesterday was a treasured collection of her father, and it shouldn't have caused her this much pain. Wait a minute. Where is Lin Chen? She suddenly realized, looking down, to see that her strapped sleep dress was slightly wrinkled, but still intact, and she felt no unusual sensations. AI Lin rubbed her head, stood up, and squatted next to the TV cabinet, then rummaged through a pile of books to find a mini camera. She had specially prepared this camera last night to avoid any situation where Lin Chen would deny their relationship after it happened. After all, she wasn't sure if Lin Chen was a scumbag. She turned on the camera and began to review what had happened last night. However, the more she watched, the darker her expression became. Something was very wrong. Why was Lin Chen completely fine while she had ended up drunk? Moreover, she never expected that such a beautiful woman like her would be lying in Lin Chen's arms, and he had done nothing but extract information from her. Did she really have no charm at all? After watching, AI Lin angrily smashed the camera. This is too much. In the United States, suitors lined up to circle around Blue Star for her. How could she be so unattractive to Lin Chen? No way, Lin Chen, I must win you over. This concerns my dignity as AI Lin. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received a call from Qian Xinwei and hurried to Chen Yuanchao's office. Did you find the third spaceship? Yes. It was discovered in a remote mountain in the United States, but now there's a problem how to bring it out. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Indeed, this was a problem. The United States wouldn't let you take the spaceship away so easily. If all else fails, just like last time with Zhang Chuqiang, activate that spaceship and let it fly back on its own. With its speed, the United States definitely wouldn't catch up. Qian Xinwei shook his head. We already had Li Cici try, but it didn't work. We couldn't activate it. Huh. That shouldn't be. It was Li Cici's finger-tapping posture incorrect. We even had Zhang Chuqiang teach her through video call, but it still didn't work. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. It seemed Zhang Chuqiang really was just lucky last time. Can the government reach out? Lin Chen looked at Chen Yuanchao. Chen Yuanchao scoffed. Lin Chen, you are too naive. Once the United States discovers that Li Cici found the spaceship in their territory, the first thing they would do is definitely to silence her. Lin Chen spread his hands. If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, then why did you call me here? Chen Yuanchao and Lin Chen spread his hands. If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, then why did you call me here? Chen Yuanchao and Qian Xinwei exchanged glances, both revealing the smiles of old foxes. We do have a plan, but it might require your help. What plan? The plan is for you to sacrifice a bit of your charm, seduce AI Lin, and then use the Roosevelt family's influence to get the spaceship out of the United States. Lin Chen. Chen Lao, I admit I'm handsome, but I'm really not that kind of person. Moreover, Lin Chen thought of the kiss he shared with Mo Shui last night. Their relationship had just made a breakthrough, and now they wanted him to do something like this. Wouldn't that make him worse than a beast? Chen Yuanchao seemed to see what Lin Chen was thinking and took out his phone to make a call. Not long after Mo Shui arrived. Chen Lao, you were looking for me. Mo Shui, come sit down. There's a matter we need to discuss. Chen Yuanchao recounted the situation to Mo Shui. Mo Shui, regarding our plan, do you feel uncomfortable about it? Just speak your mind. We are not your superiors and can't control you. Mo Shui frowned, thought for a moment, then glanced at Lin Chen and spoke. Chen Lao, I have no objections to this plan at all. It is a low-cost and low-casualty act. Lin Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. No way, Mo Shui, how can you have no objections? We. Comrade Lin Chen, for the sake of the country, romantic feelings are secondary, and I still need to provide you with special training. Special training? What kind of special training? Secret special training. With that said, Lin Chen had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Qian Xinwei patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Lin Chen, every day Li Cici stays in the United States is another day of danger. It's all up to you now. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Although Li Cici was chosen by him to go to the United States, he had arranged it. If something happened to her, he would feel guilty. After returning home, Lin Chen said to Mo Shui, I'm going to change into training clothes. Let's start the special training. However, just as Lin Chen turned to walk into his room, not having time to close the door, Mo Shui followed him in. No need to change, or we can start the special training right now. An hour later, Lin Chen lay naked on the bed, staring at the ceiling, still not having come to his senses. Mo Shui rested her head on Lin Chen's chest and pulled the blanket. What were you thinking about? Mo Shui, is this what you call special training? Yes, in order to prevent you from being captivated by AI Lin's beauty, I must conduct desensitization training on you first. You have a point, but I think I need to train a few more times. The next day, Lin Chen held a bouquet of flowers and arrived at AI Lin's room, knocking on the door. When AI Lin opened the door and saw Lin Chen, she immediately tried to close the door. Hey, AI Lin, wait a moment, I'm here to apologize to you. AI Lin couldn't help but laugh at Lin Chen's embarrassment. Just as she was expecting him to take her to some upscale 5-star hotel, he drove her to a snack street instead. After parking the car, Lin Chen waved his hand grandly. Miss AI Lin, anything you want to eat, just grab it. My treat. AI Lin stared at the bustling snack street before her, momentarily stunned. She had never eaten in such an environment before. Even during her university days, the most she had done was buy a hot dog from a stall at the school gate. But how could a hot dog compare to the irresistible aroma of Tianqiao snacks? This immediately piqued her interest, yet AI Lin felt a bit at a loss in the surging crowd. Seeing this, Lin Chen grabbed her hand and plunged into the throng. Boss, one serving of stinky tofu. AI Lin looked horrified. Lin Chen, eating rotten tofu will give us a stomachache. I want eat it. Without answering, Lin Chen took the stinky tofu from the vendor, picked up a piece, and popped it into his mouth. AI Lin, are you sure you don't want to try? The stinky tofu here is really good. Just look at how many people are lining up. AI Lin saw that indeed, as Lin Chen had said, so many people were queuing for the vendor's stinky tofu, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. This made her hesitate. Alright, I'll have a taste. Lin Chen smiled, picked up a piece of stinky tofu soaked in rich broth, and brought it to AI Lin's lips. She hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage, and took a gentle, but just that one bite. The savory broth flooded her mouth, bursting with flavors of umami, spice, sweetness, crispness, and tenderness. She felt as if her taste buds were dancing and couldn't resist taking. Lin Chen took the opportunity to stuff the whole piece of stinky tofu into her mouth. AI Lin's eyes widened, but the crispy outer shell and the soft, tender interior were so delightful that she couldn't bear to open her. Lin Chen watched the expression on AI Lin's face with a smirk, feeling secretly smug. Little foreigner, I can still handle you. In your world of nothing but burgers, pizza, steak, and salads, how could you ever understand the profound depth of Tianqiao cuisine? Next, Lin Chen took AI Lin to try grilled cold noodles, iron plate tofu, grilled squid hot, and sour rice noodles, milk tea. If Lin Chen hadn't been completely stuffed, AI Lin would have probably kept going. AI Lin, let's head back. I really can't eat anymore. Seeing the pile of unfinished food in Lin Chen's hands, AI Lin couldn't help but giggle. You don't have to finish it all. It's not expensive anyway. No, frugality is a virtue. Who knows that every grain on the plate is the fruit of hard labor? AI Lin nodded. Lin Chen, you're truly a wonderful person. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, thinking, what's going on? I treated you to snacks, and you're giving me a good guy card. Lin Chen drove AI Lin back to the hotel. AI Lin proactively asked, Lin Chen, would you like to come upstairs? I have a cat in my room that can do backflips. Lin Chen chuckled. Quit fibbing. I just went to your room a couple of days ago. Where did you get a cat? AI Lin. As she watched Lin Chen's car drive away, she let out a soft laugh. From the moment Lin Chen appeared at her door today, she had wondered if he was coming to her with an ulterior motive, just like that night. So she had just tested him. If Lin Chen had actually gone upstairs with her, his intentions would definitely not have been pure. But his utterly straightforward response had lowered her guard. It turned out that this man had simply come to apologize with no hidden agenda. This stirred a strange feeling in AI Lin's heart. Lin Chen was unlike any man she had ever met. Meanwhile, when Lin Chen returned home and opened the door, Mo Shui was taken aback. Lin Chen, weren't you on a date with AI Lin? Why are you back so early? We finished dinner, I dropped her off at the hotel, and then I came back. Didn't she invite you up? Speaking of that, I have to laugh. She lied to me saying she had a cat that could do backflips in her room. But I'd just been to her room 2 days ago. Where's the cat? She's just messing with me. Mo Shui. She had thought this mission would be simple. Since AI Lin was also trying to seduce Lin Chen, it should be easy for Lin Chen to seduce her in return, right? But now she realized she was wrong. Lin Chen's terminal case of straight man syndrome was beyond cure. The next morning, AI Lin sent Lin Chen a WeChat message saying she wanted to go to Disneyland in Shanghai and asking if he could be her. Lin Chen couldn't understand why AI Lin, a super-rich heiress, would want to go to Disneyland, given that the Roosevelt family's wealth and influence could easily buy the entire park. But he still said yes without hesitation and then drove to pick up AI Lin. The two of them had a wild day at Disneyland, and in the evening they watched the fireworks together. As the fireworks soared high, AI Lin suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. Lin Chen, thank you. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, but then replied, you're welcome, as long as you had fun. After all, the combined cost of yesterday's snack street trip and today's Disneyland was less than 1,000 yuan, while Chen Yuanxiao had approved a budget of a full 100,000 for him. Leaving Disneyland, Lin Chen once again dropped AI Lin off at the hotel. Lin Chen, my PS5 arrived, but I don't know how to set it up. Can you help me? Lin Chen's ears perked up at that. No problem, let's go. It's only 10 o'clock, plenty of time. Lin Chen followed AI Lin upstairs, and as soon as he entered the room, his eyes darted around. Where's the PS5? But unexpectedly, the room's lights suddenly went out, and then he felt a hot breath approaching. Then AI Lin's soft lips pressed against his, and her little tongue invaded his mouth with abandon. The next day, Lin Chen woke up groggily, feeling as if his body had been drained. AI Lin had been incredibly wild. They had returned around 10 o'clock, but they hadn't fallen asleep until after 3 in the morning. Indeed, foreigners were so passionate and unrestrained. Just then, AI Lin woke up too. She leaned over, kissed Lin Chen, and nestled against him. Lin Chen, did you sleep well last night? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, Last night was truly a busy and fulfilling evening. AI Lin burst out laughing. You're so annoying. Who describes it like that? AI Lin, to be honest, I didn't expect last night to happen. I'm sorry. No, it was my choice. Isn't that what love is? And besides, I'm very satisfied. Lin Chen was taken aback. Why did it sound like he was the one who had been taken advantage of? AI Lin, actually, there's something else I wanted to tell you yesterday. What is it? I have a friend who is in the business of importing cars, but isn't the EU and US alliance tightening their checks? Every car belonging to someone from the Celestial Empire is scrutinized particularly rigorously, so I would like to ask you for a favor to give a heads up. Eileen smiled. This wasn't difficult for her. With the power of the Roosevelt family, it was just a matter of making a phone call. Import cars. That can't be right. They should be smuggled cars, right? Lin Chen scratched his head. Ha ha ha, isn't it all the same? It's just a matter of paying taxes or not paying them. Suddenly Eileen raised an eyebrow. Is this friend of yours male or female? A female. Why? It wouldn't be your ex-girlfriend, would it? Lin Chen's expression was one of surprise. Of course not, I don't have an ex-girlfriend. None at all. Really? Of course it's true. If I lie, let me be the last eunuch of the Celestial Empire. Lin Chen thought to himself that his relationship with Mo Shui didn't even resemble that of a couple, so how could there be an ex-girlfriend? As for Li Sisi, their connection was even more tenuous, so he wasn't really lying. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Eileen hurriedly covered his mouth. That vow was too intense. It seems that to prove you are not lying, I need to conduct a personal experiment to find out. Huh? How will you experiment? Eileen smiled at Lin Chen, then slowly began to lower herself. An hour later, Eileen licked her lips. The facts prove that you indeed did not lie. Well, then I'll assist you with this favor. What is your friend's name? Li Sisi. Eileen nodded, picked up her phone, and made a call. In less than a minute, she had sorted everything out. All right, have your friend go find Minister Liam at the California Transport Port. He will take care of everything. To show my gratitude, I must treat you to a meal. No need for a meal, just being with you is enough. Lin Chen stayed in Eileen's room until evening, and only after receiving news that Li Sisi had safely exited did he sneak out of the room while Eileen was asleep. This day and night had nearly drained him of 20-plus years of stamina. Rushing back home, Lin Chen collapsed onto the sofa and took out his phone to call Brother Wang next door, who sold barbecue. Hello, Brother Wang, give me 10 skewers of big kidneys, 10 skewers of chives, and 2 dozen oysters. Upon hearing this, Mo Shui felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Chen, you really don't need to compensate so much. I'm already quite satisfied. Lin Chen waved his hand. Mo Shui, you have no idea how much I've sacrificed to complete this task. If I don't compensate properly, you will be dissatisfied in the future. Mo Shui's face darkened instantly upon hearing that. Did you really sacrifice that much? I think you enjoyed it, didn't you? Lin Chen glanced at Mo Shui's expression and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh no, I misspoke. Cough cough, Mo Shui, you have no idea how difficult it is to deal with Eileen. I had to exhaust all my means and expend tremendous effort just to barely complete the task. But unexpectedly, Mo Shui's face turned even darker. Oh really? You had to use all your means. You exerted tremendous effort. You never worked this hard when I was training you, did you? Come, let's practice a bit more. Let me see where your limits lie. Saying this, she disregarded Lin Chen's pleas for help and directly dragged him into the room by the back of his collar. An hour later, Lin Chen lay on the bed, took out his phone, and called Brother Wang again. Brother Wang, bring me 20 skewers of big kidneys, 20 skewers of chives, and 4 dozen oysters. Upon learning that Li Sisi was already on her way back, the joint research activity between the Asia-Pacific Alliance and the EU-US Alliance officially commenced. Lin Chen and Qian Xinwei led the team, taking Zhang Qimingqin, Yu Zhao Kangle Ding Ruashi, and their counterparts from the beautiful nation to the extraterrestrial spacecraft research base located at the center of the Pacific Ocean. This base was actually an aircraft carrier from the Celestial Empire named Future. The scientists could conduct research not only through the high-definition images transmitted from the Yinglong, but also travel directly to the vicinity of the extraterrestrial spacecraft for on-site investigation. Some asked why they didn't just salvage the extraterrestrial spacecraft directly, as that would make research more convenient. This was because after the first extraterrestrial spacecraft returned to the extraterrestrial battleship, Lin Chen felt that this extraterrestrial battleship could still be activated. If an unforeseen incident occurred, and someone like Zhang Chuqiang activated the extraterrestrial battleship, it could fly away from the blue planet, resulting in not only the loss of the research subject, but also potentially causing unpredictable risks to the blue planet. Lin Chen's hypothesis was unanimously recognized by the scientists of the Asia-Pacific Alliance and the EU-US Alliance. Esteemed scientists from the Celestial Empire and the beautiful nation, our joint research endeavor officially begins. First, let me emphasize one point. I hope that upon arriving at Future, Lin Chen immediately convened the first joint research group meeting. He sat at the head of the table and spoke. Esteemed scientists from the Celestial Empire and the beautiful nation, our joint research endeavor officially begins. First, let me emphasize one point. I hope that all scientists here will not be influenced by politics. Politics is politics and research is research. Everything we are investigating here is for the common advancement of all humanity with hopes of guiding humanity out of the solar system and into the vast universe. In my view, the current political struggles are meaningless. Once we leave the blue planet, we only have one shared identity. We are blue planet people. Here I will make a statement. The Celestial Empire will share all research reports from this study in a shared space, allowing scientists from both the Celestial Empire and the beautiful nation to access them unconditionally. As soon as Lin Chen's words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Even Zhang Qiming, Qin Yu Zhao Kangol, and Ding Ruoxi had their mouths agape. Clearly, they had not been informed of such arrangements beforehand. The only one who knew was the elder Qian sitting beside Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the scientists from the beautiful nation all looked at Eileen, believing that this was all her doing. Eileen gazed at Lin Chen with gratitude, appreciating his decision, as she felt that he made such a choice because of her. This way, regardless of whether any useful technology was eventually developed to enhance the military strength of the beautiful nation, she would be credited with the most significant contribution. It seemed that she had to reward Lin Chen well tonight. To be honest, there was a unique thrill in this vast, boundless Pacific Ocean. Eileen cleared her throat and spoke. Since that's the case, I also represent the research team of the beautiful nation to make a statement. We will also share all our research results for everyone to access. With that, Eileen raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen. After the meeting, the delegation from Pyongyang country departed first, while Zhang Qiming and the other three couldn't help but question Lin Chen. Chief Engineer Lin, why do we have to share all our research findings with them? What if they take some of our breakthrough discoveries and use them to enhance Pyongyang country's military strength, eventually turning it against us? Lin Chen and Qian Xinwei exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, leaving Zhang Qiming and the others baffled and scratching their heads. Qian Xinwei explained, "You all didn't listen carefully to what Lin Chen said. What did he just say? He said that Tian Chaos research reports on this project will all be placed in the shared space. The key word is research reports, understand?" Zhang Qiming and the other three widened their eyes, looking at each other in bewilderment. "So Mr. Chen, you mean as long as we don't write reports we don't have to Lin Chen shook his head. "We still need to write reports, otherwise it would be too easy to find fault with us. But you can choose to write reports on some insignificant discoveries. As for the important findings, we can secretly record them. If anyone asks, just say the report isn't finished yet." On the other side, the scientists from Pyongyang country were all gathered around Eileen, showering her with praise. "Miss Eileen, having you lead this research team is absolutely the best decision." "That's right. I'm going to write to the president right now. Thanks to Miss Eileen, our joint research operation has achieved great success from the very beginning." "Yes, I'll write to the president too." Eileen accepted their flattery with humility, saying it was all her duty, but the corners of her mouth, which even an AK couldn't suppress, betrayed her inner joy. The corners of her mouth, which even an AK-47 couldn't hold down, betrayed her delight. Over the following days, Tianchao demonstrated immense sincerity by sharing all the images and videos they had captured of the alien warship. They even shared some insights and conjectures from Tianchaos scientists. This greatly aided the Pyongyang country research team, saving them a tremendous amount of time. This made Eileen very happy, feeling that helping Lin Chen had been the right choice. The Tianchao people truly knew how to repay kindness. In the following period, the Pyongyang country scientists also provided many research ideas, significantly accelerating the overall progress. A month later, Lin Chen suddenly announced a major piece of news. Tianchao had found the two missing spacecraft that belonged to the tail section of the giant warship. This news excited the Pyongyang country scientists greatly, but amidst the excitement, a dispute arose over one issue. Should the two spacecraft be returned to the giant warship or kept on the future for research? Some scientists argued that close-up research was a rare opportunity since they couldn't touch the ones at the bottom of the sea, but these two they could actually handle. Another group of scientists insisted that they must not touch these alien spacecraft, because earlier someone from Tianchao had accidentally triggered a spacecraft, causing it to fly back to the giant warship. If touching these two spacecraft triggered an attack command instead of a return command, the damage would be incalculable, and even their own lives would be at risk. The two sides argued for a long time, unable to convince each other. On the Tianchao side, it was simple. Everyone looked at Lin Chen and said in unison, "Well, follow Chief Engineer Lin's decision." But Lin Chen didn't give an immediate answer. Instead, he said, "I'll give everyone one night to think it over. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning we'll meet in this same conference room and hold an anonymous vote." That evening, Lin Chen went to Aileen's room to ask for her opinion. But as soon as he knocked, the door opened, and Eileen pulled him inside. "Eileen, don't speak yet." An hour later, Lin Chen lay on Aileen's bed while she rested her head on his chest with her eyes closed. "Lin Chen, did you take some kind of pill? You seem to be getting more and more impressive." Lin Chen chuckled. "No, we Tianchao people don't need pills. As the saying goes, food therapy is better than medicine. We usually replenish our energy through food. Oh, my Tianchao culture is truly profound. By the way, Eileen, which side do you support regarding the two different opinions from your Pyongyang country scientists?" Eileen sighed. "Lin Chen, to be honest, I envy the cohesion of your Tianchao. When problems arise, everyone looks to you for the final decision. Look at the people I brought. They never even consider my thoughts. Maybe that's the difference between Eastern and Western thinking. Your way encourages brainstorming and new ideas while ours is more efficient. Each has its pros and cons. Eileen shrugged. Well, I have to say, Lin Chen, you're more suited to be a leader than I am. How about this? Come back to Pyongyang country with me, and our Roosevelt family will nominate you as the next president of Pyongyang country. Lin Chen almost choked on his drink. Him as the president of Pyongyang country. Was she kidding? But then again, the Roosevelt family might actually have that kind of power. They'd already produced 2 presidents. Still, he had no interest whatsoever. He only loved Tianxiao, whether in his past life or now. Ahem, stop joking. I have no desire to be president. Let's get back to the point. Eileen, which option do you choose? Eileen thought for a moment and replied, I choose to send the 2 spacecraft back to the giant warship. Based on our current observations and research, the civilization demonstrated by this alien warship far surpasses Blue Star. If we accidentally trigger an attack command, it wouldn't just be about our deaths. It could potentially destroy the entire Blue Star. That's a consequence we can't afford. Lin Chen nodded. Actually, I also support sending the 2 spacecraft back to the giant warship. Only by making the hull intact can we conduct more complete research. The next morning, everyone gathered in the conference room. Lin Chen looked around and said, Good morning, everyone. I believe you've all had a thorough think last night. Without further ado, let's begin the anonymous vote. He picked up a large box from the floor and placed it on the table. To avoid any accusations of cheating with electronic voting, use the most traditional method, paper ballots. Each of you write your choice on a piece of paper, drop it into this box, and tally the votes on the spot. This ensures absolute fairness and transparency. Everyone nodded in agreement, although this method was old-fashioned, sometimes the simplest approaches carried the most credibility. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Chen announced the start of the voting. However, just as he announced the start of the voting, AI Lin was the first to stand up, walking to the ballot box with a piece of paper, and spoke directly as she placed the paper inside. Chief Engineer Lin, I vote to return these 2 spacecraft to the giant battleship. Lin Chen looked at AI Lin and smiled. Miss AI Lin, this is an anonymous vote. There's no need to disclose your choice. AI Lin shrugged. But there's no rule against speaking up, is there? Well, you have a point. In that case, I'll also vote to return these 2 spacecraft to the giant battleship. As he spoke, Lin Chen casually wrote down his choice on a piece of paper and dropped it into the ballot box. The scientists present were twitching at the corners of their mouths. One was the leader of the research team from the Heavenly Dynasty, also the head of the entire research project, and the other was the leader of the research team from the Beautiful Nation. Now they were all voting openly. How could others cast their votes? What's the point of this damn anonymous voting? We are just pieces in your play, right? The final voting results came out. There were a total of 7 votes from the Heavenly Dynasty, Lin Chen, Xian Xinwei, and 5 team members, while the Beautiful Nation had 6 votes, AI Lin and 5 team members. In total, there were 13 votes, and the final outcome was 12-1. As for which friend was so stubborn, Lin Chen could not know. After all, it was an anonymous vote, and still fair and just. However, following the principle of majority rule, the final decision was to allow these 2 spacecraft to return to the giant battleship. While salvaging the giant battleship from the depths of the sea might be very difficult, sinking the spacecraft on the surface into the ocean was quite simple. All that was needed was to tie the spacecraft with fixed ropes and let the Yinglong pull it gently down into the depths. The camera on the Yinglong transmitted live footage of the spacecraft sinking into the sea, and all the scientists of the joint research team watched this scene with bated breath. As the 2 alien spacecraft sank near the giant battleship, it seemed they sensed something and automatically adhered to the designated landing zone, fitting perfectly. Immediately, regular light patterns began to illuminate around the 2 alien spacecraft, just like the first one that had flown back by itself. Curiously, AI Lin asked Lin Chen, have you figured out what these light patterns represent? Lin Chen shook his head. No, we currently speculate that this might be a code used for docking the hatch. AI Lin thought it made sense. The landing area of the giant battleship was exposed. If there were no docking code, wouldn't any spacecraft be able to land here? For instance, if there were no docking code and the enemy's spacecraft occupied your landing zone first during a battle, wouldn't your spacecraft be unable to land? However, it seemed that things were not as they appeared. When the light patterns on the spacecraft finished flashing, suddenly the giant battleship shook, and through the Yinglong's camera, everyone saw 3 light patterns illuminate on the giant battleship corresponding to the 3 spacecraft. The 3 light patterns flashed and disappeared, then the giant battleship fell silent again. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. What just happened? But no one could answer that question, as this situation had caught everyone off guard. Just then Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from 01. This time 01 hadn't come with him to the future, as he didn't want to expose the upgraded 01 to the Beautiful Nation. Last time when the Beautiful Nation attempted to assassinate him, 01 was still weak and couldn't protect him, but now it was different. Not to exaggerate, 01's combat power was enough to wipe out a fully equipped Navy SEAL team. This was his trump card. Moreover, whether it was the Zhihong Baihu Xuanwu Qinglong or Inglong, all the AI terminals on board were avatars of 01. Theoretically, 01 could control all these military assets. If the beautiful nation found out, they might go to great lengths to seize 01, which still posed a certain risk. Lin Chen opened the message from 01, and it read, "Just now the alien battleship sent out a message." Lin Chen's pupils contracted, and he quickly typed back, "What did it say?" "I don't know. I just captured this signal wave through the Yinglong." Lin Chen frowned. Even if they deciphered the alien signal wave, no one would understand the alien language. What should they do? But soon Lin Chen began to smile. What was he worried about? When in doubt, ask the system. System, help me create a device that can decipher alien signal waves. Ding. The system has received the host request and is generating the required materials list. Ding. The materials list has been generated, and the required materials are 3 aluminum cans, 1 old mold. Please place the required materials into the system space, and the system will begin working automatically. Lin Chen felt troubled again. This was in the vast Pacific Ocean. Where would he find an old mobile phone? It wasn't like he could ask Zhuan to send a helicopter with an old mobile phone. However, this little issue was not enough to stump his clever mind. He leaned closer to AI Lin and whispered, "AI Lin, do you know who that stubborn guy was during the voting earlier?" AI Lin shook her head. "I'm not sure either." 3 people initially opposed returning the 2 spacecraft to the giant battleship, but only 1 remained by the end of the voting. I can't guess who it was. AI Lin, I need to tell you something very confidential. The Yinglong just intercepted a signal wave sent by the spacecraft. What? AI Lin turned to Lin Chen, shock written all over her face. Lin Chen hurriedly covered her mouth. "Lower your voice. This news is crucial and still needs to be kept secret. Think about it. If this signal wave poses a threat to Blue Star, wouldn't we, the ones who led the vote, become the culprits? I don't care, as I'm not in politics, but this would be a devastating blow to your Roosevelt family." Upon hearing this, AI Lin began to ponder deeply. Lin Chen was absolutely right. The possibility of that was very high. Moreover, even if it was uncertain whether this signal wave would impact Blue Star, the political enemies of the Roosevelt family would not let this opportunity slip by. At that point, inciting public opinion would undoubtedly have a huge effect on the reputation of the Roosevelt family. This joint research effort would also become an indelible stain on her career. "What do you plan to do?" AI Lin whispered to Lin Chen. "We will first collect everyone's phones to prevent any information from leaking out. Then find that stubborn fellow and make sure he can never speak again. That way the remaining 12 will be bound together like grasshoppers on a single thread." AI Lin remained uneasy. But if the decoded content truly harms launching, what then? Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. AI Lin, consider this. Even if we stop these 2 ships from returning to the warship, would that prevent the consequence? Look at the first vessel. Someone merely misactivated it, and the return protocol initiated. By that logic, the remaining 2 ships could just as easily be accidentally triggered to activate their return programs, and the alien warship would then transmit that signal wave. Thus, this outcome is unavoidable. Yet when it happens, we will be the first to capture the signal, decipher it, and warn all of humanity on launching. We would be the heroes. As for why we would silence that headstrong man, it's simply to prevent him from spreading panic. For such destabilizing elements that threaten unity, eliminating him is the correct choice. AI Lin's eyes brightened upon hearing this. "Lin Chen, you are absolutely right. Let's do it." Seeing AI Lin nod, Lin Chen smiled and turned to address everyone. "You all saw the content on the screen. The volume of information is vast, so I ask for your full cooperation going forward. But before we begin our research, I must lay down one rule. Everyone must hand in their phones. This is not only to ensure you can concentrate on the work, but also to prevent any leaks. I believe you all understand my intention." At his words, the assembly fell silent for a moment, and then understood Lin Chen's implication. He was clearly hinting at the headstrong man who had voted against, fearing that he would be resentful and blabber everywhere. As expected, a burly, bearded man from Pyongyang slammed his fist on the table in anger. "How dare you? This is an infringement on our rights. Why do not consent?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The man was truly obstinate. No need for me to unmask him, he had made himself obvious. "I am sorry, but your refusal carries no weight. If you disagree, have your team leader report to your president and request that your movements be restricted. We will release you once our research is complete." The bearded man burst into derisive laughter. "You with your scrawny arms and legs want to restrict my freedom? A pretty boy like you. He'll show you what being a man truly is." With that, he tore off his lab coat bearing thick biceps and hurled a violent punch at Lin Chen. They were only a few meters apart, and the man's speed was fierce. Just as everyone expected that fist to land on Lin Chen, AI Lin moved suddenly. She seized the bearded man's fist, turned her back to him, and executed a graceful, yet brutal shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the floor. She then raised her right foot, still in high heels, and drove it down hard onto a vulnerable spot. A monstrous scream tore from the bearded man, and every man in the room instinctively clutched his groin. The whole episode transpired in the blink of an eye, no more than a few dozen seconds. Only after the cry did the guards outside burst in. Seeing the man's miserable state, the guards hurried forward and placed him in handcuffs. In truth, Lin Chen felt the most fear. He had genuinely tricked AI Lin. No one had warned him that AI Lin's combat prowess was so formidable. She could easily rival Mo Shui. That bearded fellow had stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, his arms seemingly thicker than AI Lin's thigh. Yet he had been KO'd by her with ease. If the roles had been reversed, Lin Chen would likely have been sent to meet his ancestors. But he did not forget the matter at hand. Wait. You two search him thoroughly for any electronic devices. The two guards immediately began frisking the bearded man from head to toe at Lin Chen's command. They found not only 2 phones, but also a voice recorder, a pinhole camera, and even smart glasses among his possessions. Lin Chen looked at AI Lin. Did each of you come this well prepared? AI Lin was baffled. No, aside from my phone, I have nothing else on me. You can search me if you like. Lin Chen did not need to search her, as she had worn the same clothes this morning in his presence, and had no opportunity to carry anything extra. I trust you, of course. Let's examine his devices on the spot. Any objections? The other scientists from Pyongyang all shook their heads in assent. Lin Chen then began to play back the contents stored on the phone's recorder camera and smart glasses. When the playback finished, the Pyongyang contingent fell silent. This bearded man had sold all of their research. On his other phone, there was a complete ledger of dark web transactions. AI Lin slammed the table in fury. Does this man not know the dark web is full of terrorists? Does he intend to help those terrorists develop weapons to annihilate launching? Lin Chen had not expected this outcome, yet fate had allowed them to expose the traitor before the core discoveries were shared. AI Lin, now is not the time to rage. Call your country's authorities and see if they can trace and apprehend the dark web contacts. If these materials spread, the consequences would be incalculable. AI Lin nodded and made a call at once. After she finished, she handed her phone to Lin Chen. All of our phones will be entrusted to your custody from now on. Seeing this, the others also nodded. Who would dare refuse now, lest they be treated as accomplices of the bearded man? Thus Lin Chen ended up with a pile of old phones. After the phones were collected, everyone departed, and Lin Chen returned to his lodgings. He was never short of cans ever since he had acquired the system. Lin Chen drank only canned cola, and he never discarded the empty cans. When asked, he said it was a habit from collecting recyclables. As a result, his room was full of empty cans. He picked a random phone, grabbed 3 cans, and tossed them into the system space. Current progress 1A, estimated remaining time 3 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. 4 hours later, Lin Chen looked at the phone in his hand emblazoned with the Xiaomi logo and curiously asked, Tongzi Gu, do you really think this Xiaomi phone can translate alien languages? Lin Chen twitched his lips, thinking, do I really care about those 3 pull-tab people? He took out his phone to contact Ling Yi. Ling Yi, quickly play that signal wave again. Soon Ling Yi sent the signal wave through the phone once more. He took out his phone to contact Ling Yi. Ling Yi, quickly play that signal wave again. Soon Ling Yi sent the signal wave through the phone once more. Lin Chen stared at the screen of the translator, watching as a line of text slowly appeared. Location sent, awaiting rescue. Seeing this line of text, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply and a sense of dread filled his heart as something seemed to have gone wrong. He hurriedly ran to Qian Sinwei's room and yanked the sleeping old man awake. Old Qian, don't sleep, something's happened. Qian Sinwei groggily opened his eyes and yawned. What happened? Did Mo Shui come over to duel with AI Lin? Oh, what are you talking about? I deciphered the signal wave sent by the alien warship. Upon hearing this, Qian Sinwei immediately became alert. You mean you deciphered that alien signal wave? That's right, the content of the signal wave translates to a single phrase. What phrase? Location sent, awaiting rescue. Qian Sinwei was suddenly taken aback, and he recalled a very famous science fiction novel on Blue Star. It told the story of how Blue Star's inhabitants unintentionally responded to aliens revealing Blue Star's coordinates and inviting an attack from an alien civilization. But this time it wasn't about whether they would respond or not. The aliens had directly sent out the coordinates of Blue Star. This matter is extremely important. We need to report it to Elder Xia immediately. After saying that, Qian Sinwei took out his phone and directly dialed Elder Xia's number. As one of the top scientists in the Celestial Empire, Qian Sinwei was one of the few who could contact Elder Xia directly, even in the middle of the night. Elder Xia, something's happened. Elder Xia's slightly tired voice came through. What happened? We captured a signal wave from an alien warship. Lin Chen deciphered it, and the content is location sent, awaiting rescue. Elder Xia fell silent upon hearing this. After more than a minute, he finally spoke. Is Lin Chen with you? Pass the phone to him. After Lin Chen took the phone, he greeted, Elder Xia, this is Lin Chen. Elder Xia responded with a sound of acknowledgement and continued speaking. Lin Chen, do you think the alien civilization will have hostile intentions towards Blue Star? Lin Chen organized his thoughts and replied. Elder Xia, based on the information we currently have, I speculate that this alien warship is likely here to search for resources on Blue Star. The locations of those 3 small spacecraft are all concentrated around the richest resource areas of Blue Star. However, something must have happened later, causing the alien warship to encounter an accident and become stranded on Blue Star. Given the technological level of this alien warship, this alien civilization must be far ahead of Blue. Thus, even if we are unsure whether they are hostile, we must prepare in advance. Elder Xia fell silent once more. After a while he sighed. Alright, I understand. After saying this, Elder Xia hung up the phone. Qian Xinwei took the phone from Lin Chen and patted his shoulder. Lin Chen, once we return this time, I will rally all the scientists in the Celestial Empire to follow your lead. The future of Blue Star depends on you now. Lin Chen was surprised, but nodded nonetheless. He knew that Blue Star had yet to enter the solar system era, let alone the cosmic era. Alien civilizations could have crossed interstellar space to reach Blue Star billions of years ago, while Blue Star still lacked the capability to leave the solar system today. Currently, Blue Star's technological level appeared primitive in the face of alien civilizations. Without Lin Chen's emergence, Qian Xinwei might have already given up struggling. However, since Lin Chen appeared, the military industry has produced the Baihu Xuanwu and Qinglong models, which could easily overpower any nation on Blue Star. Moreover, they have completely realized controllable nuclear fusion technology, laying the foundation for humanity to step out of the solar system. Therefore, if aliens were to launch an attack on Blue Star and a miracle were to occur, Lin Chen would undoubtedly be the key to that miracle. After leaving Qian Xinwei's room, Lin Chen did not return to his own room, but knocked on AI Lin's door. AI Lin opened the door, saw Lin Chen, and walked over to wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him into the room. Darling, did you miss me? Lin Chen felt AI Lin's mischievous lips and hands and replied helplessly. AI Lin, perhaps you should listen to the alien signal wave I deciphered first before deciding what to do next. Upon hearing this, AI Lin immediately got off Lin Chen and looked at him. You deciphered it. Lin Chen nodded and informed her of the results of the deciphering. AI Lin was also shocked by this news. Lin Chen, are you saying that the alien civilization might be coming to Blue Star soon? That's right, it is like that. We should. Hey, what are you doing? Don't take off my pants. Since Blue Star is on the brink of destruction, what are you so anxious about? An hour later, AI Lin leaned against the headboard, picked up her phone, and called Baipu. Mr. President, perhaps you should listen to the alien signal wave I deciphered first before deciding whether to continue sleeping. Thus, in the middle of the night, the top officials of the two major alliances on Blue Star were all pulled out of bed by this news, each with a serious expression. At the Asia-Pacific Alliance meeting, Xian Ba spread his hands. If you ask me, when the soldiers come, the generals will resist, and when the water comes, the soil will cover it. Does Blue Star really have no chance at all? Li Zibo scoffed. Are you suggesting we blind the aliens with curry and then defeat them? Please, their technology from 3 billion years ago is enough to crush you, let alone now. Xian Ba rolled his eyes. In that case, there's no need to worry, we can just wait here to die. Zuetian Yi-Pin sighed, wondering what these two could do besides argue during every meeting. Elder Xia, what did Lin Chen say? Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, Xian Ba and Li Zibo also stopped arguing and looked at Elder Xia. Lin Chen said that even if we are unsure whether the other party is hostile, we must prepare in advance. Prepare for what? Prepare to counterattack. Zuetian Yi-Pin felt ridiculous after asking this question. Blue Star couldn't even comprehend a warship from billions of years ago, yet they wanted to counterattack an alien civilization. Wasn't this just a pipe dream? Old Xia did not answer Zuetian Yi-Pin's question, but instead asked in return, what do you all think? Zuetian Yi-Pin was taken aback by this sudden question, opening his mouth, but finding himself unable to say anything. What could he possibly think? Although the Foot Basin is now a member of the Asia-Pacific Alliance, the memory of being forced to cede half its territory after being defeated is still fresh. The key point is that the Foot Basin has been beaten to the point of having no temper left. The disparity in strength is too great. If it weren't for his fear of being annihilated and leaving a lasting disgrace, he wouldn't have so hastily announced joining the Celestial Empire as a vassal state. Xian Ba gritted his teeth. If you ask me, let's battle the extraterrestrial civilization. With Lin Chen on our side, what do we have to fear? Li Zipu agreed. That's right, we have Lin Chen. Zuetian Yi-Pin also realized that for Lin Chen, defeating them was as easy as defeating an alien. Thus, rounding it off, Lin Chen could also fight aliens. We, the Foot Basin, are willing to provide all resources for Lin Chen's use. Our Curry Nation is willing too. Our Bangzi Nation is willing too. Hearing this, Old Xia nodded in satisfaction. Good, since that's the case, I will call Lin Chen back now to prepare. When Old Xia called Lin Chen, it was just after AI Lin had finished her call with Baipu. When Lin Chen answered the phone, Old Xia informed him to return to the Celestial Empire immediately to make preparations, as the entire Asia-Pacific Alliance would support him. Lin Chen understood that this matter could not be delayed, and he agreed without hesitation. AI Lin watched Lin Chen hang up the phone and suddenly realized a problem. She would be parting ways with Lin Chen, and this time she didn't know if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. Not to mention that they belonged to two opposing alliance forces. Just considering the current extraterrestrial civilization crisis, it was uncertain if Blue Star could withstand it. AI Lin bit her lip and asked Lin Chen, are you leaving? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I need to go back and prepare. What does your celestial empire plan to do? I don't know, but I don't think the extraterrestrial civilization will show goodwill towards Blue Star. It's like with humans, if we go into a forest and discover a group of monkeys with a treasure, will we directly snatch it away, or will we engage in friendly dialogue with the monkeys? AI Lin understood that Lin Chen's concerns were valid. If they encountered a group of robbers, not only would they rob your treasure, but they might also kill everyone. Just like on the American continent hundreds of years ago. AI Lin rolled over and sat on Lin Chen's lap saying, Lin Chen, although I don't know what our country will choose, I hope that if it really comes to the point of Blue Star's destruction, you can come find me. Lin Chen looked into AI Lin's eyes and replied earnestly, I will. The next day, Lin Chen walked out of AI Lin's room supporting his waist and then took a helicopter back to the Celestial Empire with Qian Xin Wei. AI Lin also returned to the beautiful country as soon as Lin Chen left. However, upon her return, she received an outrageous announcement from the America-Europe Alliance. The America-Europe Alliance actually made public the discovery of an extraterrestrial warship and extraterrestrial signals declaring the future has arrived. The gist of the announcement was, an extraterrestrial warship had been discovered at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, and thanks to the efforts of scientists from the America-Europe Alliance, the warship was successfully activated, sending an invitation signal wave. Extraterrestrial civilization is about to visit. This is the first dialogue between civilizations across star systems, which is bound to enhance the entire Blue Star's civilization level. AI Lin was so furious that she stormed into the White House to find Bai Pu. Mr. President, didn't I tell you in my call that this could potentially be the greatest crisis in Blue Star's history, and it needs to be taken seriously? Bai Pu looked up at AI Lin and smiled. Miss AI Lin, you also said it was a possibility. I informed the White House think tank of the news you shared with me. The analysts in the think tank believe this is the best opportunity for the beautiful country to surpass the Celestial Empire, so we must seize it. AI Lin was so infuriated that she laughed. Mr. President, Blue Star is on the verge of destruction, and you're still thinking about surpassing the Celestial Empire. Bai Pu snorted coldly. Miss AI Lin, when I made you the head of the joint research team, you said you wanted to enhance our beautiful country's military strength through extraterrestrial civilization to surpass the Celestial Empire. But what happened? After you went to the Celestial Empire, you fell in love with Lin Chen and completely disregarded national interests. If it weren't for the fact that you are from the Roosevelt family, I would have sent you to a military court long ago, and yet you dare to blame me. What I am doing is truly enhancing our beautiful country's military strength through extraterrestrial civilization to surpass the Celestial Empire. Do you understand? AI Lin was choked by Bai Pu's words. In fact, she had not forgotten her purpose for going to the Celestial Empire. She initially seduced Lin Chen with the intention of bringing him to the beautiful country. But the incident with the extraterrestrial signal wave happened too suddenly, and she was forced to stop before implementing her substance. Moreover, she felt that Lin Chen's words made sense. Extraterrestrial civilizations would not show goodwill to humanity for no reason, and humans must be prepared for the worst. Of course, she would never admit that she truly fell in love with Lin Chen. AI Lin sighed, said nothing, and left the White House. She locked herself in her room and thought for 3 days. Ultimately, she made a decision that would impact the future of the Roosevelt family. Meanwhile, after Lin Chen returned to Mo.Do, he discovered that his entire scrap yard had been included in the Mo.Do military district. This meant that he had now become the only scrap yard in the entire Celestial Empire, or rather the entire Blue Star, located within a military district. This left him both amused and exasperated. However, he could understand after all he was now the hope of the entire village and could not afford any mishaps. As soon as Lin Chen got home, he went straight to the Research and Development Center. System, help me build a spaceship capable of crushing that extraterrestrial warship at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Ding. The system has received the host's request and is generating the list of required material. Ding. The material list has been generated. Required materials are 5,000 aluminum cans, 200 old computers, and 3,000 stainless steel basins. Please place the required materials in the system space, and the system will begin working automatically. Lin Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen the system require so many aluminum cans as raw materials. Goodness, 5,000 aluminum cans. If he drank 1 can of cola a day, it would take him 13 years. By then the yellow flowers would have withered. But fortunately, although he didn't have that much time now, he certainly had that much money. Not to mention anything else, just the compensation from the beautiful country for the assassination attempt on him was $1 billion. He could buy cola for hundreds of years. Lin Chen picked up the phone and called Chen Yuan Chao. Old Chen, do you want to drink cola? Chen Yuan Chao. Are you drunk, kid? If you want to drink cola, I can have 2 crates sent to you right now. Lin Chen quickly explained. No, I want to treat all the soldiers of the Modem military region to cola. Huh. The next morning, 2 container trucks arrived at the gate of the Modem military region. The soldier on guard immediately approached and asked, hello, can I help you? The driver of the container truck opened the door and jumped down. Comrade, I'm here to deliver goods. A customer bought 5,000 cans of cola yesterday and asked us to deliver them to this address. The soldier on guard looked baffled. Could the military district cafeteria have ordered them? But weren't the cafeteria suppliers fixed? Who made the purchase? I haven't received any notice. The driver pulled a delivery slip from his pocket and unfolded it. The customer's name is Lin Chen. Chief Engineer Lin. Wait a moment, let me verify. The soldier on guard then quickly ran back to check. The driver waited at the gate for over 10 minutes, not daring to leave. His boss had told him this was a big client, and he must not be negligent. Besides, this was a military district. If he threw a tantrum and drove off now, would they come after him with laser guns? Just as he was hesitating whether to ask the guard to hurry them up, he saw a silver-white off-road vehicle driving out from the military district. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Chen scratched his messy hair. He hadn't expected the delivery to be so fast. He had only placed the order yesterday afternoon, and it arrived first thing this morning. Indeed, shopping in the express delivery zone was no problem, boss. Sign here, and we can unload. By the way, where should we put all these colas? Lin Chen thought for a moment and called Chen Yuanchao. Hello, Elder Chen. Arrange for the soldiers to come to the military district gate to collect their colas. Chen Yuanchao's mouth twitched. Lin Chen, are you really treating everyone to cola? Do you know how many people are in the Moda military region? No idea. You don't know the number, yet you still promise to treat everyone to cola. When over 400 people gather around your 2 crates of cola, there won't be enough for even 1 lick each, right? Over 400,000. That should be enough. I bought 500,000 cans. Chen Yuanchao opened his mouth wide, utterly incredulous. But since Lin Chen had already bought them, he agreed. It would be a small perk for the soldiers, even if just a bottle of... Lin Chen hung up and said to the driver, Are you busy, master? How about I compensate you for the waiting time? They'll have them come and collect the colas themselves. The driver quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. I'm not busy. A little wait is fine. If my boss found out I asked a client for money, he'd fire me. Hearing this, Lin Chen didn't insist. After another 10+ minutes, the driver suddenly felt the ground tremble. He looked up toward the military district and saw dense formations of soldiers running in orderly steps toward him. The scene made him involuntarily step back. If he hadn't known that his family had been honest commoners for 3 generations, he would have turned around and fled. When they were about 10 meters from the gate, the orderly military formations suddenly halted, causing the ground to shake again. Then an officer trotted forward. Comrade Lin Chen Zheng, Igwa, Chief of Staff of the Joint Staff Department of the Moda Military Region, reporting to you. Lin Chen quickly saluted and said, Chief of Staff Zheng, no need to be so formal. I just want to treat the soldiers to cola. Please have them line up and collect it. But I have one request: the empty cans should be left for me. I run a scrap station and can sell them for money. Zheng Aguo's eyes widened in confusion, but as a soldier, he only needed to follow orders. Soon row after row of soldiers began moving the cola from the containers. Then soldiers from the medical department used professional food testing equipment to inspect all the colas, ensuring they were safe before quickly distributing them. Lin Chen understood. If the cola had been tampered with, the entire military region would suffer. It was better to be cautious. However, this terrified the driver. Sir Officer, our cola was just brought from the warehouse. There's absolutely no problem. Lin Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, master. At worst, it's just death, no big deal. The driver became even more frightened after hearing that. Are you a devil? Just then Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Master, it's bad. A large group of soldiers is heading toward our scrap station. And strangely, each of them is holding a can of cola. Are they going to smash us with cola? I think they might just be recycling the cans and giving them to us. Sure enough, the next scene stunned even the AI Ling Yi. The first row of soldiers ran to the entrance of Lin Chen's scrap station, stood at attention, opened their colas, and chugged them down. After drinking, they placed the empty cans on the ground in front of them and turned to leave. Then came the second row, the third row. This continued from morning until sunset. When Lin Chen returned to his scrap station, he found 2 neat piles of empty cans on both sides of the entrance, as orderly as 2 containers. His mouth twitched. The soldiers of the Moda military region were truly meticulous. They had delivered the cans so quickly. Next time he would treat them to something else. Lin Chen called Ling Yi over. Ling Yi, your reconnaissance skills are lacking. Ling Yi said innocently. Master, I didn't expect you with all your wealth to still enjoy collecting empty cans. Lin Chen sighed. Ling Yi, it seems my ideological education for you is still insufficient. Today I'll give you another lesson. One must never forget one's roots. Even when you become successful, you should often recall the path you've traveled. Stay true to your original aspiration, keep your mission firmly in mind, be down to earth, and forge ahead with determination. Ling Yi nodded solemnly. Master, I remember. Lin Chen nodded. Good. Now I'll give you a small in-class assignment. Move all these empty cans to the research center. Ling Yi. While transporting the aluminum cans, Lin Chen's order of 3,000 stainless steel basins purchased from Pingo also arrived. Originally, Lin Chen thought about having the entire army cut one for him, but after some consideration he decided against it, especially since he bought the cheapest version, even cheaper than plastic basins. Moreover, what if none of the over 400,000 soldiers in the Magic City military district managed to cut a single stainless steel basin? That would be so embarrassing. After transporting the stainless steel basins back to the research center, Lin Chen locked the main door of the center and then threw all the required items, 5,000 aluminum cans, 200 old computers, and 3,000 stainless steel basins, into the system space. Current progress 1A, estimated remaining time 14 days, 24 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Reminder: this manufacturing process occupies a large space. It is recommended that the host expand the area. Goodness, this estimated remaining time has once again refreshed the maximum limit, requiring a full half month. Not only that, but the system also proactively reminded him that the space here is too small. To put it simply, this research center occupies an area equivalent to 10 football fields covering 800 square meters, roughly the size of a Wanda Plaza. In simpler terms, that's 100 acres of land. This size could fit a giant battleship from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, yet it can't accommodate this manufacturing process. What exactly is the system planning to create for him? How big of a place do you need, Brother Tongzi? Estimated space required the size of 10 research centers. Lin Chen gasped in shock. A space the size of 10 research centers would be as large as 100 football fields, a total of 800 square meters, nearly the size of an entire Forbidden City. He initially thought half a month was a long time, but now he suddenly felt it might not be enough. Even building a tin house in that 800 square kilometer area would be rushed. With no other choice, he could only seek help from Chen Yuanxiao, hoping he would have a solution. He picked up his phone and dialed Chen Yuanxiao's number again. As soon as the call connected, Chen Yuanxiao spoke up. "What are you treating the army to this time? Sprite or Fanta? Cough cough. Chen Laosher, why are you so careless about your health? Carbonated drinks shouldn't be consumed in excess. They're not good for the body. Then why are you calling me? I'm here to ask for your help. Come on, Chen Laosher, can you get me a piece of land? Have you gone crazy? Do you want me to pick up your delivery too?" "No, not that delivery. I meant that piece of land." "Aren't they the same?" Lin Chen sighed. Indeed, this was the generation gap. Chen Laosher, hey race the thing. I'm currently researching the manufacturing of a spacecraft, and this research center is too small, so I want to expand it. Only then did Chen Yuanxiao understand what Lin Chen meant by piece of land. "Oh, so that's it. Lin Chen, your Mandarin isn't good. How much land do you need?" "At least 800 square meters, and it's urgent. Needed within half a month." Chen Yuanxiao fell silent upon hearing this. Lin Chen could actually understand, after all, this was Magic City, and even in the suburb, space is extremely valuable. 800 square meters of land is. What he didn't know was that Chen Yuanxiao's silence was not due to weighing the pros and cons, but because he was looking at a map, considering which piece of land would be the most suitable. About a minute later, Chen Yuanxiao continued, "Hey, race the deal. I will requisition the land at the waste recycling station along with the 2 nearby villages for you, and I'll have a new research center built for you within half a month." Huh. Chen Laosher, isn't that a bit too much? Directly requisitioning 2 villages seems unfair to the villagers, doesn't it? Unfair? How could it be unfair? I will compensate them at a 1-to area ratio, allowing them to pick any available apartments in the Magic City area, plus I'll throw in a full set of furniture and appliances to ensure their satisfaction. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Chen Laosher, why don't you just requisition my house while you're at it? Get lost. Just say yes, and if you agree, you'll send someone to do the work. Half a month is tight. Sure. Of course I agree. After hanging up the phone, the entire Magic City military district sprang into action. Some went to obtain population and housing data for the villagers of the 2 nearby villages, others contacted developers for apartment projects throughout the city, and some ordered materials needed for constructing the research center. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was pulled into a room by Mo Shui. Mo Shui, listen to me. I did all that for the mission. I know. This is the 2nd special training for you. The next day, Lin Chen walked out of the room supporting his waist. Women are simply terrifying, especially those with high combat power. He felt utterly defenseless. And he, Lin Chen, had unwittingly offended 2 such women at once. He was just about to have breakfast and lock himself away in the research center when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen walked over to open the door, and a soldier saluted him before saying, "Report, Chief Engineer Lin, there is a beautiful woman from the beautiful nation at the military district entrance looking for you. She claims to be your friend, and Commander Chen said it's up to you to decide whether to meet her or not." "My friend?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows, thinking he didn't seem to have any foreign friends. At that moment, Mo Shui also walked out of the room and asked, "Is it a man or a woman?" The soldier replied, "A woman." Lin Chen paused for a moment. He seemed to have guessed who it was. "Wait a moment, I'll go with you to the military district entrance." Without even eating breakfast, Lin Chen stood up, walked to the yard, and got in his car with the soldier to go to the entrance of the Magic City military district. Mo Shui watched Lin Chen leave and curled her lip. When they arrived at the military district entrance, Lin Chen recognized the tall figure immediately. Indeed, it was Aaron. Upon hearing the sound of a car approaching, Aaron turned her head and saw Lin Chen. Unable to resist, she quickly ran over, hugged Lin Chen tightly, and gave him a kiss. The soldiers nearby were dumbfounded. "Wow, Chief Engineer Lin is amazing. He has a beautiful woman from the Heavenly Dynasty at home, and now another beauty from the beautiful nation has come over. He truly enjoys a feast of beauty." Lin Chen was also very happy to see Aaron. Although he initially approached her for the mission, as time passed, genuine feelings developed between them. They had no idea how many boxes of blue pills they had used together, and now it was true love. Aaron, what brings you here? Aaron sighed upon hearing this. Lin Chen, you should be aware of the announcement from the beautiful nation by now. Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, I saw it. I didn't expect the beautiful nation to make such a decision. Oh, it's truly commendable. I tried to persuade Bai Pu, but it was useless, so I had no choice but to come find you, as I don't want to see Blue Star fall into danger. Moreover, if Blue Star truly can't hold on, at least I can be with you. Lin Chen embraced Eileen tightly. Till the mountains crumble and the heavens merge, I shall never leave you. Eileen blinked her large eyes. Why are the mountains cold? What is a milk-dried fish? Lin Chen was speechless. This foreign girl was indeed an outsider. I will definitely protect you. Eileen suddenly understood. The essence of Tianxiao culture runs deep, just like you. The eavesdropping soldier felt as if a carriage had rolled over his face. Seriously, could they at least give a warning before steering the conversation into such territory? Was this something he was meant to hear? Just then Lin Chen heard a familiar voice from behind. Oh, indulging in depth right here, are we, Lin Chen? Having quite a good time, aren't you? Lin Chen turned around and saw Mo Shui approaching him gracefully, a faint, ambiguous smile on her lips. He quickly raised an eyebrow at Mo Shui, signaling. Mo Shui, it's all the mission's fault, not mine. Mo Shui glared at him. Now you blame the mission. Why didn't you blame it when you were being so profound? Mo Shui walked up to Eileen, extended her hand, and smiled. Hello, Mo Shui. Welcome to Tianxiao. Eileen looked at Mo Shui without speaking or extending her hand. From the moment Mo Shui approached, she felt a faint hostility, and judging by Lin Chen's expression, it wasn't hard to guess their relationship. The two women locked eyes, and the chill in their gazes made the eavesdropping soldier shiver. He silently stepped back 2 paces, then feeling uneasy retreated 2 more. Lin Chen had no idea what they were up to. They'd never met before, hadn't exchanged a single word, yet they seemed like mortal enemies. Suddenly Eileen lashed out with a high kick, and Mo Shui instinctively raised her arm to block, then returned a kick of her own. The two erupted into a fight. Lin Chen could only watch, helplessly shouting, "Stop fighting, please. Stop fighting." Though he could build combat mechs like the White Tiger, he himself was a weakling. He looked around, spotted the soldier spectating, and rushed over to grab his arm. Brother, don't just watch. Go break it up. The soldier wore a pained expression. Chief Engineer Lin, you're putting me in a tough spot. Mo Shui is a national security agent. She can take 5 of me. That blonde girl is evenly matched with her. Together they could take 10 of me. What can I do to... Hearing this, Lin Chen was at a loss. He picked up his phone and called Chen Yuanxiao. Elder Chen, come quick. Something's happened. At that moment, Chen Yuanxiao was in his office overseeing land requisition matters. With so many households involved, there was plenty to handle. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Chen hurriedly said, Mo Shui and Eileen are fighting at the military district gate. Chen Yuanxiao rolled his eyes. So they're fighting. What's the big deal? Besides, isn't it because of you? How can you even call me? Oh, Elder Chen, don't tease me. With all the traffic at the military district gate, someone might film it and post it online. Then the US would come demanding Eileen back. Chen Yuanxiao saw the logic and said, all right, wait for me. He'll be there soon. Elder Chen, I'm deeply grateful. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Hearing Lin Chen say that, Chen Yuanxiao thought it would be a shame not to ask for something. Well, maybe you could reimburse me for the cost of relocating the villagers. Oh, Elder Chen, don't be so formal. Our relationship is like that of grandfather and grandson. Would a grandfather ask his grandson for money? Chen Yuanxiao's mouth twitched. Well, whether I'm the grandfather is debatable, but you're definitely a real grandson. Shut up. Shortly after Chen Yuanxiao arrived at the entrance of the Modu military district by car. Stop. Mo Shui halted upon hearing Chen Yuanxiao's voice. Seeing that Mo Shui had stopped, Eileen didn't press the advantage. She stepped back 2 paces, but remained in a ready stance. Chen Yuanxiao strode over and glanced at Mo Shui. Mo Shui, the guest hasn't even entered the door yet. Aren't you being a bit petty? I'm sorry, Elder Chen. I was wrong. Chen Yuanxiao nodded and turned to Eileen. Miss Eileen, I am Chen Yuanxiao, commander of the Moda military district. Welcome to Tianxiao. May I ask if your visit is for academic exchange or some other purpose? Upon learning that Chen Yuanxiao was the commander, Eileen immediately straightened up and became more respectful. Commander Chen, I'm not here for academic exchange. I simply came to see Lin Chen. I see. In that case, please follow the normal visitor procedure and register. However, I must remind you that the Modu military district does not tolerate disturbances. Since it's your first offense, I'll let it slide. But if it happens again, the Modu military district will no longer welcome you. I'm sorry, Commander Chen. He'll be careful. Then Chen Yuanxiao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, come with me. I need to talk to you. Sure. Lin Chen happily hopped into Chen Yuanxiao's car. Elder Chen, you're amazing. Truly, the older the wiser. Of course. I've seen situations like this many times. Back in the day, I was the most handsome lad in the entire region. Girls often fought over me. I'm used to it. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. I don't know if you were the most handsome lad, but you're definitely the thickest-skinned one in the region. After Chen Yuanchao's car drove off, Mo Shui looked at Eileen and said, "Not bad skills. Come on, let's get in the car and head to Lin Chen's place." Eileen snorted, lightly walked over and put her luggage into the trunk of Lin Chen's car. She had ridden in his car before when she came to the Modum military district, and he had given her driving access. Mo Shui was momentarily stunned to see Eileen unlock the car, but quickly figured it out. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Lin Chen, you big flirt, just wait. He'll bite you to death tonight." Fortunately, Eileen didn't drive off. She opened the door and sat in the back seat. Mo Shui got into the driver's seat and drove toward the scrapyard. When the car stopped at the scrapyard entrance, Eileen's eyes widened. This is Lin Chen's home. That's right. Eileen looked at the cluttered, dilapidated scrapyard and the shabby house. For a moment, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Chen. Lin Chen is such a pure scientist. With such high research capabilities, he lives in such a broken place. No, I must make sure to nourish him well tonight. On the other side, Lin Chen followed Chen Yuanchao to his office. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen plopped down onto the sofa in Chen Yuanchao's office. "Ah, comfortable. Elder Chen, thanks to you today." Chen Yuanchao waved his hand. "You should think more about how to deal with those two when you go back later. I can't help you with that." Just thinking about it made Lin Chen's head ache. He initially thought that their last meeting on the future was his final encounter with AI Lin, but unexpectedly, just a few days later, AI Lin came to find him in Magic City. What a calamity. Just thinking about this made Lin Chen suddenly stand up, startling Chen Yuanchao. "Why did you suddenly stand up? You scared me." Lin Chen walked over looking at Chen Yuanchao and said, "Wait a minute, Elder Chen, it was you who asked me to get close to AI Lin in the first place. So you're the one who pushed me into the fire pit, and now you're just leaving me to deal with it." Chen Yuanchao opened his mouth wide. "Are you even reasoning here? At that time, it was to save Li Sisi and secretly transport the third spaceship from beautiful country. That's why I let you seduce AI Lin. But who would have known that things would spiral out of control between you and AI Lin with subsequent encounters? I don't even know how many times you two have been together, but those subsequent encounters were definitely not arranged by me. Now you enjoyed the pleasure and then turned around to blame me for letting you have that pleasure. Do you hear yourself?" Lin Chen felt ashamed by Chen Yuanchao's words and hurriedly replied, "I'm sorry, Elder Chen, I misunderstood you." Chen Yuanchao sighed and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Lin Chen, I'm sharing my experiences as someone who has been through this. This kind of situation can only be handled by yourself. Otherwise, no matter who gives you advice, you'll blame them for giving you bad advice later." Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hands. No, Elder Chen, I sincerely ask you for help. Otherwise, I will just stay in your office today and not leave." Chen Yuanchao made a clicking sound. "You can come or go as you please. I'm leaving anyway." Seeing that Chen Yuanchao was really about to leave, Lin Chen rushed forward and hugged Chen Yuanchao's thigh. "Elder Chen, Grandpa Chen, great benefactor Chen, help." Chen Yuanchao saw that Lin Chen wouldn't let go and could only helplessly say, "You really can't use some of that scientific brain for dating. This kind of thing is best resolved. You haven't officially confirmed your relationship with either of them, so as long as you're shameless, what's there to be afraid of?" Lin Chen smacked his forehead. "Right? What am I afraid of? When one is shameless, they are invincible in the world." After saying this, he stood up, laughed heartily, and walked out of Chen Yuanchao's office. When he arrived at the entrance of the junkyard, he saw Mo Shui and AI Lin standing outside, not entering, and curiously asked, "What are you two doing standing here?" Mo Shui gestured to AI Lin. "I don't know, I brought her back, but who knew she would just stand here without moving as soon as she got out of the car, making it awkward for me to go in alone." AI Lin looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with concern. "Lin Chen, is this your home?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, how about it? Not bad, right? Not only is there a yard in front, but there's also one in the back, and the space is really big. This is your home." "Yes, this is my home. This is your home." Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he reached out and tapped AI Lin's forehead. "Strange, she doesn't have a fever. Why has she turned into a parrot?" AI Lin turned around, took out a bank card from her bag, and handed it to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, I have money. I'll buy you a villa. You, such a great scientist, shouldn't live so simply." Lin Chen seemed to understand what AI Lin was thinking. AI Lin, you've misunderstood something. I have money, a lot of money, and I think there's nothing wrong with my home. Isn't it quite good?" While speaking, he took AI Lin's hand. "Come on, let's go inside and talk. Don't just stand at the door," he said, pulling AI Lin toward the house. As the door opened, AI Lin was completely stunned. Although Lin Chen's house looked shabby from the outside, the inside was very luxurious. It was fully modern in style, with genuine leather sofas from BB in the living room, a 100-inch Sony TV hanging on the wall, various gaming consoles placed under the television, and even the glass cups on the dining table were all this. Lin Chen pointed to the 4 bedrooms beside the living room and said, "The innermost one is my room, the one next door is where Mo Shui lives, and the one behind that is Ling Yi's. You can stay." AI Lin asked in confusion, "Who is Ling Yi?" At that moment, Ling Yi walked over. "Hello, I am Ling Yi, the personal housekeeper of the master." AI Lin frowned. How could one Mo Shui not be enough? There's also a personal housekeeper, and she's a Japanese-style girl in a JK uniform. Are you sure this housekeeper is proper? Seeing AI Lin's expression, Lin Chen quickly explained, "This is an AI robot." AI Lin looked at Ling Yi again upon hearing this, but this time, there was only curiosity left in her eyes. This is actually a robot. How amazing. Lin Chen, can I take her apart to study? Ling Yi immediately hid behind Lin Chen. Master, I'm so scared, this sister is so fierce. She wants to take me apart as soon as she arrives. AI Lin twitched the corner of her mouth. What's with this robot being so timid? Lin Chen patted Ling Yi's hand. Don't be afraid, AI Lin is just joking with you, as she won't take you apart, right AI Lin? AI Lin could only agree as Lin Chen said so. Yes, I'm just joking, Ling Yi, don't misunderstand. Ling Yi glanced at AI Lin. She could tell that AI Lin was lying, but she had no evidence. It seemed she should stay away from her in the future. After AI Lin got settled, Ling Yi also finished cooking dinner. Dinner is ready, AI Lin. Lin Chen called out. AI Lin walked out of her room. At that moment, she had just finished bathing her golden hair, still glistening with droplets, and her sexy nightgown accentuated her curvy figure. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow. Mo Shui looked at AI Lin, who at least had cup assets, and then looked at her own pair of A-cups. She snorted softly and muttered to herself. What's so great about it? I'm proud of being flat-chested. Ooh, I save fabric for the country. Then she stepped on Lin Chen's foot. Ouch, Mo Shui, you stepped on my foot, it hurts. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Mo Shui said apologetically. But the next scene almost made her explode. AI Lin hurriedly came over, bent down, and looked at Lin Chen's foot. It's fine, nothing serious. Let me massage it for you. Lin Chen felt like his nosebleed was about to flow out. Staring at those cups, he mumbled, yes, massage it. Lin Chen's voice was very soft, but AI Lin still heard it. She stood up, leaned close to his ear, and whispered with breath as fragrant as orchid, then I'll trouble Chief Engineer Lin to come and rub it. This made Lin Chen extremely excited. If not for Mo Shui's murderous glare, he might have transformed into a dragon right then. Ahem, I am a man of integrity, not that kind of person. Please don't test a cadre like this. After saying that, Lin Chen buried his head in his meal and began devouring it. Today his appetite seemed particularly good. He didn't put down his chopsticks until he had finished 3 bowls of rice. Ling Yi said happily, Master, is it because my cooking has improved? Lin Chen let out a burp. Yes, Ling Yi, you are amazing. Ling Yi was overjoyed, but Mo Shui and AI Lin beside her exchanged meaningful glances. This Lin Chen was clearly storing up energy for the night. They couldn't let him get away with it. At night, Lin Chen lay in bed playing with his phone. Just as he was about to turn off the light, he heard the door to his room being gently pushed open. He looked up and saw AI Lin tiptoeing in, then she slipped directly. Chief Engineer Lin, I suddenly feel a tightness in my chest. Could you rub it for me? Lin Chen glanced downward and couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, she had directly switched to combat mode. How convenient that was. Well, since you're uncomfortable, I'll examine you. After all, I'm kind-hearted. With that, Lin Chen prepared to extend his treacherous claws. But just at that critical moment, a crisp sound of the door handle turning came from the door. Someone was coming in. AI Lin exchanged a glance with Lin Chen, and she immediately burrowed under the covers. Seeing that AI Lin was hidden, Lin Chen looked up and found it was Mo Shui. Mo Shui, why are you here? Mo Shui walked toward him, and the silk nightgown slid down her smooth arms and fell to the floor. As she spoke, she gently untied the belt of her robe, and the silk nightgown slid down her smooth arms and fell to the floor. Seeing the clothes Mo Shui was wearing underneath, Lin Chen's already excited state became even more frenzied. Mo Shui was actually wearing a JK uniform, a white semi-transparent blouse, paired with an ultra-short pleated skirt and black stockings on her legs. Which cadre could withstand such a test? Just as he was itching to move, he suddenly felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring. A warm, moist sensation made his hair stand on end, and he felt as though he were floating in ecstasy. At that moment, Mo Shui sensed something was wrong. She flung open Lin Chen's blanket and saw that there was actually AI Lin hiding inside. What are you doing here? AI Lin licked her lips and said, you can come, so why can't I? Sorry, please wait in line at the door. Mo Shui snorted coldly. You're the one who should be in line. I've known him for ages before you even met him. When Lin Chen first knew me, you were still in the US plotting how to assassinate him. Sorry, I'm a pure scientist. Assassination is the method of those dirty politicians. It has nothing to do with me. And now it's my time. Please leave first. Your time? Who says so? With that, Mo Shui threw herself onto Lin Chen. In the next room, Ling Yi was charging itself. Hearing the commotion next door, it couldn't help but shiver. Even the temperature of the electric current couldn't provide it with any warmth. Humans were simply terrifying, especially female humans with high martial prowess. Early the next morning, Mo Shui and AI Lin were still fast asleep in bed. Lin Chen walked out of the room, holding his lower back. Ling Yi, make me some breakfast quickly. I'm starving. Yes, master. What would you like to eat? Give me 10 skewers of large lamb kidneys, 20 skewers of chives, and 2 dozen oysters. Ling Yi blinked its eyes. Master, eating these for breakfast, isn't it a bit unhealthy? Lin Chen looked at Ling Yi and asked back, what's more important, health or my life? Recalling the noises from the next room, last night Ling Yi silently went to prepare Lin Chen's breakfast. It even thoughtfully squeezed a glass of goji berry juice concentrate for him. Lin Chen was eating breakfast when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, It was Qian Xinwei. Good morning, Qianlao. Lin Chen, have you seen the news? Last night the United States issued a statement declaring that they will vigorously develop space technology and also released a set of photos of a spaceship under construction. Oh, a spaceship under construction. That fast. The US must have been working on this for a long time, they just hadn't announced it before. By the way, can you ask AI Lin about the current progress on the US side? Sure, no problem. After hanging up, AI Lin just happened to walk out of the room. She hugged Lin Chen from behind, leaning her whole body on his back, giving him a morning massage. Hey AI Lin, I have something to ask you. What is it? Has the US been researching spaceships all along? AI Lin recalled for a moment before saying. Yes, there was such a project, but it stalled for a long time due to lack of progress. What's the matter? Lin Chen took out his phone, found the announcement the US released last night, and handed it to AI Lin. AI Lin took the phone, looked at it, and smiled. This is just a bluff, a shell with nothing advanced inside. Later, suddenly her words caught in her throat. Her eyes fixed on the screen, and she pinched to zoom, as if she had discovered something astonishing. What's wrong? Lin Chen leaned in curiously to look at the phone screen. AI Lin pointed at the enlarged picture. Look at this person. Doesn't he seem familiar? Lin Chen shook his head. The picture was too blurry, and in his eyes all foreign men looked pretty much the same, so he didn't notice anything. AI Lin reminded him again, that stubborn scientist on the future who sold intelligence to the dark web. A look of sudden realization dawned on Lin Chen. With AI Lin's reminder, the more he looked, the more it seemed to match. Wasn't this guy arrested for selling research data to the dark web? AI Lin frowned and thought for a moment. Now it seems things aren't that simple. This person is highly likely to have been planted by Baipu. And the research materials he secretly sold were probably not sold to some terrorist organization, but to Baipu. Lin Chen was a bit confused. That doesn't make sense. Since Baipu arranged for you to join the joint research group, you would naturally bring back the relevant research data when you return. Why would they go to the trouble of arranging another person to secretly sell the data to them? Why would they go to such an unnecessary trouble? AI Lin shook her head. Lin Chen, you might not understand the political environment of Pyongyang. In your Tianqiao, everyone closely revolves around the government and their actions, but in Pyongyang the government is the government, and capital is capital. Although Baipu is the president of Pyongyang, his first principle in doing things is the capital he represents. If I bring the data back for further research, the benefits gained would belong to the entire Pyongyang, or even possibly to the Roosevelt family, which does not align with his interests. Therefore, he needs to obtain these research materials in advance, have someone analyze the exploitable value, then lay out plans ahead of time, and ultimately harvest capital. Lin Chen suddenly realized. So the announcement issued by Pyongyang last time was also for this reason. Now it seems that's exactly the case. After Baipu obtained the research materials we developed, he felt that contact with extraterrestrial civilization presented an opportunity for capital harvesting. That's why he advocated the benefits of contact with extraterrestrial civilization and encouraged the development of space technology. However, your Tian chaos cautious attitude has also affected many capitalists and the public's confidence in the development of space technology. So he announced Pyongyang's spaceship plan and released these photos to further boost the confidence of Pyongyang's capital and populace. Believe it or not, the aerospace sector of Pyongyang's stock market will surely surge today. Lin Chen took the phone, checked it, and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, all hit the daily limit. AI Lin chuckled. Behind many of these enterprises there are likely the shadows of the capital represented by Baipu. In truth, they don't care whether the extraterrestrial civilization comes when it comes, or what its purpose is. What they want is to seize every opportunity that can change the world to expand their capital. Lin Chen asked in confusion. But aren't they afraid that the extraterrestrial civilization might actually destroy Blue Star? With the capital they control, even if Blue Star is destroyed, aren't their chances of survival the greatest? Even if it's buying tickets for Noah's Ark, aren't they the only ones who can afford it? Moreover, aren't they already building spaceships? Then won't they be able to escape? Hearing this answer, Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. Good heavens, these capitalists are truly meticulous in their calculations. No matter the final outcome, they are the winners. Even if Blue Star is destroyed, humanity is annihilated, they will be the last to die. Perhaps this is the difference between Bolsheviks and capital. If there really were a Noah's Ark, the Bolsheviks would surely let women and children board first rather than deciding who boards first based on their capital. Lin Chen picked up the phone, informed Qian Xinwei of the news AI Lin had just told him, then extended his hand to AI Lin and said, AI Lin, would you be willing to build the Noah's Ark with me? AI Lin nodded, repeatedly grasped Lin Chen's hand, and went with him to the research center. After they left, Mo Shui came out of the room and sighed. Alas, they say knowledge changes destiny. I didn't quite believe it before, but now I do. Ling Yi saw this, and came over to console her. Sister Mo Shui, don't be sad. Although your education isn't as high as AI Lin's, your chest isn't as big as hers either. Fist clenched. Mo Shui's fist tightened. She turned to look at Ling Yi. Do you want to see if my fist can win? Hearing this, Ling Yi turned and ran away. Master, wait for me, I'll help you too. Over the next 10 odd days, Lin Chen and AI Lin stayed in the research center. His plan was to modify the Azure Dragon into an apocalypse rescue. Originally, each scale on the Azure Dragon was an unmanned fighter, but it could not carry people. Lin Chen decided to modify the Dragon scale fighters, removing all combat function components, retaining only the basic space, and adding oxygen generation and temperature humidity control functions. In his vision, a modified Dragon scale fighter could carry up to 45 people, just enough to rescue one household. Even if that day truly comes when Blue Star is destroyed by extraterrestrial civilization, these modified Azure Dragons can rescue more people to the space station. Although casualties are still unavoidable, Lin Chen still wants to save more people, not like Piaoyanghua, which only saves those capitalists. However, when he and AI Lin together constructed the new version of the Azure Dragon, their expressions were indescribable. Lin Chen, this Azure Dragon looks like it's been swollen. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Isn't this to maximize the space? A little more space means one more person can sit. AI Lin nodded. You have a point, but I think it should be renamed Fat Dragon, which is more fitting. And what's going on? It's only 3 in the afternoon, why is it dark? AI Lin took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it around her expressions. And what's going on? It's only 3 in the afternoon, why is it dark? AI Lin took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it around her expression solemn. Lin Chen, it seems we're trapped in some enclosed space. Could something have happened? Lin Chen frowned and thought for a moment, then took out his phone and called Chen Yuanxiao. If something had happened, Chen Yuanxiao would surely know. As soon as the call connected, Chen Yuanxiao's hearty voice rang out. Haha Lin Chen, have you seen the new research center? How is it, are you satisfied? Lin Chen was stunned, then remembered that the 15 days were almost up. He quickly gazed at the countdown on the system space. Current progress 99, estimated remaining time 9 minutes 59 seconds. Only 10 minutes left. He quickly pushed AI Lin back into the research center and said, AI Lin, don't worry. This is a new research center built specifically for another project of mine. Stay here for now, and he'll come find you later. AI Lin nodded. As a researcher, she knew that even if a project was the researcher's own achievement, it could not be disclosed to outsiders without state permission. Therefore, she fully understood Lin Chen's actions. Go ahead, he'll take a nap. Since it was pitch black all around, Lin Chen turned on the flashlight on his phone and ran desperately forward. He ran like this for 10 minutes, and the system's completion prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen glanced back, feeling that he should be a certain distance from his original research center, so he said to the system, retrieve the manufactured product. In an instant, a colossal space battleship suddenly appeared before Lin Chen, stretching beyond sight. Standing beside it, Lin Chen felt as insignificant as an ant. System, what is this? Host, this is a galactic battleship. A galactic battleship. Can it crush the alien battleship at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean? The battleship at the bottom of the Pacific is a second-level civilization stellar battleship, while this one is a third-level civilization's galactic battleship. Let me give an example. The difference in combat power is like Mo Shui and AI Lin together fighting you alone. Lin Chen. Your example is excellent. Oh, please refrain from using it again. By the way, system, what civilization level is Blue Star currently at? It is currently at a level 0. 7 civilization, unable to fully utilize all the energy available on Blue Star. Lin Chen felt a surge of astonishment. He never expected that Blue Star had not even reached a level 1 civilization, while the planet of that alien battleship had achieved a level 2 civilization 300 million years ago. If a conflict were to arise, it would amount to Mo Shui and AI Lin against me alone. Ugh, what a ridiculous example I've given. It's all the fault of the damn system that has led me astray. System, how do I pilot this battleship? You just need to call for 01. Lin Chen asked curiously. 01. Yes, indeed. This system has embedded 01 into the central control of this battleship. Before reaching level 1, many of humanity's endeavors on a planet are constrained by insufficient energy. Even numerous scientific studies may be paused due to energy shortages or excessive investment. However, once a level 1 civilization is truly attained, humanity will completely break free from the shackles of energy, with energy being nearly inexhaustible, leading to an unprecedented technological explosion. Among these, the most rapid development will be in AI, artificial intelligence. In the future, almost everyone will be equipped with an AI to handle time-consuming daily chores, such as researching information, organizing documents, performing mechanical labor, driving cars, and more. Humanity's primary research focus will shift towards aerospace and life sciences to seek more energy and enhance human longevity. After hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, reflecting on Blue Star's history, which indeed tells a story of humanity and energy. He took out his phone and called for 01. 01, open the battleship's hatch. Soon 01's voice echoed from the battleship. Understood, Master. As 01's voice faded, the lights around the battleship illuminated the originally dark new research center as brightly as day, and a metallic door slowly opened, revealing a descending staircase. Lin Chen walked down the staircase into the interior of the cabin. It turned out that this battleship's cabin was indeed somewhat similar to the Xuanwu, except this battleship's main cockpit was larger with more screens and a better view. Is the host satisfied with the product created this time? Absolutely satisfied. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge flooded into Lin Chen's mind, far exceeding the knowledge he had acquired before. It took Lin Chen a full hour to absorb all the knowledge. At this moment his eyes were tightly closed, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, breathing heavily. He finally understood why this time the amount of knowledge was so extensive. To construct this star system battleship, one must understand the foundational knowledge that even a level 3 civilization would possess. Since Blue Star's knowledge base has not even reached the standards of a level 1 civilization, it means he must fully learn the relevant knowledge of both level 1 and level 2 civilizations before he can proceed to level 3. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, they seemed to shine like stars, as if capable of perceiving the essence of the universe. However, he soon returned to normal. Now when Lin Chen looked at this star system battleship, the thoughts of WoW no longer occupied his mind. He could clearly understand the material properties, theoretical foundations, and process standards required for every part. However, he also knew that many materials could not be found or produced on Blue Star. Lin Chen pondered and muttered to himself, "Lingguang Shinjuan, bless the divine land, I shall name you Zhuke." With this thought, Lin Chen waved his hand. "Master, this battleship is so enormous that you can't write such large characters with a pen. How about I handle it instead?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No, the artistry of calligraphy in our celestial dynasty is profound and can only be understood intuitively, not expressed verbally. AI can only imitate, but cannot capture the essence of calligraphy. I will write it first, and then you can copy it." 01 couldn't help but secretly complain. "The calligraphy I produce indeed lacks essence, but at least people can understand the words I write. If your calligraphy is produced, it would be an embarrassment to be shown off to aliens." Fortunately, 01 did not display this sarcastic comment, otherwise Lin Chen would have dismantled it on the spot. As the saying goes, a person's writing reflects their character. Am I such an outstanding person that my writing looks so unsightly? Chen Yuanxiao, yes. Qian Sinwei, yes. Bai Pu, yes. Lin Chen left the Zhuke feeling satisfied and returned to the old research center. AI Lin, seeing Lin Chen return with a smile, asked curiously, "What has you so happy?" Lin Chen picked up AI Lin's face and gave her a kiss. "Hasn't the beautiful country been working on a spaceship project? I'm about to show them what a real spaceship looks like." AI Lin blinked her big eyes. "Are you planning to build a spaceship too?" Lin Chen shook his head and pulled AI Lin out. When AI Lin saw the massive object before her, her breath caught in her throat. What is this?" "Zhuke Star System Battleship." Lin Chen took AI Lin on a tour of the Zhuke and briefly explained some of its features. However, AI Lin could not comprehend what Lin Chen was saying, as the knowledge he had acquired far surpassed her understanding, and much of it contradicted her previous knowledge. Seeing AI Lin's confused expression, Lin Chen affectionately patted her head. "It's okay if you don't understand, I will teach you slowly." AI Lin, feeling Lin Chen's tenderness, blinked her eyes and smiled. "So do I need to pay some tuition first?" As she said this, she pushed Lin Chen onto the command cabin seat. An hour later, the two of them exited the Zhuke after getting dressed, with Lin Chen supporting his waist and AI Lin radiating with vitality. Lin Chen took out his phone and called Chen Yuanxiao. "Old Chen, hurry and bring Qian Lao to the research center. I have a big treasure to show you." Chen Yuanxiao's face darkened. "Lin Chen, speak properly. If you keep using such forbidden words, be careful I block you." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Yuanxiao called Qian Sinwei to join him at Lin Chen's new research center. As he opened the door to the research center and looked into the pitch darkness, Chen Yuanxiao slapped his "Oh no, how did I forget to ask someone to turn on the lights? It's so dark, Lin Chen won't get lost in there, will he?" Qian Sinwei nudged Chen Yuanxiao. "Stop jabbering and turn on the lights quickly." Chen Yuanxiao hurriedly made a phone call to have the power at the new research center turned on. With a sudden click, the lights in the entire research center brightened, illuminating the previously dark space as if it were day. At that moment, as the lights turned on, Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Sinwei stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. After a long pause, Chen Yuanxiao swallowed hard. "Old Qian, what is this? What is this?" Qian Sinwei shook his head. "You asked me, who should I ask?" "Wait a minute, this wouldn't be the big treasure Lin Chen wanted us to see, would it?" The moment Chen Yuanxiao heard this, he felt it should be just that. This treasure really was big, so vast it was beyond sight. "Old Qian, how do we get in?" "You keep asking, won't you just call Lin Chen to open the door?" Chen Yuanxiao finally reacted. "Oh, right. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Soon Lin Chen ran over. Old Chen, you're here." Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Chen Yuanxiao hurriedly asked Lin Chen, "Is this the big treasure you wanted us to see?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "So how is it, Old Chen? I didn't trick you. Is this big treasure spectacular?" "It is indeed spectacular, but what exactly is it?" "Well, how should I explain this to you? Simply put, this is the Pro Max version of the alien battleship from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean." Hearing this vivid metaphor, Chen Yuanxiao suddenly understood. "Oh, so it's the alien battleship Pro Max. Wait, is this really an alien battleship?" Qian Sinwei couldn't hold back anymore. This old man Chen's intelligence was only suitable for fighting, not for scientific research. "Old Chen, keep your comments to yourself. Lin Chen means this is a spaceship he built, got it?" Chen Yuanxiao realized once again. "Oh, so you built a spaceship. Wait, can you really build a spaceship? Lin Chen pouted. Old Chen isn't the spaceship right here. It can't just have appeared out of thin air. Come on, let me show you the Zhuke. Qian Xinwei was taken aback as he pointed to the symbols painted outside. You mean this string of bizarre symbols is written as Zhuke? Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Old Qian, do you see my calligraphy? Isn't it quite reminiscent of Zhang Su's wild cursive eye-catching? Qian Xinwei sighed. Hey Lin Chen, seriously, find time to practice your writing. My 3-year-old grandson writes better than you. Lin Chen decided to skip the topic. These two old men had no appreciation skills, so he led Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei onto the Zhuke for a tour. Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei had both been inside the Xuanwu, so they weren't particularly surprised to see the bear control room inside the Zhuke. Lin Chen, why do you always like this bear style when you build things? Lin Chen smiled. Old Chen, now that intelligent driving is so advanced, who would still pilot a spaceship themselves? Chen Yuanxiao wanted to retort, but when he thought of the Baihu Xuanwu Qinglong and Yinglong, he shut his mouth. Indeed, the military weapons designed by Lin Chen, even without mentioning combat power, were already at least 100 years ahead in terms of intelligence. Perhaps in the future humans really wouldn't need to drive various tools themselves. He couldn't help but sigh. Hey Lin Chen, it's a good thing you were born late, otherwise I wouldn't have much to do. Lin Chen looked at Chen Yuanxiao, puzzled by his statement. Qian Xinwei chuckled and explained. Old Chen used to be a driver for leaders, and later, seeing his combat skills were decent, he was sent to be a reconnaissance team member, eventually making his way to his current position. If you had been born a few decades earlier and developed such advanced intelligent driving technology, he would have been out of a job long returned home. Chen Yuanxiao glared at Qian Xinwei. Get lost, weren't you also old Qian student? I often heard you being scolded by old Qian, being called his dumbest student. Qian Xinwei rolled his eyes. Who is old Qian? He is a big shot who could hold off 5 divisions during the most difficult times for our country. Being his student is already a blessing, so what if he scolded me a bit? Did you ever have the chance to be scolded by him? Lin Chen saw the two arguing again and quickly intervened. Old Qian, stop quarreling, you'll make others laugh. Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei realized that AI Lin was still there. But AI Lin cheerfully said, it's fine, you two continue, I'm Lin Chen's wife, so I'm already considered a person from our country. After Lin Chen led the two on a tour of the Zhuchua, Qian Xinwei was extremely excited. Although he couldn't understand much of what Lin Chen explained, it didn't affect his knowledge that this Zhuke was impressive. With the Zhuchua, they had the capital to confront alien civilizations. He quickly took out his phone and called Old Xia. Old Xia, may the heavens bless our country and the blue star. After hearing Qian Xinwei's report, Old Xia was also exhilarated. Good. Very good. However, from now on, the entire military district of Modu must maintain strict confidentiality regarding the existence of this battleship. This is not only a trump card against alien civilizations, but also against the US-EU alliance. Lin Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Old Xia was indeed impressive, making deployments in such a short time. Indeed, the existence of the Zhuke needed to be kept secret for the time being. If alien civilizations learned of it early, the threat to Blue Star would increase. Moreover, the enemies might not only come from alien civilizations, but possibly from within Blue Star itself. If the US-EU alliance learned of the Zook's existence, they would certainly do everything possible to destroy. On one hand, to avoid affecting the establishment of friendships with alien civilizations. On the other hand, it was also to develop their own aerospace technology. If our country already had a Zhuchua, an epic-making spaceship, how could their aerospace enterprises exaggerate their strength to attract capital? However, Lin Chen let out a sigh. The beautiful country truly has no limits. It's a complete waste of resources from Blue Star. Old Xia chuckled. Since the dawn of human civilization, everyone has aspired to be at the pinnacle of power, from tribal leaders to the current presidents. Isn't it all the same? To solve such a problem, there is only one way: to give everyone a common enemy, an adversary that appears insurmountable. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. So, Old Xia, are you implying that alien civilizations are this enemy? However, Old Xia did not answer Lin Chen's question directly. Instead, he said, Lin Chen, I heard you've taken that little girl from the Roosevelt family. Lin Chen's face flushed. Ahem, Old Xia, don't slander me. I'm an upright person. How could I possibly traffic people? Ha, even old Roosevelt has come to complain to me about it. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, feeling embarrassed. Goodness, now the parents are coming to him. What should he do? Should he have the Baihu ship line up to welcome them and throw a couple of missiles as an explanation? Old Xia, this. Old Xia burst into laughter. Do you think they came to me to ask for someone back? Isn't that so? Of course not. They not only did not come to ask for someone back, but they also came to send money. Old Roosevelt is worried that Erin won't have enough money while traveling in Tianxiao, so he even sent me $1 billion to help take care of her. Thus, this important task is entrusted to you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen was still in a daze, thinking that such a good thing actually existed. He ran off with someone's daughter, and they even sent him money. Chen Yuanxiao saw Lin Chen's expression and slapped him on the back. You brat, what good thing are you thinking? Did you not hear Old Xia's meaning? Huh. Old Xia had other implications. Of course. The Roosevelt family is betting on both sides. One side is on the beautiful country's capital harvesting plan, and the other side is on Tian Chaos' cautious plan. In this way, regardless of which side encounters problems, they have a fallback option. Moreover, this $1 billion does not need to come from their own pockets. They just need to follow along and reap the benefits. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Goodness, capitalists truly are capitalists. They calculate their profits so clearly. Chen Yuanxiao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. You need to practice, kid. All right, we'll be leaving now. During this time, I will arrange for people to patrol near your new research center, and you must report any situation to me immediately. After saying that, Chen Yuanxiao reluctantly took Qian Xinwei away. All right, old Qian, stop watching. You won't understand anyway. As if you understand it yourself. Exactly, we both don't understand, so our levels are the same. Qian Xinwei thought, although I know he's talking nonsense, he makes a good point. After Chen Yuanxiao and Qian Xinwei left, Lin Chen also took Aaron back. For the next 3 months, Lin Chen was busy making various preparations. Ever since he obtained part of the knowledge of a third-level civilization as a reward for the Zhuge ship's order system, Lin Chen increasingly felt that the alien civilization behind that battleship at the bottom of the Pacific would come to Blue Star. In fact, the reason humanity needs to transition from a first-level civilization to a second-level civilization, or even a third-level civilization, is fundamentally due to a lack of resources to support the development of civilization. The development of civilization is like a train that continuously moves forward. Without energy, you cannot continue to progress. And if you do not progress, you risk being surpassed by other civilizations. And on Blue Star, there is a saying that is universally applicable: those who lag behind will be beaten. This is evident when reviewing Blue Star's modern history. Since Western countries first initiated the Industrial Revolution and led the world in military-industrial technology, what was the first thing they did? It was colonization. And the essence of colonization is resource plunder. No one would talk about fairness and justice with a backward country, let alone between two planets. Thus, the beautiful country's desire to establish friendly relations with alien civilizations is utterly naive. Lin Chen now had no time to get entangled in the issues of the beautiful country. What he needed to do was to enhance Blue Star's strength as much as possible with the existing conditions before the alien civilization arrives. However, the first key problem arose. Many materials given Blue Star's current technological level simply cannot be produced. For example, the basic requirement for interstellar travel, the curvature engine, has a billion-fold energy deficit compared to the controllable nuclear fusion technology currently mastered by Blue Star, making it completely insufficient. While a second-level civilization uses matter-antimatter annihilation to provide energy, a third-level civilization uses miniature quantum singularities or small black holes to supply energy. This left Lin Chen in a quandary. System, is there any way to obtain the materials I need? Ding. Detected potential life-threatening situation for the host. A system malfunction is now enabled for the host. Ding. System mal is also open. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Brother system, I will never scold you again. You are simply my long-lost brother. Lin Chen looked at the system in his mind and saw that next to the original system space, a system mal option had appeared. Lin Chen clicked in and saw a dense array of countless materials. Within some he recognized, and some he did not. System, do you have miniature quantum singularities for sale? Ding. Search completed, please confirm. Lin Chen's lips curled up. The system is quite considerate. It even has voice search. However, when he looked at the price for the miniature quantum singularity that the system searched for, he was utterly dismayed. Miniature quantum singularity X1, price, 10 trillion Tianqiao coins. Lin Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. 10 trillion Tianqiao coins. Dog system, I'm not a scrap dealer, I'm not a money printing factory. 10 trillion Tianqiao coins, even the authors of Tomato Novel wouldn't dare write such a thing. Host, do you know how much energy is needed to maintain a curvature engine? It takes the complete mass energy conversion of an entire Jupiter to temporarily sustain a small curvature bubble for 30 minutes. A miniature quantum singularity can provide the energy required to maintain a large curvature bubble for 10 years. Now, do you still think this price is high? Looking at the system's explanation, Lin Chen's corner twitched. Alright, it's indeed not expensive, but he simply couldn't produce that much money. Could he possibly need to take out a loan to save Blue Star? That's not a bad idea. If he successfully saves Blue Star, then the loan company wouldn't dare come after him for repayment. If he failed, then Blue Star would be gone, and he wouldn't owe a single cent. However, which loan company could come up with 10 trillion? If they could do that, then what kind of loan company would they even be? Lin Chen sighed. It seems that borrowing online loans is not feasible. I should look for legitimate options instead. Or perhaps I should pull off a big heist and directly rob the treasury of the beautiful nation. Or perhaps a more subtle approach like robbing Biden. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more he felt these two ideas were more reliable than borrowing online loans. So he took out his phone and dialed Elder Xia's number. Elder Xia, I have a bold idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Upon hearing this, Elder Xia burst into laughter. Haha, go ahead, let me see how bold it is, whether it can scare me. Lin Chen looked around, and then quietly said into the phone, Elder Xia, I want to rob the treasury of the beautiful nation. Elder Xia had seen all kinds of storms and had experienced many things, making him internally strong and calm. However, hearing Lin Chen's plan still nearly caused him to drop his phone. Fortunately, Zhang Chuqiang, who was standing behind him, timely supported him. Indeed, Zhang Chuqiang had been released because the alien civilization was about to invade, and keeping him locked up was no longer useful. It was better to let him out to be a cannon fodder. I mean to shine. Elder Xia coughed. Lin Chen, is it too hot lately? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this about the robbery? Why was he asking me if it was hot? No, I haven't been going out much recently. Both the research center and my home have air conditioning, so I don't feel hot at all. Then why are you so irritable? Did Biden offend you? Should I have him apologize to you? Although it sounded absurd to have the president of the beautiful nation apologize, Elder Xia felt that if it was Lin Chen, Biden would definitely agree without hesitation. No, I'm just a bit tight on funds lately. Elder Xia breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. If you're short on cash, just tell me how much you need. How about I lend you 1 billion? Is that enough? Not quite, I still need a bit more. Then how about 2 billion? Still not enough. 100 billion? Still not enough. Elder Xia was a bit bewildered. How could you still be short with 100 billion? What are you trying to buy? Lin Chen, have you fallen victim to a telecom scam? Elder Xia, are you joking? I'm in the military district of Modu. Which fool would dare to scam me? That makes sense. So are you involved in online gambling? No, I have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. I see you're dating AI Lin and Mo Shui, right? The expenses must be high, right? No, Elder Xia, I'm just doing research and need some funding. How about this? I won't make you uncomfortable or ill. Just go rob a bit, and he'll be back soon. You can pretend you didn't know. Elder Xia felt exhausted at that moment. What does "he'll be back soon" mean? Who else in the world could rob the treasury of the beautiful nation besides you, Lin Chen? Even if Biden were senile, he wouldn't guess it was you. When the beautiful nation sees their treasury robbed, they might retaliate fiercely. Who knows, the alien civilization might not even arrive, and the blue planet could self-destruct. Lin Chen, calm down. How much do you need? Just give me a number, and I'll find a way. 10 trillion Tianqiao coins. Converted to dollars, it's only $150 billion. Elder Xia's body shook again, and he almost blurted out, then go rob it. But for the sake of world peace, he managed to hold it back. He picked up an oxygen tank from the table, took 2 deep breaths, and finally calmed down. Okay, I'll think of a way for you, but Lin Chen, you must be frugal. The country doesn't have a surplus either. Don't worry, Elder Xia, you still don't trust me. My biggest expense is just buying cola. After Elder Xia hung up, he turned to Zhang Chuqiang and instructed. Xiao Zhang, think of a way to get Lin Chen 10 trillion over there. Zhang Chuqiang pointed one finger at himself. Me. Elder Xia shot him a glance. Isn't it enough to just catch those corrupt officials, eh? Zhang Chuqiang instantly understood. All right, Elder Xia, I'm on it. That night, agents from the National Security Bureau suddenly appeared across various places in Tianqiao, teaming up with local police to arrest a large number of corrupt officials. However, unexpectedly, after these corrupt officials were arrested, there was no follow-up. According to past practices, the government would announce the general corruption history of these officials, such as how much they embezzled during what period. But this time there was nothing. These corrupt officials seemed to have evaporated from the world. Similarly, the embezzled money also vanished. A week later, Zhang Chuqiang returned to Elder Xia's side, dragging his exhausted body, and asked, Elder Xia, the money has been transferred. Elder Xia nodded. And what about that batch of people? Oh, a prison transport vehicle carrying prisoners had an accident and caught fire, and all those corrupt officials happened to be inside. Elder Xia sighed. Well, I guess they shone and contributed one last time. Meanwhile, Lin Chen suddenly received a transfer of 10 trillion. He raised his eyebrows and immediately understood that this was the money Elder Xia had sent him. Then he turned around and opened the system store to purchase that micro-quantum singularity. However, he didn't dare take it out now. If he did, the gravitational field it would generate could swallow the entire blue planet. So he needed to make the container first, then put it inside before it could be used on the cosmic battleship. But why buy it so early? Because the system told him that buying it now would enjoy 100 billion subsidy, and combined with the subsidies from the Laniakea supercluster, the Virgo cluster, and the Milky Way subsidy, it could be discounted by 50%. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't find another one, so he needed to buy it quickly. Hearing how cost-effective it was, Lin Chen quickly placed his order. However, after successfully purchasing it, he refreshed the system page, only to find that the price of the micro-quantum singularity had dropped to only 500 billion Tianqiao coins. Wait, system, I just bought it, and you're lowering the price. And you dropped it by 500 billion. Ding. Host, this is a limited-time subsidy, and the second item is half price. Lin Chen. But before he could finish cursing, the alarm on the Zhuke ship suddenly went off. Warning. Warning. An unidentified battleship is approaching the blue planet only 2800 light-years away. Lin Chen frowned. They are already coming. And they've entered the Milky Way. He quickly took out his phone and called Elder Xia. Seeing it was Lin Chen, Elder Xia smiled and answered the phone. Ha, Lin Chen, did you receive the money? How's my efficiency? Be careful with your spending. Elder Xia, I've already spent it all. Huh. Spent it all. Yes, but that's not important. The important thing is Elder Xia, the alien civilization's battleship, has entered the Milky Way. Hearing this news, even someone as composed as Elder Xia couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. How far is it to Blue Star? Approximately 2800 light-years away. They should have just entered the Milky Way. How long will it take for them to reach Blue Star? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. The detection range of the Zhuge is currently limited to the Milky Way, so we have no idea where they are coming from or how long it took them, and due to insufficient power the detection isn't real-time. Elder Xiao frowned. How could Qin Yuanshao mess this up? At such a critical moment, he can't even ensure sufficient power supply for the Zhuge. Do I need to call his former superior to give him a beating? Lin Chen quickly intervened. Elder Xia, don't get too worked up. This isn't really Chun Lao's fault. The main issue is that if the Zhuge's detection system operates at full capacity, it requires an enormous amount of energy. Even with 3 controllable nuclear fusion supply modules on board, it's still insufficient. In fact, the Zhuge not only has 3 controllable nuclear fusion supply modules, but more importantly, it also possesses a miniature quantum singularity, which is that type of small black hole that Lin Chen purchased for $1 trillion. However, Lin Chen did not activate the miniature quantum singularity to provide energy for the Zhuge, as he knew that once the extraterrestrial civilization arrived, they would certainly conduct energy wave detection on Blue Star. They might check for powerful energy waves that could pose a threat. If detected, they might turn back and call for reinforcements. In that case, the Zhuge would likely not stand a chance against them, and Lin Chen would have to flee with Elder Xia and the others. At most he could shout, "In 30 years the east of the river is prosperous and the west is desolate. I do not under-" In that case, the Zhuge would likely not stand a chance against them, and Lin Chen would have to flee with Elder Xia and the others. At most he could shout, "In 30 years the east of the river is prosperous and the west is desolate. I do not underestimate the youth." However, it was uncertain whether Elder Xia and the others would still be alive in 30 years. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Elder Xia waved his hand. Lin Chen, you may not understand, but our celestial empire's power generation is ranked first globally, accounting for 32.3% of the world's total. That's more than the combined output of the second-place Beautiful Nation and the third-place Curry Nation. So in our celestial empire, you never have to worry about insufficient electricity. Now tell me, how much electricity does the Zhuge need to operate at full detection mode? Lin Chen scratched his head. To operate at full capacity for a day, it would need about 1 trillion kilowatt-hours. That's not a lot, is it? How much did you say? 1 trillion kilowatt-hours. Elder Xiao's expression turned grim upon hearing this answer. Although the Celestial Empire's power generation is ranked first globally, it only produces about 10 trillion kilowatt-hours a year. A nuclear power station typically generates about 10 billion to 50 billion kilowatt-hours in a year. With 57 nuclear power stations, the total annual output is about 450 billion kilowatt-hours. To suddenly take out 1 trillion kilowatt-hours of electricity would mean half of the Celestial Empire would suffer a blackout for half a month to recover. The impact would be immense. Lin Chen also knew this was an unreasonable request. After all, the Zhuge's technology is based on level 3 civilization standards, and the energy needed is set at a galactic level. Blue Star, which is yet to reach even level 1 civilization, clearly cannot provide such a massive amount of energy. Elder Xia, why don't we just forget it for now? I can try to conduct a few more scans in the next couple of days to detect the distance to the other side and make a rough estimate of their proximity. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, Elder Xia directly refused. No, we currently have no idea about the speed of the extraterrestrial civilization. What if they arrive at Blue Star without needing 24? What if they choose to attack us unprepared before you can perform another scan? We must prepare for the worst. This isn't just a matter for our celestial empire, it's a matter for all of Blue Star. Just wait, I will go borrow electricity from other countries right now. After hanging up the phone, Elder Xia immediately convened a meeting of the highest leaders of the Asia-Pacific Alliance, with the theme being borrowing electricity. This left Zui Tianyi, Li Zipak, and Xian Ba stunned, initially thinking that someone from the Celestial Empire had made a typo. But when they confirmed with Elder Xia, he directly admitted it, leaving them even more bewildered. Xian Ba directly asked, Elder Xia, did I hear you right? You want to borrow electricity from us? The power generation of your Celestial Empire is 5 times that of our Curry Nation. Zui Tianyi added, it's 11 times that of our Foot Basin. Li Zipak mentally calculated, it's 18 times that of our Stick Nation. Elder Xia sighed. To be honest, the warships of the extraterrestrial civilization have already reached the Milky Way and are rapidly approaching Blue Star. However, the intergalactic detector developed by Lin Chen requires an enormous amount of energy, 1 trillion kilowatt-hours a day. The Celestial Empire simply doesn't have enough, which is why we're borrowing from you. But don't worry, once this is over, we will definitely repay you. You all know that we usually never lack electricity. Xian Ba's eyes widened in shock. Elder Xia, what did you say? Extraterrestrials are coming soon. Zui Tianyi and Li Zipak were equally stunned by the news, but what shocked them even more was Lin Chen's research level has already reached such heights. He can detect the entire Milky Way. Elder Xia nodded. That's right, but the current problem is that while we know the extraterrestrial civilization is approaching us, we have no idea about their speed and real-time location. We have no clue how long it will take them to reach Blue Star. Therefore, we need to maximize the power of Lin Chen's intergalactic detector to ensure we know when the extraterrestrial warships arrive overhead. Zhuotianyi Li Zipak and Xian Ba all fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, this was a very urgent matter, but it was merely speculation. The extraterrestrial civilization might arrive at Blue Star tomorrow, or it could be 100 years later. Should we consume this much electricity daily for 100 years? If so, there would be no need for the US-European alliance to act. The Asia-Pacific alliance would regress to the Candle era. However, they also understood that this was a gamble they couldn't afford to take. If they lost, the entire Blue Star could be occupied or destroyed by the extraterrestrial civilization. They shouldn't wait until the moment they are enslaved to mine for the extraterrestrial civilization before regretting why they didn't use that electricity back then. With a gloomy face, Xian Ba was the first to express his stance. Elder Xia, we really don't have much surplus electricity. You know, our country ranks third in power generation globally, but we only have 20 trillion kil. Moreover, our country's population is the largest in the world. If there is a blackout, we wouldn't know how many people would die each day, and the entire society would descend into chaos. Zhuotianyi and Li Zipu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Xia, every country today is highly reliant on electricity for development. If the power is cut off, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Xia sighed. So this was the expected outcome, yet it was understandable. After all, every nation in the Asia-Pacific alliance was already under an energy blockade from the US-Europe alliance, suffering from a severe shortage of. Last time, Lin Chen had specially built an arc reactor to solve the energy problem. However, the arc reactor was mainly applied to new energy vehicles. Most other areas still required conventional power generation. In other words, the current power generation of the Asia-Pacific alliance countries was even lower than before. Asking him for electricity now would only make matters worse. Just as Elder Xia was about to adjourn the meeting and think of other solutions, Xinba suddenly spoke up again. So Elder Xia, our India can only supply half of our electricity to Tianqiao. We need to keep the other half to maintain social stability. Upon hearing Xinba's words, Elder Xia, Zhuotianyi, and Li Zipu were all stunned into silence. Seeing the three frozen figures in the video conference, Xinba thought the network was lagging and quickly. Hey someone, how can the network be lagging? Come fix it quickly. Received, Your Majesty. Hurry up, you have no idea how eye-stinging Li Zipu's face looked stuck there. Li Zipu snapped back to reality upon hearing this and burst into a tirade. Eye-stinging your sister. Xinba, are you looking for a fight? Let me tell you, I'm a black belt in karate. Xinba then realized the network wasn't lagging after all. Oops, how did you accidentally hear that? I'm so sorry, but do you think I don't know? Your karate black belt was probably earned from your Korean girl group members, right? You. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Elder Xia quickly intervened. Xinba, are you serious? Xinba patted his chest. Of course I am. A gentleman's word is his bond. Seeing Xinba's sincerity, Zhuotianyi also spoke up. We, Japan, will also contribute half of our electricity until the alien civilization's warship arrives at Blue Star. We, Korea, will do the same. Elder Xia, hearing all three express their commitment, also breathed a sigh of relief. If Tianqiao had to bear such a huge electricity load alone, the pressure would be immense. Now that three countries were sharing the burden, Tianqiao's pressure would be greatly alleviated. After the meeting, Elder Xia immediately informed Lin Chen of this news and told him to use electricity freely, as he had already arranged for super cables to be installed at Lin Chen's research center. Without wasting words, Lin Chen directly activated the Vermilion Birds detection system at maximum power. However, the detection results shocked him once again. It had been less than 12 hours since the last Vermilion Bird warning, and the alien warship was now less than 140 light-years away from Blue Star. In other words, in those 12 hours, the alien warship had covered half the distance. Lin Chen's heart tightened. At this speed, their civilization must be on the verge of a Tier 3 civilization, according to the defining events of civilization levels. The landmark event for a Tier 1 civilization is mastering controllable nuclear fusion. Of course, this does not mean that mastering it automatically makes a civilization Tier 1, or rather acquiring this technology would rapidly elevate a civilization to Tier 1. The landmark event for a Tier 2 civilization is a Dyson sphere. The emergence of a Dyson sphere signifies the maximum utilization of a star's energy. A star is constantly undergoing nuclear fusion and fission reactions. If this energy could be collected and utilized to the fullest, it would propel Blue Star's civilization forward by countless magnitudes. The total energy produced by the sun per minute converted into electrical energy is approximately 6,370 quintillion kilowatt-hours. If Blue Star already had a Dyson sphere, the Vermilion Birds detection system could remain at maximum power indefinitely. 10,000 kilowatt-hours would be a mere drop in the bucket. The landmark event for a Tier 3 civilization is a warp drive, because only with the development of a warp drive can interstellar travel be achieved, allowing access to energy beyond one's own star system. However, warp drives vary in grade. The most advanced warp drive could cross hundreds of thousands of light years in a single second, while a low-grade one might only cover a few light years per second. Thus, some Tier 2 civilizations have actually invented warp drives, but they are not yet capable of full interstellar travel to harvest energy from other galaxies. Because the vast universe is boundless, one simply doesn't know where to go. One might fly hundreds of thousands of light years without finding a single useful resource planet. According to the speed of this alien warship, it covered 140 light years in 12 hours, meaning it could only cross a little over 1,000 light years per hour. Such speed was merely at the level of having a rudimentary warp drive equivalent to the late stage of a Tier 2 civilization, just barely glimpsing the threshold of Tier 3. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That was fine. As long as the enemy wasn't playing the fool, there was no problem. Lin Chen called Elder Xia and reported all the results and speculations. Lin Chen, so in another 12 hours, the alien warship will arrive above Blue Star. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, Elder Xia. Elder Xia nodded, then hung up the phone. About an hour later, all television stations in Tianzhou suddenly interrupted their broadcasts with an emergency news bulletin. The emergency news covered exactly what Lin Chen and Elder Xia had discussed. Finally, Elder Xia personally appeared to urge everyone in Tianzhou to stay at home and not go out to avoid unnecessary disaster. Meanwhile, America also released this news. Lin Chen sighed. It seemed that Elder Xia still hadn't given up on America, unwilling to see lives lost, and had informed Bai Pu of the news. But Bai Pu showed no sign of accepting Elder Xia's goodwill, and still issued a statement, hoping that the American people would welcome the arrival of the alien civilization with the utmost enthusiasm. Thus, Tianzhou and America formed a stark contrast. In Tianzhou, the streets were deserted with hardly anyone strolling about. Everyone had either gone home or was on their way home. In America, the streets were bustling with excitement, even rivaling Christmas. Meanwhile, in places unknown to the common people, 2 spaceships on Blue Star launched almost simultaneously. One was America's Jesus, and the other was Tianchaos' Vermilion Bird. However, because the Vermilion Bird was so far ahead of the Jesus couldn't detect the Vermilion Bird's presence at all. Or rather, the Jesus might not even be sure if it had scanning capabilities, since the environment in space was completely different from that on Blue Star. At that moment, it was around noon in America. The weather was exceptionally fine with not a single cloud in the sky. The sun made the streets of America feel scorching hot. But just then something suddenly blocked the sun, plunging all the streets of America into darkness in an instant. The citizens of Washington looked up at the sky where an immense spaceship like a war fortress loomed above the city. In that instant, everyone held their breath, gazing at the spectacle. It was too breathtaking, a real-life Howl's Moving Castle. Yet the U.S. government quickly responded. Bai Pu directly held a press conference broadcasting live to the world. The live stream title read, "This is a small step for history, but a giant leap for mankind. Dear citizens of the United States, look, the alien warship has arrived at Earth, yet it has not attacked. This proves that those in the Asia-Pacific Alliance are short-sighted and foolish. Our choice is the right one. Now we must extend our hand of friendship to the alien civilization, forge deep bonds, and explore the cosmos together." Bai Pu's impassioned speech ignited cheers from the American citizens. Meanwhile, the Asia-Pacific Alliance was equally bustling, not with banners and firecrackers, but with evacuating civilians to underground safe zones and raising the defense readiness to level 1. Xia Laos with Tian Yipin, Li Zaipu, and Xinba gathered in the magic capital of Tianzhou to watch the U.S. livestream. Why the magic capital? Because Lin Chen was there, and the Vermilion Bird was there. If Earth were attacked, the headquarters of the Earth Defense Alliance would be in the magic capital. Xinba sneered at Bai Pu's smug face on the screen. Bai Pu must be raking it in. Look at the Nasdaq aerospace stocks all hitting the daily limit since the alien ship appeared. Tian Yipin sighed. Alas, I should have made a short-term investment. Could have earned a fortune. Li Zaipu chuckled. You two are no match for me, haha. Wait, did you really buy in? Li Zaipu looked smug. Of course. Our country's losses have been huge. To save electricity, all major enterprises shut down. I had to recoup some from Bai Pu. Xinba and Tian Yipin stared wide-eyed, filled with regret. They should have invested too, but now it was too late to buy in. Back in the White House, Bai Pu's secretary reminded him, Mr. President, according to the original plan, we can start selling now. But Bai Pu waved his hand. Wait, don't sell yet. The situation is clearly in our favor. It can double a few more times. Advantage ours. But, no buts. With me here, what's there to fear? Just then the livestream camera turned, and the Jesus appeared. A 5-star general of the United States, my ASE, was smiling into the camera. Dear citizens of the United States, I am my ASE. I am aboard the Jesus, and I will represent Earth in talks with the alien civilization. The livestream then showed the interior of the Jesus, where engineers waved at the camera, seeing this as their chance to be immortalized in history. Perhaps that single wave would appear in future textbooks. Just thinking about it was thrilling. The Jesus slowly ascended, flashing signal lights, heading toward the alien warship hovering above Earth. Compared to the alien vessel, the Jesus was minuscule. at least 10 times smaller. From space, the Jesus appeared to be requesting docking, but the alien warship made no response. Inside the alien warship, Captain Sola from Helkastar ordered his subordinates to pinpoint the exact location of the distress signal. Captain Sola found it. The distress signal originates from the seabed in this ocean area. Sola nodded. Proceed to investigate immediately. Captain Sola, a small ship, is approaching us flashing signal lights. Sola glanced at the screen and sneered. That piece of junk dares to call itself a spaceship. Ignore it. Our mission is to determine the cause of the crash of the vessel from 300 million years ago and retrieve the information it gathered about this planet. Soon through the Jesus livestream, everyone on Earth saw a small craft detach from the alien warship and streak toward Earth. Baipu was ecstatic. Citizens of the United States, do you see? The alien civilization has received our signal and is sending a representative to Earth for talks. Shinba stared at the speeding alien craft in disbelief. Could that bastard Baipu actually be right? Is the alien civilization really this friendly? Zuetian Yipin and Li Zaipu exchanged glances. If the aliens were hostile, they would have fired on the Jesus long ago. Why send a little shuttle? Unless they planned to perform a pirouette before attacking. If the aliens were indeed friendly, then they were in deep trouble. First, they had lent electricity to Tianqiao while tightening their own belts. All medium and large enterprises had shut down. The economic losses were incalculable, far beyond what Tianqiao's return of electricity could compensate. Second, if the U.S. established ties with the alien civilization and rapidly advanced its technology, it would surely annihilate the Asia-Pacific alliance first. Would they be utterly doomed? Seeing their worry, Xia Lao considered for a moment and called Lin Chen in their presence. When Lin Chen answered, it was Mo Shue's voice. Hello, Elder Xia. Mo Shue. Is Lin Chen there? Yes, he's pinned under AI Lin at the moment. Please hold. Elder Xia twitched at the corner of his mouth. Not now. Of all times, you're studying the origin of life. Soon Lin Chen's voice came through. Hello, Elder Xia, what's up? I was just practicing judo. Elder Xia rolled his eyes. At my age, do you think I don't know what you're up to? You're quite the player. But now wasn't the time for that. Elder Xia asked. Lin Chen, did you see the small craft the alien warship dispatched? What do you think its purpose is? It's obviously going to the bottom of the Pacific to find the sunken warship. What else could it be? Shinba couldn't help but ask loudly, Chief Engineer Lin, could it be a gesture of goodwill from the alien civilization? Lin Chen snorted. If they meant goodwill, why didn't they open their hatch to welcome the Jesus? Instead, they sent a small craft straight to Earth. That's rather rude, isn't it? The group suddenly realized he was right. With their level of technology, the aliens couldn't have missed the Jesus. Ignoring it outright wasn't a matter of oversight. Simba let out a sigh of relief. It's good that the fighting has started, but it's good. However, as soon as he spoke those words, he realized they might not have been appropriate, quickly covering his mouth. After all, if a fight broke out, even their Curry nation would be affected, which would result in greater losses. Nevertheless, Simba's blunt words held a kernel of truth. The people present, while hoping that the alien warships would not actually attack Blue Star, also did not wish for friendships to be formed between the alien warships and the beautiful nation. The best outcome would be for the alien warships to directly blow up the conspicuous USS Jesus and then leave without a trace. That would be perfect. Unfortunately, things would not unfold according to everyone's expectations. The small spacecraft dove into the Pacific Ocean, and then through the Yinglong that lay submerged near the sunken alien warship. Lin Chen clearly observed every move of the small spacecraft. He saw the small spacecraft fly alongside the sunken warship, then extend two mechanical arms from its bottom, and finally extract a black box from the rear of the sunken warship before returning to the alien ship, hovering above Blue Star with the black box. As expected, Lin Chen pondered with his head lowered. In fact, after acquiring knowledge of a level 3 civilization, he had already considered the issue of the black box. Despite its primitive methods, the black box had been preserved throughout the progression of civilization because it was the lowest cost way to reconstruct accidents and retain information. However, Lin Chen also knew that due to the vast amount of information stored within the black box, if it were discovered and deciphered by hostile forces, it would leak a lot of data. Therefore, black boxes are generally encrypted. If there is no specific key, brute force cracking would trigger a self-destruct mechanism resulting in an explosion. That's why Lin Chen had never attempted to retrieve the black box from the sunken warship at the bottom of the Pacific. Moreover, there was another reason, since the rescue signal had already been sent out confirming that the alien civilization would arrive. Retrieving this black box was not particularly meaningful. If the black box went missing, the alien civilization would have even more reason to annihilate Blue Star. In the live broadcast from the beautiful nation, the small spacecraft leisurely returned to the alien warship beside the USS Jesus, leaving the latter with a graceful silhouette. At this moment, MacArthur had a very bad premonition and quickly contacted Baipu. Mr. President, as a 5-star general, my sixth sense tells me there is a problem, a very big problem. I request to retreat. Baipu, witnessing the chaos in the Nasdaq, shouted into the microphone, No, we cannot retreat. MacArthur, you are a soldier. How can a soldier retreat? You must fight for your country and people. MacArthur actually wanted to retort that he was currently fighting for the Nasdaq. But he didn't voice it as he had invested all his wealth into it. On one side was all his wealth, and on the other was his life, which put him in a very difficult position. After contemplating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Mr. President, I will attempt to contact the alien warship one last time. If there is still no response, I will have no choice but to retreat first. Having said that, he ended the call before Baipu could refuse again. After hanging up, MacArthur took a deep breath and commanded, "Turn on the signal light again, send out the signal wave, and try to establish contact with the alien warship. I need to use the restroom." Understood. After giving this order, MacArthur secretly ran to the back, boarded an escape pod, and headed straight for Blue Star. Watching the broadcast of MacArthur issuing commands, Li Zipo frowned. Why did MacArthur's expression look so strange? Would there be any unforeseen changes? So he cautiously asked Lin Chen, "Chief Engineer Lin, do you think it's possible that after the alien warship salvaged the sunken ship, they would simply leave?" This time there was no need for Lin Chen to respond. Simba answered Li Zipo's question for him. "What are you thinking? Haven't you heard the ancient saying from Tianqiao? Thieves never leave empty-handed. You should read more books and not just watch girl groups dance all day." Upon hearing Simba's words, Li Zipo suddenly realized and quickly picked up his phone to call his secretary, instructing her to sell all Nasdaq stocks immediately. However, he was still a step too late. Suddenly, the USS Jesus, which had been flashing its signal lights, exploded without any warning. This explosion left the entire world in shock. No one expected the fighting to start so suddenly. At this moment, inside the alien warship, Sora trembled with excitement as he looked at the contents of the black box. This was actually the fabled eternal star of the universe. Generally speaking, every planet in the universe has a lifespan. For instance, the lifespan of a star is about 10 billion years, while that of an ordinary planet is only about 3 to 5 billion years. Of course, this does not mean that a planet will explode after 5 billion years. Rather, the planet will undergo extreme environmental changes, instantly killing all life on it, turning into a dead star. However, in cosmic legend, there exists an eternal star that, regardless of how many billions of years it endures, will eventually rejuvenate after a period. But this is merely a legend. The universe is vast, and no civilization has ever found this planet. Sora roared. "Activate battle mode and occupy this planet. From today on, our Helka tribe will exist eternally in the universe." Then the first attack was launched against the USS Jesus, the nearest ship to the spaceship. With the explosion of the USS Jesus, the confidence of all citizens of the beautiful nation along with the Nasdaq index shattered. Baipu watched the Nasdaq index plummet as if it were plunging off a building, his heart bleeding. All of that was his money, and now it was gone. However, the disaster was far from over, for the alien civilization happened to be positioned above the Americas and thus began indiscriminate attacks on the beautiful nation. Laser waves exploded across the Americas, annihilating all matter with each blast, leaving not even a trace. The beautiful nation was instantly plunged into unprecedented chaos, with everyone fleeing the streets as if the world were ending. Baipu sat despairingly in the presidential office of the White House, while Jim rushed to report that there were citizens outside trying to force their way into the White House to escape the disaster. "Mr. President, there are citizens wanting to take refuge inside the White House, and there are quite a few. What should we do?" Baipu waved his hand, feeling like a dead man walking. He knew that after this wave of Nasdaq's baptism, he had been left impoverished, possibly even less wealthy than Jim beside him. Baipu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential office, watching the crowd frantically flooding in below, and fished out a cigarette to light it. Did these people think that wherever the president was, it must be safe? Little did they know that the president even wanted to jump off at this moment. Baipu exhaled a puff of smoke, looked up at the alien warship in the sky, and silently prayed in his heart, "Please, just fire a laser cannon here. At least let me become a president who died for the country." As if the alien warship had heard his plea, a laser cannon shot straight toward the Baigong. Seeing this, Baipu couldn't help but show a relieved expression. But just then, another laser cannon coming from somewhere unknown shot over and directly annihilated the alien warship's attack. The explosion echoed in the sky, and everyone couldn't help but look up. In the other part of the sky, another equally colossal warship was confronting the alien warship. The Washington citizens all covered their mouths in astonishment. What is that? Could it be the second spaceship of the Pyongyang? No. Look, there are characters on that warship. It looks like Japanese. And a bit like Korean. However, although others couldn't tell, Baipu could, those were Chinese characters. They had already fallen into this trap back then with the Zhihong Hao, and were ultimately beaten so badly by the Tianqiao that they couldn't lift their heads. So he was all too familiar with this script. What he never expected was that the Tianqiao also had a spaceship, and it looked far more powerful than the Yaesu Hao. Damn it, that worthless spy he had planted in Alan's research team. How could he have not achieved any real results? If the guy hadn't already been blown to pieces on the Yaesu Hao, Baipu would have wanted to shoot him 100 times over. If that fellow knew what Baipu was thinking, he would certainly feel very wronged. Bro, I did bring back all those research materials. We've even managed to build a decent-looking spaceship like this, enough to lead the entire world. What more do you want? Bai Pu looked at the Tianxiao team. At this moment Swola on the alien warship was also taken aback. This planetary civilization, which hadn't even reached Type 1 civilization, could actually block his attack. He looked up at the warship that stood in distant opposition to him, and looked at the characters written on the outside of that warship, which should be its name. For example, the warship he was piloting was named after himself, called Swola Hao. Has the language pack for this planet been parsed? Translate the characters engraved on that warship for me. However, after several minutes Swola still hadn't received a reply from his subordinates. He frowned. What's going on? Report Captain, translation failed. The translator indicates that these are not launching characters. What a... Swola frowned. Not launching characters. Could this be a warship from another planet? Damn, has the news leaked? No, this is the Yongheng star after all, they must be silenced. Match all the text databases in the entire universe and find out which planet's characters these are. After a while Swola saw his subordinate frantically tapping on the screen, but still no reply, so he couldn't help but bark angrily. What's wrong? Can't you even handle such a small matter? Do you believe he'll just leave you here? Hearing this, the subordinate quickly replied in terror. Report Captain, I have matched all the text databases we currently have, but all matching failed. What a... Swola was shocked again, but then he smirked and laughed. Ha ha, it's good that it can't be matched. Since it can't be matched, it means it doesn't belong to any known planet. Then even if I destroy it, no one will say anything. All personnel, attention, prepare to attack. With Swola's order, all members on the Swola Hao began to move. Then a huge cannon barrel emerged from the top of the Swola Hao. At this moment, inside the Moda military region, Old Xia and the others clearly saw this thick cannon barrel through the transmission signal of the Zhuke Hao. Old Xia couldn't help worrying. Lin Chen, it seems they are going to use their ultimate move. Earlier when they fired the laser cannon, no barrel extended. This shot must be more powerful than the laser cannon. Can the Zhuke Hao withstand it? Lin Chen smiled. Just now I blocked its laser cannon, didn't I? It knows that laser cannons are useless against me, so it's using other means. Don't worry, Old Xia, this is all a piece of cake. The moment Lin Chen finished speaking, they saw the Zhuke Hao also slowly extend a cannon barrel aiming directly at the alien warship. Then everyone saw a blue beam fiercely shoot from the muzzle of the Swola Hao's cannon barrel toward the Zhuke Hao. Xinba widened his eyes. This? What kind of weapon is this? I feel it's much bigger than the previous laser cannon. Old Xia shook his head, and the other two exchanged bewildered. The four in this room, including the political schemer, how could they understand these things? Ahem, well, let me call academician Qian Xinwei over to watch together. Saying that, Old Xia waved his hand, and Zhang Chuqiang, who was standing behind him, made a phone call. But before Zhang Chuqiang could finish the call, he was rendered speechless with shock while looking at the live broadcast screen. They saw that terrifying blue beam suddenly seemed to be severed in front of the Zhuke Hao, and then everyone saw that the Zhuke Hao was completely unharmed, while the alien warship suffered a violent explosion. Debris even fell down, streaking through the atmosphere toward launching. At this moment, Qian Xinwei, who had received Zhang Chuqiang's phone call, pushed the door open and entered. Old Xia, seeing the expert had arrived, quickly asked, Old Qian, did you see that? What exactly happened just now? Qian Xinwei had just happened to witness that unbelievable scene when he pushed the door. He frowned and thought for a moment, then replied, I speculate that what the alien warship fired was a high-energy particle cannon. Unlike the previous laser cannon, it is not light, but a stream of microscopic particles moving at high speed. And that cannon barrel is an accelerator that accelerates these particles to hundreds of thousands of kilometers per second with enough power to pierce straight through a planet. Xinba gasped and quickly asked, then what about the Zhuke Hao? I feel like it did nothing and just deflected the attack. Qian Xinwei shook his head. The Zhuke Hao did not do nothing, on the contrary, its attack is the most terrifying. What attack? Qian Xinwei looked at the Zhuke Hao on the live broadcast and slowly uttered 3 words, curvature cannon. At that very moment, Sola also stared incredulously at the distant vermilion bird-class warship, his lips parting slowly to utter the same 3 words, warp cannon. He involuntarily swallowed hard. Warp cannons were weapons attainable only by Tier 3 civilizations. While warp drives could be mastered by latest-stage Tier II civilizations, such as Helka Star, which employed a rudimentary version for interstellar resource exploration. Their deployment demanded far greater resources and time. Warp cannons, however, remained entirely beyond reach until warp drive technology matured sufficiently to herald true Tier 3 advancement. The fact that this unknown warship carried a warp cannon implied unequivocally that its origin lay in a Tier 3 civilization. At this realization, Sola shouted urgently, retreat. Immediate retreat. At his command, the entire crew sprang into action, not with excitement this time, but with palpable dread. They fully grasped the weight of those 3 words, warp cannon. Though Helka Star had indeed reached the twilight of Tier II development, facing even a nascent Tier 3 adversary offered not a single chance of victory. Thus what Xia Lao and the others witnessed was the Sala-class warship, having absorbed one devastating blast, beginning to slowly maneuver, accelerating away from Blue Planet. Xinba blinked. What? Is that it? Just retreating? so casually. This makes Li Zipu's investment seem utterly meaningless. Li Zipu slumped listlessly in his chair, utterly despondent, refusing even to acknowledge Xinba. His entire Nasdaq portfolio had evaporated, his shares were unsellable. Zhuotianyi patted Li Zipu's shoulder solemnly. Ah, indeed, steadfast alignment with the Celestial Dynasty is the only path to prosperity. Speculative shortcuts like yours are fundamentally unsound. With that he exchanged a glance with Xinba, and unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Just as everyone assumed the crisis had ended, the Vermilion Bird-class warship stirred once more, swiftly, decisively. Before the Sola-class could react, the Vermilion Bird-class materialized like a phantom directly ahead of it. Sola's ship's autonomous navigation system slammed on emergency brakes at the sudden apparition, nearly sending Sola tumbling head over heels within the cabin. Yet before Sola could even rage, the Vermilion Bird-class's main cannon swiveled toward them again, leaving him speechless with terror. Why? ICRRA. It was too late. A second warp cannon blast erupted from the Vermilion Bird-class and struck the Sola-class's bridge squarely. The entire bridge vanished without trace. Not even a speck of dust remained. Sola and his alien crew dissolved silently into the void of space. Lin Chen gazed sorrowfully at the Sola-class warship, its center now hollowed out by the blast. Those 2 shots alone had consumed his entire investment, 1 trillion credits worth of microquantums. Wailing inwardly, this isn't warfare, it's fiscal incineration. He sighed. Well, saving the world demands sacrifice. What's money after all? Still, one consolation remained: the intact hull of a Tier II alien warship, reparable, operational, and vastly more advanced than the derelict vessel recovered from the Pacific Abyss. Yet, just as Lin Chen prepared to return to Blue Planet, the Vermilion Bird-class alarm blared. Alert! Alert! Signal wave detected from enemy vessel, unblockable. Lin Chen grimaced. Signal waves again. Do you aliens binge read tomato novels? Always ready to summon reinforcements when over. He exhaled deeply. Lingy, I'll wager you this signal is another distress call. Master, the signal has been decrypted. Congratulations, you guessed incorrectly. Incorrect. Then what does it say? The transmission contains 2 messages. First, mission failure due to interference by a Tier 3 warship. Second, the target planet is none other than the legendary Eternal Star. Lin Chen frowned. Eternal Star? What is that? Apologies, Master. I possess no data on this term. My knowledge base remains anchored to Blue Planet standards save for Tier 3 military engineering. Very well. Let us return to Blue Planet. The signal has already been sent. Nothing can be undone. The Vermilion Bird-class descended, bearing the damaged Sola-class landing at the Shanghai Military District. The Shanghai Military District had expanded repeatedly, now spanning an area rivaling an entire county. With Blue Planet's survival resting solely upon Lin Chen, every logistical priority deferred to his research. Questioning whether the land might yield higher returns as commercial real estate. Detain and interrogate their ancestral lineage, 8 generations deep. Protesting insufficient relocation compensation. Detain and interrogate, 18 generations deep. Claiming obstruction by a so-called village martial god named Li Hongwei. No interrogation needed. Execute the entire family. Upon landing, Xia Lao's Zhuotianyi, Li Zipu, Xinba, Chen Yuanchao, and Qian Xinwei stood assembled outside awaiting Lin Chen's arrival. Lin Chen stepped from the Vermilion Bird-class and, spotting the assembled dignitaries, hurried forward, gently supporting Xia Lao's arm. Elder Xia, this honor. Xia Lao laughed heartily. Huh. You absolutely can, and must. Had you not intervened today, Blue Planet would have been obliterated. Whether we'd see tomorrow's sun remains uncertain. Zhuotianyi nodded eagerly indeed. Chief Engineer Lin, you are truly peerless. Xinba added. Chief Engineer Lin, you returned like a sovereign reborn. Li Zipu wailed. Wah. Chief Engineer Lin, I've lost everything. Not even my undergarments remain. Lin Chen stared blankly. Xia Lao suppressed a twitch at the corner of his mouth and recounted the full sequence of events. Lin Chen shook his head, bemused. This man must be delusional. Did I not explicitly warn him the aliens were targeting him, yet he still invested in Nasdaq? President Li, given your prior electricity loan to the Celestial Dynasty, allow me to offer counsel. What counsel? Speak quickly, Chief Engineer Lin. As you've seen, the United States lies in ruins, desperate for rescue and reconstruction. Thus, the Asia-Pacific Alliance proposes dispatching your nation to assist them. How much profit you extract will depend entirely on your own acumen. Li Zipu's eyes lit up. He had seized his lifeline. This was a golden opportunity. The global order had crystallized. The Asia-Pacific Alliance now stood unchallenged as the sole hegemon. The Euro-American alliance would inevitably disintegrate, triggering mass corporate collapse. Those corporations possessed globally unrivaled technologies. If he could acquire several key firms and repatriate their cutting-edge innovations to his homeland, his losses would not only vanish, they would transform into historic gain. Beside them, Zhuotianyi, Pen, and Xian Ba were so envious that they were about to burst into tears. Ha ha ha, that's amazing. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin. He'll send you a girl group later. However, before Li Park could be happy for a few seconds, Lin Chen raised his hand and said, "Don't be too happy just yet. Such a great deal must come with conditions." Li Park patted his chest. "Chief Engineer Lin, feel free to propose any conditions. If I frown even a little, I'll eat live on stream." Lin Chen smiled. "Forget about eating live. Even if you dare to stream, we wouldn't dare to watch it." In fact, the conditions were quite simple. You must have noticed that in the future Blue Star will only have the Asia-Pacific Alliance, and there will no longer be a US-Europe Alliance, so the name Asia-Pacific Alliance is not quite suitable. Therefore, we in the Celestial Empire plan to change the name to Blue Star Alliance. After all, when we go to the cosmic world, everyone will be Blue Star people, right? Zhuotian, Yipin, Xian Ba, and Li Park all nodded at these words. It made sense, and if the Blue Star Alliance were established, they as part of the founding group would certainly gain various benefits. Just like that, the Stick Nation obtained such a lucrative position. But Lin Chen looked at the expressions on the faces of the three and smiled as he continued. "But there are too many countries on Blue Star right now. If we were to hold a meeting later and every country sent a representative, not only would it be inefficient, but it would also be troublesome. So I believe Blue Star should eliminate the concept of countries and be governed by regions. This way there wouldn't be so many conflicts in the future, right?" The three nodded again, but Li Park asked, "Chief Engineer Lin, I understand the reasoning and I agree that it makes sense, but what conditions do you want to propose? Does this have anything to do with regional governance?" "Of course it does. For the sake of convenience and management, I suggest the commander of Blue Star be appointed by the Celestial Empire, and this should never change. Asia and Europe will fall under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Empire. Africa and Antarctica will be overseen by the Curry Nation. Oceania will be governed by the Foot Basin region. North America and South Africa will be governed by the Stick Nation. What do you all think? Of course our Celestial Empire is the most democratic, and anyone can voice their opinions." After saying this, Lin Chen exchanged glances with Elder Xia, then smiled at Zhuotian, Yipin, Li Park, and Xian Ba. Zhuotian, Yipin let out a quiet sigh. As expected, he was still being sidelined. Li Park and Xian Ba were assigned to 2 continents while he only had 1 continent, and it was the isolated Oceania. But there was nothing he could do. Compared to the Curry Nation and the Stick Nation, the Foot Basin could only be considered a subordinate autonomous region of the Celestial Empire. It was only because he was among the first to pledge allegiance to the Celestial Empire that Elder Xia gave him the qualification to attend the meeting. Didn't Lin Chen call the Curry and Stick Nations countries while referring to the Foot Basin as a region? The Foot Basin region has no objections. Xian Ba had no objections either. To be honest, Curry Nation's territory was already insufficient for its population. Compared to other continents, Africa is vast and sparsely populated, which is indeed suitable for Curry Nation, and there are not only large lizards over there, but also various other animals. Our Curry Nation has no objections, but Li Park had a significant objection. "No, I disagree. I would rather have Oceania than North America and South America." Zhuotian, Yipin widened his eyes. "Are you trying to fight with me?" Xian Ba also looked confused. "No, Li Park, are you foolish? Don't you see that Chief Engineer Lin is taking care of you? He has already given you the best of South America and North America. What else do you want?" Li Park was on the verge of tears listening to their words. Right now the beautiful nation is experiencing bombings. I can go over to aid them without any problem, but you say we should let the little Stick Nation manage North America and South America? Isn't that like turning on the lights in a restroom to look for waste? The beautiful nation has only been bombed, its military strength is still there, and our Stick Nation can't compete. Moreover, North America has the army of the beautiful nation, while South America is the place with the most gangs in the world. You want us a little Stick Nation to manage these 2 continents. Who knows, maybe tomorrow you'll be coming to eat my banquet. Zhuotian, Yipin, and Xian Ba suddenly understood. It turned out that North America and South America were such a burden, indeed, they were hot potatoes. Lin Chen spread his hands and spoke. "If you have objections, voice them. That's great. In that case, Zhuotian, Yipin, and Xian Ba, who among you is willing to swap with Li Park?" Zhuotian, Yipin, and Xian Ba shook their heads frantically upon hearing Lin Chen's words. "What kind of joke is this? Your Stick Nation can't handle it, and how much better can we do? Besides the Celestial Empire, there probably isn't anyone who can control these 2 continents." Lin Chen pretended to be in a difficult position and said to Li Park, "Look, both of them don't want to swap with you. There's nothing we can do. How about this, you manage it first, and if it really can't be handled, we'll talk again." Li Park was on the verge of tears. "What do you mean talk again? Chief Engineer Lin, if this goes on, our Stick Nation might be annihilated." Lin Chen frowned and pretended to think. "In that case, as the elder brother, our Celestial Empire will take on a heavier burden, helping you share a continent. You can choose one from North America or South America." Li Park began to feel conflicted upon hearing Lin Chen's words. To be honest, he preferred North America. Almost all the world's most advanced technology is in North America, and if he could take North America, the Stick Nation would truly rise to great heights. But the problem is that he couldn't take it. The beautiful nation was once his elder brother. Although the US-Europe alliance is about to dissolve, it's not because the beautiful nation lost to him, but because they lost to the Celestial Empire. The strength of the Celestial Empire has far surpassed that of the Beautiful Nation. The spaceships built by the Beautiful Nation are as fragile as paper airplanes made by children when faced with real alien warships. In contrast, the spaceships built by the Celestial Empire can easily overpower alien warships. The gap in strength is simply beyond comprehension. So even if he chose North America, he wouldn't be able to defend it. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and respond, "I choose South America." Lin Chen looked at Elder Xia and said, "Elder Xia, then let's reluctantly help Li Zai Park share a burden." Elder Xia, also a seasoned player, sighed. "Alright, although I'm this old, for the sake of Blue Star, I can still continue to work." Li Zai Park was very touched and grasped Elder Xia's hand tightly. "Elder Xia, 70 is the prime of life. You will surely live a long life." Lin Chen, seeing that Li Zai Park had no objections, continued. "Now that the regions of the Blue Star Alliance have been delineated, let me mention another matter. This matter is also the fundamental reason I am so eager to establish the Blue Star." Everyone turned to Lin Chen with curiosity. Li Zaipu was momentarily stunned. "Chief Engineer Lin, isn't the Blue Star Alliance being formed to divide the spoils?" Lin Chen shook his head. "Of course not. The Blue Star Alliance is established to better confront alien civilizations." "Huh. Didn't you already annihilate the alien civilization?" At the last moment before that alien warship was destroyed, it emitted a signal wave. That signal wave contained two messages. First, the mission had failed, blocked by a Tier 3 civilization warship. Second, the target planet was the legendary Eternal Star. The Tier 3 civilization warship, I suspect, refers to the Zhuke. As for the second message, I have no idea what the Eternal Star is. Xia Lao's Wutian Yipan Xinba, and Li Zaipu fell into thought after hearing Lin Chen's words. Xia Lao said, "I speculate that the Eternal Star refers to some unique property of Blue Star different from other planets. And the key lies in the word eternal. Could it be referring to the lifespan of Blue Star?" Zhuotian Yipan mused, "Homo sapiens have only appeared for 300 years, yet the alien warship at the bottom of the Pacific crashed on Blue Star 300 million years ago. Was it truly due to geological changes? Could humanity have existed for over 300 million years? Or was that the work of a prehistoric human civilization?" Xinba interjected, "Let's set aside prehistoric civilizations for now. But since Blue Star is so special, alien civilizations will certainly return. And when they do, they will be even more powerful." Li Zaipu added, "Exactly. So our top priority is to resolve internal conflicts on Blue Star, then let Chief Engineer Lin build more warships to unite against external threats." Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. These four men, though utterly ignorant of technology, analyzed concrete matters as if they possessed an omniscient perspective. Sentence by sentence, they dissected the situation and laid out a detailed plan. Was this how the game Blue Star Online was meant to be played? After the four magnates finished speaking, they all turned to Lin Chen, awaiting his decision. Why Lin Chen had the final say? Because the last and most critical step of the detailed plan hinged on Lin Chen's ability to defeat alien warships. If he couldn't, everything else would be futile, and they might as well enjoy the present. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke. "I plan to repair both the captured warship and the one from the bottom of the Pacific. That way Blue Star will have 3 space warships." Xinba asked curiously, "Chief Engineer Lin, those 2 alien warships. One is a 300-million-year-old relic, the other a loser to the Zhuke. Why bother repairing them? Wouldn't it be better to just build 2 more Zooks?" Lin Chen's face fell. "I'm broke, brother. Do you know how much those 2 curvature cannon shots cost me? 10 trillion. A full 10 trillion. You open your mouth and tell me to build 2 more Zooks, which would cost at least 400 trillion. Can you cough that up?" Xinba awkwardly rubbed his nose. Why did he have to ask that? But Li Zaipu seized the opportunity. So he was the only one losing money. No way. They all have to lose with me. I agree to fund this. 400 trillion is nothing. Each of our 4 families chips in 100 trillion. Gentlemen, if Blue Star is destroyed, what good is hoarding your wealth? Hearing Li Zaipu's words, Xinba had no choice but to agree. Zhuotian Yipan wanted to strangle Xinba at that moment. He hadn't said a word, and now he had to fork out 100 trillion. Where could he even seek justice? After the discussion, the 3 bid farewell to Xia Lao and left to prepare for the relocation. Relocating an entire nation required immense preparation, and they also had to urgently gather the 100 trillion for Lin Chen, who knew when the next alien attack would come. Lin Chen was equally busy. He couldn't manufacture the Zhuke now because many materials were unavailable on Blue Star, so he had to rely on the system. But the system only required him to submit materials and wait. It didn't need him to do anything else. To avoid appearing idle, he decided to repair the 2 warships. He gathered the military scientific research talents he had previously tricked into coming to turn screws, on no to learn. He had expected them to curse him upon seeing him, since he had never visited them after they arrived, and even the teaching was handled by Ling Yi. But to his surprise, these people were ecstatic at the sight of Lin Chen. "Look, it's Chief Engineer Lin. Oh my god, he's alive. The living Chief Engineer Lin." Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the young man who had shouted, "Have you ever seen a dead Chief Engineer Lin?" The young man grinned sheepishly. I haven't had the chance, but Chief Engineer Lin, I admire your radiant visage on the news every day. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Brother, how did you even get in here? I recall that when you arrived, old Qian said everyone had at least a doctorate. With your Chinese level, how did you pass the young man scratched his head. I've been on a direct admission track since middle school. No exams needed. Lin Chen. Fine, you win. Ahem, let's get down to business. I had you participate in the construction of the Baihu Xuanwu and Qinglong to solidify your foundation. Now what I'm about to teach you is the real deal. I'll personally repair these 2 alien warships, and you all need to watch carefully. If you have any questions, ask Lingy. Lingy me again. Upon hearing that Lin Chen would personally demonstrate repairing alien warships, the military scientific research talents were all thrilled. Indeed, their persistence had paid off. At first, some had suspected Lin Chen of using them as free labor. After all, by normal logic, after teaching them how to build the Baihu Xuanwu and Qinglong, shouldn't he have let them innovate on their own? Why make them do repetitive work every day like assembly line workers in a factory? Only now did they truly understand. Chief Engineer Lin had such high expectations for them. He was directly teaching them to build spaceships. For any military scientific research talent, nothing was more fulfilling than building spaceships. Especially after the recent Blue Star crisis, they had seen real alien warships. The oppressive pressure, the deadly aggression. If not for the Zhuqiue, the entire Blue Star would have been wiped out. Lin Chen scanned the crowd and asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" In unison, everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. "We swear to follow Chief Engineer Lin. We swear to follow Chief Engineer Lin." The deafening roar startled Lin Chen, and he quickly gestured for them to quiet down. "Stop shouting. All of you stop. If you keep this up, you'll be arrested as a cult leader." The crowd burst into laughter. Who on Blue Star would dare arrest Chief Engineer Lin? If he were arrested, the suspect would be apprehended within a second. Any delay would be an insult to the Tianqiao counterterrorism forces. Lin Chen then led the group to the repair base. The alien warship from the Pacific had also been salvaged. The visual impact of 2 alien warships was immense. Humans were like ants before these colossal structures, yet it was also humans who built and piloted them. Of course, such massive constructs were not assembled by people climbing up and tightening screws one by one. They were built using mechanical arms. First, Lin Chen had to access the warship's core control system and use its diagnostic functions to perform a full inspection. This was an essential feature for every warship. Without it, maintaining a vessel of this scale would be impossible. If a small component failed, you wouldn't even know where to start. After all, you couldn't just dismantle the entire warship and reassemble it. It was like modern cars. The dashboard has numerous indicator lights. When one lights up, it signals a specific problem, allowing mechanics to perform targeted repairs. Lin Chen controlled 2 repair robots to enter the warships, locate the core control systems, and begin interfacing. Reading data, please wait. The terminal connected to the robots emitted a prompt. After a moment, the terminal indicated data reading complete. Lin Chen looked at the screen and soon discovered something intriguing. In the core system of the Sola, there was actually a video file. Lin Chen turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, teach them about the core control center for now. He'll be back shortly. Lin Chen took the video file and left the base by car, returning to his research center. After confirming no one was around, he opened the file. He didn't know what was inside. If it accidentally leaked, it might cause unnecessary trouble. So he decided to preview it alone. The video played, showing an alien with 2 eyes on top of its head and cyan skin. The alien fixed the recording device and spoke. "I am Sola, captain of the Sola." Lin Chen squinted his eyes. So this was the alien he had blown up earlier. It looked really ugly. The video of Swola continued. "When you see this video, I will probably have already sacrificed myself. Who would have thought that in such a remote galaxy, a 3rd-level civilization warship would appear? I guess they came for the Eternal Star as well. No wonder no one had ever been able to find the Eternal Star. It was actually hiding in the very center of the KBC void. I don't know if it was man-made or if the Eternal Star hid itself. The purpose of this video is to inform my fellow Hercastar compatriots who come later. In the black box of that exploration ship from 300 million years ago, I found the exploration records left behind at that time. Inside there was only one sentence. The Eternal Star might be alive." Seeing that last sentence, Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle. Isn't the Eternal Star just launching? Is launching alive? What? Moreover, it also mentioned another term, KBC void. What is that? Unfortunately, that alien had already been blown to ashes, and there was no way to answer Lin Chen's questions. Lin Chen felt like he was growing a new brain, and he scratched his head. "I'll forget it. Let's not think too much about this now. The most important thing at the moment is to repair the warship and survive first. If all humans were dead, what use would studying these things be?" Similarly, Lin Chen did not tell these things to Xia Lao and the others, because even if he told them, they wouldn't understand. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Chen returned to the repair site and began to oversee the repairs. For the next period of time, every morning Lin Chen would demonstrate the repair of the warship on-site to those military industrial research talents, while Ling Yi stood by like a museum docent explaining the principles and functions today. In the afternoon, Lin Chen would use the excuse that the manufacturing of Vermilion Bird required absolute secrecy and kick everyone out of the research center. Everyone understood after all the Vermilion Bird was now Langsing's ultimate trump card and needed absolute secrecy. Although there were no aliens on launching now who could guarantee that when the aliens attacked, there wouldn't be human traitors. Therefore, Chun Yuanchao even sent troops to protect the entire research center. But in reality, Lin Chen's work every afternoon was to hide in the research center and play games. He played at least 6 hours a day using the most expensive phone, the fastest network, buying the most expensive skins. Finally, after half a month of effort, he successfully dropped 1 star. On the other side, launching began the first great human migration in history. Xinba led over 1 billion people of Galiguo to Africa, a truly spectacular scene. A bus that could seat 20 people could carry 200 people in the Galiguo migration convoy. Not only was the carriage packed full of people, but the roof was also covered with people, and even each window had several people hanging on. This move left Zhuo Tianyaipan and Li Zipu dumbfounded. This works. How can this be? They did a calculation. If a 20-person bus could carry 200 people, it would not only save 9 vehicles, but most importantly, it would save 9 times the time. Now the second wave of alien civilizations attack could come at any time. If the migration was halfway through and the alien civilizations suddenly started bombing everywhere, like last time, at least half of the people in the migration. Moreover, the sooner the migration was completed, the sooner they could start making money on no-star construction. But this skill seemed to be exclusive to the people of Galiguo. The people of Jiaopan region and Bangziguo couldn't learn it no matter how hard they tried. Not only did they fail to learn, but they also injured several hundred people. The families of these people almost tore Zhuo Tianyaipan and Li Zipu apart. In the end, Jiao Pengdai and Bangziguo had no choice but to start the migration honestly and step by step. Moreover, there was another difference between Jiaopan region Bangziguo and Galiguo. 99% of African countries upon hearing that this was the decision of Tianchao agreed without a second thought. Although they were managed by Galiguo, the supreme commander of the launching alliance was Tianchao. Your Galiguo was just a high-level lackey, wasn't it? But Jiaopan region and Bangziguo were different. When Zhuo Tianyaipan arrived in the kangaroo country of Oceania, he hadn't even said a few words before he was almost kicked to death by a kangaroo. These kangaroos, though they looked cute, were all like violent muscle men, incredibly brutal. But he didn't dare to start a war directly. Under the current situation, if he dared to fire the first shot, it would be equivalent to reigniting a new round of conflict between the Asia-Pacific Alliance and the US-Europe Alliance. At that time, not to mention whether he could win, even if he could, Tianchao would kill him as a sacrifice to the flag. Don't think that just because he defected to Tianchao and became the Jiaopan region, he could rest easy. He knew very well that if Tianchao had even a slightest legitimate opportunity, they would definitely find ways to kill all the Jiaopan people. And Li Zipu was even more miserable. At first he thought there were no countries with particularly strong military power in South America, so it should be relatively easy to handle. But who would have thought that the government armies of those South American countries were indeed weak, but the gang's equipment was more advanced than one another. They even had many Raptor fighters from Pyongyang. At this moment, Li Zipu really wanted to go to Baipu and curse him. Back when Bangziguo wanted to buy Raptor fighters, Pyongyang always made excuses saying production capacity was insufficient and manufacturing was difficult. Then when they sold them to Bangziguo, not only was the price high, but they also had to bundle other outdated fighters. And what was the result? This thing was becoming rampant among the gangs in South America. Is this what you call insufficient production capacity? Is this what you call manufacturing difficulties? What the hell? At this moment, Lin Chen grumbled and reported all 4 teammates. What the hell? For people can't carry me trash. Ding. The Vermilion Bird has been manufactured. Please choose a suitable location to retrieve it. The system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen stood up, walked to the empty research center, and then took out the second Vermilion Bird from the system space. Looking at the Vermilion Bird before him, Lin Chen was thinking about how to scam some money from Zhuo Tianyaipan and the others. After all, buying skins was quite expensive. So he recorded a video. Dear bosses. On no dear big shots, the first Vermilion Bird has been built. Look at this material, this craftsmanship, this imposing presence. However, in order to speed up the progress to prevent the sudden attack of the alien civilization, the budget has been a bit overrun. Now to build the second Vermilion Bird, we still lack 300 trillion. Dear big shots, please sponsor quickly. The video was sent out, and Xinba was the first to reply. Ha, no problem, Chief Engineer Lin. Africa is really a good place. I've only been here a few days, and I've already dug up several kilograms of diamonds. Lin Chen responded with a smile. Thanks to Boss Xinba for the sponsorship red envelope. I wish Boss Xinba prosperity every day and revelry every night. However, Zhuo Tianyaipan and Li Zipu were not so fortunate. Zhuo Tianyaipan directly sent a 60-second long voice message crying as he spoke. What would Chief Engineer Lin? I'm in trouble, I'm really in trouble. The Kangaroo Nation is ungrateful and refuses to cooperate with me, and they even expelled me. Lin Chen looked bewildered. Wait, didn't you say your foot basin is quite powerful? How come you can't even handle the Kangaroo Nation? It's not that we can't win, but it's that we dare not fight. If I were to go to war with the Kangaroo Nation, that would be the first shot of the Asia-Pacific Alliance against the Euro-American Alliance. Now, although the Euro-American alliance is on the verge of disbandment, there are still some countries that are unwilling to give up. If they were to unite during this opportunity, wouldn't that trigger the Third World War? Well, that's not quite right. They're just fighting you, but doesn't count as a world war. It's more like eliminating a domestic threat. What did you say? Ahaha, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Don't take it seriously. Actually, this matter can be easily resolved. You should find Commander Chen Yuanchao and have him send 2 fat dragon ships to help you relocate some people and also to negotiate with the Kangaroo Nation. Zhuotian Yi-Pin was excited upon hearing this. That would be fantastic. I will go find Commander Chen right away. Wait, does Chief Engineer Lin have any other instructions? Well, you know the Tianchao army is quite busy, so there's the issue of costs. Chief Engineer Lin, don't worry. I understand. Upon hearing that there might be this good news, Li Zipu immediately started crying as well. What would Chief Engineer Lin am also suffering? You don't know how powerful the gangs in South America are. Their raptors outnumber us in Bangzi Nation. Lin Chen was taken aback. What's going on? Isn't North America supposed to be the land of freedom? How is South America even freer than North America? Chief Engineer Lin, you have to help me. Don't worry, money is not an issue. Additionally, I will send you the hottest Bangzi girl group from the past 2 years, and they will hold live concerts for you every day. Lin Chen almost drooled upon hearing Li Zipu's words. Ha ha ha, that's easy. It's just the raptors, the white tigers can take them down one by one. You just need to borrow a few white tigers from Commander Chen. However, he suddenly thought of a question and asked, oh, by the way, do your Bangzi girl groups practice taekwondo? This time it was Li Zipu's turn to be stunned. A Chief Engineer Lin, why would the girl group practice taekwondo? They don't need to. But before he could finish, he remembered Mo Shui and AI Lin beside Lin. Mo Shui goes without saying, as she is from the Tianchao National Security, a top-notch agent, and her skills are naturally exceptional. As for AI Lin, she is a talent cultivated by the Roosevelt family, excelling in all aspects since childhood with experience in Sanda Taekwondo and Judo. Taking on 10 opponents would surely not be a problem. Considering this combat power, sending any number of girl groups would lead to a complete defeat. Cough cough, Chief Engineer Lin, I suddenly remembered that our Bangzi girl groups can't speak Chinese, so I will sign them up for a Chinese tutoring class first, and then they'll come back to hold concerts for you next time. Lin Chen's face darkened. Believe it or not, I can have you take the Chinese level 6 exam before sending the white tigers to rescue you. However, thinking of Mo Shui and AI Lin's combat power, Lin Chen decided to let it go. One should not be too aggressive, or one should focus on love and peace. Soon 300 trillion arrived again. Lin Chen happily opened the game and purchased the entire set of skins. 01, who was beside him, curiously asked, Master, I see you don't lack money. Your account balance shows a full 10 trillion. Why are you still asking them for money? While admiring the skins he had just bought, Lin Chen answered 01's question. 01, you don't understand. Just because my account balance shows 10 trillion, in reality the only money I can use is the last 189.74, and the integer can't be touched. Why can't it be touched? If I touch it, I no longer have 10 trillion. Actually, people from Tianchao have a little habit of saving money. For example, if I have 1636 in my pocket, then my available balance is 636. But if my balance is 1936, then my available balance is negative. Indeed, it's negative because we from Tianchao like to round up our money to the nearest integer to save it. 01 still couldn't understand. A master, isn't the money in the bank just a string of numbers? If you want an integer, can't I just change your account balance? Lin Chen hurriedly pulled 01 back. Calm down. 01, stay calm. I do not want to end up in prison making Zhu shifts. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Yuanchao. Lin Chen, why did Zhuotian Yi-Pin and Li Zipu come to me asking to borrow equipment? They said it was your suggestion. It was my suggestion, but these two old fellows are not honest. I never said to lend it to them. I asked them to have you send people to help them, but of course it would be compensated. Haha, so that's how it is. These two scoundrels just wait for me. If I don't scam you this time, then I won't be surnamed Chen. After hanging up Lin Chen's call, Chen Yuanchao redialed Zhuotian Yi-Pin. Mr. Zhuotian, I've asked Lin Chen, and he told me that you want to hire us as bodyguards, right? Zhuotian Yi-Pin sighed inwardly. It was indeed not so easy to fool. He had hoped to trick Chen Yuanchao a bit, and if he could sneakily get 2 fat dragon ships to study and understand, then the voice of the Foot Basin region would surely be regained. Haha, Commander Chen, I must have remembered wrongly. In that case, let's discuss the issue of compensation. Chen Yuanchao snickered. Remembered wrongly. But he smiled and said, haha, it's alright, at our age it's normal to forget a few things. As for the issue of compensation, let's not discuss that now. Sigh, Mr. Zhuotian, it's unfortunate, but all the fat dragons are currently out for maintenance and cannot assist you with your mission at the moment. Zhuotian Yi-Pin's mouth twitched crazily. It was the first time he heard that military space aircraft carriers need to be sent for maintenance. Did they think it was a Wuling Hongwan? However, he was also clever and immediately understood Chen Yuanchao's intention. He was preparing to take advantage of the recent events to scam him. With such shallow skills, do they think they can trick me?